different attributes. They're not all the same. They have very, very different cymatic patterns. And that's quite telling that it's not your camera that has an issue. It's not the camera that's picking up error. Every single one of these stars has like a different pattern.
Hey Basil, did you see I put my channel in the live stream?
No. Oh, okay. I'll copy it now.
Could you put yours in there too for me? Do you have a channel?
Yeah. Mine's Flat Earth Philosophy.
That's what's up, dude. You like philosophy?
Wait a minute. You're Flat Earth Philosophy?
No, I wish I could be so dumb, but no, I don't have a channel.
Oh, okay. Flat Earth Philosophy is cool though. I like that channel. What do you mean?
Yeah.
He's so dumb. I like his videos.
He probably lives right next door.
Is that right? You should try to meet him. I think he's on something.
I think he's on the right path.
Yeah, it's basically yeah, we could talk about that later. I mean, no one else has watched it. But yeah, the idea of the toroidal field works with his tunnel system type thing going on.
Hello, guys.
He's got kind of a donut Earth type thing going on. As far as the toroidal field, yeah.
I think that he gets all of his information basically from friends and foes and acquaintances from Santos.
He's a strange bird.
His philosophy, yeah, he reads into all sorts of books like geocentric, but Santos Bonacci is definitely his his master.
I have some of the illusionary winds. I just made public. If anyone's interested in hearing any of those conversations again, there were some funny ones.
Illusionary winds. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's like 8 parts.
Coriolis winds.
Yeah.
I can't
Coriolis
find
winds. I don't know what that means, but yeah,
too much trouble. Is it too much trouble? Post it one more time.
Sure. I was just going to post from Flat Earth Philosophy if anyone hasn't seen that. I think he has one about Coriolis, actually. I'll put that one in here. This is maybe a better one.
I've got a question for the Flat Earthers if they want.
Shoot.
How far, how long does it take, light to travel a light year?
Be 1 year, wouldn't it? Hence the name.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Is that a trick question?
Yeah, well, I was just pointing out Basil didn't seem to know.
All right, Basil, it's in the chat.
No, that wasn't the question. I was asking about the time that it took for light to travel within that light year.
1 year.
Oh, yeah.
That's the answer. That's why it's called a light year.
That makes sense.
It's based on light traveling a year.
Yeah, and the equation that I was actually posing to Kosho was when you have something that's 320 light years away, how far is that?
That's a different question, yeah.
Okay, I've got your thanks, new perspective. I can see that. Yeah, I'll subscribe to your channel.
Yo. Yo. So what did the Glober say when his wife caught him cheating on her?
Is this
Okay.
another AI joke?
Glober or Gloga. That's what you said.
No, he said, "Don't worry, I can explain everything."
No, he said, I don't believe this is happening. Why would you lie?
He says, "Well, I was just on Discord for 6 hours and forgot my wife existed, so it's probably my fault."
Should have 254 subscribers now. We need to get your numbers up, New Perspective, so you can do some streaming.
He's not here, bro.
He's gone. He's disappeared. He gave in. Oh my God. Jim, you're here. Hello, Jim. How are you?
Oh God.
What are you talking about, bro?
Who are you talking to?
He's hallucinating.
Earthworm Jim.
I'm talking to
Wow.
Paxander. Paxander.
Okay.
Well, that's not Jam, I don't think.
Oh, Pax Sand is cool.
I'm thinking Gem, obviously. Gem.
Isn't Paxander Jim?
I've
No.
got
No.
no idea. I only
Not at
know
all.
of one.
You're silly. I'm gonna play
You
the
sound-
space game. What does it
You
say?
sounded like Lemon.
Yeah. Me and Lemon come from the same city.
Have you been up to the Hollywood sign and had a few beers hanging off the edge of the H?
You know me.
Like James Dean. James Dean was my hero when I was a teenager.
George Michael was my hero.
He was gay.
And one of my favorite rock stars has to be the lead singer of The Cure.
They were huge back in the day. Alice?
Yeah, underground, man. Underground. I feel really sorry for a colleague of mine, and he had tattooed all over his arms and his chest and his back, like Guns N' Roses, like everywhere. And I'm just like crossing my fingers, hoping like they do not come out as pedophiles. Please, please do not come out.
What?
Imagine this, like he would be fucked, you know.
Yeah,
You'd have to
what are the odds of that?
pretty high.
Really? I doubt that. You know, I didn't know. Say what?
I was gonna say sorry, Gio. I don't know if like the new rules on Discord might pick that up. Are you there, Paxander? We want to know if you're Gem or not.
I got news for you, dude. That's a woman. Jim Panda is a man.
Let's find out. Paxander. Hello. Laka laka. You know what laka laka means in Spanish?
Don't know what it means in English, let alone Spanish.
Well,
Means
it's the
nothing in
same
Spanish.
meaning as Italian for jiggy jiggy.
Jiggy. Get jiggy with it.
I've never heard of that expression, and I speak fluent Spanish.
Fluent.
Exactly.
Fluent. Damn.
Do you speak
Fluent.
Italian? You must speak Italian.
No, I don't.
Okay, then uno madre se l'incianciato bello.
Grazie.
No,
I just
madre.
said, no, you don't want to know what I just said.
I could guess.
Or what about Nendod Pantat Mama Kamu? That's Indonesian for fuck your grandmother's asshole.
You know Indonesian?
Really? Really?
Nendot Pantat Mama Kamu.
Am I coming through at all, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I've got a friend that speaks 12 languages, and like half of them are Asian. It's so funny when he gets drunk, man. It's just he gets them all mixed up. Yeah.
Hmm.
Can you speak another language, Mansell?
I have enough problems with English, let alone any other language. So I'm a fungu.
I'm a fangu. Talofa lofa falofa sofa.
Yeah,
I don't. Has anyone experienced like getting really drunk with someone really famous? Because I have quite a few times.
Tell us
Yeah.
all about it then.
Eh?
I said, go on, tell us all about it then.
Oh, one couple that I got drunk with. They're a couple. They're actually sisters. They were the princess.
They're dating.
No, a couple, like two people, just two people. They're princesses of Tonga. Because they used to come into my restaurant all the time secretly because they lived not far away. And I didn't even know they were princesses until after they left. Fucking hell, we were just raging drunk. Yeah, they're about 80 years old. I once had a beer with Robin Williams in the Regent Hotel here in Auckland. That was pretty cool because, like, I knew who I was talking to because I've seen him 1,000 times. He didn't know who I was. Got raging drunk with a guy called Cheating. He's like the #1 famous singer from Taiwan. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Underground drinking. What about getting drunk with John Farnham Bansor?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah.
To go to
Yeah,
Foster's all the time. His brother used to work for my girlfriend's stepdad as a salesman for a t-shirt printing company. And
it's a small world, eh?
Name dropping.
Yeah. And,
Connections.
heaps of VIP tickets. She was infatuated with John Farnham at the time, right? And she used to have the collages of all the magazine cutouts, and she'd make the collage and she'd put them on her bedroom wall and all that sort of stuff. And anyway, when Peter brought him, what was his name?
Well, for those
Anyway,
people that don't know, John Farnham is that famous singer that always wears a suit, and he's from Australia.
Anyway, we used to get VIP tickets to go to the concerts, which gave us back stage passes as well. One of the most amazing things about John Farnham, actually, he was a chronic chain smoker, right? And you'd have the band out there for that very first song, and just before he parted the curtains from the side of the stage, would light up a smoke and suck on that puppy, suck on that fag so hard, right? He would draw it down to its butt. And as he was walking out on stage, he'd be exhaling and just grab the mic and just burst out some insane note. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. But, his backup singer, Vanessa Field, I think she was an islander of some sort, Tongan or something like that, and she sung "Amazing Grace" in the green room, and it's the most beautiful version of "Amazing Grace" I've ever heard in my life. But,
You are a
What's
dead set fan, aren't you, Bandit? Oh,
sorry, mate.
you're a dead set fan. You got all the golf and everything
Should worry.
from back in
What
the
was
day.
what was the green room? Is that some special room at the Opera House, or?
Oh well, it was just where everyone used to get ready before they used to go out on stage. But then they had a big room, and I don't know, they just called it the green room. I don't know what the reason was.
Oh, right.
And that's where all the band members and John Farnham and whatnot sort of were in there before they went on stage, and then went after they got off stage. Too. Yeah.
It's always known as the green room, though. I mean, not just there, but anywhere in showbiz, it's the room that everyone
okay.
prepares before they get on stage,
Well,
or even on a
we have
show.
we have the green room in Auckland University. It's the only place you can legally smoke marijuana.
Yeah, I've got a green room. Got a whole green shed.
Yeah. That was back in the day when John Farnham made his comeback with the Jack's Back tour.
Jack's back for the 7th time because he's broke again.
Yeah, he did so many last tours, right? This is the last one.
Oh yeah, we have
It's like a selling everything sale at the local furniture store.
we have one of those shops that always advertises. They put like little signs up on the lampposts everywhere saying final last sale, and they've been doing it for about 15 years, and like every year they put up a new sign saying like last sale closing down, and the latest one I saw, last sale closing down forever.
We promised this time.
Yeah, they've been closing down every year. Yeah. Classic.
Does Brian go on to Looney Tunes tomorrow? Does anyone know?
Have you got a link for Looney Tunes so we can find out?
No, I don't. No. I think he's going to take MC up on his challenge. Actually,
which Brian?
Well, I was actually
hot mic.
fucking Darth Vader.
What are you listening to, Dawn?
Or it's either a drone or some of his music. Hold on.
No, that if that was music, man, I want to buy the album. But like, what were you talking about, Bansaw?
Brian
Brian.
and Tunes challenge.
Which Brian is it?
Leaky.
Mine,
Leaky.
flat Earth tests.
Okay. Is he taking him up on the sextant challenge?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I was really surprised with his answers from that quiz he did. The other day, a couple of days ago. I was really surprised that he was so like cognitive. It was like really like responsive answers. Like within 2 seconds, he gave an answer. Like if I wanted to compare, like there's a few people that took their time. Even Ruhif took a little bit longer than Brian. He's a clever boy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, God, I've heard that.
Did you do that test, Bansor?
Oh,
You haven't done it yet.
no.
I guess you're next. You got make sure you get all the questions written down. The one that they all get stuck on is the question about how do you measure mass. That's what everyone gets stuck on.
Compare it.
Yeah, but
Standard.
everyone has an answer, but on that particular question, everybody takes a long time to think about it.
No, you compare it. At first, when he was doing it, I thought he was like collecting information, like clipping it, videos out of it. Actually, a bit suspicious.
No, I think that he's just putting people on the spot, and we can see how fast people react.
But I've probably heard the test now, like Glover's probably, I don't know, 730 times.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't want to hear it again.
Have you done it, Carlos?
No, I'm waiting to get the big invite.
Big invite, so you can be part of the special club.
The special club with all the answers. Yeah, I copied down Merle's answers just in case.
Did Merle do it?
Yeah, he did.
How'd that go?
Oh, Jesus. When he said 45, I was like, no, don't say 45. Please don't say 40. Oh, fucking hell. There's probably a lot of people on here that don't know what we're talking about, so I don't know. We change the subject. But I took up your idea about drinking strong beer, and I'll tell you what, like, I don't know, man.
You don't know?
Beer. I don't know about strong beer, man, I tell you.
Strong beer.
You lightweight.
I don't know.
It's the only way to drink beer. Why do you want to sit there?
I'm not
bottle
like
after bottle.
I'm not like Bansor just drinking beer. I have like 2 or 3 spliffs as well while I'm drinking. So, you know, strong beer doesn't last the night. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's so much better than drinking like, you know, a whole heap and just getting bloated.
Yeah,
you just drink 2 or 3 and that'll do you well.
The point of drinking half strength, it kind of defeats the purpose.
Oh, half strength. That's ridiculous.
It's a scam in
It's
itself.
like having half a pie. You don't fucking do that or half a joint. Fuck that.
Pretty much. Exactly.
I think JJ needs to take the test though.
I agree. I
Get
agree.
JJ onto the test.
Got to buy him a mic first, I think.
I don't think Geo's done it, eh?
I know, actually.
I don't think so.
Not. You done it, White?
There's way too many fucking people doing it for me to do it. No, I go against the grain, mate. If everyone's doing it, I fucking don't. Just how I roll. Do you know anyone else with a cow in a hamster wheel?
Apart from you, no.
Amps, baby.
World Government Summit 2022 live stream. That seems like must viewing TV. Does.
You having fun, Kosho? Your little game?
That's right.
Is that fun? Or?
You still trying to land on the moon, Kosho?
I've been there before. I did yesterday.
You never gave me an answer for how you got past the Van Allen radiation belts.
I don't think they exist in this game.
They don't? Oh, well, it's not very accurate now, is it?
It was actually good last night. That bit of role reversal. You did a good job, Clovis.
Yeah.
I
enjoyed it.
You had Danny going for a while.
Who's Danny?
Oh, Eyes. That was whatever her name was.
Oh, the girl, yeah. Yeah, she was getting pissed off. And Platypus came in and he was like, I thought I heard you on Gem Pandas the other night.
I had to let her know that it was a role reversal.
Yeah.
I didn't want her to get too triggered. Upset.
I reckon Jin was the best though.
He just goes, nah,
not doing it. Not even gonna
doing it.
pretend.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
I must admit, I was a bit confused when I fucking rocked in yesterday or the day before, whenever you were doing it. And I had to listen for a bit, and I was just like, hey, what the fuck? I was about to get stuck in the bandy. And then I thought, hang on, what's going on here?
Well, everyone involved. New perspective. Everyone was involved for a while.
Yeah.
I thought I was fucking dreaming or some shit. Like, it was all fucked up. I didn't know what was going on.
The Matrix. It got switched on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, people would have got a slapping if I was near people. We'd be like, what are you doing? No, that was good. I think it's funny to watch the the still man happen when there's like even as a flatty, when you honestly try and still man the globe, there's just no proof for it. All you've got is the same bullshit. It's funny.
Yeah, I even felt stumped a couple of times with Mole Man and even Harry. A couple of times I'm like, fuck, these are good arguments. Like, so this is what they have to put up with.
That's why there's so much obfuscation and
That's
a
right.
lot of these different tactics that are used. Like they get into that place where logically they really can't move any further. So it's just like there's a couple like going to insults or going to a couple different routes that sometimes it goes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Sent you a DM, Geo. Did you get it?
Yeah. Okay,
Yep,
I see it
cool.
here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a mean looking rocket, Kosho.
Thank you. I just gotta get it to space before it blows up. Something's wrong.
Did you say space was wrong? You'd be right there, Kosho.
Say
Yeah,
again?
something on his rocket's wrong. It wouldn't take off.
This wasn't connected, yeah.
Kronos 7.
Like if everybody agrees that they could be lying about rockets landing backwards on their ass, then don't you think that's telling that on the scheme of things, at the scale of the deception, that there's a lot of things that could also be like deceptive. If, next, they'll have a car that can sort of land on its ass.
What's going on, you flat tards?
There you go. What are you up to?
It's like, Jeremy, you're a flat earther, and
Past
like
the
there
cock
are
drop
some
down to
things,
get bud.
There are definitely some things that you do take on with the heliocentric model itself, Jeremy. But like, what about the rocket that lands on its ass? What do you really think about that?
Rubbish. Absolute codswallop. That's what it is.
Dog's bollocks.
Codswallop. It's codswallop.
Codswallop.
Well, this is a very important breakthrough. I mean, we can't even go back to the moon, but thank God we can land a rocket on its ass.
Land backwards. Exactly. Exactly. They're all in mission control, just going happy days.
You guys are so silly.
Oh, Rick, come on.
Sorry to break up the party. You're being silly.
Just realistic, Rig. Quit flying
Just
rockets. Come on.
Speaking the truth.
Come on, if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would have been back to the moon. We were meant to go back 2022, weren't we?
Exactly right.
You couldn't say that one without just a full spiral into laughing at the end.
Use all your little excuses for all the little delays. The perfect place to be working during the last 2 years would have been building rockets and stuff in all those nice little hygienic, bug-free environments.
Materials weren't being produced, mate. How are you meant to get materials?
Oh, come on. Just smelt down a few FG Holdens, mate. There you go. No problems.
We've been low on tinfoil, so
Yeah.
the
You want to
pandemic,
sacrifice?
everybody bought up all the tinfoil, so they're low on tinfoil now.
Materials weren't being produced. Give me a break.
They weren't, man.
Yeah.
I've been ordering car parts the last 2 years, and I've been waiting forever for everything.
I'm pretty sure that if NASA wanted something, NASA would get it. Be damn sure about that.
Maybe there's COVID on the moon. I mean, you guys don't know. Maybe they know.
Jerry, you're just being silly.
There's been an outbreak of moon AIDS.
I wonder if they did give themselves COVID test in the ISS. Nightly, a clean result before they return.
Fucking this. What a fucking joke. People floating around up in a fucking can. That's it. What the fuck for? Oh, science. We've got to grow a lettuce upside down. Fucking really? That's so important.
Obviously. Very important.
Oh, hang on. 8 types of lettuce. Sorry, my bad.
How that's going to help the lettuce growers of the world, learning how to grow lettuce zero gravity. Imagine the advancements they can make with this information. Incredible.
Oh. I mean, just imagine if it wasn't for NASA, we wouldn't have that pen that works upside down. Because God knows how many times I've needed to write a note fucking like upside down, and it works every time.
His pencils weren't good enough, were they?
No, I think the lead poisoning got to everyone, and before they thought of just removing the actual lead from the pencil, they had to come up. That's funny.
And you'd think that that toilet that they have, right? Like for me, if I was an astronaut, the most logical thing in an environment where there's no gravity, having a shit, right? I would want to be in a pressurized suit where it's pressurized from the top down to make sure it goes in one fucking direction.
Excuse me. That's funny as fuck.
You just need to put your ass up against a little porthole, right?
And
Open it up,
aim.
It'll suck the shit right out of your ass for you.
No, it can't do that.
Imagine imagine the mess that would make if you got it wrong. You'd have shit fucking
Hey,
everywhere.
you have to have pressure. You have to have pressure to put against. It's just how it has to be. It's how we work. I don't know. How do they claim their toilets operate? It's not suction, is it?
It's suction. It's suction, but they have to get it just right, because one little mistake and you'll have shit all over the walls.
From arsehole to breakfast, there's shit everywhere.
Oh god.
Oh, that's fucked. They have to have pressure internal. Just shit into something, dispose of it. It's just shit. They shit like normal. Because although there's zero gravity, they've got pressure. They've got 14.0 psi, don't they?
I can't believe they put out a
Don't they?
video. NASA put out a video to show how some chick washed her hair or something. It was so
Oh, that was dodgy.
Yeah.
Dodgy as fuck, that one.
I have got many emails asking me how I wash my hair. I actually want to know how much hairspray you put in your hair before the.
They'd make her shave her fucking head just for safety. Like, washing your hair is a fucking hazard. Just shave it, lady. You're going on a mission. Really? She's in the military. Jesus Christ. Long hair, my ass. Off it would come. But because they're actors and it's just all for show, you can have long hair and do videos about washing. It's a bunch of.
Well, that just goes to show that pressure itself is a one direction down, right? Fucking down, because you're standing here on Earth at sea level, and there's one named like PSI, isn't it? And it's down. It's like if you're on the
No,
ISS,
it's everywhere.
You've got the same pressure. It's fucking every direction suddenly.
No, but it's every direction here. PSI is per square inch, and we've got square inches all over our surface area. So it's pressure all directions, but with an overall density gradient.
Everywhere.
Yeah. But no, the point with the ISS, if they've got 14 PSI in capture, which they must have to breathe, because that's how our diaphragm operates. So it's the same thing. We've got peristalsis throughout the body. That's creating. So then you just shit like normal. There'd be no issue. Shit into a fucking little can, except for the gravity, obviously. If you've got liquid shit, you'll have a. But if you just drop on a normal shit, there'd be no problem. That'd be funny.
Yeah, it's a conservation of momentum, isn't it?
Well, sort of. It'd just be like instead of like dropping one in the pool and having your blind mullet just swim around, it'd be like, floating around. For the blind mullet.
How the hell did we get here?
Yes, fucking hell.
Hey, we've got to talk about the ISS.
And how much water,
IBS.
how much water that they need to drink? Like, apparently all their sweat gets converted into drinking water. Yeah.
Charming.
Okay, lovely.
Gay SS.
For 666 days.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing strange about that at all. Seems to be your standard number for a lot of things. Six.
Surprised they didn't build some 666 or 33 into the speed of the ISS as well. The amount of orbits it does in a day, apparently.
It's probably in the name itself. Or space station or ISS, something.
Probably that if you add it up and
Yeah.
3 or something.
Put it in front of a mirror. Exactly.
Yeah.
On a full moon.
Man, I've just pulled up at Red Rooster and they've got fucking Tesla chargers here. Should I charge my Honda? I think I should while I'm here.
Popping up everywhere, Rig, the chargers.
Yeah, they are, but I'm seeing more and more Teslas, so they fucking want to be popping up.
Yeah.
Oh, if you're driving around fucking Australian cities and you've got a home charger which the government subsidise, you charge it up overnight, you got a good fucking 300 Ks. Not many people are doing more than that.
Nah, not if you live in the city. Where in my area, it's a different story, mate.
Oh, it's the same with me, but I wouldn't do 3 Ks. Like I might do fucking 250, 300. Fuck, every day. Anyway.
Oh, probably. I don't know. I come close to that some days, man. To be honest.
Yeah, well, you're not going to buy a fucking Tesla, then, are you?
No way. I'm against EVs anyway, mate. I'll be the last cunt to fucking buy one. I'll pay $10 a litre until I have to buy an EV, man.
I'd rather do 300 Ks in a Suzuki 660cc sandbar.
Little K car.
Yeah, seriously, like, you know, you run out of gas, you can just put some more in and you're away.
Tell me how you're going to tip electricity into the Tesla.
Well, very soon they're going to have little solar cells on them. So instead of running out of fuel and having to go and find more fuel, which you can't just manufacture, at least a Tesla at some point will just have to wait for the sun to, and off it goes. So there is that.
You can actually buy a little Honda generator that you can run on diesel to charge your Tesla, mate.
What's the fucking point of that, dude? That's
You're in the
funny
middle
as
of
fuck.
nowhere, you know.
Well, then you might as well just bought a hybrid. That way you've got an engine in there anyway, ready to go. You've essentially got a hybrid. If you've got a Tesla with the Honda generator, fucking, you've got yourself a hybrid, for fuck's sake. I got a long-range tank. Yeah, it's a fucking generator. That's funny as.
Tesla actually offer them with your car, man. Like you can buy the generator.
No doubt. No doubt. I bet you they just fail to call it the hybrid option.
Oh, it's not actually mounted in the car, is it? It's just in the boot. Like you could take it out. So it's not a hybrid.
It's all about the upsell. Would you like fries?
A hybrid
too?
Now, batteries are shit. Run out. You might want the extra generator. I would love to feel the acceleration, though, in all honesty. Of their latest fucker. Their latest concoction.
Yeah, I've been in a Tesla before, man. Even the fucking ordinary ones are pretty fucking impressive. Like, yeah, I
No
definitely
doubt.
haven't felt that sort of exhilaration in a normal everyday fucking petrol car, that's for sure. So, but they got no soul, man. There's no
No, of
soul
course,
to the
mate.
car.
No,
There's
I
no
hear you.
character about it. It's just fucking plain and boring, man.
I actually
Yeah,
didn't mind, Rig, the look of the Tesla Ute he tried to bring out, or if he did bring
What
it out.
the Cybertruck or whatever?
Yeah, I actually didn't mind the look of that, to be quite
Oh,
honest
you're
with you.
kidding,
That's the
man. A
ugliest
fucking
fucking thing I've ever
3-year-old
seen.
designed that thing, man.
You
Fuck
ain't
me
right, man.
dead.
Hands off. You ain't right.
Hey, it'll be trendy, right, in 10 years. Don't you worry, Rig, right? Get with the
no,
programs.
I'll have a Ford Ranger.
Trendy, that's different.
I'll have a Ford Ranger or a Hilux any day.
I like the nice straight lines on it, actually. Very crisp.
I
Fair
wouldn't
enough.
Say
call them
crisp.
nice, but rightio.
You say
Yeah,
crisp.
They're
crisp.
certainly not curved, are they? We should hit that up with the ballers. Would you
Yeah.
say that the Cybertruck lines are straight? Good. See what they say.
Last rumpus he gets in. That will definitely be curved.
You won't know what the fucking Cyber. He doesn't know cars.
No, actually, Rumpus is right into the Formula One, actually. I think he knows a bit about
Oh,
cars. Yeah. I was very
autistic.
surprised. Actually, I was very surprised when I heard that.
You know, if at the end of the day, if it all went Mad Max, you know, we'd be able to have physical, tangible fuel. And if someone had a Tesla, they'd be fucked.
Well, until the fuel runs out, and everyone will be fucked. And so,
No,
like Mad Max,
the Tesla
buy
would
them
be
like fuck
money.
for your fuel.
The Tesla would be money. They could just hook up to a solar panel somewhere. What are you gonna do? Drill for oil? Trying to get that gas?
Yeah, they're not ready to hook up to a solar panel yet. You'd have to hook up to like a fucking solar day.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You could just go to someone's house that had the whole kit installed and just hook it up.
Yeah, they'd have a gun and tell you to fuck off because every other man and their dog would be coming. They'd be charging fucking $1,000 a hit. So that's what would be going on, Mad Max style. Fucking, where's your coin, cunt?
Maybe.
I'll
Hey,
be the one.
Jeremy,
I'll be the one
when's
trading.
Sorry, Carlos, go man.
I just said I'd be the one trading cigarettes. So you'd be king of the castle. Smokers.
Jeremy, when's Ryan doing his challenge with Toon? Do you know?
Oh, for McToon, I have no idea. Leaky and Toon, I don't know.
Yeah.
No idea. I don't know why people even bet. No one ever gets paid. I saw Brenda. Never mind. It's just no one ever gets paid. Very rarely does someone get paid. I mean, I heard he's got it in escrow and shit, so maybe, but
We got half the
Depends
globe.
who's doing the judging. At the end of the day, like who's doing the judging for this? Is it him?
It's
Who's
him.
doing it?
It's himself.
Well, then,
oh, Leaky definitely ain't getting it.
be getting it. No.
If you had Ruhif's panel of honest people or whatever the fuck he was always on about, then maybe.
Panel of
No,
honest
seriously,
people.
Ruhif has like a panel of non-biased. I forget what he fuck calls them.
Neutrals or something. They're neutrals.
Some like professional neutral people, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to see this panel of professional, neutral, on-globe,
That's what.
non-flat people.
Yeah,
Is
that's
it
what
anything
Ruhif
like the panel of experts in regards to these fucking enchiladas? Because I wouldn't trust them.
was gonna.
That's what Ruhif was going to use for his fucking bullshit, was that his panel of honest people or something, whatever. Which I find it impossible. It's literally impossible for someone to be non-biased on the state of Earth topic, because it's been, you'd be hard-pressed to find, you'd have to pick some little kid in Africa or something that's never seen a TV and hasn't been indoctrinated his whole life. Like somebody from an island that's
I'm
never
not biased.
What's up?
I don't have any bias, Jeremy.
You're heavily
I can be
biased.
a judge. Am I?
Anyone in this
Damn.
arena is heavily biased. Heavily. Your average person is heavily biased. Just your normal, average, everyday person, they're heavily biased. They've been indoctrinated their whole lives. You all fired up. I just woke up.
Have your cornflakes,
Pump.
Jeremy. Calm down.
Did you manage to squeeze one out before you had to fucking sort the kids out this morning, mate?
There's never time. There's never enough time.
You poor bastard.
That's why Jeremy comes in here so angry.
Yeah.
he's got to get his frustration out somehow.
Oh my god, you guys should have seen Zanuck yesterday. This guy fucking folded on me. He was supposed to tell.
I heard. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm calling Zanuck. His name's Cheap Suit from now on. He folded like a cheap suit. Unbelievable.
Were you talking about your favourite topic, Coriolis?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't even like the top. I don't even like the topic. It's fucking easy. It's like an easy win for us.
Zanuck's a fucking idiot, man.
A bit harsh.
The COVID shit, he'd want to hold down you fucking woman, and your fucking children and get them jabbed, man. That cunt's fucking retarded.
Yeah, he'd have a broken. So he'd stop that. He'd stop that action pretty quick.
He's like, no, you should all be rounded up. He believes in the mandates. Everyone should be rounded up. You should be forcefully jabbed and shit. The cunt's fucked in the head, man. He's such an autard. Like, sometimes I feel like that cunt argues just to hold the opposite position. Like, he's just, he makes me angry.
Oh yeah, a lot of these people are here just to argue. I mean, I don't know most of them, but some of these people definitely came from the evolution debates. So they just jumped on this. They're like, ooh, something new to debate. I'll take the mainstream position. Just like they did with evolution.
Fuck. One thing evolved to another fucking thing. This is just ridiculous.
God, give me a break. Slime standing upright, turning into people.
The part of it that's funny is abiogenesis. That's the part that gets them. They won't even talk about it. They're like, we're talking about evolution. Abiogenesis is something different. But it's all in the evolution. You gotta, you know what I mean? Where did we evolve from? Where you got to keep going back. Eventually, you're going to come to a rock.
Why?
Because what else? What, dude? There's rocks, and then we came, and then now we have humans.
Oh, you mean in the narrative, in the Narnia world that they tell us about?
Yeah,
We must have come from a rock. Yeah, yeah.
You had rocks. Well, you had energy. Right. There's a whole bunch of different types of evolution. Have you guys ever seen Kent Hovind debates? They're pretty good.
No, I don't
Kent was killing
entertain.
them. Kent was killing them in evolution debates. He used to go to colleges, universities. I saw him debate 3 fucking professors once. He was fucking crushed them. It's not even close. These guys look like idiots afterwards.
Yeah, but when you say crushed, is this like how Ruhif thinks he crushes Jay Toller?
Oh, God.
Probably. Maybe. No.
Came up again today, Jay Tolan with Rui.
Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, that's funny.
He thinks that this man, with the mathematics skills that he has, should basically be smarter and know better. The simple mistakes that he is making, apparently.
That sounds very much like the rhetoric we were hearing the other night about Brian Mullen.
Yes, yeah,
I think it was Moyoc. Moyoc was watching videos. I think it was Moyoc. I might be wrong, but whoever it was watching videos, quickly commenting, "Oh, he's just making some very silly mistakes." It sounds very similar.
I had to shut down Bob because he got really personal. Brian.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
But good. Shut that down. Not on Geo's server. I'm sure they're fucking doing whatever they do on other.
If he was still part of the forum, it's kind of like fair game in a roundabout way.
Of course. Yeah.
But you know, the guy's removed himself, and then when you start, well, you heard what he said anyway. I'm not gonna repeat it, right? So
Yeah. And as we quite clearly stipulated, go hard at the fucking math by all means. The person.
yeah. Yep.
Simple. And please do go hard at them. Other than, oh, he's just made a simple, silly mistake. Everyone knows this, instead of showing why he's wrong. Appealing authority has never cut it. Never will, really.
Well, the basic mistakes that apparently were made in his mathematics still haven't been pointed out, I don't think.
No, and the stuff to do with G, little g, big G, and moving G from one side of the equation to the other, essentially, and you know, the whole scenario with that no one's ever even attempted to make a video to. They just took him down, and then the whole shitstorm was about the personal attack, and then it got, you know, attention got taken off of what he did. It should be more well known.
What they do.
The fact that it's
Which is what
not
they
is
do.
something.
Yeah, which is what they do with equations all the time. Rearrange them, don't they? Work different things out to see where it's derived from.
Multiplied by 10, divide by times it by one side and divide it on the other. Like shit like that. So what's the fucking, you know, 9.8? Geez, that's pretty close to 10, isn't it? Interesting.
At the end of the day, it's only an average because things do all differently, different speeds. Apparently, this magical thing called gravity is supposed to affect every object exactly the same way, determined on its mass, like it's proportional. This gravity.
Well, it would be. Exactly.
Right.
It's based on what it's based on. Yeah.
So
I mean, without the fictional force, though.
Yeah, but things actually falling at different speeds doesn't ring true for gravity then.
Well, there's too many variables. If they do it in a vacuum and they assume because you've air that there's nothing left, then they're a bunch of fucking idiots, pseudoscientists. But, you know, if things do fall as slightly in a vacuum, it suggests that, shit, maybe after we've removed the air, there's still some.
And it's only an assumption over a very short distance anyway, really.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck producing a fucking kilometre-long vacuum straight up and.
Obviously, it works as a general rule of thumb, these equations, if you're shooting something, doing whatever, they work as a pretty good
Of course.
Yeah. LIGO,
close enough.
LIGO's a 4 kilometre vacuum.
No, it's not. It's not a vacuum completely, and it's not vertical. You can't do a drop test in something that's horizontal.
Yeah. Not going to make a vacuum 4 kilometers long. A chance. You might evacuate some of it, but you ain't going to create a vacuum-like environment.
You will
The tube would just collapse on itself.
Exactly.
I was reading somewhere that Coriolis should affect light, and if that's the case, then there's no Coriolis because it would definitely show in that longest straight LIGO.
Potentially, I think over the distance, light is traveling so fast that it doesn't have a chance to actually be detectable. Although they could calculate it, you're right, it would have an effect. Detectable is a whole other thing, you know that.
But this, I don't know, this thing that this Coriolis thing could still be a thing, potentially. But the cause of it, what they're saying it is, obviously I disagree with it, but there could be deviations and precessions in pendulums and things like this due to other reasons.
I think that the debate between the Earth moving or the sky moving and the Earth curving or the sky curving, I think that is a godly debate, and I think that this debate has been going on for eons, and it's just being recycled as we speak, and it's set up in this way so that people can have this discussion over.
Aries failure.
You know what I'm trying to say? It's a godly debate, and it's never going to be won.
It is. It's been one. It's just not acknowledged. Aries failure. That particular experiment where they put fluid in the telescope. If you go through the practical of that, it's pretty undeniable that that experiment shows that the stars are moving above a stationary Earth. It doesn't stipulate whether the stars and Earth aren't moving in general, but it says that relative to Earth, it's the stars that are moving above it, which is pretty conclusive. It's just not acknowledged.
Yeah, but from what reference point?
Well, no, from the Earth, it's the stars moving. Whereas if it was the Earth moving and not the stars, it wouldn't matter where you were standing. It would still be the Earth moving. It doesn't matter the reference point. It's like Coriolis. We know that the ball is taking straight 3D space. We know that if you're on the ground, it just appears to be curved.
Also, in relation, I guess, to what, the wind or the ether?
Well, we don't know. That's an unknown. The stars are definitely being carried along by something over a stationary Earth, according to Airy.
I guess it would be the wind, the ether, the waters above, depending on what they're moving in, the stars, that is.
Hopefully one day we find out.
Yeah, what do you think of the superfluid idea of us?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, impossible. Shit. Apparently there's black holes out there and all sorts of stuff. If they're possible, then anything we can think of for the opposite model is possible as well. It's just that the story about that particular thing for people to actually entertain.
Well, they have to go to the extreme and have stuff like built in CERN with the cryogenic helium flow meter, stuff like this. It's like unbelievable, ridiculous technology that doesn't prove shit.
Yeah, the thing with their model is they act like because they made up shit that they can't prove that explains a lot of stuff, they win, but it doesn't work like that. That's fucking ridiculous.
Of course. Pseudo logic, mate. They can't even use real logic. They got to use pseudo science, pseudo fucking logic.
And the thing is, there's evidence against their propositions if consistently interpreted, like Aries' failure, that appears to point to the Earth not moving. But then it's like a willful misinterpretation with a bunch of relativity to try to keep their model viable. It's like a race against time to try to make their model work when in ways it really, doesn't. A bunch of excuses
Just like
talking about relativity and stuff.
Just like the cosmic background radiation. How it basically showed that we're at the center, but they just refused to acknowledge that as well.
Yeah, refusal to acknowledge the obvious and to make a bunch of excuses to prop up this low height.
It's definitely the devil is so sharp, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're going against like a supernatural force from every angle. I mean, the devil has got it covered, but you can see through the deception, and all flat earthers have been able to lift the veil just enough to see through that deception, but the veil hasn't been lifted totally.
Well, they make it look like there isn't evidence there, but the evidence is there, but they just don't want to admit it. They just don't want to acknowledge it, like you say. They're just running, kicking, and screaming from it and just using any sort of rescue device of refraction or relativity or whatever.
I think they've been possessed.
Possessed by something.
I think you're referring to the public reaction. So all the science communities and the people that we know as the people up the top, they refuse to acknowledge this stuff, pretending like the narrative. But the money was spent on science, on the test. And I believe the actual truth are actually still looking at answers.
It's still shaped by what they feel is the scientific consensus. Ultimately, they're looking for an authority that they trust in the scientific community to endorse this and say, with their, white lab quote, their crisp credentials, hey, we believe the Earth could be a flat, motionless plane. Until then, they're not going to step out in confidence and believe this, even if the evidence is right in front of them, because they don't have the confidence to say, I'm going to step out and believe this or not believe this without their official endorsement.
Yeah, but they'll never endorse it because that's not. But I was trying to suggest that people above actually these experiments are actually seeing for what they are. Like the background radiation test, they've gone up and done it. They've got results that suggest we're at the center. They've gone along and used those details to further their knowledge. But the public communication that gets put out is that, no, there must have been a mistake. We're going to have to do it again years later or whatever, and et cetera, right? To maintain the narrative that everyone needs to be brainwashed. Meanwhile, the elites, the people above that, are still collecting data to discover where we actually are.
Well, it's hard. The stakes are high. The scientists who do these experiments are, saying that, we're this close to throwing out this pesky, Bible with its creation account that's flat and covered by a dome. And for them, it's a step back, to something that they don't want to really deal with. They're this close to getting rid of this pesky, creation account, but everything kind of points to it. And I think they just don't want to deal with it even on that level. Going back to something that smacks of, these scriptures that they thought that they left behind many, many centuries ago.
They're just like lawyers with needy clients, and the needy clients are pointing out something, and the greedy lawyer is just relying on getting their pay and ripping off legal aid. That's how they see. They're relying on not pissing off their boss. That's how they get their paycheck.
Yeah, there's a lot of that definitely going on. Don't bite the hand that feeds you type stuff. Think of all the bad shit that's happened to people with blind diet to shit going down.
How'd that relative density thing turn out last night, Gio? Is he maybe sleeping?
What time is it over there, Jeremy?
7 a.m. Gio's in a different time zone, I think.
He was up just before.
I think it's like 4 a.m. where Gio is. Jin had the best helium balloon in the world I've ever heard of last night.
It lasted like 18 months.
Did you hear
in
it?
his classroom.
Yeah,
No,
bro.
I've heard it before. Jeremy. Yeah.
For you get a birthday party, you get the balloons for the kids, and then in like a week or two, it's like falling towards the ground.
Yeah.
Like 1 year is fucking. Would you have NASA grade Mylar or something like?
Exactly.
Fucking amazing. I wanted to call him up on it, but it was very, very heated.
There was probably a fucking faulty batch, fucking production run. I just got an
Must have
extra
had
fucking
that.
thick layer.
You must have had a balloon made of that gold foil they had on the lunar lander legs or something. I don't know.
No, meanwhile, there's probably someone out there with a balloon that fucking lasted fucking 3 minutes.
Yeah, like
They
normally,
got the
like
extra.
a week or two, your balloon's like floating in midair, and then like after that, a couple days later, it's just on the ground.
Have you seen the people that did the experiment where you can change that with static? They just added
Yeah,
electricity balloon
you can
and
make a
then
balloon stick
changed
to
it,
the
and it went
wall.
up again and down. No, this went up and down based on the charge they gave it.
Oh, dude, there's tons of stuff you can make. You can make it go up with sound.
Yeah. It's like
Sound,
what you see
static.
with a bunch of staticky undershorts or something like that. If you take like the silk or something, which tends to be very staticky, or I guess it's polyester, put it through the washer and dryer, and then you are folding your clothes. Some of them billow up and become kind of anti-gravitative with like a static balloon, and a bit like as they expand with
What's
the
up, kiddo?
static charge filling the hollow interior of the garment. It's very interesting how static can make stuff balloon and sort of float, even with stuff like that.
I have to test that with my silk stockings on the weekend.
Yeah. Charge up the whip.
Yeah. A lot of our best inventions simply mimic and imitate nature. So if you want to see, where they got their idea, you just need to see where in nature they saw it or imitated it.
Well, that's where we've got to go back to the beetles. Flying beetles, and that guy that had the machine with the beetle wings on it.
Even spider webs were they're floating on the wind, even though there's no physical wind that can be felt around you. Something is making them billow up and fly away, even with like a plant or anything like that that gets like a hollow sack that it floats on electromagnetically.
Yeah, they've sorted that out. NASA actually used that. They studied that and used that. That's called electrodynamic tethering. An actual fucking thing thanks to spiders, which is pretty amazing. Yeah, they can use it to adjust the height, the altitude of their balloons that they have satellites on. So they're floating around and just take away voltage to this fucking tether that's hanging down underneath it, and it makes it go up and down due to the atmospheric charges. It's fucking pretty awesome. So thanks to the jet streams, you might have one at certain altitude that's going one direction, and just above that there's another jet stream going the other direction. You can actually run these satellites in a loop if you want. Cross in one, take it up, in the other, drop it down, cross. Pretty cool.
Best thing to come from bugs is shellac.
Shellac.
Shellac. Nothing like a good piece of French polishing.
A good shellacking.
Like, who would have thought that, like, the bloody secretion of a bug you could polish your furniture with? It's just a mind blow. I'm just walking along the forest one day.
Beeswax.
I've got myself a coffee table. I want to polish it up. I look up in a tree. I see some secretions. Oh, maybe that'll do the job. Maybe that'll do the job.
Well, they probably saw that beeswax works. Let's try some other bug secretion. No, I think the best one band is the color blue that comes from a bug, because that shit fucking sets fucking every kid off I know. Sets even dogs off if they get the rats eat the fuck out of things that are blue. If there's blue things in the shed, yeah, there's something about blue, man, and that comes from an insect. I'm sure of it. Smarties, remember Smarties? They banned the fucking blue Smarties.
Yeah.
It was fucking blue and shit. Yeah. Something going on.
Yeah, and they thought the red Smarties were the problem.
Yeah, well, that's right. Red was always synonymous with making everything go faster, even your car. And that sucker red. Woo. And what bug is it that fucking puts out the shellac? What's that?
It's a lac beetle.
Okay, so what? The beetles are up in a tree or fucking?
Yeah, it's a resin that's secreted by the female.
Right.
And I think it's mainly in places like India, Philippines, Thailand, maybe. Yeah, it's a secretion that just comes from the female beetle.
And you can't probably just tie one up out the back, have a whole flock of them or some shit to get enough fucking shellac out of all your lacs.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's like processed, and anyway, you get it. Well, you can buy it several different ways. I buy it raw myself in flakes. It's a flake.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, and you dissolve it with methylated spirits. Well, you've got to buy the good stuff. Like you've got to hunt around for the good stuff now because it's got that bloody chemical in it because of the people were drinking too much of the metho. But anyway, yeah, you just dissolve it through with the metho and filter it through a calico strain.
Cloth. Yeah.
And do that. You get yourself this nice shellac. That you then get another piece of calico and another piece of calico. Roll up one piece of calico into a little ball. Then you wrap it with another piece, and you form like a mouse shape. It looks like a little mouse, and then you just like twist the end like it's got like a little tail, and then you just dip it in your shellac and rub it on. And the process of rubbing it on, you basically just do it in figure 8 patterns all the time. And slowly but surely it soaks into the timber, and then you just do it. You can put on 1,000 different layers of this stuff and build it up slowly. And you
Can you just dip it? You just dip the shit or what?
Yeah, no, you just dip it. And you only need you use finer, just such a small amount of it. It's a very slow process doing it properly. And the friction put into it kind of melts
Works.
works, and you just got to work it in slowly. Like I'm actually just a novice at it, and I don't work on too many flat surfaces. My boxes aren't flat, so it's a very difficult process to actually apply it to. Like a tabletop and whatnot is a lot easier to put it on, but my boxes are all different weird and wonderful shapes. And
Show us your box.
Show me. So over the last, I don't know, maybe 12 months, it's something I'm kind of dabbling in a little bit.
Bit of a shellacking, getting your shellac on.
But the process.
So you've got a bit of a probably
takes too long.
Fucking YouTube suggestions. The algorithm probably pops a few shellac videos up for you, no doubt.
Oh, I'm subscribed to many shellacking channels.
Who's the best name in shellacking YouTube?
Oh, there's a fellow. He's a bloody Chinaman of all things. And I reckon he's about 970. Pretty damn
Oh
old,
yeah.
dude. Yeah. And none of the stuff is in English whatsoever. Right? It's all subtitles, but he doesn't do much
No,
talking.
you're on.
You just watch him, and you just watch his technique, and he's quick too, but slow at the same time. Like he's just methodical the way he goes about it from way to go. It's quite impressive actually. I think it's impressive. Like it kind of tickles my fancy a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. That was a wood. Does the missus like it when you get your shellac on in the morning?
She loves the shellacking. Right? Absolutely loves it. Yep. Lucky there, actually. I'm lucky there. Oh my god. Before you go
Just
to
get
some
around
place.
shellacking boxes. You're lucky bugger. Dear. Are there different colours, or is it just all that dark colour?
You can stain it, right? Traditionally you wouldn't, because it intensifies the natural color of the timber that you're working with.
So there's no like rare purple lac bug, fucking in some country where you get this awesome.
Yeah, the actual shellac itself
Damn.
it's a bit of a brownie kind of color, which in a way probably
Mhm.
does stain it a little bit. Like if you're working on
Yeah.
say a light timber, like an Oregon or a pine or something like that, which I don't work with. I only work with hardwoods myself. But yeah, you do see the brown tinge, coming through on it. Depending on the job that I'm working on, which is usually red gum, and depending part of the tree or what tree it is, that also too has different color gradients to it. But the best way to tell, I've found, the color will look like when you're going to shellac it is just spit on it. Just spit on it, and
Oh, okay.
that'll be pretty damn accurate.
That's
More
what
so
she
than
said.
water. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. More
Oh,
so
if you're
than
shellacking boxes, you want to spit on it.
hmm
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
No, don't.
I'll have to
Smash it.
shellac it. See, I should have
What car
left
are you
it.
working on at the moment, Rig?
I'm fucking shaving the bay in a Walkinshaw, man. Nearly $1 million car, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Bucks
Yep.
these.
Yeah. Nice.
I went to do some rust repairs around the front window today, and it's fucking Swiss cheese, man. And the guy who owns the car is that cashed up, right? I rang him up and I'm like, the whole scuttle panel has to be replaced. It's absolute garbage. He's like, all right, give me a minute. He rang fucking Rare Spares or something. Got Rare Spares to put it in a cab and then had the cab deliver it to us. All
No
within about
way.
an hour. Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. That's good shit, man.
People with cash, eh?
You just doing the repairs, Rig, or you're doing the painting as well?
My brother's the painter, mate. He waves the magic wand.
Yeah.
I just fucking rough shit
It is
up.
a bit like that. It's definitely an art.
Crazy.
Dude, there is so much to it. You wouldn't have. I don't even know where to begin, man. There's so many tricks. And then it all depends what sort of paint you're using as well. It's just, it goes on and on and on, just like any trade, you know.
Yep.
But he's been doing it fucking, jeez. He was out of school before I was, yeah. Didn't really like school and was straight into this, man. By like 16, 17. He was qualified by the time he was 20. Yeah, he's done some shit. He was actually painting helicopters at one stage at Essendon Airport, dude.
Awesome.
I mean, how much a helicopter's worth?
Exactly. Those car resto shows, mind watching some of those, but the most impressive part about, especially when they're doing the custom jobs, is the paint work and the way they lay the paint. The different sorts of undercoats they put on, and they mask it all up, and
Make it look
blending
effortless.
this and blending that. They can blend from white to black and have every single color in between just blend absolutely seamlessly all the way through. It's
Yeah,
impressive. It's impressive what they can do with the paint gun. It really is.
fucking oath it is. Technology's come a long way with paint as well. You wouldn't believe what the fuck is in that shit, man.
Mm.
Like, my mate was mixing up some stuff the other day. He sent us a Snapchat, right? And the paint looks like it was fucking bubbling. Like, I don't know how to actually describe this. It's like it reacts with something. Once you get it out of the tin, it's like little tadpoles, almost microscopic tadpoles, just moving around. But it almost looks like it's bubbling. It's fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
I think it's all this new water based shit that they've brought out. It's fucking strange. because they're trying to cut out 2K and all the chemicals that are in 2Ks and all that sort of stuff because they're bad for the atmosphere. So
So they say, yeah.
yeah.
Probably not too good for the operator either.
Yeah, I was about to say, how many smart painters have you met over the years? They're not all a full quid, are they? Usually, you can put me brother in that basket as well.
That's not many old ones.
It's kind of counterintuitive though to have a water-based paint on metal. But it is a bit counterintuitive.
Definitely.
I think it's amazing in the factories how they fucking charge the metal, and then the robot arms along and just puts the mist out, and the paint just fucking wraps around the metal like in a perfect layer. They bake it and then they do it like, yeah, that's fucking amazing.
Electrostatic charge, man. The only problem with that is if you've got a corner, like a 90-degree corner, you'll notice that when you've got the earth on whatever you're spraying or whatever, and you're using the electrostatic, it won't go into the corners. It gets like a negative repel in the corner, so you actually have to take it off to get into all the little bits. But yeah, it's pretty handy.
Oh, it just looks cool when you see it the way it fucking happens. It's just like, man, how many jobs has this fucking robot booth replaced? But it is pretty amazing. The old Tesla mega press or press, and fucking shit out with a couple of dudes pushing buttons. Bit different to the Chrysler days.
Yeah.
Mitsubishi. Love it.
I've always wanted to do this shit, Bandy, and I've always done it on the side for some reason. And I've just, done my normal shit, fucking doing structural or whatever the case may be, because it fucking pays well, you know what I mean? But since COVID, man, and all that sort of shit, I've gotten right into this because I actually really probably started building my car at the start of COVID. I was like, fuck this, I've got nothing else to do. I'll go hammer a tong on it. So I started that, and I was like, why the fuck haven't I just breached into this more? So I started doing stuff with my brother, and fucking now I've picked up another job working for this other bloke as well, doing like restos and race car stuff actually. So that's going to be interesting.
So what are you?
Sounds awesome.
Working out of home, Rick, or you got yourself a shop, or is it a plan to get a shop or something? What's the
my brother fucking actually blew with the last place that he was at, like the shed that we were in and stuff. So he's actually moved out of that joint with his missus. They're in a different place. There's no room there. And this other bloke that he does a lot of cars for, he's got a massive fucking like 10-car garage. So that's what we're working out of at the moment, but still looking for a factory. So
Yep.
But the other dude that I'm about to start working for, he's just set up. So, and I mean, we're talking 4-post hoist, normal hoist, the whole fucking kit and caboodle, overhead airlines, like it's set up. So,
Yep. Nice. Oh man, good luck with it all, mate. Because
yeah, cheers, man. I'm just trying to find my way.
You'll find your way, mate. Like all you got to do is good work, Rick. You know this, right? And it might come in dribs and drabs, but the word will get around, and the work will follow you. Doesn't matter where you go, work will follow you. So have faith in that,
true.
and have faith in that.
Head down, bum up. You know it is.
That's what it's all about, man. It's all about. Bring me Tesla to you.
I'll fucking throw a Molotov cocktail at the thing. Fuck that off.
Yeah, probably will too.
Head down, bum up. I thought you worked for yourself, Rick.
Yeah, I pretty much do, man. Set my own hours and everything. So
you work a lot harder when you work for yourself, that's for sure.
Exactly, man. What's the difference? It's always head down, bum
I
up.
thought there
So.
was a yeah. You're either taking it or you're working. Yeah, it's one or the other. You've either got the boss standing behind you, fucking to you. Yeah, you're actually physically fucking. Head is down in your bum. Fucking hell, eh? I know which one I'd be rather doing. What are you doing? I'm glad I.
Mate, with this, I can still drop my daughter off of a morning. I'm home a bit late, but I can still see her off to school and all that shit. So
No, you enjoy it. That's the main part. That sort of work. If that's your passion, man, nothing better than rolling down to the shed, and especially if you got your brother involved and you get along. That sounds.
yeah, yeah. Believe me, we haven't
Mind
always
you,
gotten along as good as we have.
I was
Brotherly
about to
love and
say,
all.
sounds like he can be a bit heated if he's blueing with the rent person or whatever, the landlord.
Yeah, no, he's yeah.
Fires up.
I don't want to fight him these days. Put it that way. What are you doing, Bandy? You still fucking laying shit pipes or what?
I'm living
Yeah,
the dream. I'm kind of pretty much retired now.
yeah,
Really.
nice.
So it was
Fucking
kind
lucky
of
cunt.
the plan when I moved here. And yeah, so yeah, pretty much just living the dream. Down the beach a lot, doing some fishing.
Need a boat,
And
mate.
yeah,
Just a
I'm
tinny.
quite happy. I'm quite happy just to fish off the beach. To be quite.
Yeah,
Well,
but then you have a calm day and you actually have a mate who's got a tinny and head out one day and go, fuck, why am I just fishing off the rocks? Why the fuck am I doing that?
Because you've got a
about
mate with a tinny.
no, I've got a mate here that has a boat, and we were out. It was 4 weeks ago now, Rick, and it was so funny because we nearly killed each other on the boat.
Oh,
It was,
for fuck's sake.
yeah, man, it got intense there for a while. Like
Uh-oh.
the topic of Ukraine came up. Right?
Oh, what? Yous
Oh,
legit
no.
had a blue cunt. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
yeah,
Fuck, rightio.
and it got to the stage where I said, mate, we've just got to stop talking about this fucking shit because one of us is going to end up as Burley. This is just bullshit.
Oh,
I,
shit.
I could not believe like how passionate he was that basically Putin should be strung up and executed and whatnot. I go, man, you're just believing all the fucking shit that you're reading. And you go, oh, you're a Putin supporter. I said, I'm no fucking one supporter, man, but just believing all the crap that's been fed to you, it's insane. But, you know, the dribble that's coming out of your mouth, and anyway, it kind of just, I said, got a little
So,
bit heated.
yeah, say for a normal person, you're attacking him. Like someone that's not actively in debates or whatever, you've sort of attacked his position, but haven't taken one yourself. So it sort of makes
Yeah,
people angry, I've noticed, because I've done that before, dude.
yeah.
So,
Like it wasn't intentional, obviously, to fucking get in fucking argy bargy, but
yeah.
just wanted to bring
I'm
it up.
actually in agreement with you. I'm on neither side in this as well. It just shouldn't be happening.
No,
One of
exactly.
us is going to be Burley. That's a fucking strong statement.
Yeah, well, it was, and don't you worry, I already had the gaff hook in my hand just in case. But I
I love
yeah,
it.
I could not believe how passionate he was about it. And then yeah, about 2 weeks ago, sorry, not 2 weeks ago, last weekend, um, we had a spit party. We had a lamb on a spit and all that sort of stuff, and it was a good night. And once again, the topic comes up about fucking Ukraine and whatnot. And anyway, me being me, it's just like you guys are just all fucking brainwashed and indoctrinated by the bullshit that you're watching on TV, and everyone's just like looking at me like I'm some filthy communist type of Putin supporter.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like no way have I ever said Putin is a good guy, but hey, you know, I don't think there's too much good on the other side either. To be quite honest with you, I don't know
I
what.
love the memes that have like they're along the lines of all the virtue signal. You know, I've got my shot, I've got this, I've got that, and now it's like it's trickled on to fucking. I support Ukraine, fucking blah blah blah. I love those memes because it's literally what's happened. We're so worried about not fitting, follow along with whatever. It's fucking so Orwellian, isn't it? Surreal Orwellian. We're living in it, guys. We actually experience this fucking crazy period. Like they live. The movie They Live. I love it. We've got the glasses on and we're seeing.
Begged for it. This is what we wanted.
Is it really? Is it really that crazy, or did we just live in a peaceful time before?
Who knows, Rick? Who knows, really?
Well, for my generation, I've never seen war before. But something decent anyway that could kick off like almost a world war. Like this is
cycles.
Yeah. So, I feel like my generation hasn't really experienced any of this sort of shit properly yet. So, like going through the pandemic and now with Ukraine and stuff, I feel like you know, sinking in.
World War.
All the
redoing it over.
scaremongering and all that sort of stuff that war brings, which is, you know, what our parents lived through and whatnot. You know, I was lucky.
Trains.
I was born at the end of the Vietnam War and you know, the Korean War and stuff like that, Cold War. Didn't really experience any of that sort of stuff myself. You know, I heard plenty of stories. I saw the aftermath of it. Two of my uncles that went to the Vietnam War. Saw the aftermath of what, you know, war did to my grandparents.
Same here, man.
You know,
My grandfather was one that. Sorry, Bandy.
You're all right, mate. Go.
No. Sorry, I keep cutting you off. There's like a lag or something on my end or some shit.
You know, I was just saying, you know, I saw the aftermath of, you know, with my uncle and my grandfathers, you know, shell shock and all that sort of stuff that they suffered from. They weren't the same, you know, especially my uncle. My grandparents was a little bit harder because I didn't really know them before the war. I just knew them after. But my uncle, I did know a little bit. I've got memories of him. But he was a different person when he got home from the Vietnam War. You know, he was a crazy motherfucker. Always in trouble. You know, always fucking just doing bullshit and whatnot, just causing the family grief. To be quite honest with you, it's crazy. Yeah, man. Sorry, man. Jump in.
No, it's just a similar sort of shit. Like my grandfather went as well, so my mum's dad was always away. Like my mum's told me stuff about her being teased at school that her dad was going to die of war and just shit like that. So it's that sort of stuff that I mean by I've sort of lived in a peaceful time. Like the last, 3 decades have been just what have we really had to complain about? Fucking not much, really. So
exactly right. What brand
Happy
sneakers
days.
do we buy? Probably our biggest concern. Really.
Yeah.
Climate change.
Fucking climate cooling, climate warming, climate change.
Fuck your climate. We got bigger problems at the moment. See how many votes the Greens get this year. Take notes on how many votes the Greens get. I bet you they get fucking next to nothing, those cunts.
Politics is a waste of time, Rig, at the end of the day. Fucking
Oh,
change anything.
dude.
People think it's a fucking answer. It's going to fucking change their fucking lives for the better. Politics is only going to make your life fucking worse.
No, but it can veer the ship one way or the other, sort of. I like to think that it does something, Bandy, or else what the fuck, man?
Look,
Fair enough.
look, I'm not going to. I'm not going to break your paradigm that there is some.
Nah. I know what you want to do. I know what you want to do.
One of us is going to fucking end up as Burley. Be careful.
No, I'm not saying I can turn the ship around 180, but I can. You can nudge its course. You know what I mean?
If it's legitimate, for sure.
I wish Rig I'd have more faith in politics, Rig, if they were all independents. They weren't party affiliated, right? They were all independents. They all voted independently, not as a block.
You're a fucking dreamer.
Yeah, no, that sounds good though, because then how many debates and discussions would you get? Maybe fuck all would get done, or maybe we'd be a lot further progressed. Who knows?
Exactly. We do have a few independents. Who we got? The Pauline Hansons and the world and whatnot. As crazy as what she can be sometimes. She's a woman of her convictions, and she seems to want to always put Australia first before any other country. So I do admire that about her. And the fact that
So
she's
do I.
the fact that she's actually still in politics absolutely gobsmacks me with the way that she's been persecuted, put in jail, persecuted, the amount of crap that she's got from both politicians, the media, and people in general. And this woman still puts herself in the public eye is just astounding, really.
Oh, think of the money she's made. Add up that salary and plus all the kickbacks. She's fucking sitting pretty. For a bit
Or
of
maybe
public
she just
flat.
knows what really goes on and is concerned for this country, and that's why she keeps coming back and coming back and coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, sure, but there's been plenty of times she has not crossed the. She fucking should have. Like, I follow a lot of these people. Plenty of times she should have done something. She hasn't for her. But
her
it's got to be
crossing the
consistent.
floor, at the end of the day, there's only one person crossing the floor, and
But that
like I
sense.
said, but like I said to you once before, White, on this exact same topic, she may want one of her own policies introduced and passed, right? So she has to do some wheeling and dealing behind the scenes, and they say to her, look, if you want whatever you want to be put forward and passed, the only way that this is going to happen, you have to vote this way. So you kind of do have to sell your soul a little bit at times.
She should record that interaction and then make that public.
To get things done, right? Well, they can't because these things are all done behind closed fucking doors and stuff like that. They do happen, and anyone that thinks that these wheeling and dealings aren't done too is in la la.
Oh, I know they're done. But that's part of the corruption. So she's essentially part of the corruption that she's trying to stop.
Yeah, well, she may be a little bit corrupted, but I think on the whole she does pretty much stand by her convictions. Much as
I agree. I agree. I just feel as though she had have stuck to her more throughout her time. She may not be there still, but she is there still. And it is convenient. You get paid a lot. Imagine if after 5 years of doing it, you stopped getting. Many people would keep doing it out of the love of their country. Fuck all.
Well, the biggest disappointment to me in politics was when Peter Garrett ran. Right? And when he ran,
Yeah.
right, because he was going to be an independent, right, first, and then at worst he was going to be a Green, right, and then he aligns himself with the Labor Party. It's like, what the hell? I lost all respect for him whatsoever.
Sell out.
Yeah, total, absolute sellout.
And even if he did that on the basis that he thought that was his best opportunity to actually affect change, then he obviously very quickly found out that bashing his a brick wall, he got pitted with the fucking pink bats bullshit, and then he was out. So he made a bad choice.
He only lasted one term, didn't he, Peter Garrett?
I think so. Yeah, he got ended up being almost not charged, but held responsible for fucking deaths of people with that pink bat bullshit, even though it wasn't his fault. It was bad contract. But still, that was all over the fucking slandered big time. How's what they're doing to the Aussie Cossack bandy? Have you seen that shit? The current affair and that? The Aussie Cossack, that is?
No, I don't watch a current affair or anything like that.
No, that's fair. Yeah, but there's a YouTuber, the Aussie Cossack, and he's fairly popular. He's a Russian supporter, right? You know, a Putin supporter, according to the media. And he was just on a
Is he the
current
one
affair.
that went on Q&A? Is he the guy that went on Q&A?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
I haven't seen that. No, you're right. But no, they tried to set him up on a current affair, like bribe, all this sort of stuff. Anyway, he himself has people filming the whole incident with the current affair and has put it on his channel. And it's just so funny to see what really happened versus what a current affair put on the television. Aussie Cossack, go to the YouTube channel, Aussie Cossack. It's pretty fun.
He's a Russian plant. I don't trust the cunt as far as I could throw him now.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Fat fucking
trust
dog. He
to
can
have
fuck off back to
entertainment
Russia.
value. There'd be a lot of people if everyone had. That's the problem. None of us are
Me or
from
do you?
fucking.
He keeps cutting out for me. Is that me or what?
Who, White or me?
Slackers.
What do you
Must be
think
me.
of what do you think of Arvi?
How many?
Harvey's alright.
Yemeni cricket.
Interesting. It's not a plant.
Not a plant? I don't know. It's a bit sus.
He should go back to his country because he's fucking reporting on shit.
Does have.
I'm pretty sure he's teams up with the Aussie Cossack. Team up together?
Better not
Sorry.
say it. Yeah. You know, they did. He did an interview with him.
Or maybe Avi's trying to expose fucking Cossack to Putin fucking loving ways.
Expose Putin, really? Expose him for what?
Even though the Aussie Cossack admits that he loves Putin, he's a supporter. So it's not really exposing him as a Putin supporter at all, because he actually says he's one. So that's weird. Trying to expose someone for what they admit they are. That's pretty funny. Go a current affair.
Is it? I just found the because he looks as dodgy as.
Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Judge books by their cover, please. It's the best way to do
100%
to
I
go
will.
through life.
I've watched him. I've watched him
Gee,
since the
look.
start,
dodgy.
man. I've watched him since the start. Since the very start of all his bullshit when he was getting pulled over and all that crap. I don't know if you guys did.
Yeah, no, I've followed along pretty much fucking all the players in the field, and I wouldn't have an opinion on any one of them as to whether they're a plant, because I don't think you and I will ever know. If they're all plants, then
They're all plants.
you know.
All of them.
No,
Yeah,
they're not all plants, but fucking old mate went to a neo-Nazi fucking like fundraiser and a meeting and shit. Like the cunt's fucking. Yeah, man. Old mate's fucked. That's why I find it funny that
think
he
all
talks
of
to
them have
Avi.
done
That's
stuff.
fucking hilarious, man. Either all that is really just somehow fucking bullshit, and he got caught up in it, or Avi's a dumb cunt and hasn't done his research and doesn't know who he's hanging around with. So I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, you actually seen that.
Yeah, do you think?
Do I think?
Charge your
Sorry.
AirPods, White.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you keep cutting out for me, Slappers.
I could better have a quick slap. Hang on.
It's because he's a pant. Gave him dodgy equipment.
Hey, quality.
That fucking cow and the bloody hamster wheel moving quicker, White. Come on.
No, I don't push it at night. The sun has moved away from us enough that we can see it. So it's dark. And no, I let the cow go out and have a sleep. Yeah.
Man. That sounds way too humane for me.
Well, hey. I've got a fucking very low phone headset. Good. Come on. Seriously? Fuck. How can you say people are plants when everything that you see on television
Is a
propaganda
plant.
or a hit piece? Or, you know what I mean?
Might our
I'll break
scheduled
down.
propaganda on the telly.
So
What are you
what?
talking? I said our scheduled propaganda on the telly. Is that what you're talking about?
Or just anything. Like before when you said you've seen the Aussie Cossack at some Nazi or whatever. I'm like, how do you know that's like, you know, like a
Because
legitimate
there's
fucking...
photos of it and there's video footage of it.
Yeah, but like I'm just saying for argument's sake, like how do you know it wasn't a birthday party, like a dress up, and like how do you know it just wasn't taken out of context? Because the current affair
No,
on
I
television
don't, and
just had a
that's why I
hit
said
piece on it.
about. Sorry, I don't, and that's
No,
why
you're
I
right,
said
you're right.
I don't know whether Avi's done his research and whether he just got caught up in something with that neo-Nazi thing. Like I don't know the whole situation there, but it's something, you know. And to be honest
Oh,
with you,
sure.
he hasn't really addressed it either. The whole time, he hasn't addressed any of that. So that makes me double take on it big time. And
I don't know
when
that there's
someone
any one
has
of them.
pressed him, when someone has pressed him on those issues as well, all he does is attack them. He doesn't answer any of the fucking questions. So I don't know.
I think that's I think well, I mean it's a tactic from all the politics. And until recently he was going to, which obviously was questioned the same fucking, but the like even Bolsonaro,
He probably would
I
have
can't,
won the seat of Reid if he didn't do this fucking Russia-Ukraine shit. He was probably going to win this seat, I reckon.
yeah, but then what would be the point of that? If he was a Russia plant, I suppose then you'd want to win a seat in the government. If you're not a Russia, looking to
Exactly. You could have some pull
actually.
on what's going on, man. We've already had this happen. Didn't someone like just before COVID, they found there was a CP a Chinese fucking spy that was a Labor member or whatever in New South Wales.
Oh, sure. Oh,
So
the
like
fucking
this
Chinese.
happens, man. This happens.
Of course, but he's dropped out. So he, you know, if he was a plant, why would he be dropping out? Because like you said, he probably would have won. That would be a
Because
good
Putin
plant.
wanted him to fucking talk about Russia.
Do you think that us talking about Russia over here fucking actually changes
Oh, well, he's got a bit of a following, doesn't he? So why wouldn't he just, push the Russia shit? And now he's like, oh, I'm not going to run. I'm going to be a journalist and cover the real news. Like, oh, fuck off. No. So you're going to push propaganda. That's what he's going to do. Just Russian
I
propaganda.
think if all
now.
27 million of us were chanting pro or even pro fucking change about what's going on.
Actually got a reasonable sized channel too for an Aussie.
Oh, it's huge. It's huge.
No, it ain't huge. It's 150,000. That ain't huge.
Yeah, but that's YouTube. Go off of YouTube.
He's got Facebook and that as well,
He's got
and
lots of other stuff.
Telegram. So.
Yeah, that's for the gory fucking footage in Russia. Telegram. I don't know about the Aussie Cossacks channel.
Oh, the other one. He fucking, the plane that was shot down? Fucking MH370 or whatever the fuck it was? Yeah.
MH17.
I think back in 2016 or 2017, before it happened, he had a meeting with that group that shot the fucking plane down as well.
No.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he met all those cunts. Like, he rubbed shoulders with some of the higher ups in Russia, yeah. He's not a nobody.
Hang on. Who shot the plane down? Russian?
Yes.
Really? Is that because that's what the news said? That the Russians did it?
A few people say it, yeah. But yes, the news does say it.
That's so funny. That is pretty funny, man.
News has hinted at it.
That's pretty. But yeah, no one wants to end up. We probably should change the top.
Did the missile come out of Russia? I don't think so.
They say it was a Russian
missile. No, but the
missile.
news said it did.
Was the missile a Russian missile?
That's what they say.
Apparently
said
so, but then again, I would suggest that most things that are shot are probably American arms. Myself.
Yeah.
No, but they say it was Russian.
Yeah. As long as the news says that's what you go with. Until you don't agree with it.
Well, just because it had Russian writing on it, just because it was traced back to Russia, doesn't mean actually Russia had anything to do with it.
Oh, satellite footage shows.
That's a good way to throw your fence, isn't it?
It's a pretty good defense.
No, they say that they found Putin's fingerprints on it.
Yeah.
Himself.
Yeah. He had a fucking wank. They got him.
Thumbprint. His thumbprint.
All good dictators fucking jizz up over there.
No.
Anyways, you need to look more at Aussie Cossack doing these meetings with neo-Nazis and shit, and like who he's hung around with in Russia. Do a bit of scavenging, mate. Have a look around.
I have to get onto Telegram. I'm not on Telegram.
I just saw
a shooting star.
No, I just saw a video of 2 videos. One was Will Smith making fun of a bald dude back in the 90s on the Arsenio Hall show. Another one was like the Emmys or Grammys or something, and they were like fake beating up Chris Rock at the end of it. That shit was planned. I'm telling you.
Nah.
I don't know, man.
You can't be convinced by that alone. People change over time. So sure, he might have been clowning, making fun of someone for being bald or fat or something like that back in the day. And he's he dislikes it,
But Chris Rock was fake getting beat up though at the end of one of those award shows or something. So I don't know, man.
It's a stretch.
It is a big distraction.
No, I said what you had was a stretch. Getting jumped at the end of a show versus getting smacked in the middle.
I can't believe he slapped him like a bitch.
Yeah.
Get used
But
to Hawthorne being on top of the ladder, Rig. That's all I've got to say.
oh,
Yo, imagine though if like as Will Smith walks up and swings, Chris Rock like blocks it and hits him with a counter. Imagine if that happened.
instinct fought at all.
Yeah, just like muscle memory just took over. He's been training and he just blocked the swing and
Yeah.
hit him with a hook. That would be funny.
Can't believe how much airtime it's got and how much people are talking about that rubbish, to be honest with you.
Cancel culture, mate. They jump on anything like that so they can fucking condemn the person like worldwide. You watch all the sponsors that'll pull. He'll lose movie contracts. You watch cancel culture fucking jump on. He'll end up having to redeem himself by declaring himself. He'll come out as fucking as Willina, something like that. Try and get his reputation back. Like someone else. Willette.
It's gold, Rig. That is absolute gold.
You got to watch this video. I just stumbled upon looking at more pictures of Don Pettit since I had it up from earlier. This is the most shameless space launch ever. You got to just watch when the rocket takes off. There's like no difference at all in the steadiness of the camera inside the thing, and there's no reaction from the astronauts except for like a thumbs up and just like it's just so fake. It's the fakest, like that they're trying to show inside as they take off, and they don't even have any thrust or any kind of like reaction to being launched into the air at all. Just a steady cam, like they don't even try to shake or give any vibration to the camera whatsoever.
Bro, you got to stop with the plane seeing the Earth drift under it, dude. How are they going to know if it's adjusting for wind? The plane can't fly straight. The wind's going to blow it off course.
Exactly.
So you're not going to know if it's the Coriolis or wind.
Well, that's the problem. Is that the wind's blowing every direction, and they have to have a consistent wind that that overpowers those winds that might blow in every direction and happens to keep them always in line with a tangential speed that they enter into.
It doesn't overpower the winds, though. It doesn't overpower.
It would have to.
It doesn't. It's way weaker than the Coriolis wind.
That's what they say. That's what they say. But think about it, dude. When you're flying into new tangential speeds out of a jet stream, you're not going to be in sync with the Earth. And you could see the difference between the winds moving you sideways and the Earth moving sideways below you. You could tell the difference. There'd be a consistent.
You're wrong. You're wrong, bro.
How could you tell?
You're making us look dumb. You're making us look dumb, bro.
Not at all, dude.
You're making us look dumb. I'm just letting
you know. This is a point. This is a point. I've been over this many times, dude.
How could you
many
tell?
times? Because there'd be a consistent rotation of the Earth that you could measure, and you would know if your crosswind's going in the opposite direction, then it's not the wind moving you to make the Earth move. It's the wind. It's the Earth moving below you.
No, because
you'd be
the
able
wind
to
is
tell.
so much stronger. So even if the wind is at a crosswind, it's just going to be less wind than total, right? But you don't know that because you don't have, the control.
The argument I came up with
that's
is the one
ridiculous that we don't have instruments that could detect the Coriolis effect as opposed to winds. They know the difference. There is a difference.
How?
Argument I came up with about the
Are they
heading
flying?
and the
Coriolis
plane
isn't even
without
supposed to be
wind
a wind.
somehow? Are they flying in a perfect
100%.
vacuum?
Listen, the argument I came up with about the heading, plane takes off and it's heading throughout the whole course of its flight. That's the argument. Not you're going to see the Earth drift underneath it. That's not good, dude. That's not even feasible.
No, you don't even realize now it's gotten lost in the sauce, because when I brought that up to begin with, it's because of the reaction that they typically have to that, which is they want to start talking about ballistics. They want to go to the Foucault's pendulum, but they think, but up until the winds argument from Rumpus, their best argument, they're always saying, no, it could never see anything but a stationary Earth. It would always seem stationary relative to its own motion. It's impossible for that to happen. Like total denial that they think it would ever be possible to show that. And all I was doing was offering them a way to show that the Earth actually turns. And it seems like they're just defending it, and they don't believe that the Earth actually turns sometimes. That's what I'm saying.
This isn't the way, though. You would never be able to differentiate between if the plane's flying off course because of Coriolis or if the plane's flying off because of wind.
You would.
How do you
have to draw it out
differentiate
for you.
between the wind and the Coriolis?
Because if the Earth is moving below you at 1,000 miles per hour, and you have a reading on that with a special sensor of some sort that shows the difference between your original conserved speed and the way that the Earth looks below you in relation to the winds, and all of those things are separated. Coriolis isn't a wind that pushes you into place.
Though. You don't have a separate Coriolis
That's what
measurement.
I'm suggesting a way to separate them. That's all I'm doing, because they freak out when you do that.
You're just saying, how do we separate them?
You show a camera that's zoomed in on the ground, and it has a measurement of the surface speed perpendicular to the plane, and that should be consistent. If you know you're at a certain heading from where you started with a conserved speed, and you have all your readings, and you know your crosswind's not moving in the direction to make the Earth move in that direction, and you'd be able to separate the two, because it's not just a wind that could be this or could be that. They say it's weak, but it would have to be a very strong force. They're minimalizing it.
Wind at all. So the plane's not going to adjust.
I'm not saying it doesn't adjust for wind. Winds go in every direction. You would be able to know. And wind's not. Coriolis isn't a wind. That's what I'm telling you. They can't claim it's a wind that pushes you into place.
No, it's not a wind. I know it's not a wind, but the plane is up there. It's adjusting for the wind. If we have it fly in a straight line and not adjust for the wind, how are you going to know if it's the Coriolis?
How is the Coriolis moving it if it's not a wind?
It's not, because there's no Coriolis.
Exactly.
The only thing that's moving is the wind, right?
That's the point.
The point is, let's keep it simple. Let's say that the wind is, a strength of a range of 500 to 1,000 units in any direction, right? Plus or minus, let's say 5 units for more margin of error. And let's say Coriolis is 1 unit of force or whatever in a particular direction. Okay? So first, the wind's blowing 1,000 units east, and Coriolis is also 1 unit east, so it's 1,001 units, but it's still within the margin of error. We can measure the wind. We can't really measure Coriolis. How are you distinguishing? How are you discerning between the supposed Coriolis when all you have is the wind?
Because the Coriolis is misunderstood, obviously, even by people in this conversation, possibly. The Coriolis isn't a wind.
No,
it's not a force, right? It's because listen to this, okay? If you're going from New York to Florida, right? And you have a straight heading, and you know that it's at this degree on your angle that you need to hit Florida straight from where you start, right? Now you're going to stay in that straight line, and you're not going to let winds. You're going to correct for the winds, what direction they go. You're going to correct and stay on that course, and you're not going to deviate. It's going to go in a straight line from where you started, right? Now, if you do stay on that course and you're headed north-northeast at a certain degree, you would just stay within that. You wouldn't let winds affect you, and you would go straight. And that means that you should end up right now. You'd be able to prove that. You'd be able to prove, because you could be off course by the time you get to Florida, right?
Hold up, you have to
such and such a miles off course.
Hold up, you have to expound on what you mean by you're going a certain degree. Do you mean an azimuthal degree?
Say you're going north. You say you're going south, straight from Florida straight from New York to Florida, and you know
Yeah,
the
and
exact
you're maintaining
angle.
that south bearing, right?
And you're maintaining that south bearing, and you're not going to deviate from that no matter what the winds do. Now you know that if you stay in that straight line, you should be
It's not a straight line then. It's not a straight line.
It is a straight line.
If you're maintaining your bearing,
irrespective of the ground.
Hold up.
Irrespective of the ground. You know the ground's going to move.
Let me say this.
200 miles to the left or whatever. So go ahead. I know. I think I know what you're getting at.
No, if you're maintaining your bearing, right? The wind is constantly blowing you off course. You're just readjusting constantly. It's not a straight line. It's going to be a curvy, wobbly line.
Well, but you're going to try to you know where that heading is, and you're going to do your best to get back on that straight line, right?
Yeah, you're
and
constantly
you have it all
readjusting.
Right. You're constantly readjusting
the wind and stuff
right.
like that. It's going to be,
exactly.
The point is the difference is in maintaining that azimuthal, that bearing, versus setting it and then going straight.
Right.
If you were to set you
would be able to get back on course. You'd be able to get back on course with that straight line. But my point is
the distinguishment between whether Coriolis exists or not is if we just set our degree to where this city would be after we did Coriolis maths, right? Not where it is now, but where it would be, and then just dead reckoned it and went straight, right?
Right.
Then,
but you can't do that.
Why
you know
not?
why you can't do that? Because you'd have to fly faster than the Earth spins.
No, you would do the math so that you're accounting for the Earth's spin, and you'll get there exactly when the city gets there.
Okay, but that's the way they do it now, is what you're saying.
That's not what they do now. They follow a bearing. They're constantly adjusting now.
I've been saying
that's the problem. That's the other. That's why this brings it into light. Okay, I have this actually all drawn out, and I should just.
You're saying is
wait. Let me just clarify the point he was talking about. Okay, so what they do is they have a set bearing. So if they were moving if they were flying from New York to Florida, it's not the path you would expect. Yes, I agree, because you would take advantage of the Coriolis, right? Or if it was further west from you, you would take advantage of the Coriolis, like you were headed for Austin. You could aim for Florida and end up in Austin, according to their load model, right?
Sure.
But the thing is, if you were heading in that straight line from New York to Florida, you would know that by your readings that by the time you got to where Florida was, you're going to be a certain amount of miles off course, because you didn't follow the ground path that you originally planned on going on. You headed straight at one angle, and you didn't deviate from that, and you corrected for all the winds, and that means what do you mean?
That's a contradiction, because you're saying if you maintained your bearing, and then if you followed the ground path, your ground path also maintains its bearing. There's no difference in maintaining your bearing in terms of being in the air.
You don't follow the ground path. You don't follow the ground path.
But you said you maintain your bearing, but you don't follow the ground path. Ground path follows bearing. It maintains bearing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm saying that you maintain your direction, not your bearing or whatever.
That's the same thing.
Your plan. No, because you can't.
Are you readjusting or not?
You're readjusting to correct.
The vector.
Not
the
for
original
the
vector.
You're not correcting for the destination of Florida. You're just going in the straight line, regardless of where Florida moves to. That's the point. But you know, by the time you get in a straight line and you adjust for winds, but in that time, because you went in a straight line instead of the course that follows you, that gets you to Florida, which is what they do, and they go in a straight line, only that their course would only be the way it is because the Earth doesn't move. They wouldn't make that course automatically. Wait, listen a minute. So if you get there and you know your calculations and you know that you started with a tangential speed that's 200 miles per hour slower than the destination you're headed for, which is 200 miles per hour faster in your tangential speed. By the time you get there, you should be a certain amount off course, proving that the Florida moved to your left. You could prove that Florida moved to your left, regardless if you put a camera underneath and show that. You're not understanding this, Jeremy, but I will explain it more if you want. Honestly,
I've heard you say this several times and go through this.
Yeah, and I'm surprised you don't get it. Honestly,
get it, and it doesn't make any sense. Make any sense, dude?
No, I get it.
I'm telling you,
it makes sense perfectly, but it's not practical because you can't honestly account for all the winds perfectly. You can't move fast enough through the air.
People are telling you this doesn't make sense. Dave.
No,
you need to
it
rethink
doesn't.
this.
It doesn't make sense because it makes too much sense and it gets them. They're explaining it to you that it doesn't make sense.
If it did, I would be all over that.
I understand the argument. No, it does because of ballistics. The reason that ballistics are able to would have the ground moving below them, below the ballistic, right, is because it goes in a straight line. And it doesn't have any. It doesn't. They say it's like it's free of the atmosphere, so the winds don't mess with it, and it goes in a straight line. So because it went far enough in a straight line, the ground moved below it. That's why. The ground moved below the bullet, right, or the projectile. The ground moved from west to east underneath it, which is what causes it to be off course. That's what they're saying. That's their claim is that it's off course because the ground moved. Because the ground moved below it. That's their reasoning.
We've heard all this, Dave.
Yeah. So if a plane mimics a ballistic and goes in a straight line in the same way, it would show the ground moving below it. That's the only point I was ever making.
You're being very long-winded, though.
Well, I have to be because people are telling me I'm stupid when I'm not. Back me up, White.
No.
How about you let Jeremy or me go ahead?
It's a ridiculous scenario. It's not going to be done. It was originally I put it out there because they freaked out and we're always saying, "Oh, that wouldn't work. Oh, it would always match the tangential
you can't
speed."
defend. Hold up, you can't defend a contention unless you hear it first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
He came at me with it's stupid. I'd like to hear his contention with it, other than it's stupid. That's all. Yeah, I don't think he understands it quite yet.
It made sense. Just stop talking for a fucking second. Jesus Christ.
All right, dude. All right.
This made sense. I would be all over it, dude.
That's why I'm trying to. That's why I know you would be.
Let him tell you.
I know you would be. That's why I'd love you to. I'd love you to understand it.
I beg you. Come on, just let him get it out.
If the plane flies in a straight line, it's going to get knocked off course by wind. If it adjusts for wind, you're just not going to know if it's adjusting for wind and Coriolis or just wind. Really that simple.
Boom.
Okay, but the Coriolis is in a wind.
But it is supposedly causing the plane to deviate, and they wouldn't know if they're corrected for both or just one or what.
You would if you got to your destination and you were the correct miles off course.
You would not know if you're correcting the plane for wind and Coriolis or just wind. Understand this.
But you don't. That Coriolis doesn't cause you to do correct. That's the point. Coriolis doesn't force the plane to do anything. The only reason there is Coriolis is because something goes in a straight line over a moving surface. That's the only reason there is Coriolis.
I think the assumption here.
You really need to rethink this. This is not a good look for us.
You're not trying hard to understand it.
The assumption, the working premise is that you can basically perfectly or precisely measure the wind and counteract that only, right? So that's he's saying you could do the math and then just perfectly go in a straight line or
whatever you need to do. That badass.
I don't think it's possible, and then get either to the destination, which would show that there is no Coriolis, or
a railgun,
depending on what you did.
That's the point.
A railgun will do it.
Yeah, because a railgun only goes so far. The plane can go over many more tangential speeds, showing all of these different readings. Showing all these different readings over north and south, north to south, right? Over many miles. It's like the longest range missile you could ever mimic.
I have a question for you. But how do you propose to go in a straight line?
But you can mimic a missile's straight path.
How do you propose to go in a straight line without readjusting?
You will readjust. That's how you stay in a straight line. That's how they stay in a straight path to where their destination.
But what are you readjusting to?
They correct for things all the time. You're adjusting. Say you had say you could have an imaginary laser beam, right? From where you're heading, from where you start off, where you take off is aimed right at the straight line you want to go in, right? And you make your plane headings stay northwest at 30 degrees, and you're not going to deviate from 30 degrees northwest or whatever the reading is.
Though. If you're following a specific heading, then you shot yourself in the foot, because then you're coming at it from a different angle as soon as the wind blows. You're not staying on that straight line. You understand?
Well, if the wind blows, then you correct to stay on course.
But your only way of staying on course is by following a heading, and that's going to be still pointing at. Let's say you're going straight, right? And the wind blows you. There's a crosswind, blows you to the right. You now find that same heading, but the angle to it has changed. You're now
No.
not going straight ahead. It's now a diagonal line. You
No,
understand?
you like say it's 30 degrees north-northwest or south-southwest, right? 30 degrees south-southwest. And it stays in that straight line at 30 degrees south-southwest. So the wind blows you go a little bit this way or a little bit that way, but then you get back on that 30 degree straight line that you started from. So as if like you could go in reverse.
You're not listening to me.
And
So
regardless
there's
of the
difference
ground,
between-
just take the
Hold
ground
up.
out of it.
Hold up. There's a difference between having a heading, a bearing, right? And then actual latitude lines transposed on the ground. Okay? So you have a bearing right now. How do you propose to get back onto the exact same ground that, like, you're over the same exact ground that you were on? In like a straight line projection.
Because the jet knows what 30 degrees south-southwest is, and it gets
That's a
back
bearing.
to that aiming. Yeah,
That's
sure,
a bearing.
but it's not.
That won't
but
get you on the
it's
same
aimed,
exact straight line path that you were on. You'd have to literally go back from whence you came, fight the crosswind to get back onto the track and then reassume the same angle. I'm asking you, without readjusting to a bearing, because that'll shoot you in the foot. What you need to do is get back on the same path, that same straight line path. And what's your method of doing that?
It's just like when the kid throws the ball across the Ferris, what do you call it? The wheel, the Ferris wheel or whatever, not Ferris wheel, the merry-go-round, right? And he tosses it straight. We know that ball goes straight from where he threw it. It is an actual straight path. It's not like the ball curves. It only appears to curve. That's what Coriolis is, right?
It would actually curve though if there were crosswind.
No. Well, okay.
Crosswind is going to curve.
That's the thing. If the crosswind was making it curve, it's not to correct for anything that matches the ground speed. The winds don't correct you to match the ground speed.
Okay.
The winds blow in all directions. Coriolis isn't
this is a red herring. It's not relevant because we already know
you guys
how
aren't
Coriolis
understanding
effect
this.
works.
You guys
so
really.
It's not really
that's
helpful.
why I
But
drew this out.
Hold up. Let me steel man your argument. Okay. So you don't readjust to a bearing. That's a folly. It's not going to work.
A heading, a north-northwest degrees.
A heading is a
whatever.
bearing. It's not going to work. No, because then you're just
No,
going to be
the word
readjusting
should
after
be
the wind
vector.
blows you off course. What you need
Vector,
to do.
there you go.
Hold up. No,
A vector from the original.
Yeah, how are you going to get that though? How are you going to get to that?
Because your plane knows what a straight line is. Your plane would be able to know that the straight line that you had it in, regardless of the turning of the Earth, is still a straight line.
How?
You
How does
haven't.
the plane know?
Maybe you've been pushed this way or that way, but it's got resistance and it's got the ability to stay on its path, just
How
like
does your
it
plane
would.
know?
Because how does your plane know how to get to Florida from New York normally? And
It
correct
follows
for
a
safety.
heading.
There's a laser.
It
follows
follows.
a bearing.
It follows a bearing, right? Which is headed, which is rigged. If it was spinning, it would be rigged to go to Florida, and it would seem like a straight line still, right?
Okay, so let me steel man your argument because you're not really addressing the issue. Okay, so yeah, the plane works normally by following the heading. It's not the shortest straight line path. It gets blown off course and it just readjusts and constantly readjusting, right? So if it has a really strong wind the whole entire time, it's constantly readjusting to make up for it, but it's still getting blown off course that whole time. It's going to be just a diagonal path, right? The way to fix this is to have software, right, that's looking at your reference points as you're flying and calculating the angles to individual reference points and making sure to maintain that same angle as it's progressing forward. Okay?
Okay, whatever we need to do. But the point is that if you're saying that it's going to be blown off course, right? A plane can always be blown off course. That's why it corrects for its original bearing that it was going to lead them to Florida to begin with, right? So I'm saying
Define correct.
The bearing. It corrects for its course to land in Florida.
Does it go back?
And the way it corrects for the winds and it banks or one way or the other. It banks one way or the other to make sure it's still on course. That's how planes work. And it doesn't go. It doesn't.
What?
It's not going to say, "Oh, I'll never make it to Florida because the winds are going to blow me off course." It knows exactly where it's flying to and gets to Florida just fine.
Process of banking for the winds. If it's banking for winds and Coriolis or just wind?
No, not for Coriolis. You're ignoring
Butterfly
Coriolis.
parts.
You're correcting
Jeremy, the
just
Coriolis
for the
part is
straight
if you
line.
get to the destination at the end, or if it's
No,
okay,
if you miss
far
the
from it,
destination by the correct amount, you're trying to miss the destination. You're aiming.
You're not going to miss because you're correcting.
No, you're only
Correcting, this is
correcting to
dumb.
stay in the straight line, dude. If you were able to stay in that, let's just
That's
imagine
why
you
I
could.
said my thing.
Let's
'cause
just
your
imagine
way-
you could. Wait, hold on. Just imagine you could stay in the straight line drawn from New York to Florida from when it starts, right? Stay.
Imagine it's a bullet.
Let's just say. Let's just imagine
Yeah,
it
that's
could
what I
stay.
said. You software.
Let's just imagine it could stay in that straight line, right? By the time it got to where Florida is going to be gone. Going to be moved to the west, to the east.
If Coriolis is
of
true.
the plane. If Coriolis is true, correct.
Yeah, and
And
my
so,
point.
and so the
my whole
point is, it should.
You're
it has
right. And Jeremy, if you want to respond to that, if you did the math and if
I'm
Coriolis
right
is true
about that. That's what I would need to get through first of all. If it could correct
Yes,
for winds and stay
but
in a straight
the
line,
issue is
Florida
the issue
would
is-
be not there anymore.
The issue is that your method of saying basically follow a bearing, following a heading, that won't work at all.
It's the wrong terminology, that's all.
It's not the wrong
Well,
terminology.
you're talking about
the,
a land spot then when you say bearing, right? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm
Because the
saying
bearing
following
has
an
to do with the land.
azimuthal angle. An azimuthal angle is not going to work whatsoever. Following a northeast, third, whatever, anything that has to do with compass, it won't work. You have to dead reckon it.
Because
You
it's
have to
all
dead
based
reckon it
on because
off
it's all
of-
based on the longitude and latitude, right? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Because
and
that's
it
spins too.
entails constantly redirecting.
Right, I understand that. I get
Yeah,
that.
so
I
the
get
only
that.
way to do it is if you're not readjusting, the only thing you're doing is, well, I mean, it's readjusting, but it's based off of reference points.
Right.
Like based off of actual things like that are, let's say you could somehow see the ground. You're flying low enough where you could see the ground. You could have reference points, and you have this software that is, on board, and it's constantly live measuring the angles to different reference points, and it's maintaining those angles to make sure you're going absolutely 0
Sure.
degrees, like straight ahead.
Maybe
and then
they could even pick a star.
When the
right?
wind blows you off course, it changes the angle that something that was like 30 degrees, to you, and now it's 29 degrees, so it'll correct it. You'll go back, so now it's 30 degrees, and as it keeps on going forward. I mean, it's very sophisticated software. I don't know if it exists.
What about picking a star that it aims at, right? And stays in line with the star that it's headed for, and that star is straight across from where Florida is from the original spot that the plane starts from, and it knows that star is in line.
If they move enough to matter,
but they would know how much it moves. Within an hour, it's going to move 15 degrees.
True.
So now it knows 15 degrees there. I'm going to say 15 degrees left of it after the first hour, 15, and then 15 degrees left of that after the second hour. And they have all those things that would be easy enough to say, look, I've got this. I'm staying in line with it. Now the other idea.
Yeah, I think
is,
maybe that could work with stars.
Yeah. But the point is that you just don't correct. You mimic the ballistic that's free of the atmosphere to whatever degree you could. And then you could prove if Coriolis is real or not. It's not about whether people understand Coriolis. You don't correct.
You correct for winds. You don't correct
the
for winds.
The winds have nothing to do with Coriolis. Nothing.
For the winds. You correct
the winds are not Coriolis.
Jeremy, he did the Coriolis math first, and he's he picked his bearing or whatever, picked his exact coordinates, having done that. So it's whether he gets those coordinates after correcting for wind or not.
Yeah, the winds are not Coriolis, Jeremy. They try to confuse it with winds on purpose because they make it, and also the longitude and latitude moving with the Earth turning is another key factor. And he's right. If it's a bearing that's based on those, then you would automatically be correcting to stay with your Earth turning, right? That's how they fix it so that it makes it very confusing for people to understand what would actually happen if a plane was able to go on a straight course. This is something that people have talked about as far as the Earth movement and airplane flights back from old flat Earth books and even current ones, where they plainly outline that it would be a totally different situation, especially when landing. When landing, you would have the Earth moving not in sync with the Earth with the plane, and you would have to time it just like a bullet.
Okay, so let's say we figured out the exact kind of angle by using stars that we should go. Right? Again, this isn't an azimuthal angle that we're maintaining or anything. And we go and we dead reckon, we're using the stars and our sophisticated technology, and we don't get to the city. And actually, your Coriolis was supposed to be, this X amount of distance away. We're not even that amount of distance. Maybe we're in the opposite direction of the city, as Coriolis would be. Then what?
You're gonna have to explain that again. I'm sorry.
I'm saying maybe because your application isn't perfect, right? There's error involved, a margin of error. Let's say you don't even get to the city that you were intending to get to, and you're not even in the same direction that Coriolis would be in. Maybe you are in the same direction, you're halfway there. Then what? What
I don't understand.
All right. Let's say we're getting the city that we have in our sights is X, right? And Coriolis is 200 miles Y. That's where we would be if Coriolis was true, right?
Gotcha.
Let's say we are in between. Actually, let's say Coriolis is X plus 200, okay? 200 miles, X plus 200. Let's say we're at X plus 100. You know, when all said and done, we're at X plus 100. We're in between Coriolis effect and where the city actually is without Coriolis. Then what's your conclusion?
Well, I don't know. That would be a mystery. That would mean the Earth moved. That would seem to indicate that the Earth moved at a different rate than we expected, right?
Or maybe your technology isn't precise enough, and there's an error involved.
Blue Swan.
Well, maybe you'd have to do like 4 or 5 different tests and get the the best. See what it would obviously take some.
Actually, you repeat it more and more.
If you got the results you didn't expect, but as we know, the Earth doesn't move, and you would end up at your destination in a straight line, just like planes always do, because they always fly in straight lines to their destination. And the only reason they do that is because the Earth doesn't move, bro.
Planes don't do that. Planes don't fly in straight lines.
Oh yeah,
they maintain a bearing, and therefore a curved line because of wind.
Right,
curved in any number of ways.
And it changes because of wind on a regular basis, no matter when they fly. They never usually fly the exact same path. Right.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
You have to get your mind
because of winds.
Like this idea that the planes go in the short line distance. If they did, they wouldn't. And Coriolis was true. They wouldn't be aiming at the cities. They would have a bearing that's completely different than the city that'll counteract for it. And you have to ask yourself, why don't these corporations, which always care about the bottom line and reducing overhead and reducing fuel
surcharges, that's what I've been
why don't they do that now?
Right, and that's why this argument leads you to that, because you're saying the plane can fly however it wants.
Your argument doesn't lead anywhere.
You don't get it, Jeremy. You still don't get it.
No, Jeremy, it does lead somewhere. If it was possible in actuality, it's theoretical. It's theoretically possible that we could do the math and we should be at this specific area, and then we do that and we counteract perfectly for wind alone. And
if we had a big enough rail,
Coriolis is not a wind. Coriolis is not a wind. It's not a wind, Jeremy. It has nothing to do with winds. Coriolis is only
he never said
the Earth moving below. Okay, well, you're saying you have to correct for winds, and they're trying to make us think that winds and Coriolis are somehow mixed in together. It's such a weak force that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And they tried it. They tried. This is how they work the argument. I've been doing this with them for years, and this is how they always try to
No, but if their point was that the measurement of wind was so rough, we don't have a perfect measurement of wind or the counteracting of it, such that Coriolis is within the margin of error, then that's a solid point for that. It's an unfalsifiable claim, but it's it's plausible. So maybe that's what they mean by you can't extricate Coriolis from wind just because we don't have the technology to do that.
So what? Okay,
so there's things throwing your plane off.
Take the wind out of it. Say there's no wind. What would Coriolis do to the plane?
If there's things throwing your plane off, and you have to adjust for it, wind being one of them, Coriolis possibly being another one, and you don't know what you're adjusting for.
Okay, so what? Okay, so let's take the regular wind out of the scenario, right? Regular winds, like the regular weather condition winds. How would Coriolis force the plane to move?
Nothing. Nothing forces the plane to move.
That's a true question.
Exactly.
Say underneath it would cause the plane to deviate from its course.
Nope.
Y'all keep talking about what pilots do while they're flying. Pilots prepare pre-flight flight plans, none of which includes Coriolis calculations.
Yeah.
Exactly. If they knew they were going to be flying, of course it would. It would affect their flight plan. They only look at the winds and the weather. They even look at different altitudes that they could be getting a tailwind or a headwind from. They make their flight plans accordingly. Yep. Never do they calculate in Coriolis, and they would have to, of course, because it would affect their path of their flight.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
And they wouldn't be, and they would be able to know the difference between that and the winds, correct?
Absolutely, because the winds are always changing and the flight plans. These people fly the same flights over and over and over again, never calculating for Coriolis.
They don't need
winds is what Yeah, I know they
No.
don't because it's not real.
No, they don't. Even if it was real, they wouldn't need to because all they need to know how to do is to readjust and follow their heading.
That's not how it
They just
works.
need to follow a heading.
That's
it.
not how it works. If they're following a flight plan and they know their heading's going to be adjusted or whatever need to be adjusted, they would want to know why they're adjusting. These pilots, have you ever met a pilot?
They don't have to
real
perfectly
particular.
follow the exact path that
I didn't
the
say
technology
the
comes.
exact path. I said if it is affecting the airplane that they are responsible for, they want to know about it. Down
They
to
don't
the
have
air
to.
pressure. Yes, but they do.
They
Jesus, bro, why are you fighting this?
Let's say you
Yeah,
have
why are
magical
you fighting
Rakia,
this?
relax. Let's say
Is
you have
this
magical
no?
pixies.
You relax.
Let's say
You
you have magical
fighting the
pixies
argument you
pushing
know
the plane.
nothing about.
Okay?
You're just
Not
arguing.
Rakia, relax.
Yeah, let's
You're
talk about
misunderstanding
fantasy.
it.
Bro,
Okay.
I'm just saying, it could be anything moving the plane. It could be wind, it could be magical pixies, it could be Coriolis. They don't care. They don't need to know.
You're
All
in
they need to know
fantasy
is
world
how
right
to
now.
get back on track.
Coriolis doesn't move the plane.
That's the whole
It
point.
doesn't matter
It doesn't.
what's moving the plane. All they need
Yeah,
to know is
but
how to get back
it
on
does
track,
matter
how to follow
because
their
they're
bearing, how to
claiming,
maintain their heading, and that's it.
but they're claiming as if it's a force, but it's not. If there's no detection of it, and if it's moving the plane off course and moving it to stay within the Earth's rotation, then that would be something they would be aware of, and it would be a real force that they could call a force instead of saying it's a metaforce as opposed to local winds or pseudo force
If
and
the
all these other
plane,
things.
if the plane was going fast enough, they would notice this. But it's not.
Absolutely.
It's going so fucking slow that they don't. They just follow a heading and they
Oh,
don't
my
notice.
God. That's not true. Zanuck will tell you over 24 miles over Lake Pontchartrain, flying south, the runway in front of you would move to the right 100 yards over 25 miles.
Yep.
Think about that. That's not happening.
No,
And
but
And
you're
anyone
moving
who is
with
trying to
it.
defend this is ridiculous.
Wouldn't
You're
you want to
moving with
know
it. You're not
where your
stationary.
wouldn't you want to know where your aircraft is potentially in case of any emergency? And if this Coriolis can potentially put you off course by X amount of kilometers, you wouldn't want to know roughly where you may possibly be just for an emergency.
Right, and if you know there's going to be a
makes
strong
sense.
wind in a direction in the same direction, that's going to throw you even more off course. You're going to want to plan accordingly to make sure that you don't that you hit your destination. You're never going to miss that destination, and you're going to make sure you plan it for every possible thing. And Coriolis isn't even a force. It's not even a force. It's just the difference between the plane's movement and the ground movement.
Want to know where potential roads are, paddocks are, where you can have an emergency landing. There's so many things that come in. Why you may want to know it.
All this is done in pre-flight. Every flight. Yeah.
Thanks, Ricky. I appreciate that.
And the thing is, you're telling me it wouldn't affect a plane. 100 yards and 25 miles going 150 miles an hour at approach speed to a runway. I think you would want to know that runway is going to be 100 yards off when you get to it.
It's not. You're
I know
looking
it's not.
at the runway as you approach it. You're moving along with it. You adjust
Seriously, bro?
accordingly.
That's not what
Yeah,
Zanuck said.
seriously.
So you're
I
adjusting
don't
for
give a fuck
the
about Zanuck.
runway. You're adjusting for the runway moving to the right due to earth spin. No, you're not. You're flying right at the
No,
runway.
you are moving. You are moving at the same rate as the fucking runway. You're moving together. If the Earth is rotating, you're moving together.
That
Its
is a
rate
great.
is
Why are
only
you moving together?
slightly different based on the different fucking latitude.
Why?
Why?
Why
What
what?
force is making you do that? What force is causing the plane to
Well,
move with Earth?
the same force that you had when you took off. Remember, you took off,
No,
you were
but
moving with the
you
Earth.
moved into a new tangential speed that is not the same as your
Right,
original conserved speed. You're out of
right.
sync.
And yeah, but that's only
So
with the appearance of the ground below you. You're still doing what you're doing, irrelevant of the ground.
no, the ground's moving at a different speed now, and you're out
Of
of sync.
course.
So you have to match up
But
against
you're doing what
try to
you're
land.
doing.
It's a sideways acceleration, which planes aren't even made to do.
Yes, but over
What
the
is
distance between the
such a weak
time that you can
argument, guys?
see a runway and then you get to the runway, that difference is fuck all. You are just going to adjust the airplane and approach the runway. You're not going to know. If you were stationary in a 3D space at that point in time, I would agree with you. It'd be very noticeable that you could see that runway moving. But that's not how it supposedly works in the model. Everything's moving together.
No, they've
You're not
convinced
gonna
you that
notice
it would.
You
They've
guys,
convinced you
how
that
does
it
a
wouldn't
pilot?
make a fuck all difference, but it would make a fuck all difference. It would
Well,
be a huge difference.
yeah, it'd be a
You
huge
don't get.
difference. How's a
You're not
pilot supposed to
understanding.
land? How are they supposed to land on the runway when he's being affected by wind and he doesn't have the live wind data the whole time? He needs live wind data to land. Otherwise, it's going to be a catastrophe.
No,
That's
the winds
basically
to
what you're
adjust
saying.
for.
sarcastic.
They're made
Fucking
to
hell.
adjust for wind. Adjusting for ground movement, they're not made to do. They don't do, and they would have
What difference
to
does it
know
make
how
when
to
he
do
sees
that.
the goddamn runway?
Because there is a difference. Because the Coriolis isn't a wind.
But you
But it
wouldn't
acts
know
like
the
wind. It's
difference.
moving the
Don't
plane,
just
right?
stop conflating it with wind.
It's
not a
moving the
wind.
plane, right? Just like wind.
No,
right?
it's not.
Wow.
It's not moving the plane. That's the point.
It's not moving the plane relative to the
But
ground.
do they claim that the Coriolis is moving the plane?
Relative to the
That's
ground,
not even
yes.
their claim.
It's bad. It's
No.
bad wording. It's bad wording.
No. The
It's moving it relative
Coriolis.
to the
What
ground.
is the
Instead of
Coriolis?
following
in
its
your- in
straight
your-
line path,
The
it's moving
Coriolis
it,
is
making it
only
curve.
the difference between the ground movement and the plane movement.
Yes, that's why I said
Not a
relative to
wind.
the ground.
It's not a force.
Lord have mercy. The point is,
It's not.
the plane is being affected by Coriolis, right? That's the
No.
claim. Just like
Plane's
wind
not
is
being
being
affected
affected.
by Coriolis. The Coriolis is only the difference in the path of the plane and the Earth moving out from underneath it and causing a deviation,
Terminology.
an
And
apparent
the plane's
deviation
trajectory is being affected. That's why
No,
we're talking about it.
not.
Stop being
No.
semantic.
It's not being affected. They want to claim
Lord
it's
have-
being
okay, fine.
affected, but
So
it's
the
not.
plane is not affected
That's
whatsoever.
how
It's
we
always
know.
going exactly where it's going.
What-
There's no point in talking about
Well,
Coriolis
it would
whatsoever.
be. Listen, it would be if the Earth were moving, it would work totally differently. We all know this, right?
Man, you're trying to
So
like,
you're saying
hold up. You're trying to relegate this argument to this debate to a semantic thing.
No,
when
no,
we're
no,
not
no, no, I don't
disagreeing
think- I think
that
you're
there is
misunderstanding
at
me.
least some sort of that they're affected on some level, though whether it's the trajectory or whatever, it doesn't really matter. The point is the plane is being moved relative to the
Okay.
ground by Coriolis.
No.
Just
It's
like
not.
wind
Listen,
is.
listen. Okay, listen. Okay, this is how they would like us to think of it, right? Now, let's say the Earth actually were spinning, right? And if that were the case, then all of the atmosphere connected to the Earth would also be spinning with the Earth, right? And they want you to think that the plane is going to be carried, right, with this atmosphere, right, causing it to move and deviate and be in sync with the Earth still, correct? Right? Is that how you think about it? That the atmosphere is carrying the plane sideways
Sure, but not
to stay in
entirely.
sync?
That's what they think, but not entirely. Continue.
Wait, okay, so if you say not entirely, explain that.
Yeah, not entirely, because you haven't mentioned how the differences in the radius that they claim would affect the angular velocity.
Well, okay,
in
how
terms
does the radius affect the angular velocity then?
So basically, because they say it's an oblate spheroid,
Okay.
that the acceleration at the equator is going to be more, right? And it's not, as you're moving north, south, south, north, you're going to have that variance because of the different accelerations at different latitudes.
Right. So they would like us to believe that if you were able to take off in like that jet that I put a thing in, it could take off straight up in the air vertically, right? Now, if it's took off straight up in the air and just hovered, then we're supposed to believe that it's automatically carried because of its original conserved momentum, right? At the equator, it'd be automatically going in circles if it didn't move with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. And it would seem like it's stationary, but because it's moving in sync with the Earth, you wouldn't notice the difference, correct?
What angles?
No.
No, that's what they would like us to believe. If you went up and hovered, then that plane, because it started at 1,000 miles per hour, it's got that original conserved speed, and it's rotating
No, but
around
it
with the
can't.
Earth at
Can't.
automatically. This is what they want us to believe. This is their.
No,
their
they
argument.
don't. They don't.
Not for a hover.
They don't. You've simplified it. They actually say the higher you go up, the quicker it will be that you actually start to lag behind. It's
Well,
just
yeah.
that
Then
you
we
gotta
could show the
stand
ground
there.
moving.
Right, yeah, but it takes a long time. And in the model, all the mathematic calculates that it would take a fucking long time, with which you would then not be able to tell the difference between the atmospheric conditions, right, and whether it was Earth moving. So
Right,
it's the
okay.
same fucking problem all over again.
Another
Wait, hold on,
cool
wait,
story.
hold on.
Very
Let me, wait.
powerful
That's missing the
railgun.
point real quick. Let me just continue though. Let's just say that for the time being, that in their ideal model,
even though they have to admit that it would be in sync for forever, you know, whatever. But ideally now the plane initially is moving at 1,000 miles per hour linearly with the Earth as it spins. That's what we're supposed to believe, because we know when a plane goes up and hovers, or a helicopter or anything, it doesn't seem to move at all from its original spot. But that's because we're moving with the helicopter, right? So then, okay, now we've got it there. Now what is that force? That's just the original conserved momentum. It's not a force pushing the plane with the atmosphere. We're just supposed to believe that because it started at 1,000 miles per hour, now all of a sudden it's still moving 1,000 miles per hour perfectly in sync with the Earth. That's why it doesn't seem to deviate, because it's just up in front. It's hovering in the same spot. It's got GPS. It's got GPS. It's got GPS, and it's staying in that same spot. I understand that it wouldn't be in sync even according to their model, but they would love for us to think that it's enough in sync that we wouldn't be able to tell the difference, because we never do, right?
At what altitude would the air not be in sync with the Earth? Because then you could just go up to that altitude, hover, and after a while you would be over a different spot.
Right. But then they'll say it's wind conditions that moved you there, and you couldn't tell the difference between the atmosphere and what it is that actually you deviated for.
Then
so
how do they know it's
that,
deviating in the first place?
Exactly. It would be able to, you would know the difference. The Earth doesn't move. This is the only way. The only reason we're even talking about this is because they're backwards engineering of all this and their conflation of it, and the way that they talk around it so that people stay confused forever about it. Now, so we're talking about the atmosphere, right? That is not moving the Earth. They don't claim that. They claim it's the original conserved speed that it was originally moving with the Earth at, that's causing it to move with the Earth still. They're not saying that the wind picks up and moves the plane at all, ever. They're not claiming it's a force. They're not claiming it.
That.
Okay, well, I know, but it gets confused with that when you talk about not being able to tell the difference between Coriolis and the winds, because Coriolis isn't a wind.
Well, let me explain, right?
I understand it, but let me just continue real quick with the end of this. So then you're saying if a plane flies south over many different tangential speeds, right? There's nothing that they're claiming is moving a force moving the plane with the Earth any longer. They're just saying it had an original conserved speed, and so it doesn't matter where it flies because it still has that original conserved speed. But then they run into problems because now it's running over new tangential speeds that don't match that original conserved speed. And they have to say that somehow these winds, imaginary pseudo-force winds, are causing it to slow down or speed up to match that new tangential speed, which is why we don't see a predicted deviation of an Earth moving below us. That's how they conflate it and keep people confused.
But they don't. That's not what they do.
They would have to.
No.
How do they explain the Coriolis then?
Because it happens at such a slow rate, no one sees it. No one observes Coriolis.
That's not true either. It'd be 200 miles off course over a 5-hour trip. It would be 200 miles off course. We never observe Coriolis because it's a stationary Earth. Otherwise, we would.
Have you ever observed it with your eyes? Have you ever seen the plane physically bend?
No, because the Earth doesn't move. No, I haven't, because the Earth doesn't move.
No, it's because it can't move far enough away from you in a quick enough time for you to even notice it. That's why.
Do you think the Earth spins? Do you think the Earth spins?
Of course not.
Well, then why is it that you're explaining it as if it did?
No, I'm explaining that you are lacking to understand their model. I don't believe their model. You're failing to understand how their model actually is explained. They account for all of this.
You didn't see the jet that I put in the chat when I made this argument to begin with.
That's irrelevant.
Every time.
Look, why are we just talking about a big cannon? Let's just use a big
flies at 1,200 miles per hour.
25 miles. Who cares? In 25 miles, that cannon should be what, 100 meters off? So that should be good enough. Why introduce the fucking wind and a jet and fucking bear and why?
Well, with the cannon,
because there's contention over results of where things land and the reasons they land, and we're talking about projectiles. They've been able to obfuscate it through using it and keeping it to projectiles, which could deviate for all kinds of reasons, and they've been able to make people convinced that proves Coriolis. So the reason I was making it a jet. Which reason I was making it a jet that was mimicking the course that a projectile would take over longer distances, showing more deviation, is to show them how ridiculous it is to think that the plane ever has to correct for Coriolis, and there is a difference. The pilots would know what they're correcting for. They've got you convinced that it is such a small amount that they would have to correct for, just like these projectiles, and that's how they keep this argument at bay. It's a big problem from their side of that. It debunks the globe emphatically when you really look into this, bro. I'm telling you. I'll send you
Only
stuff.
if it
I'll
was
send you
possible
stuff.
to do what you're saying.
Rakia's right. Rakia,
Only if
are you still here?
It would debunk the
Right.
globe if it was possible to do what you're saying. You do the math, and then somehow you have this method of this perfect method
Aiming
of
at a
measuring the
star.
wind and counteracting the wind, and then also you
No,
have this.
the wind
this
has nothing
software.
to do with it.
You have to be able to counteract the wind, bro. Come on.
But the wind is not Coriolis.
I know.
He's
but
never
so then what is the difference?
He's not fucking saying that.
You're not fucking listening, man.
All right, I'm sorry.
No, it's like he's deliberately saying that.
So the wind is blowing you off course. You have to have a method of calculating exactly how much wind is blowing you off course and being able to counteract it perfectly, to make up for it without using
do that all the time,
the heading, with only using
just use
the
a
software
cannon.
That's allowing you. No, a
Fuck
cannon.
all of this.
A cannon would not
Use
account
a
for
cannon.
wind.
You don't need to. In the ballistics fucking thing from the military, apparently they have to calculate for Coriolis when they're shooting over certain distances. Therefore, if someone could get one of these, right, let's prove it, hey? Have you ever seen a fucking video where they've shot it and it's landed fucking exactly where it should land based on a rotating? No, I've never seen it.
Yeah, but they'll say it doesn't because of wind. You need to somehow counteract the wind.
Every time, exactly wind's going to land at exactly where Coriolis should put it. Every fucking time, or on target. Like, come on. It's not going to happen every time, is it? The wind can't be the same every fucking time.
I agree with that.
Don't be silly. Right. So let's just get a fucking cannon and just shoot a fucking cannon. Like, why are we even talking about a fucking aeroplane?
Because they've been able to get away with it by talking about ballistics and having people that are ballistic experts that claim. Yeah, well, that's a lot of things we say on our side of this argument is no one's proven it, but then they just have some guy that's hired to say he proved it, and he's like an expert, and so everyone believes him, and so that we have the same problem with claims about space and everything else here. We have a way of actually showing it, but this kind of this debunks it regardless. Every time you get in a plane, you should see Coriolis, the ground moving separately from the plane. And it should be noticeable that it's the ground moving separately from the plane's direction every single time you get in a plane and fly north or south, or even the east or west, because the Coriolis would cause you to deviate towards the equator. Let me just, you guys haven't read up on the argument very much, it sounds like. Our side of the argument
it's just that the maths accounts for it. The maths accounts for it, mate. That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't. They would love you to think that that's the case, but it doesn't. Doesn't work.
Fortunately, it's all been reverse engineered.
This is a slam dunk. If you guys get this, it's a slam dunk, and they avoided it at all costs. I've been in this argument for years now, and I know that this is the one that fucks them up more than anything.
Look, I think it fucks them up most because they probably get frustrated with the fact that it's like curvature. It's so small over such a distance that it's there, but you're never going to fucking detect it at all. It's just another example of that, and then maths account for it perfectly.
You would be able to detect that in a plane as well, by the way, because you'd be going over a curvature.
Easily detect the curvature rate that they give us at the current radius. Easily.
Yeah.
Like in a morning time.
If it was easily, we'd already have fucking definitively shown it, guys.
Well,
I'm really not understanding at the moment.
People have definitively shown it.
How? Where? Please show me.
What are you talking about? When you fly in a plane, do you ever go over a curve? Do you ever nose down to go over a curve at all, ever, over a long period?
You would never even notice it, mate. I don't understand why you're not acknowledging.
Because
what do you think you would notice?
Your plane's heading, because your plane as a horizon line, and it doesn't deviate from they would love it to be that it's just the same as going over a flat path, right? Because that's exactly how it's
So their mass accounts for it. Yep, exactly. Their mass accounts for that.
No, it doesn't. They would love you to think that it does. I don't know why you.
But it does.
Think it does. It doesn't.
So every point when you fly over a globe in their model is a new fucking down. So of course the horizon line is always going to be the same.
No.
Like you can't deny their explanations. You can't just say, "Oh, that explanation's shit."
No, their explanations don't work, and I'm trying to specifically call them out and make specific situations that show that they don't work. I'm not just saying, "Oh, I'll accept your deviation records about your ballistics," and oh yeah, it would work perfectly, just as if it were a stationary Earth with the reverse engineering that you've done here. No, there's holes in their arguments all over the place. Rakia is
well. The holes are that they've
Rakia's
never
brother's a
proven.
pilot, right? Isn't your brother a pilot, Rakia?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would know, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you would know when you get in a plane. It's not.
I
It
think
doesn't
it would
work
be
perfectly.
definitive
It doesn't
if
work
we shot a
perfectly.
fucking cannon, but for some reason we want to fuck around with planes.
All you need is
Probably
a plane.
cheaper to hire a cannon. Just
So
it's one of those.
they've
Germany
done
ones.
those. They've already done those tests when they shoot a cannon straight up into the air and it comes back down right where the cannon was.
I'm talking about Coriolis, not the straight up and down.
There would be Coriolis involved there too. You know that, right?
Now that's a different effect. Coriolis definitely has to go over different speeds. I suppose it is Coriolis, but on a different.
Right. It's a very yeah.
So you're saying,
but it's an up and down.
So you're saying a projectile
conservation of momentum both ways.
So you're saying a bullet flying beyond the speed of sound, over 1,200 feet per second, in the air for 4 seconds is going to deviate due to a differential in what are you calling it? Over 1,000 yards? Bullshit.
Who said 1,000 yards, dude? I'm
Okay, then what
distance?
distance?
25 miles.
Well, no, it's ballistics, right? It's also bullets. Why don't we scale it down a little bit to make it even seem more ridiculous? Over what? Let's say a half a mile?
Okay, hang on a minute. Now you're going the other way. So now wind could be a fucking factor. Now rifling could be a fucking factor. Of course
wind is a factor. Yeah, of course
25
rifling.
miles,
of
you're
course
going to
spin
fucking
drift.
have a clear indication as to whether it was
No, you're
wind
not.
or whether there was something else. Oh, okay. 100
No, you're
meters
not.
is a fucking 100.
Well, why are the Coriolis experts saying that the rifle bullet
if the
is
wind's going the other
Just
way,
cut me off again.
if the wind's going the other way, are you still going to claim wind was a factor?
I'm going to claim wind is a factor no matter what. So is rifling. So is spin drift. So is like
if the wind
friction.
was going the
you
other
cut me off
way.
again, dude. Are you this excited
well,
that you have to cut me off? Yeah, I know it's silly.
No, but really, you're going to acknowledge wind going the opposite direction.
It's not the opposite direction. Why are you bringing in wind? We're talking about Coriolis. If you're going to say a bullet,
you said wind could
you
throw it
cut
off.
me off again, dude. You're batting 100% so far.
You said, why am I bringing in wind? I answered the fucking question. If you're going to ask me a question, I'm going to answer it, mate.
Okay,
Simple.
well, answer it as soon as I finish. Deal? So if you're going to bring in,
was finished,
you cut me off again, dude.
You'll
Just
be right, mate.
let me know when you go on mute. Just let me know.
Off you go. Go for it.
Does it make a sound when you go on mute, or does your voice come through your microphone when you go on mute? Because you seem to be too excited to want to talk about the things that were being presented.
I'll say it one more time. Go for it.
Okay, so they tell us that bullets and artillery shells deviate because of Coriolis. Well, if a bullet traveling beyond the speed of sound, which is only in the air for a couple seconds, is going to deviate every time you shoot it with the same conditions, it's going to deviate to the right or whatever they say, or down, or however you want to put it, then that's ridiculous. It's only in the air for so long. How can it deviate that quick? If that's the truth, then firing a bullet over Lake Pontchartrain 25 miles, that building is going to move 100 yards. Then a plane would also, if holding a true course, not aiming at anything.
Dead reckoning.
The dead reckoning, the building over time would move off also. Wind has nothing to do with that. You could know which way the wind is coming from. If it's a headwind, it wouldn't be affecting it left or right, right? But what does affect bullets and artillery shells is spin drift, the barrel rifling, winds, barometric pressure changes, altitude, angle of shot. Like if you shoot up a hill, you're going to shoot high most of the time. If you're shooting down a hill, you're going to shoot low most of the time. Like in my backyard, I have targets set up. I shoot almost every day. The targets are lower than my barrel. So I have to aim higher to hit the target. It's just a fact. It's not because of anything earth spin or wind or whatever. That bullet's getting there so fast it's not affected by those things.
There you go. You
As
just fucking said it.
As much is what I'm saying. I'm not shooting high because I'm like the wind is affecting it. It's the angle.
No one said that.
Right, but wind over time can affect things. Of course, no one's arguing that. I mean, I don't
Coriolis
get it.
isn't a
So
wind.
if we had a cannon
Coriolis is not a
on
wind.
no one said it was the fucking wind. Again, no one ever fucking said that, right? But if you're shooting over 100 fucking yards or 1,000 yards, and you're sitting there fucking going with your own fucking hands, for God's sake, just fucking flinch and glitch, you can't possibly know whether that bullet was fucking to the left or the right because of whatever. There is no way that the difference would even able to be fucking detected in any way, whether it was fucking you fucking or whatever the situation was.
Right, exactly.
You need to go over longer distance, right?
Right.
So if we're at the equator with a cannon and we shoot north and then we shoot south, it should not matter which fucking way the wind is blowing, right? Can't possibly say it was the fucking wind that took it 100 meters off of fucking target the correct way each time. You've just literally reversed direction. So if the globe was spinning and we shot a cannon 25 miles north from the equator and then turned around south from the equator, and we did it 100 fucking times over 100 days, we should have a very clear indication of whether we're turning. And no one should be able to say it was or it was fucking that or barreling a rifle, because that couldn't be the case, because it would have to be the opposite way. You turn the barrel around and go south versus no one's done that on video, have they? No one's ever backed up the ballistics fucking charts that say you have to account for Coriolis. Corey, the master gunner that come up with the sun measurement fucking experiment, the sun sector thing, solar sector sun. But he's a master gunner apparently. He never fucking had Coriolis, even though it's in the books. So, there's all these master gunners that have been believed that apparently you do. Here's one who presents himself, all his accreditations to say that he never did. So
Right.
he's either a
That's
choir
why
or
I'm
he's
saying
not.
that's why I'm saying that they love it to just stick to ballistic, because they have people claiming that they account for it, or that they correct for Coriolis when that's not the case. That's why they want to make the argument stuck on that. Well, that's something that you could do. Yeah, sure, that'd be great. I'm saying that you should see it every time you get into anything that's out of the inertial reference frame. When you're in the non-inertial reference frame, you should know you're in a non-inertial reference frame and be able to show it, and it wouldn't be mixed in with winds, the way they like us to think.
If we could take the atmosphere away and disregard the fact that that atmosphere is supposedly some sort of carrier, let's go off. If we just work with pure observation and remove the atmosphere, I do believe that you would be able to detect if a plane was traversing north or south. You would, even at the slow rate of a plane, be able to detect Coriolis, like the fact that the Earth is different rates. But given that we are in an atmosphere, and from my personal flying, I just feel as though it would have to be a fucking still day to ever get that sensation. Otherwise, the plane's doing all sorts of fucking the whole time you're flying.
That's why I was saying that, a jet that flies 1,200 miles per hour and has 40,000 pounds of thrust resistance can hover in midair, go in and out of jet streams, fly in circles, and go wherever it wants. Resist winds to the nth degree. Aim at a
It's
star.
still not a fucking cannon.
It flies faster than the Earth spins. Supposedly, that the Earth supposedly spins 1,200 miles per hour. I'd say a jet like that could show if there's Coriolis or not.
I think at the end of the day, there'd be too many naysayers that would say whatever proof you come up with, whether it's a camera at the bottom, it landed in a different spot than it should have, or whatever. There'd be just too many things that people could say caused it. Whereas I honestly believe the cannon equator in the south could not be questioned.
Who's going to believe your results? Who's going to believe a flat earther's results? Your claim of where it landed is never going to be, and it's going to only be just like with your test you're planning on doing with force alignment. It's only going to prove it to you. It's not going to prove it to anyone that doesn't want to believe it.
Well, that's irrelevant. If people wanted to come out and see this, let's just say fucking a university did it. They went out and shot a camp in the south, and there were people on both sides of the camp that got to watch it, and it showed the Coriolis deviation. Would you accept that then, or would you think it was all a plot and a plan to trick you?
That's the whole point. You don't accept anything
I'm asking
as
you
a flat
a
earther.
Here's what
That's the whole point. As a flat earther, you don't accept anything that you can't prove to yourself.
But here's what I would logically conclude. If you're going to call it the Coriolis effect because due to Earth spin, I'm going to call bullshit, because there could be, what else could cause it to spin? What if there's a magnetic force on everything? What if there's a field, a rotation of some type of unknown substance? I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, call it whatever.
This would be going the opposite direction, mate. That would be the true decider. On a globe Earth, at the equator in different directions, the Coriolis would be in a different direction. Whereas if it was a flat plane, something else rotating, everything's rotating in the same direction.
On the equator, there would be no effect, right? You're shooting north and south?
For a flat plane.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So do you agree with Zanuck that at the equator, if you shoot this artillery shell to the south, the Earth is actually rotating under it, and it would deviate to the left. Everything would go to the right. And if you shoot it north, the bullet is gaining speed due to the differentials in speeds and would accelerate to the right. Do you agree with that? Because that's what they're
if you're at the equator, right, then you're already spinning the fastest. So if you're shooting north from the equator, you're shooting into slower moving Earth. If you shoot south from the equator, you're shooting into slower moving. But it's just the opposite way in terms of which way it would go.
That's not what Zanuck says.
Well, Zanuck was talking at a different point. So if you're somewhere else on the globe, you shoot north versus south, i.e. towards the North Pole or towards the equator, then you have different effects going on. It's a different observation. It's going from slow to fast or fast to slow.
So you're agreeing
that
the bullet would be accelerating, correct?
Well, one way it would. Well, okay. Bullet wouldn't necessarily accelerate. It's probably not the best way to put it, to be honest. It maintains its speed. And it just happens faster over some ground, which is slower, or slower over other ground, which is moving faster, depending on which way you shoot.
So closer to the equator, it's being deflected at a further distance. And as it goes away from the equator, the deviation is less and less, right? Because the speeds are different. The difference in the speeds is getting lower and lower. From 1,020 to, let's say, whatever, 600 miles an hour. That's causing the deviation, correct?
Well, yes, it's the same rate of change either way, but it depends which way you want perspective, I suppose, reference frame.
The conservation of momentum is being affected by the different speeds of the air.
Not the air.
Okay, it is the air moving at different speeds, right?
Well, the air's going with the Earth. It's the
Right,
Earth
so it
that's
is
moving.
the air. So it is the air that the bullet's flying through that is going at different speeds, correct?
Oh, of course, but the bullet's traveling at those same speeds, right?
Oh no,
It's not hitting.
The bullet's
It's not
also
hitting a
slowing down.
latitude line. Yeah, but it's not. Well, no, not left and right. It's not. It's maintaining doing.
Yeah, left and right from the equator shooting north. It would be going at one speed when it takes off, right? When it's shot coming out of the barrel, it's also going its barrel speed, right? It's feet per second coming out of the end of the barrel, and then as it travels through the air and goes away from the equator, the medium that it's traveling through, the air, is slowing down, correct? And the bullet is slowing down because of friction.
Right, yes. Yeah, normal friction losses, yeah.
Uh-huh. Keep going. So the air is moving, deflecting it which way when you're shooting them?
With the Earth. Coriolis has nothing to do with the air, though. Coriolis has to do with the object and the Earth, not the air. But yes, the air is...
Well, it's the air that's deflecting the bullet, right?
Deflecting the bullet? In what way?
Well, different speeds are pushing against this bullet, right? It's traveling through.
Are you talking about
different
aerodynamics? Are you talking
I'm
about
talking about
aerodynamics?
whatever the hell you're trying to explain under their model. The air would be moving at different speeds.
I think you misunderstood me. It's got nothing to do with the air. It's the ground underneath. The bullet's moving from a faster location over a slower location. Whether you want to talk about the fucking air or the land, I don't care.
No, you brought up the air. The air is moving with the ground, right? So it's the same difference.
Well,
You're saying whether the bullet is on the ground or in the air, it would deflect the same? That's bullshit.
I don't get what your contention is. Whether the bullet's on the ground or in the air. What do you mean?
Would it deflect differently if the bullet was trapped like a ball rolling on the ground as fast as the bullet is, and the ground is moving underneath it? It would deflect in that way, right? It would go in that direction, or would it go in the opposite direction?
So hang on. If this was a marble rolling on a basketball, for example, and we were trying, and the basketball was rotating, and we tried to roll the marble forward, would it follow Coriolis?
Well, you're saying it's the surface.
Of course it would. If we could do that with a basketball right now, of course it would. Yep.
Now you spin the basketball fast enough, and you project the marble into the air over the basketball. You're saying it's going to deflect in the same manner, the same rate, through the air?
Well, have a think about it. The ball is on the ground with friction. It has friction, so it's going to be a different path, but it would still be affected by the fact that it is rotating under it. Definitely.
I'm agreeing with you, but you're saying it's the surface of the earth causing this deflection, not the air. And I'm saying no. That's if the bullet's in the air, then it's not the surface of the earth causing anything.
Okay, so if we're on a stationary plane and we're shooting things and we get some sort of deviation, it's obviously the air, without a doubt. But that is not going to be a consistent deviation that lines up with Coriolis if we shoot backwards and forwards from the equator, like north and south. There's no possible fucking way that the air every time is going to maintain consistent with Coriolis. It's just not possible.
Never in the history of man has 100 bullets
or
been
maybe
fired.
Once. Yeah, well.
Are you done?
Yeah, go on.
Nah, it's all right. I mean, seriously. Shouldn't we prove the rotation of the Earth first? Shouldn't we prove that it's not other factors, which we know exist, instead of arguing about if the Earth was spinning, then Coriolis would affect the bullet in this way, if this and if that, and if you could get rid of all the other factors that we know for a fact affect the bullet while it's in the air for that short power, or the artillery shell. Yeah, come on, man. It's another joke.
It is a joke, and we could prove them wrong with a fucking cannon very easily. The fact that no one's done it, I scratch my head. I'm very curious. It's very strange.
Can't prove that that artillery shell is not being affected by something else other than what you would deem Coriolis if it deflected in the way that they've said Coriolis would deflect. You can't do it. It's impossible.
But it would have to be the opposite way. Like, in my mind, how could you justify, like, the cannon, like, let's just say you shoot it 100 times one way and it consistently fucking goes right
Dude,
that 100 times.
do
And
you
you say
think
it's the rifling and it's the wind or whatever. And then you turn it round and then it consistently goes left 100 times.
Yeah.
How
Do
could
you
the
think
rifling
hurricanes? Do you think
change?
hurricanes spin in different directions because of Earth's spin? Like, what's
It's
your
not what I
reason?
think.
No, I'm
It's
asking
not
you.
what I
I'm
think, dude.
asking
It's
you
the
to prove a
model.
point. I'm asking
Right.
you to prove a point.
I can't prove the ball if that's what you want.
Do you believe that hurricanes spin in opposite directions and different on the north side of the equator and the south side of the equator due to Earth's rotation? Yes or no?
The Coriolis effect. Yes, that is the model. It's not
I'm
my
not
belief.
asking you.
It
I'm
is
not
the
asking
model.
you about their model. I'm asking you what you believe personally.
Oh, I think it's the sun. It's caused by the
Thank
plasma.
you. Now, could that thermal energy be causing effects on other objects?
Look, yes, but it's
Thank
not going
you.
to do the same thing on a flat plane versus the ball. And that's my point. There's
It
distinct
only does it
differences.
on a platform.
Well, they need to prove that. Yes, the ball is unique with regard to that. And yet they haven't got evidence of this. It just raises that another question. Else. Oh, fuck it. The mathematics covers all their fucking tracks. We know it's bullshit. Their clear denial of perspective is what fucking the most. I think out of it.
You have a gift, White, of getting under people's skin.
Is that a problem?
Hey, I'm not complaining. Just making an observation.
Oh yeah, I rub people all the wrong way, but at the end of the day, like, fucking, what's there to argue?
I don't know where we're going to get a cannon from. I don't know how that's going to prove anything either. Like, how are we going to hire a cannon and shoot that fucking 25 or 50 kilometers and allow for Coriolis, end up killing someone? And what's our defense in court? Oh, sorry, Your Honor, we had to allow for Coriolis, and that's why we fucked up, because there is no Coriolis.
Oh, obviously, in the, you know, go out in the desert or some shit, we've got enough space to do it, mate. But obviously not. But that's more realistic. I mean, just, you know, good luck trying to hire a tank and drive out there 100 shells.
You're right if you could, though.
But, well, it would be fun. I'm sure there are places in America you can hire a tank and blast and shells, but it's not on the equator.
We don't get any good toys to play with here, do we?
But yeah, look, they've got the mathematics.
Oh yeah, look, everything can be hidden in numbers. Everything.
It's a language. Lie with it. Like all the. No one once fucking that win was Coriolis though. That was getting under my goat.
But
And kept on
Coriolis
being
wins.
brought up. Yeah, no one fucking.
I think that was Moyoc who said that. I could be wrong, but it was.
Well, if someone did say it, I think the Felix Baumgarten that clearly showed anomaly fucking what should have happened if Earth was turning. He started to drift with it, and then the higher he got, obviously, he can't be accelerating, so he should have drifted back quite a bit, but he ended up being the other direction. Apparently, winds a lot like that. That suggests that shit certainly isn't as fucking expected. You'd need to do that 100 times. You can't just do it once.
Yeah, that's the problem. You can't do anything just once, can you?
It makes it hard. And that is science, you know, repeatable. It's repeatable and you get the same results. You're doing science.
Yep. Proving things.
Yeah, certainly eliminating the things that aren't the cause. That's definitely what we're.
Yeah. Yep. Granny Smith apple.
Are they the green ones?
Yep, the best ones for apple pie and apple strudel. An apple crumble. An apple Danish. Apple turnover. Coach.
It's all the same stuff, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the
I
only
don't
way
eat
is
fruit very
is,
often,
is a,
but when I, it's fucking.
the only way is a direct measurement. It's the only way.
Well, what's your opinion on the 2 gyro thing? Because that's another thing I'm about, like actually getting some funds together and putting towards.
Really?
Because I like it.
Okay. Well, what do you plan on doing with 2 gyros? I think I've heard this from you.
Yeah. So they're horizon indicator gyros from an airplane, and obviously they've got the pendulous vanes underneath them, so that no matter where you go, they maintain your horizontal or horizon, right? So you take off from Adelaide, or say to go up to Darwin, north to south, and if you had two of these gyros in a box in the plane, they would both say that you're literally level the whole time. That's their job. So my plan is to mount these in a box and put in an aeroplane, but disable pendulous vanes on one of them, so that as you fly from, say, Adelaide to Darwin, one of them will level the whole time. The other one will actually rotate as a gyroscope. The degrees of apparently the globe between Adelaide and Darwin is something like 25 something degrees. So that would be a very clear indicator that something is happening with the aeroplane, because on a flat plane, it would be taking off at the so they're very close to the airport above sea level. So there'd be no
Clipping a bit too, right, for some strange
oh,
reason.
my bad. Yeah, I'm probably trying to.
There's a
Yeah,
fella.
just
There's a fella here, White. I think his name is IB Hunter. He actually builds and repairs and restaurates gyros. Might want to talk to him.
IB Hunter.
Yeah, IB Hunter. Here quite a bit in the chat. I don't think I've heard him talk, but he is in the chat quite a bit. But that's his actual job. He actually repairs gyros. So may want to have a chat to him about it, and you may even be able to get a good deal from him.
It's possible.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good idea. Because at the end of the day, if we're on a flat plane, they'll both do. There certainly won't be a 25-degree discrepancy.
What are they worth? You looked into them?
Well, look, I've looked into some cheaper ones, about $5,000. They're not cheap, but obviously they're aircraft, so expect a precision machine and shit like
that. Yeah.
But yeah, like Wolfie did a video. Wolfie did a video where he just pulled one out of his plane and took it. So it's obviously easy to do that sort of stuff. Might be that there's second-hand ones. Other than that, mate, that's the only other physical measurement I can think of. If a gyroscope does something in space.
Well, I don't know.
So,
I don't know if it's actually a physical measurement, like it's a reading.
Well, it's physical because there's a physical thing taking place. I would call that a physical. It's tangible because you can see it and touch it. It's not light. It's not optical. There's a physical thing changing as you move, and as we know, there's only certain things that can cause a gyroscope to change like that, and it's angular change. That to me is classed as physical, just like the downward pressure in my force to line test. Some people can claim that pressure is physical, in my opinion. I'm sure that can be debated, like everything. It does sort of come down to personal standard. At the same time, there's got to be a limit. We're obviously fooling ourselves. We think we'll ever know.
Had to top up the main water tank. So we've got one big water tank down the bottom, and we have two smaller water tanks, even though they're not small, up the top of the property near the front of the house. One of them we just use basically for gardening. Anyway, I attached a hose to it and ran it into the tank. It was actually surprising that when those two water levels got to be pretty much exactly the same, stopped running.
Yeah. It would be, again, very hard to fucking tell the difference in what those levels should be different-wise at that distance.
Yes, well, obviously, according to the mathematics that go on, but
Like, you know, they'll tell you that you can fucking detect the glasses. I mean, like calculate it, sorry. Calculate it.
you can calculate it, but you
It's
can't
just
measure it.
calculate.
Yet we apparently can see atoms. We can't.
Yeah.
See temperature in water. Go figure.
Yeah, and measure time, fucking expanding and slowing, dilating, or whatever it does.
Does depend on what your standards are, I suppose. And I'm quite happy with my straight edge and my fish tank.
Flat Earth.
Doesn't deviate. Well, water doesn't. No. Well, it's just horizontal level water. Right? Doesn't mean flat Earth. Means flat water.
Uh-oh. Which by default means flat Earth because it's 80% water. Unless they've lied to us about that.
I wouldn't.
And there's just a little pond in the middle that we all think is different oceans. We're all looking at the same pond. Imagine that.
Wouldn't that be bizarre, actually, if we're all just
Wouldn't
around the
it?
outside of a pond?
Yeah. Yeah. Classic. Pond Earth. We've created a whole new model. Not the pond that everyone's talked about. We're on the outside. Sitting on the outside. That's what that's a specific. That's not.
You a Foo Fighters fan?
Oh, look, I do like their music, but I haven't never paid for their stuff. Admit.
They got a you call it not a concert, a tour on now, I think.
Hmm.
World
Well, I think they would have
Tour.
cancelled. They just lost their drummer, mate.
Did they?
Yeah, he just died of a heart attack from injection.
Ooh. Ooh.
50
Yeah,
years old. Or
yeah,
52 or
wasn't Mr. Fu, whatever his name is, the main man.
Dave Grohl.
Yeah, wasn't he him and Kurt Cobain started up Nirvana, didn't they?
Hmm.
If
Did.
serves me correctly. They were a good band back in the day, Nirvana. Didn't mind some of their stuff. Kurt Cobain's girlfriend, what's her name? Courtney Cox. She was a bit out there.
Very much. It's just the drugs, though, really.
Oh, I saw a photo of her about. Oh, must be. No way, JJ. Seriously. He had him killed. Money. She could buy more drugs.
Who? Oh,
I think
Kurt.
JJ's suggesting that Courtney had Kirk killed, fake suicide. Well, then what about you want to talk suicides or things? What was his name? Excess. Oh, his singer found dead.
Michael Hutchins.
Michael Hutchins. That's it. Yeah. Wasn't he involved with Kylie Minogue? Was it Kylie Minogue or Courtney?
Yep. Kylie.
Kylie. Yeah. Into all that weird bloody
Good shit.
Bob Geldof. The list goes on. That's crazy.
Anyone who tries to expose the child fucking traffic, pedophilia, fucking fucked off.
Didn't they have a daughter that they named Flower Pot Daffodil Chrysanthemum something?
Not sure.
Some weird name. Yeah, some weird out there name. It's like, oh Lord, you didn't do that to your child, did you?
Have a look what Anthony Bourdain, Chris Cornell were involved in.
Oh, he was at around the world. Oh, wasn't he the Bourdain? Been involved?
Yeah,
What was he involved in?
both of them like heavily involved in exposing the dodgy shit that goes on in the background in the world. They were sort of coming together to do a documentary. It seemed like it was a little bit too close to home, as the story goes. They're both no longer with us.
Exposed.
JJ will know all about that.
JJ's on everything. He's like
Oh.
the man. Want to know something? You just pose the question and bang, it's there. Never heard of that one, JJ. Oh, damn.
Oh, really? Oh, really? I was
Yeah.
coming out of that with a fresh one.
Now JJ's on Google right as we speak, looking into it,
And
informing
I like.
himself. Google's gone in a meltdown.
Fucking,
He's getting
that one hasn't been
he's
searched.
getting
Sure.
he's getting finger cramps as we speak. Anthony Bourdain. Now, how do you spell Bourdain? Oh no, oh no.
Yeah, I think there's an A in it. Classic.
I didn't actually mind some of his docos, Anthony Bourdain. They were all right.
Oh, Revelations. That was the name of his show. No Reservation. I think there was another.
And,
World Navy Pilot.
I wonder if Coriolis will get settled tomorrow.
It's already settled. It's already until they provide proof. It's bullshit. That's how it is. That's how everything.
I still don't get why. Although we can say it's a Coriolis effect, I don't think that Coriolis himself was even looking to anything like this. He was just talking about the speed of fluids, and he used his reference frame as a fucking water wheel. Then, like all these years later, we call something a Coriolis effect, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't even looking into it.
Well, no, he was. He was looking at the speed of things around the core, like a center of rotation. So it is, in effect, the same.
Well, a water wheel guy kind of uses gravity, and no, I'm just saying. I'm not here for a debate or anything. I'm just saying, and he's the Coriolis force was measuring fluid dynamics and speed. Like they would say that water going through a pipe and the pipe's got a bit of slack on it. When water goes through it, it vibrates a certain frequency. And then when oil goes through it, it vibrates a different thing. And then he said that his reference frame was a water wheel. And I didn't know this until I started looking up Coriolis. And then I was like, but there's nothing here about this fucking drift on a fucking merry-go-round, with the reference frame being the merry-go-round, the mass being the ball, and the observer standing above the merry-go-round, not attached to it. I know it sounds whack, but you kind of think if you're going to call yourself the fucking such and such effect, you would have thought that you pretty much looked into it loads, but I don't think he was. Anyway, it's going to be another one of those long things. I think they just named it wrong, and you just think, why did you name it if the geezer wasn't even looking into it?
Maybe there's two.
Did he get the Nobel Prize or something? Gustave, whatever his name was it Gustave?
No, that was the guy that done the knock-knock jokes, isn't it? He got a Nobel Prize, didn't he?
Sure,
Jesus.
the fellow, Mr. Coriolis, got a
Oh, fucking hell, mate. You know, knock-knock, yeah? The guy who done the knock-knock jokes, he got a Nobel Prize, because there was no bell involved. Oh, come on.
Sounds like a really bad dad joke.
Oh, come on, mate. I just finished work, man. Sorry.
Well, I
We're
hope
all
you've
bad
got
dads.
kids, mate.
We're all bad dads, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Nobel. Yeah, I didn't see that anything about the Nobel Prize, but like many, these guys are reputable mathematicians, astronomers, etc., whatever they're doing. We had so many, the likes of Descartes and Cassini. That's yeah, all sorts, man, all sorts.
Polar.
Yeah, it was Gustave Gaspard.
Of course it was.
Well, that's yes. The
One of those.
19th century. He was a French engineer, mathematician. He's bloody French. So you can't trust bloody frogs. All right, so that's discarded straight away.
I do know that the French, I think it's King Henry or Louis or something, he was the first guy to actually fund science, and before then there was no funding for science. So if you're rich, like Cavendish, then Cavendish had the money to do his experiments and to write books and shit like that. So I think the French Academy of Sciences came about because of the funding that came from the king, and before that there was no funding.
Yeah, well,
What better way to control a narrative?
it wasn't even his experiment, actually. Experiment. It wasn't even his. It was some master or something, I think. He serves me correctly.
The infiltrator. The Jesuit infiltrator of the local fucking just cult.
Yeah, apparently the story goes, it wasn't his idea. It was someone else's idea, but he actually conducted the experiment, but the actual idea for the thing came from someone else.
Oh, it's like the original false flag, where the FBI or the CIA prep someone. They prep some stooge to do something. So they've gone in and prepped Cavendish they've egged him on. You should do this experiment. It's going to prove this. It's do that. That's what they say. He's basically a terrorist. Sad.
So the experiment, which was done whenever it was devised sometime before by geologist John Mitchell.
That sounds like a fake name.
However, Cavendish stole the idea after his death and conducted it.
That's not really a steal. He's dead. You don't steal it.
I just threw that in. I don't should take back that slanderous.
Yeah. The family will be on to you, but
yeah, exactly.
They're listening.
He didn't steal it. He just swindled it.
Yeah. Tesla style.
Yeah.
Just hang around and wait for that death.
He discovered hydrogen as well, didn't he?
Gustav.
Yeah, even look at his picture. The guy looks a bit shifty. Definitely would not leave my wallet on the coffee table if he came around for dinner. It's the sort of guy he looks like. He looks shifty, like I said. Doing all these people in the channel and no one's talking. What's going on?
Yeah, I've rubbed them all simultaneously being rubbed. I've heard what happened. Reminds me of the fucking the whole plane flying, having to nose down to follow curvature. flat earthers trying to fucking argue that. How the fuck does it fucking follow? Like that, you know, it just gets on my nerve because all you got to do is understand aerodynamics. It's in their model as how it happens, and you wouldn't even be arguing, right? And you can have hours of a discussion over.
I don't get it. Like, Jin and I had it out a couple of weeks ago in regards to that. You know, planes fly horizontal. They don't fly horizontal, Jin. Don't. Right? They're slightly in an upward position and they fly in a pressure zone. That's where they fly. Right?
Yep. Otherwise, they constantly come down.
Yeah. And their model, their mathematics accounts for how they fly in this pressure zone. Right?
Yeah, it's sort of in the same way that ballers seem so they don't appreciate like perspective for what it is. You know what I mean? And they always want to go to like you can see infinite things won't get like blend into the ground, low to the ground. Like they just deny perspective. I get similarly frustrated when Flatty will argue for that whole point of the nose of the plane going down because it's almost like they're deliberately denying what's very evident.
Mm-hmm. Perspective, optics. You know, like Rui's big one is that he can debunk flat Earth with a photo by counting pixels.
Yeah,
Like you're absolutely insane. You're absolutely. He can work out angular size. He can work out everything it's supposed to be. Works out where the horizon is. All this sort of stuff just by looking at a photo, at a picture, or he takes a screenshot from a video. Reckons he can work it all out by counting pixels. Get out of town. Like, I just find that sort of thing just somewhat dishonest and disingenuous, really.
Well, yeah. I mean, the fact that we've already ruled out optics, and here he is trying to fucking throw optics in our face. That's redundant right there. But then to go on and try and say, yeah, special.
Yeah.
But he believes it, mate.
No problem with him believing it. That's what he wants to believe. Him and his 722 terabytes worth of data of weather balloon information. That's pretty dedicated.
Yeah, it still doesn't give you the fucking optical corridor fucking gradients and just the general data for the areas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's the weather like in Australia? Is it getting cold, getting cooler?
No, it's warm as.
Beautiful.
Yeah. See, like, I know I say this all the time, but like the UK, their summers. If you just imagine sort of like the sun is south of the equator, then you could say the northern hemisphere is having a winter, and then every 6 months. But the UK, sun started warming up the northern, our part of the northern hemisphere, good 25 days before it was meant to have crossed the equator. Then the opposite effect would happen at our antipodal, wherever that is, Australia or something like that. Or that's why I was asking if the northeast of Australia is like getting cooler quicker than it normally is.
No.
It's warm as at the moment.
I mean,
it's wetter than it normally is.
Yeah, it's perfect one day, even better the next at the moment.
What temperatures do you guys get to in your peak of winter?
What, low or what high?
Low.
Oh, you can get. Well, it depends where you are, realm. Like what
Well,
part
where
of
you
Australia?
-10. I think minus probably about the coldest we get here.
Fuck me. So
-10.
Yeah, where it snows and shit.
No, it doesn't get that cold.
where you are, mate? Where you are, band? What's the lowest you had?
I would
It gets to
say
-5 in fucking Renmark.
where I am at the moment, I would be surprised if it got to say 1 or 2 degrees. I'd be surprised if it got that low because I'm right next to the ocean too. So
Yeah, it's true. Because the ocean's only going to get to a certain sort of temperature, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm just trying to compare it, just forgetting about this equator and stuff like that, and trying to figure out where the real like middle line is, and that middle line would be, the sun's equator. So if in the UK, I feel that our summer started a good 3 weeks early, and it's been getting that way over the years. Almost like, that sun's at 23.5 degrees, but I don't know, just something different. But you definitely notice the change, like all of a sudden over 1 or 2 days, the fucking the ground's got drier, the fucking temperature's gone from an average of 3 to 6 to, 8 to 14.
But don't sundials still work? Like, sundial that's somewhere 20 years ago still works?
I mean, the problem is that we're using 1 hour fucking movements, aren't we? And we're not all moving our DST at exactly the same time. So, like in Australia, your DST might only last about 5 months, where England will be 6 months. So, I think with the sundial measuring against the time that you think it is, DST should, if it's going to work exactly against the sundial, then you need to have your locations DST to the minute or the 10-minute or something. You've got India half. You've got East Asia pretty much doesn't use DST. Japan doesn't use DST. So you've almost got like India all the way through to through the Pacific that doesn't use DST.
I don't think DST changes anything. It's just an hour forward or back. Still an hour.
Yeah, but you guys use it in Australia. But yeah, if you go north of you on a Mercator map, they don't use it there. And it's almost
Yeah, but
like,
not everyone in Australia uses it. Not everyone in Australia uses it.
That means you're correct, because it's a good 20% uses it, so it's hardly used. Correct, yeah. So there is that section, like 1/3 of our one third of our longitudes. Let's say that was a third of 360 being 120 degrees. So you'll have 120 degrees of longitude that doesn't use DST. You have 120 that does use DST, and you have another 120, which is the opposite of the first DST. So one will go to summer, one will go to winter, and one just doesn't use anything at all. And it all seems to be pretty much a third. But it's just
it's always a third.
Huh?
It's always a third, mate.
Well, so a third of the world will be in the northern summer, a third of the world will be in the opposite winter, and a third of the world won't be in either, because they're sort of in the middle and they don't use DST. So you take a Mercator map and divide into 3. India being one segregation, 120 degrees west of that, and another segregation, and then a third segregation. And then if you line it up with DST time movements, you'll see that there's an obvious pattern. You can draw straight lines. It's one of those subjects you either know about it or you don't. I just study where the sun crosses the equator and compare it to 500 years ago, and see that it's moved 20 degrees west. So where those points cross the equator. Capricorn and Cancer, the namings of those are wrong. Shit like
How
that.
does the equator move 20 degrees west?
Well, it's where the sun crosses the equator. So at the moment, it crosses the equator coming from the south at 121 east. It usually 121 east, and it used to cross the equator at 141 east 500 years ago. And then in the west, it used to cross the equator. It used to come from the north and cross the equator at Cape Verde. Now it crosses the equator at like past French Guiana, South America.
Yeah, but couldn't the land masses just have moved?
No, I don't believe in this land mass moving because I don't think it works like that, mate. They try to, they show you stuff of melting and fucking continental plates, but they're just fissures. I don't think there's movement as such. Maybe if there's lava underneath us in whatever realm we are, then there's movement there. But I don't think the actual puzzle moves. You know, everything under the puzzle might slide. There's cracks between them all. You've also got ridges and basins in the sea, which that's where the splitting will happen. You've got, if you're going to rip apart or push together, you're going to get mountains or you're going to get ridges in the sea. We pretty much, as humanity, leveled off a lot of our lands. People talk about the giant titans of our past. We built on every single part of this fucking realm. We would have flattened the area, made it level, suitable for building on. It's trying to look at it from a different perspective and kind of think, why does it look so leveled out, etc., etc. I talk shit,
Because
mate.
it's flat plain.
I really can't get into giants and stuff like that personally.
Yeah, I mean, different pressures. The different pressures of the environment, where we're full capacity of water, all the water is frozen up, and the pressure there's more space for the air. So different things happening in the southern hemisphere. It appears that the atmosphere is higher in the southern hemisphere because I've been watching flights getting to cruising altitude, but taking much longer to get. Maybe because the air quality is worse, actually. The atmosphere is closer in the southern hemisphere, so it can't get enough repulsion and can't get enough proper air in the southern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, that you leave the US going, and it takes you 20 minutes to get to fucking to cruising altitude, and you're thinking, what the fuck? But in the southern hemisphere, they cruise at about 12 kilometers and not 10. Because 10 kilometers is about 35,000 feet. But they cruise at about 12,000. So they take longer and they cruise much higher. And it's like, it's similar routes. I take 33 north somewhere to 33 north somewhere else. And then I observe the patterns. And then I compare them to the south. And I'm like, way different, man. Way different. And also in the south, they have a lot more gaps in data. You can be 7 hours without being tracked by anything. So it's like, one way, yeah, satellites could be real, but then I'm thinking, why can't we track a fucking duck that's stranded at sea? That's what I don't get. I really don't get that. And satellites to me would be just static, stationary things that are just relays. It's like a fucking post office tower relay station, but it's horizontal. So you just shooting it up at an angle and you're reflecting it so that you can get 7,000 kilometers in any direction, pretty much, using the ionosphere. And yeah, man.
Ionis plane.
Ionis plane. Yes, exactly, man. Exactly. There's so much truth to it. It's like, how do you make the model fucking work? It's you make this, you make that, and then if you understand the mechanism and what you're looking at, and the lensing involved, then it's like today. I know I talk shit, guys. So if I'm talking shit, then tell me to shut up. Yeah. Today.
I think it's just the top plate of the capacitor.
The what?
The ionosphere. The Ionis plane is probably just the top plate of the capacitor.
Yeah, the top plate. Yeah, like two saucers. A cup and saucer. Well, one is the top plate, and one is the bottom plate. maybe. What you mean?
Sort of like a capacitor you've got to
Yeah, exactly. A
differentials.
capacitor, exactly. Because there's nothing to hold the charge further up. So whatever's generating it, we are the capacitor. Yes, definitely, yeah. Yeah, totally, man. A containment, whatever. So many different fucking things, and so much says that it's almost like a saucer, a cup and saucer. So it's just beveled at the edges, and it's all sorts of shit, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, so today it's like bubbles in oil. I got some veg oil at the store, and it's like bubbles in it, and you're looking at this liquid that's pretty much almost transparent, see-through, and slightly yellowish. You're seeing all these bubbles suspended in there, and I'm like, fucking, you add a bit of light to that, and the bubbles are going to be light up, aren't they? And shit like that.
Oh yeah.
It's a visual thing, isn't it? Visual.
Yeah, don't have too many pipes before you look at that oil again. Stare at that for hours.
I guess, like for me, I work in kitchens every day, and I see all different things. I see the volume of oil increase. When you turn on the fryers, all these things here. And then if you heat water up, what does it do? Does it expand? I don't think it does. I think it just creates air bubbles, maybe. But it does create air bubbles, and it reduces in volume when you've been boiling it for long enough.
Water, definitely.
But does water expand when you heat it?
Yes, it does.
So when you freeze it, what happens?
It expands.
It expands at a certain point.
Yeah, but it's both the same phenomena. Do you agree?
Which is unusual, really. Think about it.
It is unusual for different reasons.
See, but doesn't like when you put the water in a freezer, the freezer has a very low content of oxygen in there or air because it's trying to take that out, and you put the water into the freezer, and it must pull in the air as well that's in there, so that because obviously you get the fracturing of the air being absorbed by the water, possibly causing it to expand.
No, it's the shape of the crystal.
So the crystal is expanding by something inside the crystal. What would that be? Or is it just crushing?
Well, no, it's the charges. It's like the water crystal forms. The molecules sort of further apart, creating less dense ice.
Less dense, yeah. But the appearance is that it's expanded because there's something else in there. If you put ice into a vacuum bag and take all the air out of that thing, would there be any air bubble or an air pocket? That's what I'm talking about. Does it absorb air so that it can fracture and increase and expand? Like when you freeze soup, you always get a convex finish. It might have lifted up at the top, but it drops more at the sides. And I see that with ice cubes. It might raise slightly, but it loses much more around the rim, like a moat type of thing. So the appearance that it's expanded, but how would you measure that? The weight's going to be the same or whatever,
Well, if you seal the container, I suppose no more air can.
Water's the most natural thing or abundant thing on the earth, isn't it? It's
in water.
Yeah, I mean, you think we all drink.
It's the most common molecule in the universe. The most common compound, I mean.
But trees are made from some type, you know, an absorption of water as an assistance. It's like everything, the building blocks of life, you know. I know I talk shit. I know I talk shit. It's just, I guess, you can't have conversations like this with it. You know, when people say we go down the pub and have conversations, we won't have conversations like this. No one in depth, you know. You'll probably be around someone's house having a few beers in your own sort of environment. You think of our healing power. I sliced my toe open. You think of the healing power that your body's able to grow back together, and you're only, you know, is it your blood that's doing it? Is your blood the building blocks? You know, and water, man. Water's, yeah. It also holds charges as well. They don't water in like glass bell sort of vessels, and you can. There's a great channel called the Plasma Channel. An American guy, but he does all experiments with plasma, all sorts of stuff. Fucking amazing. Black flames. You ever sulfur flames? They're not orange. They're black. You ever seen them?
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, Realm,
Sorry,
just
mate.
quickly. Just quickly, White IB Hunters in the chat. You want to tag him?
I'll probably send him a message tomorrow, Bandy. I'm just hopping into bed, mate.
Yeah. Damn. Well, start slapping.
Yeah. So basically,
Sorry, Realm.
no, you're good, man. You can make a flame without light, and you can only see the light at certain, maybe using polarized plastic or whatever it's called. There's little things like this where you can create heat without light. You know, the hearth by the fire. You know. But when you see like all these like scientific channels and stuff, and they show you experiments, now the good guys, Action Lab, and just do flies fly in a vacuum chamber, you know what I mean? But they don't fucking die, you know what I'm saying? And shit like that. Yeah, really interesting things. Tasman Channel, all sorts of, going back to water, and he was using, I think he was using water as solenoids or capacitors. I think capacitor would be, but water memory, things like this, where it's, yeah, all sorts of shit, man. It's like it's a living thing on its own, isn't it? The building blocks. I think we take for granted we don't truly understand it fully. If you've got a flat Earth, like, does flat Earth have like hertz? Like, Earth has a frequency of like 7.3 hertz or something like that. What would possibly cause that, like, in a flat Earth situation?
The same thing that's causing a globe situation. It's been misinterpreted.
If there's a vibration, then there is a like vibration of some sort, minute enough that make everything always at level, but like shaking breadcrumbs in a container, or shaking a container full of sand, and you've hidden some stuff in there, and you feel great. Shake it enough times, it comes to the surface, you know. What do you guys know about the second pendulum clock The first pendulum was like 0.994 meters long, and they based the second off half
The second's
swing.
based on the speed of light now,
Yeah, no, but the original definition. I know that if you take a finger length and then you make an iron bar out of it, and then you fire an atom at that length there, it all derives from one original point, and
huh? Yeah, but
it has
it used to just be a fraction of a day.
it used to be a fraction of a day.
You know, like 186, or what is it, 86,400 or whatever.
Yeah, but didn't they start with something like the first pendulum clock that was made? It was one. The left side would say it was one, not revolution, but one swing of the pendulum would be
one period.
One period, yeah. And it was using. I've always been fascinated by this. I'm fascinated by a lot of stuff. And the length of the pendulum was 0.994. And it, why couldn't it have been a meter? Why couldn't it have been something that was geologically linked to the Earth itself? But yet, 0.994, it's like that difference there. It's probably the difference of 1,609 meters in a mile compared to 1,600. It's quite close, that ratio difference. And if we originated time scientifically based on one swing of the pendulum at 0.994 meters, and that is the decision we were making, and we'll base everything on that, regardless, because that's what we've, blah, blah, blah. Had it been 0.998 of a meter, would it have changed our measurements for everything? A lot of our rules were written by or enforced by Queen Elizabeth, 1600. She fucking changed the value of the mile from 1,480 meters to 1,609 meters, just like that.
Well, it's cool. It's a cooler number. It sounds cooler. Looks cooler. 16 and 9 are both square numbers. Who knows, man? Maybe she knew what she was doing. But like I said, since the past 2 or 3 years ago, yeah, they don't even use these old weights and measures anymore. They based all these numbers off of constants.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. A lot of our measuring tools might seem irrelevant, but most measuring tools, domesticated, industrial, but not scientifically, are not calibrated. You take your average plastic. I know you can say it's because it's plastic and it's expanded or changed, but a lot of stuff is not calibrated, and could be 5 or 10% off your average plastic measuring jug at home. I would say if you measure it against a liter of water and try to compare it against a kilo, you might be 0.8, like 8% off. But it's interesting what you said, 16 and 9 square numbers. Interesting, very, very interesting there, definitely. And that, yeah, very, very good, mate. I like that.
Yeah, numbers can be fascinating.
I think, yeah. Like all the arguments have come together, and it's worked out mathematically. The model's worked out such and such and such, and everyone's shook hands and said, yeah, all right, it works, and we can move on. I came across this guy, years ago, but I came across a snippet in a website he's got, Joss Lays. Joe's Lays. He does all sorts
Yeah,
of.
wait, this sounds familiar. He does simulations.
Yeah, and he's got he's got a website. And fuck me, he came up with a shape that was an alternate to what it could be, because he was talking about what shape, how we would change from a sphere if we were to spin any faster. And he came across this fucking spinning top looking, spinning tops we had as kids, pushed them down, they just spun up. And he had this fucking model that looked like that. And the funny thing was, the North and the South Pole, they weren't circular, they were elliptical, but like blatantly like two times longer than the original circle. So like
He used
stretched
to
out.
be in this community. He used to be into the flat Earth community.
He's not. He's against the flat
Yeah,
Earth.
yeah. He's always been a Glober, but I'm saying he used to be in this community because he has some old proofs. I remember a long time. That's where I remember his name. He had a couple of models that he made years ago.
But yeah, I mean, the ability to make modeling like that. I mean, if I could get hold of someone like that, pay him some money, just model something for me. Not that I've got one yet, but that'd be cool to know.
Why did you bring him up? I forget, but you said something about him.
Yeah, it was the shape that he had on his website. I'm just driving at the moment, but he came the shape, and what was interesting is that how it changed the longitude and latitude appearance, and the North and South Pole changed shape, and all of a sudden just it lengthened. It lengthened, and he had this like two poles at each. At the North and South Pole, there were two poles. Like, I'm gonna try and find it now if I'm lucky.
Here, I'm gonna send you a link. He's got a few he's got a few videos in that link.
Yeah,
I've seen all of these, but these ones at the bottom, the constructing a flat Earth map. I didn't know that was his video.
But yeah, and this was like a spheroid, but you can imagine a casserole pot, the old school ones with the handles on the side, and then you put another pot, that thing on the top. I think that's on my PC. But it was really interesting that like he was trying different things out and what it would look like if you got your center pole, or what the Earth would look like if it started speeding up, and naturally it'll just pull out. Like it was like fluid dynamics type of thing, that type of idea, containment. Yeah, it will be on his website. Yeah, I see you've got a Joss Lays. Yeah, this and oh fuck me, because there was some and this little blog was on here somewhere, and it was all videos of how the Earth would change its shape as it sped up. And one of the diagrams he had just really caught my eye. He's got shitloads, isn't he? One really caught my eye. Just looked like a slightly deflated basketball, maybe. I think the lines on our sports balls have relevance. Like if a tennis ball in a way, if you were to hold it in front of you and the lines were going up and down instead of left to right, maybe that's the right way of saying that. It's almost like the old way of thinking, how a geocentric idea, how they thought the sun was moving. And the sun would be moving like looping up and looping down and looping up and looping down. And I find it's really interesting, like the patterns that we have on balls. I thought the ball sports came out in the 1800s, but people talk about this in 1500s, so I'm pretty sure that our crickets and a lot of our sports came from way before the 1800s.
You said Beowulf?
Beowulf.
You said Beowulf, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know what? If this is his website, there's another page on this website. That's
He's got a lot of shit in this website, yeah. A lot of cool shit.
I'm trying to navigate through trying to navigate through his website, but I can't seem to find another page on it.
Well, be careful driving, man.
Yeah. So I was going back to this Hertz thing of the Earth Hertz 7.83 or something. If there's a vibration, a very, very small vibration, but you're vibrating trillions and trillions of minute little molecules, atoms, whatever. So naturally, everything is going to eventually level out. Eventually, roads will break up and fucking shit like that. So if there is a vibration, what is causing that vibration? If we're not talking about a convex model, maybe that's the easiest way of saying. Kosho, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking at something.
Oh, sorry, man.
Oh, what's up, my man?
I keep on coming across the measurements of 1 degree of latitude, the experiments. I don't like the Peru high up in the high altitude. I think it's not a fair sort of method when they're trying to compare it to Lapland or something like that, but maybe in some ways. Because you haven't sort of done all your measurements first, you've already sort of made the map and said, well, that's where it is over there, etc., etc. But every time they do this latitude 1 degree, they come up with somewhere between 107 and 108 kilometers, and it should be 111. And I know it's a bit of this and it's a bit of that. It depends on terrain and stuff like that.
What method are you describing when you say?
I think they would just they would. The origin of the meter measuring from such and such to such and such, say it's a degree, you would have to look up at the skies and say, well, we've the parallax or the difference in the altitude of the star and the sky, if that makes sense. That would change. Am I right in saying that? How would you know what 1 degree is if you don't know what 1 degree is? I guess your definition of 1 degree is.
Well, you would know what 1 degree was. You'd have a sextant. Okay, so now that you have a sextant, yeah, I mean, it could be as simple as you measuring something at your zenith and then moving away until it's at 89 degrees, right?
But you would agree that using the stars is more logical than using the sun, because the sun is a moving variable, whereas the celestials is pretty much it's a slower variable and it's more constant. So back in them days, I feel that they would have looked at the stars and said, right, okay, well, there's 1 degree. We've gone so far north, and that 1 degree has dropped to the horizon. So we know that we've moved 1 degree, or similar things like that, sextants and stuff like that. That doesn't involve the sun. Does not involve the sun. So they always got 107 kilometers. 107.9 was the result, and the meter was established on that. And these errors could easily calculate up to a miscalculation.
Although the meter was established from taking 1/40,000th of the circumference. Huh?
Yeah, but they never measured from the equator, because he said the shortest distance from the equator to the North Pole, the shortest distance. That word didn't have to be there. But could be said in many different ways. And
then what, they multiply that by 4? Oh no, they get so it would be 1/10,000th of that then.
Yeah, but if they never went from the equator, just to verify, look, things could have changed since we last done it, whatever the case is. But if me and you are going to do a proper thing, we're gonna clean the table down and we're gonna start again. You know what I'm saying? We fucked up on the recipe and we're gonna fucking do it properly. We're not gonna make sure that everything's flush and all our variables have been measured and agreed with firstly, and not assume. So, and from there. We're 107, 108. Oh God, I fucking talk so much. I forgot where I left off. Yeah, so the thing that I keep on coming up with is so there's 1/10,000. So if they hadn't measured from the equator to the North Pole, physically, the land itself, then it's hard to say the meter based off the celestials, or they're based off
the
ground?
meter is currently based off of
I know that
speed of light. It used to be based off of 1/10,000th of the distance you described.
Yeah, definitely. But like I was saying earlier, like if we both agree that our measure is going to be the length of my finger, then you change that to a piece of steel and you say that's the new definition, the new same length, and then you change that to the cesium, breakdown over a certain amount, blah, 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 and then you've got another measure there, but you haven't changed the original definition. Sorry. You haven't changed the original meaning. The definition might change, but it depends whether you're talking about historically or current, things like that. And it goes back to this pendulum thing that was slightly off as well. Why couldn't it have been any other length? But it had to be 0.994. I'm going to be shooting off in a sec. I think it's worth looking. Sorry.
Look at those images I posted in chat. That's proof of the celestial sphere in the Earth. Keep wasting your times in arguing about Coriolis effect.
Hey, how about this?
The real ones will move on.
All right, hold on. Realm has to leave in a minute. Before he goes, I got to show him something. While I do the math, why don't you go ahead and waste my time right now and tell me how is this is proof of the celestial sphere inside the hollow Earth, right?
Oh, yeah. This all is one is all. The bottom figure. I mean, pretty much all those pictures there is how I see my concave model, as that picture as it stands.
Can you share me your concave model? I'm interested. Just want to see it.
I've been working on different things, and I always come up with oblate on the outside and prolate on the inside, and that's
is
causing...
it flat? What is it?
Well,
is it a flat Earth?
Well, look at the. It's probably flat and it's concave.
No, bro, that's not. You can't say flat and concave. That's fucking stupid, man.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture. The pictures are flattened at the poles. Yeah.
Yeah, the poles are flattened. Show me your model later, bro. But this I posted here is specifically the mainstream concave Earth model. That's proof of the celestial sphere right there for anyone that has the intelligence to help themselves. I'm not gonna fucking try to convince you on what you're looking at.
Bud, I'm a concaver.
Those smart enough, like Crit, will get it eventually.
Bud, I'm a concaver, bruv. Like, hello, hi.
Do you have a celestial sphere in your model?
No, I've got a. I've got Ptolemy. Ptolemy is the center of my model.
I don't think you have to pronounce the P.
Oh yeah, Ptolemy. So the Ptolemy model is you've got a central sun and everything is moving around in a linear fashion, if that's the right word. They've all got their own...
I need to see images and animations and stuff, preferably.
Yeah, but this has inspired me, so thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Thanks. If you have questions, I'm at work right now, but if you have questions over this, I can explain later on what exactly we're seeing.
Oh yeah, I know the concave model really well. I invented
sweet.
mine, and it never looked anything like this. But it looks similar, but it wasn't. The mechanics were completely different. But if I would love to DM you, mate, and have a conversation with you because there's few and far between us, mate.
Yeah, I'll send you all the links and sources I have that could help you.
Yeah, man, I'm chatting to other people, new perspective, and the other guy, Glory to all thingy.
That's me.
Oh, I thought so, man. I fucking thought so. You changed your name again. Sorry,
Yeah.
buddy. Sorry.
It's
Okay, well,
it's okay.
save the introduction. Laters, boys.
Are you still there, Rum? Damn it.
Hey, Kosho,
Yeah, what's up, man?
look at that latest picture I just posted of that stars.
All right.
You see that bright? You see that bright area in the sky?
That's right, yeah.
That's glass lit up. That's glass in the sky lit up. That's the fucking either the moon layer glass or the sun layer glass. That phenomena right there is due to concave glass in the sky.
What makes you say that?
Because you'd have to look at animations and look at the light patterns for concave lens, and then look at long exposures or time lapses of the quote unquote Milky Way that we're seeing, and you'll start to pick up these light patterns, and you'll see everything that we're seeing is ultimately light. It seems like almost there seems to be, I don't know how to explain it. It seems like I'm working on a crazy theory right now, amongst other theories, is that life, there's something in this world or out of this world, and it's a light. Imagine like a fiber optic cable almost, and this light is conscious. The light itself is conscious. The light itself is inherently powerful. The light itself is orderly and contains everything in the universe within it naturally in a like perfect state of non-division.
What gives you that idea?
Just many theories, and this world seems to be almost like some kind of holographic plate or something. So this is a different than concave Earth. Some kind of holographic plate or something, and this light of source or God or whatever, which is conscious, gets used as like a power source for this holographic matrix, and the matrix, the holographic matrix itself, is not alive. There's nothing alive within it. But everything that grows within it is ultimately sourced and powered from that initial source light. which is conscious. So every tree, every animal, every human, every being that's alive is that same consciousness, that same power, but limited via its physical form of not only the body, but also the material mind substance, which limits its.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Anyways, that's
Hey,
enough.
so what is it that gave you this idea though? Like what sort of
Just a combination of random things, a lot of random things.
so these are sort of just hunches?
They call it random association.
And it seems to be the point of humanity in this world, besides living and enjoying ourselves and stuff like that and procreating or whatever. It seems to be there may be a element of salvation or ascension or whatever in this reality. And the secret behind that, the ultimate esoteric secret behind that is the being that is within the, so like the human, the consciousness needs to realize that it is not the physical form, it's not the thoughts, it's not its limitations. It needs to experientially realize what it is, what it truly is in its base, purest form of awareness. And by doing that, it catalyzes a literal physical / metaphysical process where their body almost deteriorates, the matter breaks down, and it just becomes like you have almost like a light body, like an energy body. And the consciousness of that being, which in this case the humans are the only ones on this plane that are capable of doing this.
And so I have to ask you the same question I asked you before. Where did you get this idea from?
It's just made up of a whole bunch of other ideas. And so with that, I'm not declaring this as the truth or anything. This is an idea. So with that idea is this whole reality would be yourself experiencing yourself in all your different forms. And you are life. And this life has inherent qualities, besides the power and all that stuff. This life, this conscious or personality of this light, there's certain things about it. It wants to express itself without being limited. It wants to express itself. It wants to act.
All right, let me ask you a question. What if let's say that this hunch you had, it turned out it was true, right? It's absolutely true. Everything about it except for the fact that the Earth was concave. Would this idea still make sense?
What'd you say?
Would the idea still make sense, or does it
Yeah, hold on.
require the concave Earth?
One second. I mean, the idea, it doesn't have to be concave with what I just explained in that particular idea. It could even literally, it could in theory be flat technically because the holographic plates are flat, but it creates an apparent holographic like 3D thing, circular thing. I don't know, but that's just an idea. And so like Christ consciousness in this case could be that pure form of consciousness where you just want to naturally live without violating others and their rights to live, and you don't want to control other people, and everything you do is out of love, for love. And the Antichrist consciousness would be the opposite of that. Would be stopping that from happening. Would be trying to control the beings. Would be trying to limit the expression of the beings. Would be trying to enforce your will on the other being.
I can ask you another question. It's a totally side subject. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you make a different account because you told other people
Yeah,
that you
I
leave
just
Discord?
made a new account just because of the new TOS thing came out. I just deleted the old one and just wanted a fresh start. So I just made this one.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm looking at this this thing you said. This is proof. I got to tell you, I don't understand how do you describe this as being proof?
You got to look into what it is and see what is it that you're looking at.
I've done that.
Yeah, so explain it.
Yes, I've done that part. So now tell
So
me
what
how
is it that you're looking at right now that I
the
shared?
distribution of meteor impacts
In space, in our sky. Picked up by how? How is it picked up?
There's some Canadian center that claims to be able to.
Yeah. They're using radio radar instrumentation. They measure the sky at different frequencies, and they're able to pick up different things. This same technology down to picking up the cosmic microwave background. And what they're seeing is that there seems to be specific points of impact in our sky for meteors, and also origination points of these meteors. And there's more than two, but right now for sure there's two independent sporadic meteorite observatories. One of them is in Canada. It's called Seymour. Their data was made around 2012, and the other one is called Samir OS, and that's
let's just stop you there, because the pertinent part of this question is just about what am I supposed to be gleaning from this data that you're showing me? Because
you don't have an inquisitive scientific mind. Let me explain.
I have to tell you what I'm seeing when I see this. These are values based on distributions, not of the positions, but this says the log in years. This says this is the ratio in collisions, and this is the log of collision.
Look at the imagery. Listen, one thing I cannot do is teach you how to see. I can't teach you how to see, nor do I want to teach you how to see.
Okay, well, I don't mind.
We're at a level.
These are numerical. This is like a graph.
Hold on one second. Basically. The topic of concave Earth. This is past the point of convince me or prove it. This is for those with eyes to see. Simple as that. For those with eyes to see.
I see.
Sorry. I have eyes to qualify.
So what I do is I put this info out there, and for those with eyes to see, like Crit, for example, they'll go and figure it out. You've got a toroid-like circular structure with what seems to be a fucking an octahedron or a up and down triangle within it, with multiple rings that two different independent meteor observatories are seeing, pointing at different parts of the sky. A natural inquisitive mind that is working in a form of pattern recognition in terms of learning will look at this, and it will strike them curious as what the fuck this is. Somebody who has no reason to question their reality because their model that they're working with in their mind has no problems. There is no reason. Why would they question it? Why would you question it?
Calm the fuck down.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
So what it seems to be is regions of sporadic meteorite impacts in space while looking up. And their data, their imagery is recording this. I posted video, I posted pictures, I posted animated GIF. So for someone that's convinced that the world they're living in is not misrepresented, and they just enjoy this just to enjoy it, making graphics and stuff like that. Yeah, they'll look at this picture and they get lost in the details and the numbers because they don't have the eyes to see.
Yeah, what I'm telling you though is these aren't necessarily these aren't images of anything. So these are more graphs, right? So I'm not sure. That's I was asking what you gleaned from this data.
A lot, much.
So those plots pointed on the graph, Kosho, I can't look at it.
Well, I'm trying to get a better because the captions are kind of short, but the captions say I'll tell you what it says. So one of them says, so this one says a log of collision lifetimes and years of these Seymour meteors. One's the log of some Poynting Robertson lifetimes of these meteors. One's the ratio of the lifetimes to collision lifetimes. So yeah, I don't know exactly what they're comparing when they're doing this, but that tells me these are more like this is like graphical information.
Look at the animated GIF, stare at it, quiet your mind, and ponder what it is that you're looking at.
Which one are you talking about? The GIF, the concave Earth GIF?
The black one that says, the heaven octahedral annual movement.
I'm just gonna keep reading this paper because I'm reading a paper about this.
Yeah.
See more data. I'm trying to see what exactly this data is because, like I said, you've gleaned something from it. I don't know what to glean from it. I'm asking you what to glean from it. You won't tell me. So
the idea is in the concave Earth is it's literally hitting either some kind of barrier, structure, possibly glass, maybe a radiation something, a radiation zone something. But look at what their imagery is
yeah, that's what's odd about this. He left. So no, you're still here. Y'all was one. I just if you can tell me what you gleaned from this data, but I'm just I think these are just different distributions. Because I'm reading this paper here and it has like 10, 12, 15 20 of these different images like that, and they're just basically just like different graphs where they've isolated certain collisions. Some of them are not even the same grid system. Like some of these grid systems are it looks like the sun's, and I think some are the Earth's atmosphere or something like that. But I was just wondering what you kind of got from it, because
you're into what you're into. Did anybody ever have a friend who knew all the stats of baseball or football?
And then somebody says, "Hey, Earth's flat." Hey, Earth's flat.
your voice just changed. I see. That was weird.
Questions. If straight means curved, then what's the antonym of straight?
Good question. You want to hear the craziest thing you ever heard in your life? I promise you.
Sort yourself out.
What's that?
Okay. Let's say we have point A and point B on a plane, right? Plane surface. What's the shortest distance from point A to point B?
A straight line.
Okay. Now, if I told you we had a traveling distance of 1,050 miles, right? From point A to point B. And I asked you this question. Can you travel that distance in a shorter, like can you travel from point A to point B in a shorter distance than 1,050 miles?
I don't know.
Is this real world or just on
real world?
Unless you're talking about
not along the surface.
Oh, shut up.
And that's impossible on a flat Earth, so that rules out the flat Earth. Thank you again, Yogi. And I did it between Philadelphia and it was definitely, there is definitely great circle distance between the two.
Curve, which you need to necessitate.
Between those two locations, you can calculate the radius. Yeah, but you see, that's the limited understanding of old Yogi here. Because,
yeah, perfect mathematical expert.
Math, sorry about that, guys.
Busted.
Plane is 4,400 nautical miles. The North Pole has the
actual North Pole, please.
Send you a picture of your house.
Premise is dumb. That's why you thought.
Well, that's because you don't get it the first 12 times I say it.
Okay.
Are you saying that latitude and longitude are not actual locations on the surface of the Earth?
What I'm saying is that your central point is off.
Are you saying that the latitude and longitude are not actual locations on the Earth? Because you know
that's
what
right.
I'm
It's
gonna...
arbitrary lines. It's arbitrary lines that you.
Great. So go ahead and publish right now. Get your iPhone. Take a screenshot of your current latitude and longitude. See if I can't send you a picture of your house. Then a flat Earth straight line.
Varies fly. It doesn't.
When you can figure the math out, let me know.
Works, bro.
Jeremy, are you there? Can you mute this?
I have a problem with
We're talking about a straight line. The haversine gives you that's latitude, you simpleton.
As far as I can tell, dumb.
More. Number of degrees between the 2 points. It's a planar geometry.
Dr. Bob, for reminding me of that
distance.
Pinky in the brain style.
Yes.
Pole.
It out myself.
It's too much. Do you believe that we? Can you have a right angle to a curve? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
True answer.
Second question. Give me 3 different ways that on the globe model we can calculate the radius of the Earth.
You can't.
You can't.
Okay, so you failed both questions. You don't get to talk to me. Unmute now so he doesn't get to talk to me anymore.
well.
This is going to be
people that he thought was
brother. You know the story. That's right. Anyways, regardless of that, he copyright.
What's going on?
What he did is he posted a video of himself.
Elbow TV, can you mute Bob?
This is alleged now.
Bang another server. Cheers.
I was wondering what the hell is going on.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I was reaching for it. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, sorry, I forgot you were here. Bob is that obsessed with Flat Earth that he's managed to stream his debate with other people into this server without realizing.
Look, that came from this server a couple of days ago, I think.
I think that was yesterday.
Was it?
A time warp.
So he's playing old shows of himself talking through his own mic.
Is that Bob?
Yeah, he needs to see a doctor really fast.
Maybe he's clipping out parts to post it onto Bev's channel and then strike Bev's channel for having his likeness used in a video. That's what he did last time, supposedly. And maybe if that wasn't clear, what he's doing now is...
Are you going to pay Bev some money, Rakir, towards his computer?
Wait, are you trying to obfuscate around what Bob is doing right now? Clipping out videos so he can post them under a... Hang on, I'm almost done. Under a different account, like under a sock account, post a video at someone's channel and then strike that channel because of that video being played.
Yeah, I believe you. He probably does do that.
Yeah, he needs help, right? Yeah. For once, we agree. What am I gonna do with my money again? I don't know. Lots of things.
How much are you going to pay to Bev to help his computer and his security cams?
I don't even know anything about that. What are you talking about?
He wants £2,500 for a new PC and some house security because the community has been trolling him.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
So would you give him 20 quid?
I'll give him whatever he needs. Yeah.
Well, 2,500 is what he wants.
Oh yeah, sure.
You'll give him 2,500.
Why not?
Okay, you should sign up now then, and then he can close his.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You can just pay all of it.
When I make that decision as a man to do something with my money to help whoever I want, I'll do it. I'll let you know if you want. Is that what you want? You want to know if I do it or not?
No, you just said you would do it. So ask Mark Taylor in the text.
Yeah, that's something I would. That's something I would do.
Pay Bev.
Yeah, that's definitely something I would do.
Your hard-earned money can.
You don't mind, huh?
I think it would be a waste of money to give Bev money. Yeah.
Oh, that's your opinion, right? And like, you have any input on what I do with my money? You may need to go to the doctor with Bob.
Oh, just pay Bev already. Hurry up and give him money.
Oh, okay. Under your demand.
No, you said you would. You said, yeah, definitely. I'll pay him anything he wants.
Yeah, I said I would do something like that. Yeah, sure.
But if I get you the link, will you pay him?
Will I pay? Maybe, yeah.
All right, I'll try and get you the link.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, thanks, man.
By the way, this means that actually Don is having an input on your monetary because you're now like, yeah, I might give him some money. Yes, Don is having an input.
Right, try and justify another man telling another man what to do with his money. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I wasn't justifying anything. I was just pointing out that ironically, when you said that Don doesn't have an input, I don't care
what you agree with, man.
He has an input.
It doesn't really matter. He's talking about what I should do with my money, what he believes I should do with my money. That's so stupid. I can't even. I was just saying shit. I mean, I don't even care what another man says from that point on. Go make your own money and make your own decisions.
So what about Bob? So you definitely, anybody else agree with me and Dawn that Bob needs help if he's clipping things out, posting it under a sock account, and then striking that channel because of the video he posted?
Yeah, Ricky,
personally,
I've tagged you in the
not-
text with the link so you can pay Bev now.
Thanks, Dawn. Thanks, whoever you are. Your name's Dawn, I think.
Yeah, if you give at least 100 quid, he'll be pretty happy.
Appreciate it, man. I'll let you know how it turns out.
Windows 10 with a nice graphics card or something he'll get.
What do you think about George posting one of my properties online after I just gave my name?
I don't
What do
know.
you think about that,
If
Dawn?
you
Do you think
stop
that's
talking
sick?
to them, if you stop teasing and trolling about stuff, they wouldn't dox you
So
as
it's
much.
my
so.
fault. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
my
it's
fault.
partly your fault.
I made George post a picture of one of my properties online because I
Yeah.
said my name. I have that power over
You
George.
preaching flat Earth every
You
day is
need
one of the
you do need
causes
to go
of
to
you
the doctor.
being doxxed.
You need to go to the doctor if you think I have that power.
It's one of the causes. You trolling and preaching flat Earth is
Yeah,
one of the
right.
causes.
Or maybe George is just a sick, hard-hearted, hateful human being.
Well, I think it's a bit
Not
of both.
bad, right?
It's a bit of both. When you lie so much, you trigger the hateful human beings and
Yeah.
they come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, right. I have that power.
Like by
I
saying,
got the power.
by lying about straight lines and stuff like that.
I'm not lying about
You
straight
trigger
lines.
people.
Horizontal lines are parallel. Horizontal lines don't
You don't
curve.
know that, but you say
I
it
do
like
know
it's
that.
true every day.
I do know that. Horizontal lines are parallel and don't curve. That's not a lie. The
How did you
geometric
check? How did you check it?
facts. Yeah, you want to argue now.
How
No,
did you
did you
check?
check?
All of them were parallel.
If you wanna argue that fact, then you're the crazy
No,
one.
it's just a question. I'm
Right.
asking how you checked.
I use horizontal lines every day. If they're
Yeah,
not
how did you
parallel,
check
they
they were
would
all
intersect.
parallel? That's the question.
I'm actually answering you, and you interrupt me. It's hilarious. I'm on a
All right.
job site right
Sorry,
now that I
interrupt.
use horizontal lines. If they weren't parallel, they would intersect, and you would have slope. You would have water movement.
Oh, hang on. So you've done it on a building site, but how do you know all of them around the world are parallel?
Well, where would they start to deviate if they've never
As-
deviated
as the
anywhere?
globe
You want me to live
curve-
in your
as the
fantasy
globe
world?
curves
Now
away.
you're preaching to me. Now you're
Oh.
so you're giving me the right now to post your home if I find out your name, because you're saying all this stuff. Oh,
Hold on,
you're
Rakia.
lying to me.
Hold on, Rakia. I don't think doxing is allowed here.
That's not what's doxing. Saying someone's name is not doxing for sure.
Sorry.
What's your definition of doxing?
What's yours?
Yeah, okay. So you don't want to tell me. You brought it up, right?
Yeah, sure, I brought it up.
Okay, so what's your definition of doxing?
What's yours?
No, joking. Enjoy your life.
Ev's raised 400 of 2,500. So
I don't actually have a definition of doxing. I don't think. I
I
typically.
think just revealing enough information that anyone could go find you would be doxing. Something like that.
It's actually classified as revealing any information, any personal information that wasn't shared by the person himself or whatever.
I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting Merriam-Webster to have an entry on doxing, but they actually do.
What do they say?
To dox, to publicly identify or publish private information about someone, especially as a form of punishment or revenge. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Okay, did you want to talk about how you know that's all parallel around the world?
Oh, with you? No.
Okay. I'll assume you don't, then you every time you say it, you're just wrong.
We'll do whatever you want.
I know.
So Don, are you gonna give money to Bev's computer?
No way. I'm poor, but even if I had money, I wouldn't.
How about my computer? I need a new one.
No, sorry. If you
See, I look at these GoFundMe issues. I mean, I just can't imagine if I wanted a new computer and I had the means to go get one, I would go get one. If I didn't have the means to go get one, I would just do without. But it's a little bit out of my comfort zone to imagine someone getting on the internet and asking other people to buy them a computer. I mean, that's just kind of my point of view on
What
it.
about an astrolabe? What if you're a doctor and you're asking your followers to give you $200 to buy an astrolabe or a $400 astrolabe? What about that?
That all falls under the same heading of what I just said. I'm not going to ask anyone to give me money to buy anything that I need.
Yeah, I agree with you. But if someone's in need, I understand. But if you're a doctor and you can't afford a $400 astrolabe and you ask people for it, that's pretty stupid. But if you're a carer on limited means and people are attacking you and your family and you need help with a security system, I think that's a little different.
But I guess if you're in the entertainment business and you're providing a platform, for people to come and hang out, and those people find value in that, and I guess it's up to the individual whether or not they would support something like that.
That's the best answer I've heard yet. The shame of it is that one group would make another group or an individual feel the need to protect his family because of his beliefs. That's the shameful part. When he's being so intimidated.
Oh, are you talking about Bev at the minute?
I'm talking about multiple people. When he's being so intimidated, right? The intimidation factor is so heavy because of his beliefs that he feels the need to protect his family.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it isn't his beliefs, but him preaching his beliefs.
Maybe it's whatever you think, but in actuality, it's whatever he's doing. Other people are making him feel this way.
I think it might be when you speak out about your beliefs that you trigger people, not just by believing them inside. Because otherwise,
you mean free speech?
Well, hang on. If you just believed them, no one would know, would they? But it's when you say them over and over again. That's when people get annoyed.
What are you talking about?
You mean the people that go to him and listen to him? They get annoyed on what he's saying, so then they have the right to intimidate him.
No, I'm not
You
saying
have a
that.
strange way of thinking.
No, I'm saying that.
You think Bev is forcing anybody to listen to him?
I'm saying if you lie.
It's a simple question.
Oh, hang on. Don't interrupt me. I'm going to say
it doesn't matter. If Bev is lying every day, is he forcing anyone to listen to him?
Exactly.
Smart guy?
Listen, Ricky. When
I've listened to you over and over again for years. You're ridiculous. You're being ridiculous now.
I think.
Go ahead, Don.
When he's saying stuff, Bev's saying stuff, yeah? He's opened a server. He's tagged everyone else's name in his videos. He's saying stuff to the people. He's not just saying, this is what I believe, this is what we believe. He's saying, you're all wrong, you need to know what I know. And he's preaching, yeah? That's when people get annoyed. So whether he's lying or not is not the problem, but they think he's lying. So when you hear someone lie over and over and over and over again, you feel the need, some people feel the need, to want to tell them. And he could then pretend that's harassment. and ask for 2,500 quid for a new computer.
What happened? Bev wants money for a new computer?
Yeah,
and
he's trying to
security
say
cameras.
because Globers bullied him and the community trolled him. I'm saying it's actually because he lies about geometry on a daily basis. That's why he gets a lot of jip.
I guess.
For one, you got to prove he's lying.
I don't have to prove he's lying.
It's just an
Most people already
insinuation,
know
right?
when they
Attack
hear
on
it.
his cover. So you're attacking him too, right? So you don't have any
Yeah.
proof he's lying. You
I'm
don't
not
have any
attacking
proof
him,
he's lying. You just admitted that. So you're just attacking his character and saying he's lying.
Did
So
he
Without
admit
any
that?
together,
How do you guys know he's
He
serious?
denies a basic definition of a straight line.
He denies
the
your
third
definition.
dimension.
He denies
No,
your
percent.
reality, not his.
Denies normal treats.
How do you guys know
treating of a
Bev's
3D
serious
surface
about wanting
as a
this
3D
money
What's
for
plane. He
normal?
denies it
whatever?
You're
completely.
normal. You're normal.
Percentages. That's what
Totally
they call it.
dishonest on many subjects every day.
Go ahead, Lovelane.
More slander.
Say it again.
I asked, how do you guys know he's serious about
Dawn
wanting money
doesn't.
for whatever?
Oh, I think he's serious about that. I've heard very little. Dawn just told me what it was for, but I heard him say he was going to do a GoFundMe for cameras.
And it sounds like genuine. Did it sound like he was trolling or being
I don't
sarcastic?
know. I really haven't thought about it.
that's the best part of
I know people are intimidating, trying to intimidate him. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, I called him the
There's
other
been
day.
actual threats where you think someone's going to visit his property.
There's been intimidation factors that give him that. I mean, if he's saying it, he's thinking it, right?
Unless
Why does
he's
he
just being
tag?
sarcastic.
Why
But yeah,
does he
that's what I
tag
was
other
kinda
people?
asking.
Why does he tag other people in his videos
Ask
like,
him.
every day?
Ask
Isn't he
him.
asking for trouble?
Oh, he's asking for some money. Like, I hand you the gun, right? So you have to use it.
Why is he putting bullies' names in his videos every day? Like he wants them to be in a battle with him.
To expose the bullies?
Yeah. And what do you expect is going to happen when you do that?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, a lot
You
of
get targeted by the bullies, right?
Yeah, why not? And then you expose
Yeah.
them.
And then you
What's the
complain
problem?
afterwards as a victim.
I
No one
don't
believes you.
think he's complaining. That was the plan.
Yes, he's
But he
complaining.
doesn't
That's
know
what
he's
you were
not.
just
He just
arguing.
wants to protect his families from these idiots.
Well,
That's all he
well,
wants to do. He's
Hold
not
up, Don. There's a flaw in your logic, Don. How are they bullies before? Like, how is he targeting them as bullies if they haven't bullied him and they only bully him after being targeted?
Well, even if I give you that they started being nasty first, he has still chosen to target them for 2 years with their names in his videos. So he's asking for trouble and without giving up. If
Yeah,
you
I
want to
agree
stop
with that.
being bullied, you stop talking to the cunts like I did 2 years ago, and you stop being bullied, just like that. But Bev can't work that out. He thinks he can be a victim and be a bully at the same time, which he can't.
That's a
And
fair
ask
point.
him-
You
ask
can't-
for
you know,
money
like,
as
if
well.
you enter the realm of attack, you have to be prepared to defend yourself, you know? But, I mean, that's like, you know, it should be something that stays online. If this is verbal rhetoric, you know, online rhetoric, it shouldn't, you know, go beyond the barrier, the scope of, you know, that. It should remain in that form. If it transcends that and gets into real life, then, you know, we have laws that protect for that.
and then having evidence is important too, right? Because you can just say, the globalists will just say, If he's got security cameras that show globalists outside his property for no apparent reason, that's much more powerful than just saying that he saw somebody.
Well, according to Don, they have all the reason in the world to go to his house and harass him because he's been posting and tagging their name in his videos.
Hold
so
up,
of course
go ahead,
they
Ricky.
can go there.
Yeah, great. You said he saw someone outside his property?
I don't know. I guess that's what apparently happened.
No, that's the first I've heard of that.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay. I might. Yeah. I don't know the whole story. I just thought that something happened to his house or something like somebody vandalized or did something. And
yeah, you would
was
think, right? That would you
Yeah.
know, be like a logical, reasonable reason for him to get a security system to
Yeah.
start a GoFundMe to fund for that. That would make sense.
Yeah, I haven't
so
talked to
far.
Bev. I haven't talked directly to Bev to the source of it. What I heard other people say that there was an incident, and then he wants to increase his security because of as a reaction to what happened.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's definitely
Well,
been intimidation. I don't know if anyone's been outside of his house.
he's online in his server if anyone wants to clear up the story and ask him directly.
Yeah, I would, but he's got me blocked and banned, so I'm kind of.
Hey, percentage.
What?
Hey, I think Dr. Bob is asking if he can be unmuted.
I'm not sure why he was muted, but sure, I'll give him a chance since I'm here.
He was hot micing.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
okay.
was playing Pinky in the Brain style stuff, hot micing like old content.
Welcome back, Dr. Bob.
He was clipping out. He was playing a conversation between him and SC that happened here. But I think it was by mistake. I think it was hot mic.
It was just a hot mic.
Yeah,
came
Wits did
on, didn't
also.
realize that I had the mic on.
No, you're good.
Normally it's muted.
Yeah, for like a lot of flat earthers are doing security measures. I mean, look at the Denver convention, like in 2018. I mean, that had to almost get shut down because of the level of security. You had people posting on, social media about going there, running a victory royale. Someone
What's that?
had. Yeah, the Denver Flat Earth Conference had
Lee
like.
McIntyre wrote an entire book on it.
Sorry?
Lee McIntyre wrote an entire book on the 2018 Denver Flat Earth International Convention. He wrote a book.
But what's a victory royale?
It's like
wrote a book called Talking to Science Deniers.
It was a victory royale from like a video game, meaning like you kill all the opponents and you get
That's
away.
a battle royale.
Oh, okay, battle royale. Yeah,
Okay.
They had done some things too with calling them bomb threats. So like what their whole goal was, the globalists, was to shut the convention down by making it not feasible, but due to the cost of security. Security would just be so expensive that they wouldn't be able to run it.
Yo, that's pretty gangster. Let's turn the place into a battle royale. Last one wins.
Yeah, that sounds actually pretty good.
That was a really interesting convention. That's when we had who was that one guy, that YouTuber that showed up and pretended to be
That was Logan Paul.
Logan Paul. That was Logan Paul. That was when they were making Beyond the
You
Curve.
mean the Deceiver Glober?
That was when they were making Beyond the Curve, and they
pretending
called.
to deceive people. That was deceiving people, and he's actually a globe.
Yeah, that was
really another deceiver. That's awesome.
That was an epic
And
prank.
now you're getting accolades, huh?
That was when they had Bob admit on a hot mic that if people got the information from his gyroscope study, it would be really bad for flat Earth. It was just a very interesting convention.
Which part you like best? The first thing you mentioned, the Deceiver?
The book.
I bet you did.
The book.
Logan Paul, right? The Deceiver.
I think the Deceiver part.
Rakia, I wouldn't hold him at the same level as the other deceivers, like the globalist elite deceivers, because he's kind of like in your face trolling. That was his shtick, you know?
It's kind of like
not as deep. It's not like deep state deception.
Deceiver nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
Rakia, my favorite part was the book that came out of it. I've read it a few times.
I bet you have.
Rakia, would you hold someone that's doing like a social experiment or like a prank? Would you call them like deceivers? You know, I feel like it kind of washes away the gravity of the term when you call anyone that's just doing a prank or trolling or something like that.
Yeah, different levels. Yeah, different levels
Exactly.
for sure. Like me lying to my kids about Santa, that's one form of deception, right?
Deceiver?
Deceiver, yeah, deceiver nonetheless. I've since apologized to my kids.
Yeah?
Deceiver nonetheless, right? It's deception.
That's tight, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was their reaction?
Well, I mean, they were like 20, so.
Oh, yeah. That's a late apology.
Yeah, I'm like, man, but I'm just now coming to the realization of why we're taught deception at such an early age. And as parents, as authority figures, why they make us lie to our children about things. it's so we more easily accept lies from our authority figures, like a huge YouTube star that everybody looks up to. Look how great it was that he deceived all these people. You have a doctor named Dr. Bob. That's his second in line for the greatest thing that ever happened at a Flat Earth convention, that someone deceived a group of people in their belief.
Like
I
Bob
think that
Nodell.
was pretty cool.
Yeah, or like Bob, whoever's the deceiver, yeah.
The best shit test for a deceiver is just tell them no thank you and then see how they respond.
No, thank you, Crit.
What if they don't ask you a question? Yo, shout out to JJ in the chat.
Best
So I
test
heard
for
you
a
guys talking
deceiver is
about
to look at
doxing
the-
earlier, and how to.
Best
sorry.
test of a deceiver is to look at the validity of what they're trying to deceive you with, rather than just buy it hook, line, and sinker because it agrees with your beliefs.
Yeah, whatever. That's not what we were talking. We were talking about the deceivers and the people who enjoy being deceived or watching others be deceived.
That's what I was talking about too.
Yeah, that's why you love Logan Paul. It was your second most favorite thing, a deception.
No, it's my third most favorite thing. The first was Lee. The second was was Wolfie and me having some fun with Taboo Conspiracy, and the third would probably be Taboo.
Having some fun. What did y'all do?
Catfishing.
Yeah, we catfished the hell out of them.
What's catfishing? Is it a form of
Deceiving?
deception?
Go look it up.
Playing a trick? Yeah, no, I can only guess what you did to him since you're saying you enjoyed it. You love deception. You love deceiving people, tricking, making them fall into your trap, right? Maybe creating a sock account, posting a video, and having someone play it so you can strike them. That would be something you would do and brag about, right? Or at least say you're clever enough to think about doing that, right, Bob?
So
Yep.
Did you guys catfish in like the traditional sense, like you pretend to be a cute girl and?
No, we pretended to be flight engineers and a ballistic missile expert.
So you lied. You deceived. And proud of it, bragging at it right now, bragging right now.
So
right
well,
now.
let him finish saying what he was saying.
No,
Yeah, tell us more how you deceived these
I
people.
was done. I just
He was
answered the
done,
question
yeah.
that was asked.
I could have answered it. He deceived.
In more words. I heard you guys talking about doxing earlier, and I think Sheep read out a definition saying that it was the public release of private information. And then I thought of a scenario.
With intent.
I don't think it needs intent. I think it's especially noted by intent, but I think someone could inadvertently dox someone. They could accidentally release information.
Like if a guy named Robert Townsend has a YouTube channel and a Twitter account under his name, mentions his name, shows his name on his YouTube channel, talks about where he lives, and then someone just mentions a name, not even saying who they were talking about, just mentions a common name like that. I don't think that's doxing. I think you have to maliciously intent, like try and harm that person by using their information.
No, I don't think you do, and I'll kind of paint a scenario as to why. So, well, the question that I was going to preface before you made your comment was, can you have private information that's also public and private information, the same information?
I'm sorry. Can you have both? Yeah.
Can you have private information that's also public information?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So like the way so here's a scenario that I thought of in my head. Let's say I'm playing a video game, right? And I have friends in that video game. It has a Discord server, and they know me. They've added me on Facebook. They know my name is Zachary, and they and then they join this server or a different Discord server, and they let it slip, either on purpose or inadvertently, that my name's Zachary, right? And in this server, I'm you know, I'm known as % or whatever. I'm keeping my anonymity, right? They, whether if it was on purpose, they, you know, purposely doxed me. If it was accidental, they just let it slip, you know, Zachary and stuff like that, and you know, then it was inadvertent. But either way, it's public information that was public before, but it's still doxing. And the reason why I think, and this isn't fleshed out in the definition at all, is because they're different communities, they're different forums, right? So I've released this information, this private information, with a different community, and it's public information, but it's still doxing because you're introducing this information to a different community, which I hold, you know, that same information as private.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but there's laws against, you know, with like you can be videoed in public. Once your information is out in public, then the right of privacy kind of goes away. I get your opinion and it's valued, but I don't think just saying someone's name or you saying your name is doxing yourself, or someone saying your name is doxing you.
Well,
I think only
unfortunately, Discord has new rules that can take us down for doing that.
Bob.
Yeah, independent companies
get
can
to
have
get in
their own
right after
rules.
Ricky is done. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Ricky.
independent, you know, businesses might have their own, you know, rules, but we're talking about just doxing.
No, but there's circles of friends or circles of community, like, you know, groups or whatever, right? And if I release some information to one group, and there should be no reason it goes, like in another group, I'm very private, you know, the person that reveals the information from one group to another group is effectively doxing me. Because this information,
yeah,
you know,
I agree with you. I agree with you, right? I use my name.
Then why did you just do it, Rakia?
Well, I do what? I just
Why
said
did you just violate that rule, Rakia?
I didn't. I just said a man's name. I didn't violate any rule.
Did you say that? Did you say that name to release
like
public?
saying Robert Smith. And
did
if someone
release that information?
Smith, and they come forward,
hold up, guys, come on.
To identify someone in this chat.
No, I did not. I just said a name.
Take turns.
I just said a man's name.
Did you say
was that man's name an actual
I didn't say it with any
or was it just an
intent to harm
example?
anyone. I just said a man's name.
Did you say a particular man's name that's in this chat?
That's a
Maybe.
victory royale.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, no, Rakia, that doesn't count, man.
Yeah, if you're citing some source and you name the source's name, and then if that person has a sock account that's also in the forum, but you don't connect it to, but they connect it to, they dox themselves.
No,
you never
that's
said.
not how it works. Because
Okay,
if in that group he only goes by his alias or what have you, then that's the name that you should refer to. You shouldn't go to a different like circle or different community or something like that, grasp that information and then say that name, and then you can't defend it by saying it's just a name. You know,
No, like,
anyone can have that name. No, obviously
Okay.
you said it with the intention, like with the knowledge that it was this name, and you're linking it to this person.
This is what I'm getting at, right? Say there's a sniper called Zachary Smith, and he was.
How'd you know it was Smith, man?
I just made up the name. Yeah, I just made up a name, and I know this Zachary Smith, and he was a war hero, and he did a sniper, and he's now since rejected violence, and here's his. I saw his awards and everything, but I'm not talking about anybody. I didn't connect it to anybody in chat. I just came here to support a friend because a lot of people are calling him stolen valor and whatnot. If other people then say, "Oh, that must be this person or that must be that person," they're the ones trying to find out who the person is instead of just looking at the content of the story.
Yeah. What if they look up that guy's name, right, that you mentioned, and they find out something like where he lives or what he does for a living or how long he's been married, and then they post that information, and they do it with intent to harm. Now that's doxing for sure.
Yeah, I would say that's doxing on a more grave level. You know, that's
right on a different level. Yeah, and then they would want to get security, right? Or let's say I mentioned Jay Smith, and then someone in this chat goes, "You doxed me." Well, no, not really. I mean, I just mentioned Jay Smith as a common name. I don't know who it is or what it is, and they pipe up like an idiot. Then, I mean, that's not on me, right? I wasn't even talking about that person. I was just using a name or using a specific name, but not with an intent to harm or expose them.
That's fair, but it doesn't need the intent. Remember, like my friend from Facebook that plays that video game that came to the server and let it slip. That it's just the release of private information publicly, right?
So when
Or-
when I mention my name, right, and then someone uses my name, it's whose fault is it? Mine?
if you're using it in the same forum, there's no fault because you already made it public. It's not
I
sensitive
agree.
information.
It's become public
If they
information.
went to some other place and used your name, you know, that you only were known as Rakia Life, you know, but they said your actual name and stuff, then that's their fault. Either malicious or inadvertent, it's their fault for making that sensitive information in that forum now public.
So if I give it out on YouTube and then they go to Discord and use my name there and then post pictures of where I live and my family members and stuff like that, that would be definitely doxing. It should be a bannable offense. Like should be like, you know, actions taken against a person like that.
I mean, if I was like the server admin or whatever, I would definitely take steps to curb that behavior. That's bitch made.
What if you run a server and you know that person did that for a fact? Would you ban them from your server?
I would definitely take steps to make sure that does not happen in my server.
Yeah, nice. That's a good answer. I would too. Because why would you want a piece of crap like that in your server, right?
Not to mention who would want to participate if that has, you know, it's not alleviated. If it's just allowed to happen, then people would be, you know, would be uncomfortable, wouldn't feel safe in participating and stuff like that. They'll fear that someone will glean some information about them in a different place, and they'll be less likely to be personal and, you know, to be personable when communicating. So
yeah,
it's not
exactly.
It won't be like a nice, you know, place to basically chill out.
What would you think about a server owner who goes out of his way to tell his members to use that information, right? Although he knows the person doesn't want that information to be used in that way. What would you think of that type of person?
Sorry, could you ask again?
Like a server, let's use somebody who's actually done it. JG Gonzalez went on a live show and told all his people after someone used my name, my full name, and was posting my pictures in his chat that he did nothing about. Then at the end of the show, told everyone that's not only okay, but for everyone to do it. What would you think about a person like that?
I would think he's bitch made. Straight up.
Me too. I agree with you. Well, this is setting a record, me and you and agreeing with each other on so much. Yeah, to let everybody know, I'll let the cat out of the bag. We just did a little social experiment, and I was the sacrificial lamb. I agreed to use my name because my name was pretty much already out there. And man, it didn't take long for these nasty guys to show their true self, right? Unbelievable.
There have a idea that if you speak about flat Earth, you shouldn't be able to be anonymous. They want to put your name to your face and your words because they think that will solve the problem. Because if people in flat Earth aren't anonymous, they won't be able to speak from that point of view.
Well, I don't think they think it'll solve the problem. I think they think that that's a first step to, you know, let them not be flat earthers, in so much that they'll target them and, you know, they'll make it known these people will be ostracized and stuff like that, and, you know, by force, you know, they'll get rid of flat earthers.
So they need security then.
Yeah, that's why I've maintained my anonymity, and, you know, I don't want to jeopardize, like, I'm in the position in my life where I can't, like, the circles will clash, like, you know, in terms of my career and this, you know, there would be ramifications. So I don't have the luxury of being upfront with my identity. It is what it is.
Yeah, I get it, and I'm comfortable. Like I'm at a point where I can. That's why I did it. And what's funny is these people are using my success, right? Like winning a poker tournament and having a beautiful wife sitting on my lap, showing one of my properties that I own. Like they're using that. Like Why not find something negative?
They're
Pretty
looking,
lame.
dude. They're looking.
Just like Whitsett had to make
Oh yeah,
his
believe me.
Whitsett had to make his wedding venue, secret because there were some, threats about, crashing his wedding and making it, and doing some stuff.
Yo, I'm gonna crash his wedding.
How did you do your
turn his wedding into the next Flat Earth convention? Let's go.
How did you do your social? How did you do your social experiment, Rakia?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. That'll come out. Just be patient. But yeah, Blue was gonna have his event at University of Tennessee, and I just my family was there for a wedding, so we rode by the campus. We were trying to find the building that is seismometer. What do you call it? That detects earthquakes. The ball thing that anyway.
Damn,
we were,
Ed, you would be childish about it.
Seismometers. We were trying to find it, but we couldn't. But anyway, we were planning on going, because it was an open deal. And now Blue says that it's shut down because we were going to cause too much disruption. Well, he said that, but he also said it was shut down because it's they're doing remodeling. So I don't know if he lied about one or both are true or whatever. I don't know how he knows we were going to be disrupted, but maybe he doesn't like nuggets. I don't know.
Yeah, there's an event coming up, and he's publicized that there's going to be a gap for the people that want
it down. He says now, unless he's lying. I mean, he could be lying again. It's no longer going to be an event anymore. He's shut it down, like it's been canceled because they're renovating the building, so he has to move his balls again. He said he's going to make a live stream of them tearing it down and moving it again. So sorry, Left Lane, it's been canceled. If you were planning on going, make other plans. Maybe he could be lying.
Yeah, I got money to make.
Yeah, flight school.
Yeah, that's on my 2 days off a week. I do flight school.
That's nice. How many hours you got left?
I got all of them left practically.
I hear that. Yeah, I'm about midway through. It sucks because I'm probably gonna have to go back and refresh. Whose plane are you using? You having at least one from the school?
Yeah, at least one. If it's an individual, it's not like a school. It's
I got
instructor, and he's got 72. But I got my eye on a couple after I get about 10 hours, and I'm locked in. I'm gonna go ahead and buy my plane.
Are you? You looking at a single engine, a tail dragger, or?
No, just a 172.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, those are cool. Easy to fly too, like forgiving.
Yeah.
Nice. We flew Friday and Sunday morning early. It was still dark Sunday morning. It was so beautiful. It was nice, clear. It's a different world up there. It's like being out on the ocean. It's just a different world. You get up there and it's truly different. I have a nephew that's trying to start a school somewhere in like Pensacola or that area, Perdido Key. Him and another guy are trying to invest and buy a tail dragger and teach out of that, like a what do you call them where you sit behind each other, front and back, or I forget what they call them.
That's an endorsement above a regular PPL, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't keep up with all that.
Yeah, the tail dragger's a tricky plane to fly.
I don't know why they want to use the tail dragger so much. Every time I've talked to them about it, that's what they're looking at getting. So they think it's going to be cool, right? And I'm like, no, you want what people are going to be most comfortable and are going to sign up for your class more, But I mean, it's their business. Keep it up, man. Like that's just to go through it all at once. Don't stop no matter what. It's hard once you stop to go back. It sucks.
Yeah, I'm not stopping.
Yeah, life gets in the way.
My girlfriend just wants me to hurry up and be done with it.
She likes to fly.
No, she's a little apprehensive about it, but you know, I'm gone all week long anyway, and then I'm in flight school the 2 days that I'm home. So it's
Oh, I
kind of
get it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little trouble. But it won't take long. Get it and then take her up flying. You know, it's a pretty day. She'll love it. The scenery, you know, different world. She'll get used to it. Make sure you don't take her up the first time when it's bumpy. You know, like, she won't ever want to go back up.
I heard you guys doing the what ifs before, and I couldn't talk, but I had a scenario in my head. What if you have a channel owner, YouTube channel owner, and Discord that makes videos and broadcasts his name, what he does, where he lives, right? Public common knowledge to every forum he's in, every place he goes. But then decides to strike somebody for content. What would you call a person like that? Or what would you call that act?
I don't know, but I really am getting uncomfortable with the whole doxing thing because it's kind of getting personal with real events that have occurred. And I don't know if Gio would concur, but it's getting a little personal.
Okay, take the doxing out of the question because it's not a doxing thing. It's a strike. You know, a copyright strike?
I think I can thread the needle here. Would you trust somebody who constantly lies to you and is constantly giving you reasons not to trust them?
No,
Yeah, but
which
that's
is
not the
why
question. That was a particular question I had. You're a content maker. You make videos on YouTube. You broadcast your name. You broadcast where you are. Everybody knows who you are. Everybody knows your name, both your real name you use online and in YouTube and on the chats, and everybody knows you. But then you decide to strike somebody because they're using your name or something.
Well,
What would you
if it's a matter of legitimate entertainment and copyright issue, that would fall under copyright rather than a personal doxing type situation, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but what would you call a person like that would do such a thing?
That would file a copyright against someone that uses content?
That otherwise he wouldn't do it. Never done it before. Like kind of like it would be like a personal matter kind of a thing. Because you have no grounds.
If it was justified, then he could do it. I mean, it'd probably be like makes him a shitty person that he wants to report after maybe losing an argument or something. But
Exactly.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you guessed pretty well. That was exact scenario, something like that. Yeah, like in other words, you lose an argument, and maybe you ban somebody from your channel.
yeah, it's called being spiteful. People do that all the time in this world we live in.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
That's the world, and it's even more so with the epistemology that they have to defend that.
Would you ever trust that person or take his word serious for anything?
No, even more so when the experts in their model told them to do anything but that.
In other words, instead of having the argument face to face, mano a mano, it's kind of like, I don't know, kind of like an unmanly thing, would you say?
It's just a spiteful, hateful thing to do. It's just normally that person, let's say they do that after losing an argument or something. Their argument and their method isn't based on truth and coming to a greater understanding. It's for ego purposes. They're arguing to feel better about themselves. A lot of these people in this field, they argue like not all Globers, but a lot of Globers, they like to argue because they get a sense of accomplishment. They get a sense of, oh, I'm better than this person. I'm doing something better than this person. I'm smarter than this person.
Or like they're defending something. They're defending science, or they're defending the gene pool of humanity. Like they're out there waging war against people that they sometimes don't even consider human.
So it's kind of like losing an argument and I don't know, go calling the police on your neighbor because he watered his lawn, let's say on a Tuesday instead of on a Monday.
It's carrying is what it really boils down to.
I'm not so sure.
How would you categorize that, Laurie?
No, I was just thinking because I don't think we actually lose arguments.
Oh, you thought I was talking about you or something?
Oh, I have no idea who you're talking about.
Because you said we don't lose arguments.
Yeah, take it however you want to take it.
But surely you wouldn't class yourself as such a person, Laurie? I mean, I don't know you for a long time, but I don't think you would do such a thing.
Yeah,
Like,
I kind
let's
of
say you had
interpreted that the conversation moved from that particular case to globers in general. Like people were saying things like, "Yes, globers."
Okay,
So I kind of
let me give you a
interpreted that we're
scenario.
talking in a larger sense.
Let me give you a scenario. You have an argument with one of your classmates, right? It's you and him. You argue back and forth and you demolish him in an argument. He gets mad. And then he goes to the principal and says, I don't know, you stole this cookie or whatever. He accuses you of something. You find that correct?
This is
No.
why they need religion, because bearing false witness. A lot of these guys are atheists. They see bearing false witness as a tactic. Just go around and just spread lies because they
Oh
think
my
that
God!
is about
In
truth.
your community, I've seen and I'm not saying you specifically, but there's been lots of claims of people being child predators and stuff without any evidence. Wouldn't that be bearing false witness?
Yeah, that would.
Have you ever copyright stroked somebody, Moyak? I haven't. They use my stuff all the time. No problem. They even take my stuff, make fun of me. Blue did it. Took one of my whole videos, took the whole video and made fun of me. You know, with the slapping and the donkeys, the whole thing.
Yeah.
I saw it. I laughed at it. I complimented him, and that was the end of it.
Blue uses my name in his videos and Essie's name and everybody's name in his videos all the time. We don't copyright strike him. It's just these yelly, these hard-spirited guys. They're hard-hearted. They're so upset with their own lives. They have to make other people's lives around them miserable.
Yes.
And then brag about it. I
And
did
what-
a false claim that cost this guy his video. I'm trying to take his channel down. Hey guys, on a live stream. Hey guys, I wonder if this would work. Let me check into this. This is another way I can hurt this man's channel. What type of person does that? What about it, Bob? What type of person does that?
Now, keep in mind that, this particular person that I'm talking about is a family man, has a disabled wife, which he takes care of, has an autistic son, which he takes care of. That means he takes care of them. He cooks. He takes care of them. He's a carer. Now, imagine what kind of a man would want to harm such a person. What kind of a man would do that? Ask yourself that.
Take the very way that he's supporting his wife and family and try and harm that intentionally.
That's called evil.
Yeah, evil,
Called
hard-hearted.
evil heart.
Evil, yeah.
A spiteful, evil person.
Black-hearted. I would even go that far.
I guess
Agreed.
it really depends. Like in the case of a professional who's demonstrating faults in their ability to accomplish their job, I think that might be a questionable question whether you should join in and inform somebody.
Yeah,
But
we're kind of mixing business with family here.
Not really.
Hey, Left Lane, can I ask you a question?
You cut out on that, Viva.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got it.
Let me ask you a question real quick. So, since we're on the subject of throwing mud at people, let me ask you a question. What would you say about a person who, let's say you're in a live stream, right? And during that live stream, your wife walks in and you ask your wife a question, right? And you hear the answer, you hear what she says, but the people in the live stream hear something different. And they take what they think they heard and they run with it and they make memes about it and videos about it, even though that's not really what she said. What would you think about a person like that?
Yeah, that falls under, I wouldn't think it would be the right thing to do.
Wouldn't be right? Because you know what she said, but the people in the live stream twist it into something that they think they heard. And they make memes about it, videos about it. That wouldn't seem right, would it?
No, a little underhanded.
Yeah, I think so too. That's all. Thank you.
You were pretty quick to respond there, Left Lane, unlike the other scenario. So you find that equal? You find what B-Ball just said now, right? Which I will not condone. You find that equal with trying to take a man's livelihood away from him? You find that equal?
The big answer would be just leave people alone, even more so if you don't like them or you disagree with them.
Yeah, we're
so Left Lane, would you condone that first scenario?
No, we're mixing things up here a little bit. I don't know. B-Ball gave me a particular scenario in which I was able to respond, and you're giving me a very general statement in which I don't know the context. So
the contexts are very simple. I explained it very specifically. A man in public who states his name, everybody knows who he is. He's taking videos, he's making videos of certain people, and when somebody does the same to him after losing a particular argument, decides to take a route of copyright strike, which none of us in this arena, I'm proud to say, has ever done before. Is that clear enough for you? Do you condone such a conduct, or do you approve of it?
Yes. See, I really feel like this is a gray area, and we get into tit for tat and copyright strike and using other people's content. I don't do that personally, and I think it makes kind of for muddy water. And it would be like sitting on a jury. I would need to be presented with the details of the situation in which you're speaking before I could pass judgment.
Oh, really? But with B-Ball, right away you pass judgment. Oh, right away,
Well,
like
see,
it didn't even. You didn't even process it.
The thing is, I'm aware of other situations, and the water is muddy. That's why I cannot pass judgment on what we're talking about.
It's not muddy at all. What's muddy about it? And I'll
He said
explain
he
it to you.
can't pass judgment on it. He needs more info.
He's already passed judgment on it.
No, I haven't either. I didn't.
We heard
I
what
didn't
you
say
said when
that,
people
Rakia.
asked you.
I haven't seen that. I did not say that, Rakia.
Well, as presented, you passed judgment, right?
Yeah, what B-Ball was pretty detailed in what he was talking about. This situation is very muddy waters.
Which part of it don't you understand so I can explain it to you?
I understand there's been tit for tats, and there's been things from I'd say both sides that I'm uncomfortable with because I don't know the details.
Oh, really? That's your final statement.
I guess remaining neutral in a situation of which I'm unsure Is that not a smart thing to do, SE?
It is, but it's smarter to, if you're going to involve yourself at all, to, you know, try to get the facts.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot of fact discovery to this situation, and depending on where the information comes from, you hear two different things, completely different things, and you know one's lying, and you know the other one's lying, and who knows what the truth is? You know, we would have to have hope court, so I don't know.
Let me give you some clarity the way I see it. No matter what the argument is in this arena, you should never copyright strike somebody. It's an underhanded thing to do because you've never done it before, never bothered you before, so it's obvious, has nothing to do with a copyright strike. It has to do with somebody's ego, somebody losing an argument, and resorting to underhanded tactics, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Well, I guess, and the people that are going to pass judgment on that are not us. I mean, it's going to be determined by a third party, and they're not privy to the community ins and outs and what, you know. I guess if someone copyright strike another, the other must respond in defense, and then they'll make a judgment and see whether or not it's legitimate. But I'm not the one that can make that call.
Well,
What
I'm a
if
little
that-
surprised at your reluctance to take sides, but does anybody know of another instance where anybody here in our arena, shall I call it, does anybody know anybody that has copyrighted strike somebody?
But SE, is there anything wrong with me requesting to remain in a neutral position in this situation?
Not at all. Not at all. It just tells me what I need. No, not at all. It tells me what I need to know.
I was copyright striked against by flat earthers.
Really?
By flat earthers.
Yep, at one time.
Ooh.
That's underhanded. Whoever
Well,
it was,
I'm just
I don't
saying,
care whoever it was.
Just saying, it
Bart Sabel, he
Plot
doesn't
twist,
like.
By flat earthers. A flat
right.
earther gets
Oh yeah, dude.
copyrighted.
Look, I'm not gonna get into it, but if you want
That's
to,
a double backstab.
Yeah, Bart Sabel, if you flat earthers use his lunar hoax stuff, he copyright strikes it because he sees lunar or Apollo mission as a real conspiracy. It's something real, and if people talk about flat Earth, it discredits other truth movements.
Yeah, but let's be honest, we don't consider him in our sphere, right? In our arena.
Yeah, he's a hardcore globalist. He just thinks that the government is just bad. He wants like a smaller version of globalism.
Oh, but I'm saying somebody, like, have you ever heard, let's say here, I'll name some names. Have you ever heard Fight the Flat Earth or Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser or
Jose?
Jose, anyone? Have you ever heard of any one of these guys making a strike, a copyright strike? Because we make fun of each other all the time, right?
Bro, what are you trying to get on, man? Someone gets in an argument, they get spiteful, and they go behind the person's back to try to screw them. Because they have an innate degeneracy and deficiency within themselves to handle their own energies. So when they leave this argument with someone, they're still riled up with on the inside. And one way or another, they're not able to control it. So what this person does is in order to relieve themselves of this riled up feeling, they either consciously or unconsciously, they go behind this person's back and screw them and try to hurt them and try to inflict a pain or an annoyance on them greater or equal to the amount that they have within their own heart. And this is how evil people make themselves feel better.
Well said. And that's what we're exposing.
Yeah, they succumb to evil and then they justify it. But Montreal, I don't know why you're applying some tunnel vision. Like you're specifying copyright strike as if other things, they haven't done other things. You know, they've doxed, they've done. Why do you only limit it? Why is copyright striking the worst thing?
We're not limiting. We're just talking about one thing.
Yeah, the copyright strike has to do with the source of income is what the main thing is.
It's like taking a percentage. It's like ruining a person's livelihood.
And this topic, And this topic doesn't have to do with globers or flat earthers. It has to do with a piece of shit human being.
Absolutely.
This isn't limited to.
I agree with that. Well said.
Yeah.
Is there any reason to actually copyright strike somebody? Like if they're using your content to make money?
That would be a valid reason to do it.
That's what's called Moya. Come on, man. That's what this whole arena is. Seriously.
Let's say you get in an argument with me and I'm a YouTube creator, and in my argument, I either destroy you or I run my mouth or anything. And you leave that argument angry or frustrated or something. And for some reason, you can't help yourself with this. So some people they'll go and try to make the other person feel worse.
Now, you know what they used to do?
But the thing is, if it's a copyright strike, you're submitting that to YouTube, and
Check it out.
YouTube has their own kind of like system for verifying this. It has an appeal or what have you. So if it's just
No, it's illegal. You're mistaken. It's a legal matter.
It's a legal issue.
Okay, well, even then, if there's no substance to it, the court will throw it out. You know, it'll be dismissed. Or
here's
what
the
have
thing,
you.
right?
Yeah, but
Here's
your
the
channel
thing.
is still stuck and shut down for a while.
Can I offer
Oh,
something?
really?
What the ballers used to do?
Of course.
Hello. What the ballers used to do?
No
was-
channel doesn't. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say what the ballers used to do would come in, and they would play a video to discuss what we were talking about at the time, and then they would throw a copyright strike on it or notify, you know what I mean, YouTube, because they were using a video that either was algorithmically not going to allow you to monetize it, whether they did it or not knowingly, I don't know, but that used to happen a lot.
And see, that's the whole. Hang on. Let me make a quick point. That's what was done against Bev, and he's not monetized at the time. They were just doing it to get his channel shut down out of spite.
Yeah, but doesn't that fall under fair use? Like, wouldn't that not be copyright?
Another reason they might have done it was to try and dox him, because if you dispute a claim, then you have to give all your information as well.
Yeah,
So
you have
there's
to give your
also
name and address.
Yeah, there's also the other idea that they're trying to dox him. That's why they're making false claims.
Well, that's part of it. Yeah, in order to go against the claim against you, you have to give all your information.
But the point is, there's no good reason for another content creator to copyright another content creator that he's sharing information with. That's just hateful. And that's what we're exposing. We're exposing the hate and deception of this world. Little by little, it's coming out, right? Who's trolling who here?
Yep. Like, I'll give you an example. B-Ball made a video of me making fun of me, the new moon one. By the way, everybody go subscribe to B-Ball's channel. Now, did I copyright strike him? Negative. Did I bitch to him? Negative. He's right here. Ask him.
No, you kind of did bitch to me a little bit.
That's because you a bitch.
You're a bitch, but did I copyright strike you?
You didn't. But you did bitch about it.
Well, I did? Did I? Okay, maybe I did. Whatever. But I didn't copyright strike you.
No.
There you go.
And
I never will. Never will.
I was able to say that because I know his character, because that's what this is about. People's character. SE is above all that. He is a higher character than some of these other scumbags that are copyrighting people for no reason, trying to cause harm to whatever, to their family, to their income, to their belief system, whatever. That's a scumbag. Right, Bob?
Right.
Listen, in the chat, like, there's some base shit being written. I implore you guys to rise above. Stop, like, don't, start with all the negative shit and the personal shit. Just rise above.
You rise above it. You be the one that's not affected by it. You don't tell other people what to do.
Look at the chat on the left. I'm already the highest. I've risen above everyone.
So
you use percentage so you can be on top.
That's called moderate.
Yep. So here's a hypothetical question. You are a content creator. You put your ass like on the line and you bust your ass making videos and you actually put quality content out there. Someone just takes it and uploads it on their channel. No questions asked. They don't modify the content. They don't criticize. It's not fair use. They just upload your shit. What do you say?
I say thank you and just shout me out.
It's a personal basis. If you're doing it for like money, if you're doing YouTube for money and you're putting work into your videos and you want views to go to your channel so you get paid because you made it, then in that case, I would understand, because the person taking that video and uploading it, they're stopping you from the money won't go to you in that case. That's option A, and that's a case-by-case personal basis. Option B, for example, a lot of flat earthers do this. They'll make videos and they'll ask their audience, please mirror this for me. Please share it. Share it on Instagram, share it on YouTube, share it on Facebook. And in that case, even if that person is monetized, even if they're making money from it, their personal value of they realize that their video, the message of their video for like, say, quote unquote flat earth truth or whatever, to them, to that person, that means more to them. For the flat earth truth to get out, they don't care if they get paid on it or not. And that's a personal decision, right? The other person could also be a flat earther. He could also value flat earth and spreading the truth, but he made a personal decision where he does not want his videos to be reposted. He wants to make money off of it. Basically, I know a concave earther that's like this on YouTube. He makes concave earth videos, and I tried to share his videos, and he got mad and frustrated at me. He's like, "You never asked me." And I was like, fuck, bro, my bad. I just got so used to this, the community. Every content creator I've met regarding flat earth, they said, please share it and mirror it. But in this case, this concave earther, even though concave earth is so rare, the material, he's like, no, don't repost my shit. At best, you could post a 30-second preview of it. Don't repost my shit. And that's because his primary purpose, to him, in his mind, he's like a hard capitalist. He wants to make money from it. And me personally, I don't agree with that. I think, in my opinion, the sharing of the flat earth and the concave earth truth should supersede that. But I can't say I'm wrong
Sharing
or he's
is caring.
wrong.
That is true.
I can't say
But,
I'm wrong. Okay,
people
yeah.
do want to be
Thanks. Go ahead.
compensated for their time.
Yeah, so all I-
I've had tons of videos that
Just gotta
people uploaded though. Like Dave Weiss uploaded one of my rants on Facebook, and so did Taboo Conspiracy. And then we have people like Simon Dan who takes my video, uploads it, and gets 400,000 views on it.
How many times did you
It never
copyright
even
strike him?
crosses my mind to copyright strike. Like it never even crosses my mind.
Way to go,
They didn't
man.
even ask me. They knew not to ask me if they could upload my video because they knew I wouldn't care and I would never copyright strike it. Right?
That's a man right there
There's a fundamental
speaking.
difference. The other guy said it too. The difference is some of us maybe actually have like a moral reason to do this. And so we maybe actually want the truth to get out there, right? So even if Simon Dan covers it and lies about what I said, 500,000 people saw it. If Dave Weiss posted up and gets 20,000 views, that's more than my censored channel. Like, I don't know. It just seems really baffling to me that someone would even think about copyright striking this subject.
Because you guys need to understand, people that are arguing and arguing about these topics, they see their enemy as like they see their opponent as like an enemy, as something to destroy or something. That's why they do that.
Well, destroy them intellectually.
That's why they do that, is because they have a model that they didn't come up with themselves, and they believe it. And they push it and get into passionate debates, and they get fucking angry and they identify with it. That's the key, is identifying with it. When you identify with it and someone talks down on it, you will take it like they're talking shit to you. Your being will be offended.
Yes, they're Stockholmed. They don't even know it. They're walking around Stockholmed individuals.
It's your opinion. That's
A
okay.
lot of these tactics, they go back to like that civil war that atheism had at the kind of the start of YouTube. Like these third wave and fourth wave atheists, they went back and forth, tit for tat, like this. But they kept striking each other's videos, and they used it as a weapon, and that carried on. Once the third wave atheist was defeated, they went on to like other topics, but they carried up this ramped up social justice version of that conflict into other arenas. It's not just flat Earth they do it to. They do it to veganism. They do it to like peace movements, all kinds of stuff. They're constantly.
And you know what? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
These people can behave like this if they want to. No one in here can stop them. If they want to be degenerate and act spiteful and not be loving and all this other bullshit, that's their problem, not yours.
But you
Well,
can
now
expose it.
that shit goes for both sides, y'all. We can't
But you
lay
can
all this.
expose it.
Well,
You
I
Yes,
guess the
left
thing
playing
is,
both sides. Yes.
the content strike is used sometimes to take down channels maliciously. Sometimes it's used to protect revenue. Sometimes it's just used as a dirty tactic. So we just have to be mindful and vigilant. That's
So
all.
if one is a content producer, you need to be smart and factor in that people are going to report your ass or try to get you taken down.
Well, see, when we stream like on Jose's, and someone posts, he's always careful to say, "Hey, what's the deal with the copyright strike on this? Is this something I should even play?" So he's making a conscious decision whether or not he should play it because copyright is a thing, and it's just a matter of being safe and protecting your channel by not doing things that could get you taken down.
Nah,
But if you comment on
nah,
it,
That's
hey,
bullcrap.
that's bull, because throughout our community, doesn't matter what side we're on, at least that we can all agree on, and nobody has taken any action except this one person that I know of so far.
That's not true. See, I can't name my finger on anything in particular, but I know copyright strike has been issued.
Okay, so there's many scumbags out there, but this person in particular, his name is Bob the Science Guy, is doing it repeatedly to the same person, to no one else.
Oh well, that person,
Hello?
then, that person needs to stop uploading copyrighted shit. Then it is what it is.
It's not copyrighted. That's the whole point, is doing it out of spite. He's copyrighting. He's just making false copyright claims. Jesus,
Okay.
man, what point did y'all not get?
Okay.
So let me ask a real quick question. So Bev's new video that's coming out later on today, it has Brenda's picture on it, right? Did Brenda allow Bev to use her picture in his thumbnail?
I don't know what you're talking about, or if she gave him permission, if it is her picture. I have no idea.
Could she copyright that because it's using her likeness?
I guess.
That question needs to be rerouted to the fucking laws of copyright.
You're all missing the point here, for the love of freaking God. It's not
What's
about
the point?
copyright.
What's the point since we've missed it? What's the point?
The point is, we are in an arena and we all use each other's video. We're content creators. We all use each other's videos to make other videos. You make fun of me. I make fun of you. You talked about Coriolis. I make another argument against it, and then you call me dumb or whatever. We go back. That's what we do. That's what our community is. That is the point. Now, one guy losing arguments, instead of just bowing his head and said, "Okay, man, I was wrong about that," takes malicious action to shut another channel down. That's the issue.
What are you going to do about it?
It's not what am I going to do about it. I'm exposing it.
Raise
That's what I'm going to do about it. What are
Well,
you going
it's
to do
been
about
going
it?
on,
Condone it?
bro.
Hold on. What are
This
you
has
going to
been
do
going
about it?
on.
They don't
This is-
realize you can get sued for that, just so you know. Like, first of all, there's something called Fair Use Act, right? So if you comment on it at all, so yeah, that's right. That includes Brenda's picture. That's right. If it's publicly available in the public domain, they can use it. All they have to do is give their comment on anything, right? You can't just upload exactly what it is. That's the law. And so if someone falsely claims that you're using their information over and over, you can literally sue them.
Yes. Yes.
So
We
these
are aware
Globers
of
live in
that.
a world where they don't know they don't know anything about accountability or moral responsibility, and not all Globies, but so they're just going to keep running around doing it until someone hits them with a civil notice, a $10,000 notice, and says, "Okay, since you basically slandered me and I make videos now, the credibility of my videos are being undermined because you're saying I'm stealing all my stuff, even though you know I'm not. You're slandering me, right? And so since because of your defamatory actions." These are how you have to talk to some of these people because they're morally degraded. So if you're going to
Yes.
try to reach them on like a moral wavelength, if you're like, hey, this is morally wrong, they literally aren't going to comprehend it. You're going to have to put your Fair Use Act banner down there, talk to YouTube, be like, this guy's singling me out, or sue them. And like, it's that sad, but you have to understand what you're dealing with, right? If you think you're going to have a come to Jesus meeting with Globe zealots about morality, then you're being a little naive. I'm just being honest.
You're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. What I'm doing is just bringing it out to light. That's all. But yeah, you have
Best thing
to
to
meet them
do.
head on.
Best thing to do is everyone is just responsible for themselves, and you control who you're around and who you talk to. If not that, then you're at the mercy of this universe and every fucked up individual that comes into your life.
You're
Okay, yeah,
behind
but
the
sometimes
story,
you have
bro.
to.
You don't get it.
If you're the
I get
morally
it. I've had
upstanding person,
4 YouTube accounts deleted for copyright strikes, one after the other. I get
so
it.
if
But
you have the more, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying if you have the morally right position, right, then you don't have to do anything. You don't have to fold to them. You don't have to tiptoe around them. Like, the best thing to do is be the person that lets them steal your content. Globers they don't have content without me or without us. It's so funny. They literally don't. But we let them do it. They don't. Simon Dan doesn't have a channel without me, without people like me. Literally.
Are you guys listening? Are you ballers listening?
It's not the ballers though, bro. It's not a baller specific issue. I explained this earlier. So when you say, are you ballers listening? You fail to get the whole point.
Well, you need to listen though. You have to understand, if you're going to be honest, it's predominantly ballers. I live it. I have a YouTube channel. I've been copyright struck a million times. YouTube has told me, yeah, they're clearly attacking you. YouTube knows that Globe Zealots attack me, just like they call my family, just like they called my previous employer. There are the levels of depravity are not the same. Do not throw them all in a basket. We all know there's a group here that has a bunch of resentment and they want to attack the other people in their personal life. And
and that group is called humanity defending their belief systems. And this is how humans behave. This is why they're degenerate. The common mode of behavior for humans is to defend their belief system.
But not whenever you have to cross moral guidelines and steal from people. That has nothing to do with it.
But it's not a Glober tendency to do that. It's a human tendency to do that.
Okay, I hear you, but I'm saying if you're looking at the numbers, it is drastically skewed. And which side?
Of course.
Right. Okay. That's my
I feel you on that, man, and it should be, because the numbers, you're gonna have a vast amount of people whose belief systems are the timeline that they live in. So
but
the conspiracy is our world is misrepresented.
Okay,
so you're dealing with 99% of humanity who they believe this, whether it's right or wrong. They're gonna defend it. It's a huge. Go ahead.
Okay, but none of them are going to do that. See, that's why I went around the U.S. for a year, because I wanted to find out. And the truth is, in the world, no one knows what the blue marble is. No one's seen the moon landing, okay? These people that know all these lies and how they have to say flat is curved and all this nonsense, they're a very small portion of the population. And they typically have personal issues going on at home. And so they want to come beat up a flat earther. They want to come beat up a flat earther because it makes them feel like they have some credibility.
And it's not just Globers that do that.
Globe zealots. I'm trying to make
this was a Christian debate server, you'll have some Catholics or some other religions, Muslim, and they're going to argue in the same way. And if these people so happen to have that personality type where they are spiteful, they're going to do that.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you. But what I'm trying to tell you is,
these same exact people are in those Christian forums. The same exact trolls we get here are from those forums. For years and years, they've been doing and attacking people in the same way.
That's
I acknowledge the validity in your point. Okay, it's a human characteristic. More so, it's a morally degraded human characteristic, right? But so, and I get it. It's not exclusive. My point is that all these people that think the Earth's a globe would never do that. It's only a select group of people. I call them globers or zealots. I don't call the everyday person a glober. They're just a person. They've never even thought about the Earth or space. They don't think about these fairy tales. So they would never copyright strike me. They would never call my family and threaten to dox their address. They would never put my family's address online. They would never call my employer. I've had globe zealots that frequent these rooms do all those things. Okay? I'm explaining there is a difference. These are very extreme people out of the population. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's the point.
This started all because Bob was hot miking content from this channel that he's planning. Maybe he was working on the video to post for his YouTube. So it shows a level of hypocrisy that he's willing to strike things that he does.
So what did this guy do wrong? What did he do wrong?
He hot mic'd. That's what he did wrong.
And what's wrong with that? Besides the obvious.
Don't know.
Yeah, I was just reviewing a video over on SE's channel where he recorded this channel without anybody's knowledge and posted a video about it. And I accidentally had my mic on. So, I mean, my apologies for
and there was nothing wrong
if anyone's going to post in this channel, just assume somebody in here is recording you and everything's public, but just 100% public. Nothing here is hidden.
Yeah, this whole channel's live streamed 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Did I ever copyright strike you, Bob?
I don't have an issue with him just recording a channel and posting it on his, but that's what I was looking at. There's no.
And there's nothing wrong with you looking at, and there was nothing wrong with you live. I mean, with it leaking. You know, with your hot micing, you got muted appropriately, and that's it. You know, it just promulgated the discussion. There was nothing wrong with that inherently.
Yeah. But you know, that's
I'm saying if it was already online, then what is your argument? You have no argument.
I never made an argument.
Okay, so you agree that he has the right to do that?
Well, no, I have an argument that is up to the owners of this channel whether they want that done.
It's already on YouTube, dude.
If they're fine with it, they're fine with it.
They were fine with it when they put it on YouTube.
And you were gonna see what he said and what he did and report it to Geo, right?
No, I just wanted to see what the video was.
Okay.
I saw a link to it.
Yeah,
it's already on the
YouTube. It's in the YouTube community. Any YouTube person can use
fine.
it and whatever.
That's fine. That's their decision. I'm fine with that.
It's already on YouTube, man. Why do you keep breezing past that?
Witset, he just said it's fine, and he's fine with it. Why do you keep on
Yeah,
asking
I mean,
the question?
he just said
and I don't really care one way or the other.
Said that the owner of the server has to give permission. The owner of the server gave permission when they put it on YouTube.
That's fine.
No. The owner of this server doesn't need to give permission for people to record shit. If it's a public server, people can record shit if they want to.
Yeah, or it's even worse than that. It's already recorded and published.
Yeah.
There are a lot of different servers on Discord, and they have different rules. If that's what they want to do here, they're fine with it here. I don't care one way or the other.
But you know when you come here that it's being streamed on YouTube. So this is such a gamma male dishonest tactic right now. It's ridiculous.
So what?
Yes.
What's the problem with the video?
That's what he does. That's what he does.
He's just digging. Y'all are just digging, man.
Well, yeah, I don't understand why he said that was wrong right now. What are you guys talking about?
I didn't say it was wrong, and
he did. You said that he shouldn't have been allowed to do that unless he went and got permission.
I didn't say anything of the kind.
He didn't say that.
He did. He said he should have got permission.
Obviously, he should have gotten permission. He doesn't have the authority to upload that to YouTube.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't.
No,
he doesn't.
He does if the server's okay with it. If the
server can't stop anyone from recording. No one here can stop me from recording my audio through and posting it.
No, but as soon as you upload it to YouTube, you're doing wrong.
Not legally.
This server is part of fair use. Okay.
No, you want to know what the problem
anyone can use that thing from YouTube or their own recording, and in YouTube, say anything about it. What I disagree with from all is what you just said. You can't take a recording from here. Like it doesn't. I would count it as doxing if you take recording from here, and you release that in something like a different kind of forum.
It's a
that
public
has nothing to do with
server.
this.
It wouldn't be doxing. It would be doxing
I disagree with you, and I brought up a scenario like 15 minutes ago about how I could be playing a video game, right? Could have friends that they have a different Discord server for that video game, and they're friends of mine. I have them added on Facebook. They know my name is Zachary in real life and stuff like that. And then they join this server and they dox me by saying my name to people here when
your friend shouldn't have said your name. Your friend saying your name.
It's just
it actually does matter.
Does it count as doxing?
It does matter because here's the thing: I could record this right now and post it, and it's not doxing.
Yeah, but I haven't said anything in this forum. You're not understanding me.
Well, that's your issue. You control what comes out of your mouth. People don't record or not record based on what comes out of your mouth.
So you're saying if hold up. So in your public life, like in real life, let's say you have a friend that joins this server just coincidentally, recognizes your voice and says your name. You wouldn't call that doxing because you know them publicly?
I would message my friend and say, don't fucking say my name in the server.
Because if they do, it's doxing.
My friend.
But your name's public. Your name's public.
Slow down, because rest assured, I will logically destroy you in whatever we're having right now.
I just used your arguments against you. Go ahead.
So slow down. Your friend saying your name or not saying your name in a server has nothing to do with another person recording you or not. You recording me?
Hold up. It was an example, an analogy of taking information that's public in one venue and then introducing it, releasing it, where it's considered private in another venue.
Information that's considered public in a public venue. This is a public venue. It's open and anyone
but it's
can join
considered private. That same information can be considered private in another venue.
No, it's no longer private when it is revealed in a public venue. You don't get it.
So you reveal your name. You reveal your name in the store to a cashier, which is a public area, and then that same cashier joins here and then reveals it. It's also a public area. It's not doxing.
Percentage.
Come on, man.
You could be confessing to a crime. It doesn't fucking matter. It can be recorded. If you don't realize that, then that's your problem.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about whether it counts as doxing, even if it's public information.
Doxing is the intentional act. It involves two parts.
It doesn't need to be intentional.
It involves two parts. Part one is the actual engagement of the finding out more information of the person than what is publicly available within you in your platform. So, for example, if I were to start the act of taking your username and Googling it to find out more about you than what is available in front of me on Discord, that would be engaging in part one of doxing, which is acquiring information. Part two of doxing is the sharing of that information.
So if your friend came
intentionally.
So if your friend came and accidentally said your name, it's not doxing?
If your friend comes and accidentally says your name, they're not engaging in doxing. What they've done is they've accidentally said your name in a server, knowing or not knowing that you didn't want that to happen.
So they accidentally made private information public.
Yeah, they're bad.
Do you know what the definition for doxing
now you're
is?
Dealing with it. That doesn't mean the video needs to be stopped and not be shared.
Do you know what the definition for doxing is?
I do know what the definition of doxing is.
Do you need someone to read it out
to you? I literally just explained it for you. There's two parts.
You did a pretty good job of explaining
private information publicly. That's what it is.
It's no longer private when it is released public. That's the thing. You're just
everything
not
is released publicly. Like unless
you're
it's
missing the first part.
Unless it's in your own home or something, it's publicly released. That's something.
Percentage. He's actually correct. He's actually correct.
About what?
There's information that is available publicly, such as your name in a phone book. If I search your name out and release your information in a place that you do not release your information, that is doxing.
That's what I'm saying, man.
If I accidentally mention your name,
that's not doxing.
That's not doxing.
What is it then?
So, for example, if I accidentally call you, let's say, Bartholomew Jones or whatever it is, and that happens to be your name, and it just blurts out and it's accidental, that's not doxing. But when you sit down and say, I could, for example, on this server that has percentage on it that's in the conversation right now, if I just say the name Bartholomew Jones, All right. That is designed specifically to cause you distress because I'm announcing your name in this server and implying that the person whose name I just mentioned is in this server. And I'm doing it specifically to cause you distress.
Of course, that would be doxing. But I'm saying doxing could be inadvertent.
Well,
Okay?
no,
It
this is a
doesn't
good
need
thing.
intention.
So this is good. So then Bob would agree that what George did the other day on the Next Level server was in fact doxing.
I don't know what George did, but
Well, George went and found Rakia's home on Google Street View and posted it in the Next Level server.
I would call that doxing.
No, that
yeah, that's definite doxing.
bro.
I
No,
would
no, that's not what happened. That's not what happened.
What happened?
George heard me say my name, then actively sought out information
Yeah,
about
that's
that
doxing,
name
Rakia.
That's doxing.
and
That's
then
doxing.
posted it on a
Yeah, he's just saying that
That's
it's worse than what you said.
doxing, Rakia.
God Sigapple, he's just saying it's worse than what you said. He didn't just
Yeah, it's
Google
worse.
the home. He actually did more digging, found the got
Right.
the name,
It's
then
doxing.
got the home from that.
But
It's
if he
definitely
was
doxing.
if he was to record and someone's friend comes in here and accidentally says his name and he records that video, say it was part of a greater conversation about Coriolis effect, and in that video someone comes in and says someone's name, that person is not now liable in any way, even morally, to stop the video and delete it and not upload it. That's not how reality works. What happens is that friend of that person that came in and said their name, that's their fuck up. Their fuck up. And not the recorder, and not it's their fuck up. And that friend didn't dox their friend. That friend, you guys are using the wrong word. That friend that came in here and accidentally said his friend's name, his friend didn't engage in the act of trying to reveal who this person is and then reveal this. It's called a fucking mistake.
Yeah. But if
I just
someone,
disagree with your definition.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let me.
And
hold on.
here's the thing. And
Hold
you
on.
guys,
Dude, just hold on a second.
cameras,
Dude.
with cameras, with almost done.
Dude.
With
Oh,
camera
man.
phones, if you
Don't
go
lose
out
it,
and if you go out in public or you're recording yourself playing a video game, you're not entitled and liable morally or in any other way to stop and delete your video for some fucking irrelevant happening that happened.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, but just like this dude just said, if someone says someone else's name by mistake and then someone else goes and grabs that name, goes on Google and searches out the dude's house and finds a street view and then posts that house.
They shouldn't post it. That's
publicly.
doxing.
No,
Then.
shut up for a second. This is my fuck. Just shut the fuck up.
Okay.
So then that becomes doxing percentage.
I disagree.
And that's exactly what happened a day or two ago.
I understand, but I disagree with just the terminology. So I would say doxing is the release of the information. It could be inadvertent and then it becomes immoral
That's
or
not
criminal
what the law
doxing
says.
when the intention is brought up about and when it's done with, like, when you're putting in work to actually investigate, find the name and stuff like that. I would say that's criminal or immoral, or whatever. It's liable.
Because it's
Whereas
public.
if it's just inadvertent, I would still call it doxing because you're still releasing this private information publicly.
It's public. It's the bad of whoever information it was that was posted. It shouldn't have been public to begin with.
Do you understand in law there's something called absolute liability?
Guys, if I reveal my name right now or reveal Kosho's name right now or someone else's name right now, the Geo is not now liable to delete the recording of this YouTube stream, bro.
Of course he's not.
But here's
What the
here's
fuck?
the problem that you don't understand.
But it would still be doxing.
So
yeah,
if
but
my
here's
friend-
the thing you don't understand though. If I find out what your name is and where you live and have a picture of your house.
How did you
right?
find that? How did you find
I'm
that
just
out?
saying, theoretically, if I know that information, all right, that's on me. If I publish it, you have a case.
Of course, that goes without saying.
Because you do not identify yourself with that information and with that name. But if I find out what it is and I publish it, that's doxing.
Of course.
How about if you yourself have let that information out, and let's say somebody loses an argument and is spiteful, and instead of going man to man on somebody
I'm
and
not
solving
interested
that
in your
issue.
victim
He
card,
uses
Yogi.
like a copyright strike.
I'm not
out
interested
of
in your
spite.
victim card, Yogi. But what I am going to tell you is that if you take somebody's content and you just play a loop of it without any commentary or change or anything, YouTube considers that a copyright strike. If you have a problem with that, Yogi, take it up with YouTube.
Okay, what
Did
does
you
that
hear
have
what
to
he
do
called
with
me? Did you hear what
your
this
following
adult
point?
man called me? Yeah.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
They're having a specific argument.
That's the
Okay.
basis of Bev's copyright strike. He took video off another channel, my channel, and just looped it without any commentary or anything else. And he got a
Why?
copyright strike for it.
Why wouldn't he
Good.
comment on it?
He got a copyright strike for it. Good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because
does
first of all,
anyone have a
comment.
problem
if
with
he had
that?
made comment on it, if he had made comment on it, if he had modified it in some way, if he had
Yeah.
discussed it, if he had critiqued it, that's fine. I do that all the time to people.
Yeah.
People
Does
do that.
anybody have a problem with that?
Nobody
With
has
what,
a problem with it.
Okay, good. I
But
thought
if
people
I
had a
take-
problem with it.
If I take your video and all I do is I take a 10-second clip of your video and I loop it continuously for 30 minutes of you just saying the same thing again and again and again, that's with no change to it, with nothing else. That's copyrighted material, and you
At that
use
point-
it without permission.
Yeah,
that's
YouTube
kinda
would
gray at
consider that
point, because
copyright.
And
it's
they
implied.
do consider it copyright.
Yes, and they will delete
and
it.
They did consider it copyright infringement, and they pulled it down. And if he
That's
didn't
fair,
like
but I
it,
don't think it's as black and white because it's obvious that the reason
That
why
was
he
an
does it
obvious
is because
copyright
they find it
infringement.
funny. So they're looping it because something is ridiculous, and that's the implicit kind of commentary.
Well, YouTube didn't see it that way, and neither did I.
Obviously, but if they're looping it, you left that part out where they're looping it for X amount of minutes and stuff like that. It's just like
Isn't
it's
that
supposed
where
to be,
fair use?
He wasn't.
it's supposed
He
to be
wasn't.
ridiculous,
No, it's not
and that's
fair
He
why.
use.
wasn't
Fair
claiming
use
that
is
there was no point.
modification.
Bob never claimed that the looping had no purpose or meaning. He was just simply stating that is a copyright right violation per YouTube.
Yeah, all you have to
Yeah,
do is change
technically.
it slightly. If you don't change it at all and the audio is exactly the same and just loops, then yeah, if you add an intro clip
That's all
or
he did.
text,
That's
then
all
you're
he
fine.
did. He didn't even have
Well,
an
then, yeah,
intro
that's
on it. He
but
didn't have
look,
an outro.
McToon, the Globers love to use, just words I say and loop them. They do that all the time, but
They don't
yeah.
comment on it.
Wasn't the
Hey,
loop in
Bob,
the
since
never
you're on the
song?
subject, how
copyright
many
strike.
copyright strikes have you made?
Yeah, that's a bitch
None.
move, honestly.
Because
Copyright strikes
the
on
one you
someone.
made recently, Bob, if I'm not mistaken, there was commentary on that one.
That you'd have to talk.
Since
to
you brought it up.
You can.
You
talk
got to
to
deal with it with
about
YouTube, man.
Hey, who's
But if they
talking to
didn't-
you, man? Why don't you just keep quiet?
I mean, I'm
If they didn't
involved.
modify
talking
what
to
you
Bob.
said, if they
I'm
didn't modify
telling
what
you
you said,
myself.
Bob.
What
Take
do
it
you
up
say,
with
Bob?
YouTube. Take it up with YouTube.
Hold
Yeah.
up, Bob. If
No,
they
you
didn't
made a
modify what
comment.
you said, then why'd you have to copyright strike? Was it like copyright strike?
It was a loop.
It was a
just a
loop
loop.
of
There was
something
no
that you said,
modification.
unfiltered. It wasn't like, was it out of context and gave the wrong meaning, or?
Of course, it was out of context and gave the wrong meaning. It was just simply a loop again and again and again of a 10-second quote.
What did you say,
And
Bob?
what was
Wasn't it
it
in a
how was it
song?
out of context?
Was it in a song?
What was the quote?
No.
What was the quote?
Yeah,
what was the quote?
in the clip, what were you saying, Bob?
I don't know. Go look at the clip. Oh, wait a minute. You can't because YouTube took it down. It was copyright.
I'm
Okay,
sure I
That
can.
is
That's
very
kind of a
Listen to the
bitch
words of a
move, man. That's a
spiteful
cop out.
man. Listen to the
Hey,
words of
Esty,
a
just take
spiteful man.
just take it as a win, bro. Like that, he won't even say the quote out loud still, so it's pretty
What do
funny.
you say?
Imagine that. Imagine how
They
guilty that must
They
be.
should have
Guys.
uploaded it to BitChute. Don't get mad at
Hey,
him. Get
hold
mad at the
on.
game.
Hold up, maybe he's worried that someone will take the recording of him saying it right now and then
Should've
make another
uploaded
video
it
or
to
something.
BitChute.
So if you want, you could just type it out
Esty, what do you say?
in the live chat.
They should have
Glory,
uploaded it to
Esty, what do you
BitChute.
say? Glory.
Way to make excuses, percentage. Way to go.
My honest opinion is if
Esty,
someone
what do you
Type it out,
take,
man. What
if
do you
someone
mean?
just
The
takes
quote,
my
as I
content and
recall,
just looped it, I would kind of be like, that's kind of lame, but I wouldn't
Say it.
strike them. Like it's
the
a
quote,
different mentality. I don't see, because like, dude, you think you're making a change? If there's a Flat Earth channel looping your voice, bro, it's not getting seen by anyone anyway.
What'd
Just
you
in
say,
case you
Bob?
did.
yeah, I believe the quote had something to do as it was part of it was one sentence out of the discussion on flat Earth distance versus spherical Earth distance, straight lines versus great circles.
Oh, didn't you say you could go shorter distance in a straight line or something like
Oh,
that?
it's that Jeremy. It's that line.
Yeah, it had, to do,
funny,
it had
bro.
to do
Let
with
him-
that
let him
discussion,
make
but it was
his
a
video.
single. It was a single line out of context, and
I
didn't
can
make
imagine what
sense
line it was. We were
itself.
giving you a hard time when you were saying it in this server too.
Yeah.
Remember?
Okay,
So-
let's get some
Well,
clarity,
fine with you,
if you don't
but
mind,
you're
Bob.
right.
Are you saying, Bob, that we can take any of your videos, as long as we comment on them and put them on our channels?
I've always said that. I've never had any problem with that.
The
Dude,
reality, the
Everybody
reality
heard
is,
him, right? Everybody heard that?
before.
the reality is,
I heard him.
you guys can
Go
take
ahead.
Bob's videos and upload it on BitChute in any manner you like, and he can't do shit about it. Okay?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but that's like
If you guys
has
really
way less
about that
of an
life,
audience. So-
if you guys
No,
really are about that life, do it properly. If not, quit
way
bitching.
less of an audience. So
Quit
hey,
fucking
Bob,
bitching. Okay? He
Bob,
did it
Bob,
because he could.
Bob, when you were in school and you were at the lunch table and everyone was roasting each other, when it got your turn and they roasted you, did you go tell the principal?
Nah. This isn't telling the principal. Don't hate the player, hate the
Yes.
game. If you really
No,
about it, just upload it on BitChute. He
Who are
can't
you,
do
his
shit
lawyer,
about it.
dude? Are you his lawyer or something?
He can't do shit. I'm just being.
No, he's being real.
Sort of. I mean,
I've never had any,
We're not talking
I've
about
never had any
BitChute. We're
problem
talking
with
about
people.
YouTube.
Essie, listen to me, bro.
YouTube.
Essie, listen. You have to add commentary or edit the video. That's what the Fair Use Act is. Okay.
Don't have any problem with that.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, I just wanted to hear Bob say it and everybody hear it.
If
That's
you
all.
guys are really mad at him and think what he did is wrong,
Oh my
download
God.
all of his videos
Does
and
he have
clone
you
his
on
channel
retainer,
on
bro?
YouTube.
How much do you charge per hour? Do you
So
charge by
Yo, no,
hour?
what he's honestly what he's spitting is true. You know,
I just
these are
got
the
a quick-
rules.
Saying it
What
over
Yeah,
Bev
but
should have
we
done
don't
was
need to
offered
hear
a
a lawyer
preface,
speak here,
a
man. We're
preamble.
talking about morals,
Hey, I got a
values,
quick question
Yeah,
for
but
Bob.
well, Montreal, this is the rule. It's known. Bev should have just made a preamble saying, you know, look at what Dr. Bob said, and you know we
I
find
got a
this
quick
ridiculous,
question
and
for
then
Bob,
play it.
if I could. Can I just get in a quick question for Bob? Like just a little bit of quiet for a second. Hey, Bob, are you there?
I'm gonna defend Bob. Get ready.
Just ask a question. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah. So I'm just my curiosity is from your perspective. Like, what's the motive? Like, what's the point? Like, I understand that maybe you have a right to copyright strike someone through YouTube. Fine, whatever. But what's your actual motive for doing that? Like, why do it, even if you do have the ability to do it or not?
Here's why.
Why do
Here's
I need
why.
a motive?
Hey, shut the fuck up! I asked Bob.
Why do I need a motive?
I didn't say you did. I'm just asking you, like, what?
Okay,
like,
well then,
what would be the
then
reason?
assume that I don't.
Okay, so you're not going to give a reason. That's fair.
Well, it required effort, right? So what motivated you to put forth effort?
Here's the motivation, guys. It's a
Shut the
game.
fuck up!
Who the fuck's talking to you, dude?
The truth is, he
Fuck's
had a
sake.
motivation. Obviously, that's why.
Well,
he did it.
obviously,
Every
and he
action
doesn't
is
want to
proper-
say it,
yeah.
so it's left
So
up to the imagination.
That's a cop-out answer, Bob. If you don't want to
Yeah.
answer, you could just say, "I don't want to answer."
By the way, he did it 3 times. He copyright struck 3 times.
Just beat him at the game. The other guy's right. You got to beat him at the game, Essie, right? You're a flat earther, my man. You need to know how to work the ropes, right? Like my channel was literally censored before I uploaded a video. I've literally watched sub counts disappear. I've watched 400 subs in one night not get counted. I've watched my views change. So you have to know what you're doing. If you're actually talking about this truth intellectually or making good points or any type of entertaining content, you're automatically going to have to come in on point, right? And so if you're going to put something up of them, and that quote does sound hilarious, put some background music, throw a couple words on it. Welcome to the channel, like and subscribe, background music. He can't do it. And then you can tell YouTube this guy's
that's it.
being a
You're
little
right.
bitch, and they will listen to you, and they will not listen to his copyright strike seriously. So
You're right, but you got to understand that was maybe on the first one it could have been that like that, but he struck it 3 times, and there was talking on the other 2. He's a liar. He's lying as usual.
Okay, well, it makes sense. It's an embarrassing quote. He doesn't want it out there. But I want to let you know, my man, that's not how it works, right? It's just like, go watch McToon's channel. He has a top-up of me where I said, I'm explaining, I can't believe that I get censored. I don't even cuss in my content. So he takes the in my content out. He puts the I don't even cuss, and he finds every time he can, scouring the internet, Discord servers, whatever he can find, any recordings where I cuss. And he puts them together in a song. look, man, I cussed on the internet. If he wants to put them together, and he misrepresented it intentionally, where I'm saying I don't even cuss in my content. I'm trying not even give them a chance to censor me, but they still are. And then I said I was talking about Nathan Oakley's quote, "How do my balls taste?" And I was saying, who would ever say that? That's lame. He took it out like I said it, threw it in there. The whole thing's super dishonest. Never for 1 second did I contemplate copyright striking him or trying to get it taken
You hear
down.
that,
Dude.
Bob?
Guys,
You hear that, Bob?
in defense of
You hear
Bob,
that, Essie?
check this out. In defense of Bob, this is a game we're playing, right? We're playing a game. The people that posted that video, they were also playing a game. The game of Gotcha Bitch, right? But when they recorded that sound clip, which I've never heard and I don't even care what it's about, that sound clip, that 10 seconds looped over and over again was a Gotcha Bitch, right? So you upload it online, no problem. You could have chosen anywhere to upload this Gotcha Bitch, and you chose to put it on A, YouTube, and B, on your actual main YouTube account. Okay? That's two
Why are you
levels of
yelling?
stupidity
Why
right
are
there.
you yelling?
Sorry.
Yeah, calm
Good
down,
point.
Why
Good
are you
point.
yelling at us?
Check this out. That's 2 levels of stupidity. So they posted this video as a Gotcha Bitch. Bob watched it, and he Gotcha Bitched them back. It's a
Absolutely.
game.
Yeah, fair
Learn
enough.
to
I
play
don't
it.
even disagree.
Learn to
SC,
play
you
it.
have to be more. SC, you have to beat him at the game, bro. He's right about that.
Right to
I
play
agree.
it.
I
He
do.
is
I
right
know the
about,
point.
but this is
SC,
not what
listen,
this is
let me help you
about,
out.
bro.
SC, I know you're making a big point, right? It's about morality. That's why I just told my story about how this dude intentionally made it where he was lying about what I said. It is actually basically slander. But never for a second. And that's a moment that I actually do have justification in a way, right? Morally, because you're misrepresenting what I said. You're lying intentionally and making me say things I wasn't saying. I never, ever thought about copyright striking with tunes, freaking content, or trying to get it taken down for slander or anything like that. I thought, this is kind of a reach. It's really redundant. It's kind of funny, I guess. And then I just moved on, right? And I think
Like a
you have to
man, yeah.
just beat them at the game. Make better content. You have to know they're going to come fight and bite at your ankles. Okay, the Globies are going to bite at your ankles. So know they're going to come try to get your video taken down, biting at your ankles. Just sit up here, head high, shoulder high, where you know that their bites can't do anything because you put welcome to the channel at the first, whatever it is. And if it doesn't work, this dude, if someone keeps doing it, right, you can sue them and YouTube if you actually follow the rules and they keep taking it down. So just beat them at the game. We are 2022. They lied about the earth. We have grown ass men come here every day for hours, for years, defending it. You're playing a big game, right? So like, look at the bigger picture. I gotta agree with the other guy. You got him like, gotcha, bitch. He got you back. You gotta beat him at the game. You can throw that back on there. Make it a song, dude. Do whatever you want to do, right? If you want me to drop I could drop his lyric in the next rap song I make. You know what I'm saying? You can do whatever you want to, just beat them at the game, let it go. And I see that the move typically from that side, and not trying to characterize people or generalize them, but they want to bring you down, bro. So just try to stay floating up there and do what's right, right? You're not going to be able to make someone choose a moral path. So like, just kind of let it go. I think it's good that you're saying it, and it makes sense, and I hope it resonates with some people. The principle behind it, it's super lame to go try to copyright strike people. It's super lame. If you're in some debate and you said something, you got caught saying something, dude, it's allowed to be on the internet. However someone can put it on there. Don't be lame, okay? But not everyone's going to agree with you. If people choose to be lame, like, just rise above it. So there's my rant.
Yeah, I hear you, and I agree with you. This is not what this was about.
You hear and you accept. Hold on, Essie.
Let me respond there, Laurie, and you can go next. But please, yeah, I hear what you said there, bro, and I agree with you. This was not about.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, well, maybe you got me turned now. Yeah,
no, hold on, dude. I was talking. I was talking. Please be quiet. Let me finish what I'm gonna say. Then you can talk after Laurie, sir. That's how it's done in public, in polite conversation.
Let me just hold up, Montreal, 1 second. Crypto, you're very low,
Too many
so
people
they start
talking
talking.
at
We
once.
couldn't hear you. I think you fixed your mic now, but go after.
Yeah, no,
Montreal
I'm
then.
happy for Montreal to go ahead. It's just that I would talk you first. I don't want him to act like he's doing me a favor if I get to talk.
Yeah, I think you were talking, but it was very low and muffled. So.
Oh, my mistake. I apologize if you were before me. I didn't hear you, bro.
It's not a problem.
Go ahead,
I think.
Or Crypto.
No, Montreal, go on.
Let him go. I'll respond after.
All right, Crypto, go ahead.
The point I was going to make, which I've kind of half forgotten, but it was to do with what Wizzy said about it being like really lame. It's an act of desperation, really, like because if they really thought they were right, they would just argue the point. Like they wouldn't be trying to get you taken down. They wouldn't be trying to censor you. Like these are acts of desperation, and just recognize them as such.
Well, you know what, sir? I don't have to say anything.
Yeah.
Because what you just said sums it all up. Yeah.
It was poignant.
It's not really an act
and
of desperation. It's
one more
a gotcha
thing.
bitch
Just
that's
one
3
thing.
clicks away.
Please. Just one
3
thing.
clicks.
And we
Gotcha
already
bitch.
are winning. We already are winning, and measures have already been taken. Just for the record.
I find the amount of doublespeak from certain individuals in this conversation absolutely baffling. For example, some people here are saying, yes, it's technically speaking right what Bob said. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just an act of desperation. But earlier in the conversation, this is an evil person. He's literally Satan. He's evil.
Yes, and I'll say it again. That is an act. Yes.
Hold the fuck on, SE Montreal. Hold the fuck on, SE Montreal. You were calling Bob evil earlier. So what the fuck changed?
No, I didn't call him evil. No.
Yes, you did.
No.
You were
I was
saying...
talking in general.
You asked
and
Montreal
you...
a question. Let him answer. Go ahead, Montreal.
Go ahead.
Yes. I was talking in general. Play the tape back. Your head went to that person. Maybe you knew, or you thought you knew what I was talking about, but I never mentioned him by name. We were doing what ifs. You remember?
That's interesting, because earlier I was thinking like I was speaking for myself, because I thought you were being broad in a all global sense. You corrected me that you were being quite specific. You were talking about certain individuals, which we all know, by the way, is Bob, because everyone Rakia keeps saying, right, Bob.
Hold
up, of course, everyone here
I
knows.
cherish Bob's opinion. He's a very smart guy.
Hold the fuck on.
Boys,
let him finish. And then I got next.
Everyone knows we were talking about Bob in this conversation. So are you really dishonest enough to lie that you were not talking about that case?
No, I didn't say that. I said I didn't say his name. But what I said is, and I was right, you equivocated to what I was saying to him, right? But I never mentioned his name.
All right, really quickly. Someone can do something evil. And Lowry, would you agree that in that moment, they are evil? In the moment that they're doing something evil, that they are evil?
Obviously, right? like it's in the question.
No, not necessarily. You could say that people can do evil things, and in the moment, like, they're not evil, they're just somehow, whatever. I mean, people can hamster it.
You do something evil by mistake.
Yeah, I guess, but he didn't do it, if you're doing it with intention, then it's a malicious thing. You're doing it out of malice. You're doing it out of evil. You're evil in that moment. You're not, maybe you're not evil in totality, right? But it's not wrong to say that he's evil then. When you kind of mischaracterize it when you say, "Oh, he's an evil person." Point blank.
Evil, out of spite, hard-hearted, evil.
It's just an interpretation, and I don't think you guys are doing a good enough job of putting yourself in his shoes.
It's really simple.
And I wish I didn't get spoken over when I spoke.
No, you're fine.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done.
You're next. Go ahead. All is one.
Did the person that Bob Dole do this against is this person and Bob Dole? Are they friends?
Hold on. Bob Dole. This is not Bob Dole.
Sorry, Flat Moon or whoever.
Yeah,
are they friends?
All right, so you guys aren't talking about me, right?
No, you're good.
So.
I don't know. So I don't know.
We're talking about the actual real Bob Dole.
I don't think all is one knows the full story about what happened.
Maybe not.
To save us the time, did the person Bob Dole or Flat Moon put a strike on the video, which YouTube approved because it was technically copyright? But besides that, was that person, like, are they friends in this chat? Do they have a friendly relationship?
I don't think so.
No.
So, does this person try to egg him on, or it's just things we do in this chat? So is this person trying to egg him on? Is there a history of you know what I'm saying?
Presumptively, yes.
Yeah.
First of all, by your question, right? You have no clue what the story is, but somehow you feel you have to put your nose in every question. I
You know
suggest
what?
maybe you
It
familiarize
does, no,
yourself
but Montreal
with the
doesn't matter. The
situation.
specifics don't matter. The principles
But
matter.
it's very irritating, bro.
Montreal, gotcha, bitch. You gonna cry about it? You're gonna cry about it?
No, bitch. I'm just pointing out that you have no fucking clue what we're talking about, and you keep playing
You're
lawyer.
gonna cry about it.
Yo, but all is
Gotcha.
one. What was your point in asking those
You
questions?
got me, bitch.
What was
Are
the
you gonna
point?
cry about it? Like
Hold
he
on,
got
hold on.
you.
just gonna
Guys,
point
come
out,
on.
bitch.
I'm gonna start muting. But
Yeah, I
all is
got a
one. What was the
question.
point in asking your questions? Was there a point to those general
Yeah, it was,
questions?
but I think I forgot. Like,
Okay, then moving on.
Okay, my
Because you're
turn.
talking
All
out your ass. That's
I
why
got
you
it. My
forgot.
turn. So a big thing I think everyone needs to think about here is, rules don't equate to morality, right? Like a perfect example is I'm in federal court right now fighting against a rule, and I broke a rule. The rule is wrong though, right? It's not moral. It should be disregarded. So we shouldn't conflate morality to rules. We live in a stupid world, sunken in depravity, super morally degraded, where they've hypersexualized and materialized everything that exists. So of course we're in this realm where the rules benefit immorality. So I think the point is pretty simple, right?
Or is YouTube's copyright strikes rules immoral?
Now yeah, of course they are. So
They can be.
all
I'd
of
say they can be.
YouTube's
Not
rules are immoral,
default
right?
are. Sorry,
But
go ahead.
it doesn't matter. Like it's their rules, and technically you're playing in their game, even though a publicly traded company, mind you. But so yeah, whatever. They have their rules. You agreed to play their game, so you have to concede that. But that doesn't mean that all the rules in their game are right morally. Okay, and the only way you can say they are is if you play this stupid world where you think morality is subjective. And I'm not getting into that philosophical debate because it's stupid and very low-hanging fruit, okay? But the point he's making, and I think we should all, as a group here for the conversation's sake, rise the vibration here to something substantive that matters and applies to everyone. Just try to do what's morally right. And if there's some type of contention, try to rise above it. And I know I get caught up screaming in these rooms and stuff. Like, the point is, dude, if you are a flat earther trying to make content, you got to come in on point, bro. You got to come in on point and some. You got to come in point and glitch their system out to somehow use it to your benefit, even though they are actively making sure you can't do that. So it is what it is. Dude, trust me, bro. You just got to let it go when they bite at the ankles. And like he said, in a way, you agreed to play the game, and it has their rules. And if he can beat you in that game with the rules, then he's going to feel like he won. So
It's not
for
about
you,
this,
I know it's not about
it's not
winning or
about
whatever,
this,
but
bro. And I've been in this game longer than you have. I've been playing this game longer than you. It's not about this.
The
What I'm
moral
talking
high
about
ground is not
let
sharing
me
that video in
I
the
was
first
almost
place.
done, man. I was almost
Let
done.
me
I'm sorry
respond.
it's so long, but let me make the point I'm trying to make to you, okay? And anyway, if you, in a way to see who ends up on top, the best way is for you to just make the next move tactically and beat him back. Okay, so that's just the way it is. If you can look at it like that way, more like action rebuttal type thing, don't lower yourself to morally degraded vibration. That's my take.
I hear that, and let me respond. We're talking about two issues now. We're talking about morality and legality, right? These are two separate things. We're talking about how a human behaves, how a human should behave in company, like in a setting that we all talk to each other all the time, and we have the legal issue. These are two different aspects. Just want to make myself clear on that. I'm not disagreeing with you on what tactics should be done, how it should be played, how you should be taken, and all that. I know that game. I know how to play that game. This is something different I'm talking about. I'm talking about the moral aspect of it.
Yeah, the moral aspect would be to I agree with you, and this isn't excusing what Bob did, but the moral aspect would be not to try to egg him on or doing whatever. What's the point of putting that video up there for?
Well, it's pretty obvious. Like someone that's defending the globe, this is a take that you're actually going to have to stake for the argument. So just hearing it over and over, it does have value for the truth itself, right? And comedic relief with such a heavy truth subject is pretty much required. So I mean, that's my rebuttal for him. I mean, it's common sense.
So
On
guys,
that note,
look at the
guys,
chat
hold on a
real
second.
quick
Hold on a second. On that
and
note,
look at Bev's behavior in the chat. So
Right,
this
we
is
get it.
pretty typical right here.
But on that note, guys, right?
Hold on.
Did you hear? Well, no, hold on, man. Did you hear what Chris Rock? Did you hear what was on Chris Rock's face when he woke up this morning? Fresh Prince. But
Come on, God.
Is that your joke?
Yeah, but when you're dealing with children,
that's original material. That's fucking
dad stuff.
when you're dealing with children that try and pull this crap, you know, they bring it on themselves. You know, I don't have to do anything to Bev. He's going to get his own channel taken down.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that response after all we said? Do you hear what
Yeah,
this
that
man
sounds.
just said?
Can I keep it real with
Yeah.
you on this, man? You sound really lame, right? Like it's like, why?
Hang on a second.
Feel...
Can I just
hold up?
Can I?
Jen
I've been
Witsit was
listening.
going,
Can
then
I
you
add
got
something?
next. Right after Witsit's
Can I add
done.
something? Okay.
It sounds really lame to me. Like, why would you be intentionally, tactically trying to get people taken off of YouTube because they're flat earthers? When the truth is, YouTube has already come out and admitted that they don't even give us close to the fair opportunity with predetermined algorithms to censor. They kick us off any chance that they get. Well, I think it's super lame. You would be this guy over in the corner trying to help YouTube censor flat Earth and not give them a fair chance more. That seems really weird.
Okay,
you think this is trying to censor flat Earth?
That's some straight up Karen shit, though.
Okay, go ahead, Jen.
I think someone wants to Does someone want to respond to what Wisbit said? Because I think that was aimed at Montreal, or who was it aimed at?
It was aimed at Bob, and then he said something really quick. I don't know if he had an actual...
What's your response to it? What's your response?
Do you have an actual response, Bob? No. Go ahead, Jen.
No. Okay, well, basically, I'm going to go back to history. Okay, now, JFK lost his life for freedom of speech, yeah? Do you remember? He was talking about dissent, you know, people's freedom being curtailed and you can't speak your mind. Now, YouTube is one of those. It's, you know, it's got its rules, it's got its business, and those of you who want to join that medium and use it, fair enough. But, you know, when they start targeting flat earthers, right, who are telling the truth, that's totally immoral. I mean, does anybody agree with that?
That's a conversation and what we're having right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but on the subject of morality, I think the truly moral thing would be if you're arguing a point to defend that point, right? If someone clips out what you're saying and, you know, loops it or it says, like, shows basically how it's ridiculous, then you argue that point, you know, or you concede it. That's the moral thing. That's the intellectually honest thing. You either, you know, support it or concede it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But I think to take down content, which is telling the truth, is wrong. Don't you? Or am I wrong in this thing? You know what? What's going on here?
This conversation is really about one person having their video removed in here. It's not about flat Earth in general. It's more of like a personal situation.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought it was a flat Earth thing. So, I mean, what was the video that was removed then? I missed it. Sorry.
Well, it's removed, so...
Basically, long story short, say I'm a glober and you're a flat earther, and, you know, we have our thing where we go back and forth, right?
Right.
Some people get respected a little bit more. Some people, you know, there's more of a non-civil discussions, and what they did was record 10 seconds of your video on YouTube and loop it over and over again and post it on YouTube as a means of for whatever purpose that was, right? I don't want to put the intention. And what you did was you went and reported my video for a copyright violation of which, because our source clip was from your video looped over and over again.
Okay.
And YouTube did their thing or whatever, and they made the decision of it was a copyright violation, and they deleted the video. And when they do this, the channel gets a strike. You're aware of the strike system, right?
Yeah.
So basically, some people are making an argument for that he's justified in doing this, and some people are saying no, this is morally wrong, and he shouldn't have done this. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I understand now. Right, I see. Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible tactic, really, at the end of the day. A bit of gutter snipe doing that, obviously.
Well, why can't anyone answer my question about if YouTube is already proactively censoring flat Earth, just in a world where you want people to be able to freely express the truth? I would hope that you guys would at least claim that if the Earth were truly in fact flat, just if it were, you would want that to be able to be discussed freely and be known, right? So, like, just that idea is very, very baffling to me.
What makes you think it's being censored?
It reminds me of a situation. Oh goodness.
He didn't.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
He didn't
Would you
report
support?
an informative flat Earth video that was created to spread flat Earth knowledge. He reported a video which was sourced from his own channel that was looped over and over again as a means of, I would perceive as like making fun of him or like getting back at him.
Character damaging his character.
No, I understand the argument, man. But this is the point. He doesn't have to because YouTube already does that. And when hooked up to a lie detector test, if he was asked if he would be in support of YouTube removing that and giving flat Earth fair share in algorithms, meaning amount of time viewed and clicks, he wouldn't want that to happen. So
why? Is that true?
No, it's not. Flat Earth is not being censored by YouTube. What the hell are you talking about?
So we can
So
stop
he's just
saying
a
that,
liar.
right?
So he's just gonna lie. So that's my point. That's why I said at the beginning, I said if I hooked him up to a lie detector test, his response was to lie. So now we're going to move on past it like I initially meant to do, which is why I proposed it that way. If you hook them up to lie detector tests, okay? But
He literally said that he doesn't want, not in favor of censoring flat Earth. So you're going to just keep going.
there is
He
an
said
actual
YouTube's
people
not
who
censoring
are being
flat Earth, which is a blatant lie that I know for a fact he knows is not true, which means
How
he's
is YouTube censoring flat Earth?
Okay, they've come out and admitted that they censor flat Earth as misinformation. And when someone types it in,
but how are they censoring it?
Okay, they admit that they immediately put all kinds of information showing you why the Earth isn't flat, and the algorithms bury the flat Earth point of view. If you find it, they put a disclaimer on the video that tells you flat Earth is archaic and disproven, and then they suggest all the proofs of the globe again because they admitted this. They admitted this in courts.
Can you not find it?
How, can I not find it in internal algorithms of YouTube? You're asking me,
If
can I
you do
not
a
find
search for flat Earth for a flat Earth video, can you not find it on YouTube?
You could literally go for 20 pages and see nothing but flat Earth hit pieces. You are not allowed to see.
But your video's still there, though, right?
I think that's because there's still more people.
Bro, I was the one that went like over 100 pages and didn't see real flat Earth. So tell me what's going on.
Are they obligated to promote the flat Earth for you?
No, see, that's not. No, we want to. It's not fair because the way YouTube is built
Are they
is.
obligated to promote the flat Earth?
Quit interrupting him, dude.
So the way YouTube is built is it reads the data, dude. It reads the data. So one of the big things for YouTube is viewer retention. So how the duration of viewers, right? How long they watch. And they found out now the YouTube algorithm was just made to make money. So it's like if people are going to watch for a long time, they're going to stay on YouTube for a lot longer. We're going to get to show them a lot more ads. It's that simple. So, of course, the algorithms are to make money. So, Flat Earth exploded because people have never heard of it, think it's stupid. Then they hear someone explain the star trails, and 99% of the population didn't even know that we had these perfect circular star trails that reset every year over top of us for thousands of years. So, once they start to hear about this, they watch so many hours of Flat Earth videos that it props them up because the algorithm wants to make money. So it starts suggesting them because it earned its way to the top. They changed it and removed that and admitted it in court, and they still censor it. I watched them mess with my statistics live.
Yeah.
So, are they obligated to promote the flat Earth? They're not. Can
no,
you?
they're obligated to
leave
me alone. Dude, we're not talking about promotion. We're talking about lack of impedance.
That's what the algorithm does. Is it
Actually, it's discrimination in the workplace if you look at it in that way. Because if that's your job and you're using that to make money, that's discrimination of livelihood, and maybe a lawsuit would be necessary.
What it is?
Go ahead and make
not only are they demoting.
Maybe I should.
Not only are they demoting flat Earth content, but if you search flat Earth, the videos that come up first, rather than it being what it should be, which is the most popular flat Earth videos that the flat earthers are watching, like the old YouTube was. If you search flat Earth, all you get is video after video of literal anti-flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So
exactly.
And that began at the end of 2017 into 2018.
and that's
And
not
by the way, just
natural. This is intentionally done by them.
You bet you it's
Exactly.
intentionally done
To
by
remind
them
the
for a reason.
Okay, well then
But
that's the whole argument. Then there we
but
go. It's
you
over.
still
Then
find
it's
it though. They're
intentionally
not
done by them.
blocking you. They're not
Okay,
blocking.
here's the real
Real
point
censorship.
though.
That's
Like
not
I brought it
no.
up about the lie
That's not
detector.
absolute censorship, though. I mean, you guys, there's still and I understand it. It is fuckery. It is fucked up, and it's not cool, and it's not
Right.
legit.
So
But
it is.
there's other people who are actually being censored, like parents of children who have died shortly after being vaccinated, who say, "I don't know or if it is or isn't the vaccine, but my child just died 2 days, 3 days, 10 days after the vaccine." Those people are getting their videos taken down and their channels
That's
removed.
right. That's right. That's right.
That's where you want to
So because
stand
it's
up
evolved.
right now.
You know why? Because
Well,
Flat Earth changed the
against
tide.
that, of
Flat Earth
course.
changed the tide, and the people were cool with them censoring Flat Earth, and they did nothing. So then it set a new normal, and now we live in a
Exactly.
chaotic world where they literally won't let you see anything but the approved narrative.
As long as they censor
Can I
small
just
groups
mention
at a
this one thing
time,
before we
nobody will
forget?
stand.
Before we
Hold,
forget.
go ahead, man.
Before we forget. Sorry.
Yeah.
Don't forget that they call anti-vaxxers flat earthers and flat earthers anti-vaxxers. Okay, let's not forget that.
Yeah, and those are just admission of guilt if
Well,
you want
who
to know
saw
what to
that
look into,
coming?
honestly. But anyway, so this is my point though, dude. I started by saying if you hooked them up to a lie detector test and you asked them, would they support or promote the idea of them removing those algorithms that censor flat Earth and just giving them a fair shot? If you hooked them up to a lie detector test, they would have to say no because they don't support it, and this is why. There's something in their subconscious. I'm talking. Your subconscious interrupted me because there's something in your subconscious, literally, that you are scared of the idea of this information getting out openly to all the people and just letting them make a decision. So there's two options. One is you're scared that it's flat, or two, it's that you think they're incompetent and they can get tricked by the flat earthers, and that's how you convince yourself it's a good thing. Either way, you support the censorship. Thank you.
So if I type Witsit gets it YouTube, am I not going to get your videos?
Yeah, if you type in exactly right, Witsit gets it, you'll get my channel. And then you'll get hit pieces all underneath it. You'll get my channel and hit pieces all underneath it. Okay. So if you know exactly what to type in, we're talking about if someone, whenever they've come across the street and I'm like, I know it's going to sound crazy, bro. Did you know, though, that from Earth, it can't be proven that the Earth's not geocentric and stationary? You should check it out, man. Go look into it. Or also, this is going to sound really crazy, I know, but the Earth's a topographical plane. So it's actually flat for intents and purposes. I mean, it's a topographical plane. Look into it. I can't tell people that. They go to Google and they get nothing but lies and anti-flat earther. They can't go look it up. You have to make sure someone remembers your YouTube channel, goes and gets it exactly, and then they'll find it. That's the only way. And then they censor my live streams with 130 downloads per second, megabits per
Think
second.
about this. Think about
And
this for a second,
and like
guys.
30 uploads. As soon as I go live on YouTube, my whole computer drops its internet down by 80%, and my statistics all glitch out. Brand new, amazing MacBook. No excuses. The YouTube actively censors flat earthers. You should not morally be okay with that, bro. It's so weird. You're in the background trying to get more
Let
flat
me
earthers
give
off the
you
internet. It's
an opinion as to why this is happening too, because it just ramped up right after this program, this jabbing program, right? The censorship, but they can't act like they're just attacking the anti-vaxxer types and the health people. They have to act like it's a blanketed thing over all disinformation. So flat earth ends up getting wrapped up into it, not because of, anything but other than plausible deniability, so that they don't look like they're only focusing on anti-vaxxers.
Yeah. Can I just say something to
that's
that?
way after.
Can I just say something to that, please? It's
man.
just this again. I'm only going to be 30 seconds or less. But flat Earth was targeted solely before all this nonsense. They targeted flat Earth. They said, "What are you going to do about the flat Earth videos?" And then the woman who was the head of YouTube, said, "Yes, we're working on that. We're going to, put in the Earth isn't flat videos are going to be given priority." That's what they were saying.
And look, their argument is misinformation is a hazard, and I'm okay. I'm okay with them censoring misinformation. Well, here's the problem, though. It's arbitrary determination of accuracy of information, right? So it's when they get to determine what misinformation is, because what happens when they say this is misinformation, and 6 months later.
Oh, he's
The
gone now.
question is, who decides
6 months later.
what it is?
Yeah,
Exactly.
who's deciding it? Yeah.
Not what it is,
bro.
it's who
Science.
decides.
Not science, because the science changes in 6 months, so that's not science.
I know, man. I'm just mocking them.
Oh no, but what I'm saying is that because they're in the chat
YouTube
defending it
decides
right now, actual
keeping it on
humans
the
that live.
channel.
That's clearly politics. Yeah.
YouTube decides it. They own the channel. If you don't like it, go to BitChute. Go to
Okay,
Twitch.
that's
I'm not
true.
talking
And
about
Leon will
YouTube.
call you out again. So the reason you would love for us all to go to BitChute and other platforms is because that really solidifies the fact that we will not be heard. And that's what you want. Because it goes back to what I made earlier, the point that really hit you in your soul and you never have anything to say back. Because you want them to censor us. And you've justified it in your mind because you're scared that if everyone gets the information fairly and gets to make up their own mind, Flat Earth will win.
Yeah, because
Yes,
peer review.
Can I say
that.
Yeah. If I may just add this, earlier on today, maybe like 6 hours ago or 7 hours ago, I made a comment on this server that seeing as the flat earthers are being censored, I've noticed that the opposition are getting more emboldened. Their arguments, they're getting louder because our voices are being, we're being censored basically. And the opposition is getting emboldened. I've noticed that in the last couple of days.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's not just about flat Earth, right? It's about what the truth is and more things than just flat Earth. Because in reality, we don't really know the shape of the Earth. But the truth is what scares them. The truth.
Big shout out to Montreal for that comment there, because that's exactly how I feel.
Yeah,
Thank
Montreal
you.
is a beautiful city. Shout out Montreal.
It is. You guys should come down. But only in the summer.
Well, they're afraid. They're afraid of
I mean,
us being of the information spreading apart because then they lose the majority. Eventually, they will lose it, and then their peer review is gonna become like invalid. Not gonna worth anything.
I haven't seen good evidence to support that. Like I've been on this in this discussion for 6-7 years. I don't know.
Evidence of what?
Doesn't seem to be much there for Flat Earth.
Yes, they're getting emboldened by underhanded shenanigans from the provider owners of the provider. But it doesn't matter. As long as I'm around, you're never going to be that emboldened. I'll crush you every day. My words will crush you. That's for sure.
Such a gangster joke.
That's because they stop it, right? They put a stop to the information. It was spreading way faster, and then they stop it.
What actually happened, and I do actually believe this, AI took over.
Well, don't say actually happened, right?
Yes, but I will say it, and if you keep interrupting, I will repeat it.
What do you think it happened?
I decide if it's
so
accurate.
what actually happened is that AI took over, and what started to rise in the internet as prominent wasn't actually what's like true. It was more like what sells, what's sexy, what's like controversial. You know, like clickbait, right? The reason why clickbait is prominent is because, well, who the fuck cares about truth? Let's just, make up some bullshit. That's basically what Flat Earth did. So Flat Earth is bullshit gun YouTube, where videos that are bullshit get viewed by people. And then when some person sees that, YouTube recommends more bullshit to them. So it creates an echo chamber of bullshit.
No,
that
you're
is
missing the first step, which is that the first misinformation was the heliocentric model.
In a sense.
You see, so now you're lying now. So now you're lying, yeah? Larry or Laurie or whatever your fucking name is. Now you're
Crypto,
lying.
you're low
You're
again,
saying that flat Earth is bullshit. Hang on a second. He said that we are talking bullshit. He said that. Now only a cunt
Yeah,
can
don't
say
take
that.
it personally. We understand his worldview, though. Don't take it personally. I just posted the
He's a cunt.
If only a cunt would say that, then I'm a cunt.
What a cunt.
Well,
I
it's
just posted
designed
the
to
flat
trigger
Earth
you to
Google
respond
search
and
trend.
react so that you don't carry
Off out of
forward your
here.
information.
Stupid ass.
I just posted the flat Earth Google
I'm going to
search
be triggered with
trend.
that kind of talk. That kind of talk is what he deserves to get his ass whipped.
If you could
Yeah, but if you're
see,
triggered for so long that
Hold
another
up.
flat earther can't even speak, then it's backwards fire. It's not working for you. It's working against you. Go ahead.
if you could see, flat Earth took off around 2015, but for some reason, right around 2018, it just fucking just shot down in terms of, and that's
Yeah, it
around
was.
where they started to really implement their bullshit with
That's
Go ahead.
promoting
Crypto.
and demoting certain contents and things like that.
that's actually a
Exactly.
Hold up.
Exactly.
Please let crypto get in.
yeah, that's why I stopped.
Laurie was describing these videos as being popular and being clickbait bullshit, but I think everyone must surely know that there are globe videos are far more popular on the internet than flat Earth videos. So
Fair enough.
therefore, by your own logic, NASA and globe videos are the clickbait bullshit that you should be cancelling.
That's actually a good point, Crypto. And even if I might be shooting myself in the ankle here, I'm gonna say that's a brilliant point, and you made it well. Congratulations. It is a good question, and I do wish.
wish you'd shoot yourself in the head, though, rather. Really.
Oh, come on,
Thank
Jim.
you,
on,
Chin.
I mean,
Thank you,
really.
Chin.
Come on,
Can we mute
Jim, he's
Chin
not
on
that
that?
bad. Come on, dude.
Jim,
No, that-
you will be muted if you keep saying stuff like that. Come on, man. You're better than that.
Yeah, I will kill myself today because Chin hopped me.
Lowry, can
Oh
you
my
reiterate? Lowry, can you reiterate Crypto's
I will.
point because I missed it? What was a good question or good point that he made?
Well, it's sort of if flat Earth is just bullshit and it's clickbait, then how come it became that prominent? Like, I'm not maybe able to say it in the way that he exactly said, and maybe I even misinterpreted. But in my opinion, what I said isn't actually good enough to explain why flat Earth blew up. There has to be more to it than that. Like even if YouTube recommends things that aren't true, and even if they promote clickbait, which actually happens, and no one.
It was promoted by our
probably would.
fucking president.
It's the truth.
Listen, it was promoted by our president.
Yeah, but
look, when the old saying, "No, any publicity is good publicity." That's true. And so when they say something like, "I don't have time for the Flat Earth Society," that is promoting the Flat Earth. How many people Google it from right that spot right now? Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah.
And
so
I
want
you
to
might be
return
right. We are here still. You might be right. It might be some inorganic thing happened along the way, and that inorganic thing might be the government actually promoted it, so that knowing
But
that all this other people
that
are
was
playing,
separated by about 8 years, right?
it would distract the exact
Lowry's
type of
wasn't
people
finished
who would
making his
normally
point, so
catch on
after-
to the plan.
Let Grim finish, and then Lowry, you could go. Grim, go ahead. Repeat the last part.
Okay, so basically, once you fire something like this up, flat Earth, you start dividing the exact type of people who were going to be able to catch on to your plan had they not been divided before your COVID plan happened. Right? So you need to get them on different teams and shit, all divided before you put this new thing in. Otherwise, we would have probably been right on top of their bullshit like we were with SARS.
You know that was separated by about 8 years, right?
Go ahead, Lowry.
This is not a fucking I decided to do this in a day type of plan that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, Laurie was.
Yeah, I think even before this all started, even before Flat Earth didn't get popular because of Trump, like he's mentioning, it would have that effect. I agreed.
No, it was more popular than Trump. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
It was more-
So
it became more popular than Trump.
hold on, Gene. I was
And-
sort of
Sorry. Okay, my apologies. Sorry.
Thank you. In my opinion, there's some reason why Flat Earth blew up. And I say this even when I hold that it's complete bullshit. And I believe it's connected to something like people are wanting for a symbolic worldview that kind of clicks and jives with them. Like, science cannot give necessarily people what they want. So they want instead something else. They want something that gives their life meaning instead. And Flat Earth, for some reason, seems to fit that.
It's psycho bullshit, man. People want the
Yeah, let
truth.
me just.
When information
Oh,
was able to
blimey.
get out there through YouTube and other sources and wasn't censored. People started waking up and doing their own investigations, and the technology
Right.
is available for the common man to go out there and do scientific observations and tests and figure it out for themselves. They know it's bullshit now, so that's why they had to censor it.
Yes.
People have already done and discovered the.
Can I not get my word out now? Bloody hell. Moderator.
He's
Come
almost
on.
done.
Well, I wasn't.
Go ahead, finish up, Rakia.
Right, I was just simply going to say that, you know, Larry or Laurie or whatever his name is, he's talking BS, because the reason why people gravitated to the flat earth is exactly what Raki has said. The truth resonated with those people. They did their own experiments and then they spread the word. That's exactly what you do. And they all gravitated back to the YouTube. That's
What
the
they
truth.
found.
Is that better, by the way? Am I loud?
I'm gonna falsify their findings too. So, if you're looking for the truth, why falsify it in certain ways?
I think just to respond to Laurie's point. Am I coming through all right now? By the way.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, to Laurie's point, I don't think he's entirely wrong. I think the way I see it is that a lot of people walk around. I guess it's a little bit like the Matrix movie. A lot of people know that there's something wrong with the world, and they're looking for that one thing that's wrong with the world. So some people they look at the banking system. Some people look at, you know, connected to the finance and the money supply generally. Some people want to blame a group of people. Some people want to say, well, they're lying about, you know, this big fundamental truth. But I think a lot of people are looking for, because you look around the world and you know that so much stuff's wrong, and you're looking for the answers as to why those problems exist and haven't been fixed.
Because they let science take over and took morality out of it. People don't live by God's laws; they live by scientific law. And now you're suffering the consequences for it, and having to overtalk me, to overtalk me every time I speak now because of it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just trying to pose the right question, because I think Laurie was kind of half right, but the way I see it is that people are looking for solutions to what they see as a broken world. And the flat
I
Earth
agree. I agree with you, but that broken world is being caused by like I said, the scientism, that science is God and God isn't God part of it.
Yeah,
that's why the world is headed in a bad direction.
Everyone doesn't believe in God.
Yeah, they're playing God, sir.
That's right. That's right, absolutely. And for me in particular, it was poignant when they took out JFK. Although I was only 2 years old at the time, right? As I grew up and got older to look into that history, it was clear that this man was trying to do good, and they took him out. Okay?
He was talking about the secret societies and keeping secrets from people and moving forward in light, you know, in enlightenment
First
of.
time I ever heard of a shadow government.
Go ahead.
JFK.
I was almost done. I mean, if you have a good point, go ahead.
I was just adding to what you're saying, putting another leg to your table. I agree. First time I ever heard the word shadow government was from JFK.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe I was. Yeah.
By the way, how do you win a shadow government?
Yeah, exactly. It's too encompassing. It's too grandiose a situation.
By shadowboxing it, yeah.
Well, I think JFK was saying that it's called a peaceful revolution. That's how you can do it. It's definitely doable. There's more of us than there are of them. And he said this, he said, if the system cannot support the poor of the world, all the poor people in the world, it cannot save the few that are rich. Okay? Because when that revolution kicks in, the rich that only number 1% or less will be wiped out. Okay? So, you know, it's not impossible at the moment. Just got to get everyone united here.
Yeah, you need a one world government and take away all the rich and establish Marxism.
No, you need a morality based system where people do the right thing instead of
you're all
being
right.
so negative.
Yeah.
You don't need a government
Isn't
to
that
tell
what
you
I,
what's
what I,
right.
I don't want to be governed. I don't want to be governed. I don't want
But
one
isn't that
world
what the
government.
United?
Although I would like.
Is that me?
Jin, I think your mic is
Graham?
bad.
Yeah.
No, it's Graham. I think.
I would like a one world police representative of all the countries. That should be like if the UN could do its job properly. Oh, who is that with a horrible mic, man?
I
Come
think
on.
it is Graham.
Fuck.
The
It's
UN
not
is
me.
doing
It's not
Right.
me.
I
I
was
just came off mute
trying
right
to
now
say
to
that
say it's
I
not me.
wouldn't mind having. I don't want a one world government, but I wouldn't mind a one world police when countries get out of control. Now, at the moment,
We have that. It's called the U.S. military.
Pretty soon it's going to be the Chinese military, and then we'll all be fucked.
It's
going to be the Russians.
And what I was going to say was not that it's technically too grandiose of a situation, because obviously I agree with some of what Jen said about the solution to that. It shouldn't be very difficult
Hold
at
on a
all.
second,
Just say
Grim.
the right
Sorry to
thing.
interrupt.
I mean, Grim, try
Somebody's
disconnecting and
mic
reconnecting
is
your
Grim.
mic.
What's happening? Whenever I speak, you hear a noise.
It's
It's
very
really
like
cracking, like really
crackly,
bad.
and yeah, it's like as if the connection isn't good, like the
It
physical
sounds like
jack.
it sounds like you're rubbing your pubes on the microphone or something.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Let me see.
Have a quick shave.
It does sound like that, like he's rubbing a mic on a beard, like a rough beard. But yeah, I think you can kind of see how it's happened, right? Everybody's so busy and tuned and looking up to the actor or the politician or their news anchor or whatever, instead of using their own senses and brains to think about things and just be logical. Take the simplest form and start there as your baseline, and not get caught up in everything. It's kind of strange. Just in my lifetime to see how the world has gone is a strange thing.
If you take the form as a baseline, would that be a horizontal baseline?
Yeah,
sorry,
I would say water is the
I'd
horizontal
say
baseline, but I mean, I guess that's a different subject. The
Yeah,
morality, I think, taking hope away from people. Most people have no hope, so they're willing to go out and rob and steal and say anything and treat their neighbor how they. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. So you take that hope away, and they can just things can go in a wacky direction. I think we're seeing that.
Yeah, it's moving fast. It's moving very fast at them. Look at what's been happening in the last 2 years. Look what's coming in the last 2 years, man. Joke.
It's weird. I mean,
It is
we're
weird.
very secular over here, and we don't have closely as much as crime as people have in the United States.
Yeah,
That's one of the benefits of
it's
not all
propaganda.
thinking the same, right? If we didn't all if we weren't all able to be focused on the same bullshit all at once, this sort of a big thing couldn't have even happened in that short of an amount of time.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the the total answer is, but I know what we're doing isn't working, so you got to make a change somewhere.
Yep. And my way would be definitely pull out of the system if you can. Stop voting for it anyway. Stop that game immediately. Shouldn't be looking to be
capitalism.
registering your name down to vote for anything at the moment, because it's not going to benefit you. Locally, in your local government, for your neighborhood perhaps, okay, but as the main government, you don't want to be voting for that thing. That thing's taking your money. It's creating wars, which you, the taxpayer, pay for, and you're probably the taxpayer that's going to die in that thing. So why would you vote for that?
Capitalism is. What's up?
I
Go ahead,
actually
Rocky.
stood up in a men's group. We're leaders of the community, and I said that very thing. I feel like every time I vote for a politician or pay taxes, that I'm killing someone across in a land that I've never been to, and I'm done with that. Right? I'm trying to get as far away from the deception and evilness of this world that I can. I'm trying to separate myself. Now, if that means that I don't vote or don't pay my taxes, or I'm going to do what I feel is separating myself from that evilness and bringing myself closer to what I believe is a creator that's gonna judge me one day. So that's what I'm doing.
Well done, Rakia. Well done.
Yeah,
That is what I
capitalism.
like to hear.
Capitalism is the
Isn't
but
that the main?
more of the problem is capitalism in the way that we handle that. You know, that's always going to lead to problems. I feel like. I mean, who do you think's running? Who do you think that
Maybe
shadow
crony
government is?
capitalism.
It's the people that are
Capitalism
involved in this.
maybe capitalism, Jeremy, without limits is terrible. But I mean, if we would put a cap on some of these businesses that gives room for other little businesses to sprout up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what JFK wanted. That's exactly what JFK wanted.
Instead of allowing Walmart to take over all the mom and pop shops, right? Walmart would have been limited to a particular size so that many other shops could exist.
Yep.
Yes, and capitalism brought us to Walmart. They needed a place.
So we need capitalism, but we need a different shape of it, right? To just put a limit to the because we got to remember with the way capitalism is set up now, every winner makes 100 or 99 losers, right?
That's the moral side of it. Greed, pride. You need to, as an individual, you be less, you be morally correct. You be less prideful, less out for greed, more out to help your neighbor succeed. Include him in your success.
Now, Walmart, as you call it, it gets money from the government. They are subsidized by the US government. All the Walmarts.
I know.
And that's a joke.
They get huge tax breaks and incentives to go into certain areas and set up shop and set up their distribution. Huge.
Most of it has to do with pharmacology. Most of the money that they're dealing with is in pharmacology. Imagine that.
What happened with
Walmart? You thought it was all about groceries and sweaters and underwear, but really they sell more drugs there than anybody.
That's right. That's what I've heard recently. Yeah, go on.
Walmart is they back in the day they lowered the tariff so much that they could start, all these greedy capitalism motherfuckers started investing in factories and manufacturing plants in China and Mexico because now they can bring this shit in for dirt cheap. But they're like, fuck, we need a place to sell it. We can't control it if it's a million little mom and pop shops. What's the fix for that? You make Walmart, now we're controlling where the stuff gets bought from and we're selling it. You want to control everything up and down the whole line.
Yep.
Like if you're a drug dealer, it's cool to sell like kilos, but you want to be the person handing it to the person that's going to use it too.
Yeah, I mean, and those prices at Walmart are so competitive, it's unbelievable.
They dictate the price. Walmart dictates the price. If you know how they do business, if Vlasic Pickles goes in there and says, "Hey, we sell this jar of pickles for 93 cents retail," and Walmart's like, "Nah, we'll give you 84 cents for it." Now Vlasic has an option. They can either not sell pickles in Walmart or let them get the 84 cents for it. You know what I mean? They dictate the price. It's crazy what they do.
Yeah. I've shopped at Walmart. I had to. It saved me money because of the kids, and they wanted their flip flops and flippers and not snorkel and that again. They sold a really good robust one for like $5. I had to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
It was that cheap, and it was really good. I've still got it.
We wouldn't even be able to afford products right now if we were like, all right, we're going to just make all the manufacturing in America now, set it all up. The normal person, that snorkel would have cost you $15-$20.
That's right.
Or who knows, man? These places that shit's getting made in, we're down factories. It's like sweatshops, basically. Terrible working conditions. The people ain't making shit. If you start building shit in America, you got to have good working conditions, 401ks, health care, at least minimum wage. Like we wouldn't even be able to afford shit if it was made in America.
Well, actually, we would.
That's what we need.
Hold on, he's right in a sense. If the heads kept as much profit as they do in China and such, then you're right. We wouldn't be able to afford shit, but we would be able to afford it because they could still afford to lower the price, even though it might have costed more to make. they could still release some of the profit they would have made if they made it any other place, and we could still afford this shit.
Dude, that $5
They
snorkel
literally
would have
mark
cost.
up a fucking $4. I'm saying they mark up a $4 pair of shoes to $137, $140, $50 now, right?
Yeah, let's
You
not
got some
forget
weird
that they
mic.
pay
A
bad
lot of
wages.
markup.
The salary is bad at Walmart, though, very bad, and the Medicare as well is not that very good for the staff as well. So they're having a hard time. People who work at Walmart are poorly paid, I think,
Oh yeah,
and
cost of
long
living is
hours. Yeah.
Hold on a second, Grim. You got some. Is that Grim doing that again, or somebody's got the weird mic thing going still? Also, there's an echo. This is the worst audio shit. Come on, guys, get it together. Now someone's taking a
The
shower.
echo would be me. The echo
Fucking
is Jim. I
shower
can
now or
stop
something.
that now. Sorry if there's an echo. Let me cut that up now.
Yeah, the echoes are on
Hopefully
Jin.
that'll please you.
Grim's bringing in the crackling. I got the farts.
Am I crackling or is everything smooth?
We'll go slower.
Am I crackling or
No,
is
slower.
Happy birthday song. Remember when your kid used to be see how long you go
yeah.
I call it popcorn. When you go slow enough, it's like popcorn popping.
Yeah. So it isn't me anymore, or it is?
No, you're good now.
Okay, cool.
So I mean, you can't really put a cap on it though. What are you gonna say? You know, you can only have this many stores. You can only. I mean, I do think that you should put a cap on the amount of money somebody should have. I mean, seriously, like Grim, you still got the thing going, dude.
Just started again. Grim,
it's still doing it.
Are you a heliocentrist? Like, I know you think it's a globe, but do you believe we're going around the sun?
Yeah.
Then you're not good. Likewise, or otherwise.
Yeah, definitely should put a cap on the amount of money somebody should have. I mean, they figure ways around. Any way you try to put rules and shit in, they're gonna. Okay, say you put a rule in and say there can only be X amount of Walmarts. The people that are perpetrating this shit gonna make a store called Target and put it right next door, other side of town, or like you can't stop this shit with rules and regulations because they're the people that are
Target, man.
I mean, Target's cool. But I'm just saying that's
there
used to be laws where you can't have a monopoly. So what do they do? Because there's only one of that company. They just make another company and call it something else. Like you can't stop these motherfuckers.
Yep.
Right. Isn't
Put
that
a
what
cap.
Coke and Pepsi actually is?
Say you put a cap. Say you're like, all right, this shit's getting too crazy, guys. We're putting a cap. Once you hit $100 million that we're giving everything else, whatever, we're doing something else with it. You can't have more than $100 million. They would give their son, daughter, sister, every family member $100 million. And they would start buying gold and silver and diamonds and shit. Like you can't like see like caps beating it.
I don't think Target and Walmart, they're not really affiliated in any kind of way.
No, I'm not saying they were. I'm just saying like.
Kosho, if that's what you took from what he says, man, it's true. It is very true that you have no ability to discern a conversation.
You might have came in late. I'm a Kosho sympathizer.
That's what you said, man. I'm a Target sympathizer.
I'm a Kosho apologist. What do they call it?
Isn't saying anything negative about Target. Anyway, I don't even know why.
Yeah. I really don't either, man. But it's all good.
Dude, that's what they do with the arguments, though, Rocky. They'll hear something like that, and then
one little thing, and he jumped right in.
Take something totally different. Classic Glover move. Kosho.
His first comment was, "What do you have against Target?"
Yeah, it's a red herring, obviously.
Well, I've got something. I've got something against Target. Actually, I went into Target in 2010.
There we
right?
go.
Listen, and I was the reason I went in there was just to look around, take pictures for my Japanese students on prices of equipment that are sold, like the camping gear, right? they had a wide range of camping gear and one big brand. I can't remember the name of the brand now. Okay, with the big camp sets, they had these white families. Okay, enjoying it, set up and that. With the tiny one, there was a black and white, a black woman and a black man.
Oh
On the
my
smallest.
goodness. Oh
Let him
please.
finish.
Yeah. I laughed at it. I took pictures because I was
Kosho's
comparing
plan
prices.
worked. Kosho's plan worked. Now we'll talk about how bad Target is. Argue against
No.
that.
I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, it only worked
noticed
because you
that
addressed it
back in
after. So.
2010.
I know. That's why I said
was 12
no. I
years ago.
stopped. I don't even know why I brought it up.
No worries,
Yeah, it's only
Jen.
12
Go
years
ahead,
ago.
finish your story.
I said no. I took the pictures and I thought, typical. They must think black people don't camp. Then that's what I took away from that. It looks like black people don't do that much camping then because they put us with the smallest tent, but then the big families and everyone else in the massive big spread. So I thought,
You're black. You're black.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, man. What up, brother?
Nice one, bro. Yeah, I'm black.
You know what was weird?
That was weird. That was a little weird.
Shout out to you, brother.
Yeah. Well, I'm brown.
You know
I'm brown.
You know what was?
I'm an African.
Jen, are you listening to us through YouTube?
Can you say
go
that
ahead.
I think two or three of us have a delay.
Problem is?
I think Graham, the other guy, and me have a delay because I swear, like I feel like
Jen's MO likes to listen to us through YouTube. Anyways, listen, it was weird when Paula Dean said the N-word and then Walmart pulled out all the Paula Dean products.
Repeat that?
And then it was weird when Paula Dean said the N-word and Walmart pulled all from their stores. And then I walked into Walmart a little while later and heard Jay-Z playing over the microphone, over the store sound, the music they play.
Loudspeaker or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was what? Gigs in Paris?
What's up?
Was it Jay-Z? Like, was it a song that had where he says it?
Dude, Jay-Z said the N-word like a million zillion times. So has half the people. Walmart's selling tons of CDs back there where a lot of them dudes have said the N-word.
Yeah. Usually they
I think
have,
it's going
the
less
radio,
toward
the radio edits the clean versions or what have you. Not always.
It's the point that they've
said it though, right? Ever on anywhere. It's the thing. Like Paula Dean doesn't make songs saying it all the time.
Does anybody remember somebody working in a big chain store, a flat earther, and he went out onto the tannoy and started speaking about flat earth? Do you remember that? Anyone remember that?
It's white
A
privilege.
few guys have done
YouTube
that.
video. Yeah.
You talking about Nathan Robertson or whatever?
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, that was quite
Nathan
good. I thought
Roberts.
that was brilliant. That was. Started announcing flat Earth, and research flat Earth on the shop's tannoy system. That was brilliant. In the middle of everyone shopping. Yeah, that was good. (2016). The Earth is flat. Research flat Earth. Hello, shoppers. Good morning, shoppers. Today we're talking about flat Earth. Do research flat Earth. I thought that was good. Yeah, that's what you got to do, man.
Kosho, I seen you having a secret meeting of the Globe Society down in Livestream 2 last night. Anything good happen?
Oh yeah, that was good shit though. Actually, I was hoping Jace would come in and talk to because like a lot of that shit we were talking about yesterday, like with the double slit, and actually with the test you brought up, the delayed choice one percentage, and also even with the fucking light shit that you were talking about, Jeremy, the light going slow, all those questions, man. I was just talking to Jace about that shit.
Yeah, the delayed choice one, they knocked out the chance of it being the sensors because there was a dispute saying the sensors that were sensing the photons was collapsing the thing, the actual sensor. So they did some weird shit with the setup and made it so that it definitely wasn't the sensors that was collapsing the wave.
Kosho was like arguing. He was mentioning that the camera itself or the sensor or whatever was causing.
Yeah, but that wasn't the result of the delayed choice.
What's
That's just
that?
the original.
That wasn't the result
the
of the delayed choice.
So the delayed choice, they figured out how to fix it, or whatever, by quantum, whatever it was.
They
The
just changed the
marking.
setup. They just changed the setup of the thing, and they split it, and then they did a whole bunch of weird shit, and they found out it wasn't the sensors that was collapsing the wave function.
What they did, that weird shit, they call it quantum marking, using like quantum entanglement or some other crap.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That was ultimately what they were looking for, though. Like the same thing with that bell. That's the same thing with the bell test that he did when he was basically trying to see if they were entangled, if there was a, what do you call that, a hidden variable or whatever, or if they were actually like communicating somehow.
That's why they call it the quantum eraser experiment, because quantum marking and erasing, like, it comes together, like with the entangled particles or what have you. So that's why, like, when you're employing the quantum eraser, that's when they got rid of sensor, or they still had the sensor, but they had marked it, and you could differentiate between the two for that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, in a double slit test, just by the one by itself, you're kind of observing this, duality that it has, right? But with the delayed choice, I think the outcome is ultimately different than just looking for that. They're looking for the same thing they were looking in Bell's test, which is, like I said, about like what you said about the entanglement, and to see if there was a hidden variable that they could communicate to each other, or if they had some pre-decided choice. Because ultimately, that is how the wave function collapses. Just any sort of interaction.
It's knowing which path.
No, well, no, it's not. It's not just knowing which path. It's literally the interaction.
Dude, they took the interaction part out of it with the delayed choice.
Yeah, but as I just told you, the result wasn't to look to see if it was gonna behave the same way. It's not the same. You're not looking for the same thing you're looking for in the double slit. They're looking for the same things they were looking for in the Bell test. I don't know if you remember those tests that Bell, the Bell and John Wheeler, like they did those tests to see if Einstein was right, or if.
So they didn't do the delayed choice one to see if it was the sensors collapsing the wave function.
I think it was to see if if they had made a choice, if they had a hidden variable, or if they were able to communicate their choice. Like if they're entangled with the particle, they're going to make a choice, and they're going to see if it's altered.
Dude, they did a delayed choice to see if the fucking photon sensors was collapsing the wave function. They found out it wasn't.
I don't know why you deal with Coast.
The fuck?
What are you
How
doing?
about this? How about this,
know.
Jeremy?
I don't know.
You or your girlfriend, it's just your third girlfriend this week, man. You can go and try to find me where it says that, okay? But I'll instead show you where it says that what they're looking for is to see if it's making a, like I said, if it has the hidden variable, or if it's actually entangled and making some sort of communication.
The problem is, I know this delayed choice and double slit thing. All that shit started scaring people because it meant that us just knowing things had consequences in reality, and there's a lot of people that can't handle that. You can't put math to that. There's shit out there that scares you guys, not you personally, but a lot of like the mainstream people that they just can't handle the shit. If you can't quantify it and it seems magical or spiritual or anything, you guys got to try to, deny it to the hilt.
There's magical shit about this, the unknown shit, but it's not that. That's what I'm trying to say to you. There is shit about it, and I don't know if anyone's scared of it. It's kind of cool. It's kind of interesting, but it's not the whole observing stuff that collapses it. It's any interaction is going to collapse the wave function. This is like already kind of like a understood thing, but what's not understood is how it's able to communicate information about, like, you know, superpositions or entanglement when it was supposed to already have been collapsed. That's what Jace was telling me last night, was that you know, basically it should they set it up so it would collapse before it hit the wall, but after it should have interfered with itself. So you can see that it's still interfering with itself, but yeah, it's just weird shit.
Hey, I just
What's wrong with your life?
Who, me? I got mental health issues, possibly.
I was asking Kosho I'm doing a psychological study. What's wrong with your life, Kosho, where you have to imply that, like, me and Jeremy are girlfriends?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I just assumed, just by the way you guys were behaving. I really didn't mean anything by that. But yeah,
no, I understand that you didn't mean it because you just
no.
blurted
I
it
meant
out.
it.
What's
I honestly
wrong
thought
with
so.
you?
I didn't mean to.
What's wrong with your life?
I thought that you guys might be dating. I really did think that, but
yeah, what's wrong with
Jeremy,
your life that makes you think that? Because
See,
we're
Rocky,
obviously not
I
dating.
ignore those. I ignore those little kid comments.
No, see, I expose them. See, a moderator here should take care of that, but that's okay.
It's 2022, man. There's nothing wrong with, you know, two dudes.
Yeah, I understand. So you can do it all you want, but to imply it, right? To what is that? That's almost like slandering someone's name.
It's not slander. Is that the
Yeah,
it's
it's deceiving. It's lying. You did it on purpose, right?
Don't let him distract us. This is what he wants because I'm getting him on this.
Y'all are talking about quantum lock. I mean, the double split experiment. Come on, man.
What were you saying?
Like Kosho knows anything about that? Truly,
he talked to a
repeating
guy
what he's
for 5
heard.
minutes about it. So
yeah, last night. Now he's an expert. Yeah, what was his name, Kosho? What was your boyfriend's name?
Yeah, Jeremy, what were you saying, Jeremy?
Yeah, what were you saying, Kosho? How are you now an expert?
Hey,
on
man,
that?
Jeremy, I was trying to have a conversation, man. Just have your girlfriend sit in the car.
You're trying to bullshit your way
Hotel.
through life,
Guys,
man, and
please.
it's apparent. While attacking others with your sly little comments, hoping that people won't point out who and what you are.
All right.
Let it. How about this? How about it doesn't evolve into like this, you know, boyfriend girlfriend stupid joke crap? Let's just not do it.
He's a CIA operative.
There you go. Let's tell Kosho not to do it, and then I wouldn't have to comment on it. I agree.
Yeah, well, and I agree with you commenting on it, but I don't agree with how you just did it yourself too.
Don't give a shit.
Like, you know, let's not have double standards at the same time.
No, let's stop it at the source. Let's cut it off.
I agree.
Let's keep Kosho from doing it every time he talks.
Jeremy's actually a buddy of mine, so when I banter with Jeremy,
I don't give a shit.
It doesn't offend me. It doesn't offend him.
When it takes down my good name, I will speak up. How about that, Kosho?
Yeah, Kosho, you did mess up by like, you know,
including
me
in it. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
right, Kosho, you're smart enough to figure that out, right?
This is what it looks like. I'm just
now you're trying to bag crawfish out of it, huh, smart guy?
I mean, yeah, Jeremy, what were you saying?
How about you guys have been in the game long enough. You guys are, you know, you have.
Yeah, Kosho, you've known me long enough. You know I'm going to comment. That's why I did it.
Rakia, I was talking. You guys have more decorum than other people that are like more immature and, you know, more quick to being basic, basically. How about you guys, like, you know, set the standard and we'll have less of this bickering and crap to deal
There
with.
You go. There you go. Well done.
I mean, Jeremy's my buddy, though, man, so...
Justify crawfish.
I just have to make sure I'm not including other people. But yeah, Jeremy...
He's your buddy, Kosho, but Rakia isn't...
So I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm far from your buddy.
I'll have to be sure just not to include other people by extension of him. It's no big deal, though.
Bands are between buds.
Yeah, just trying to get back to the whatever you were saying, though, Jeremy. What were you saying? You said something?
He says you're full of shit.
You're full of
shit. We just dealt with it.
No, he's right. He's right. You're full.
Like, how am I supposed to not? How am I not supposed to say like?
That's what Jeremy told you.
Like, how am I supposed to not do that?
He can't help himself.
I thought you were talking about what we were just talking about. All right, he was talking about the quantum locking thing. Go ahead.
No, he was talking about the quantum stuff. Yeah, Jeremy's
Yeah.
telling you you're full of shit.
The first, a really quick Google search said that shit, I lost it now. This was like 5 minutes ago. Hold on.
It was only a quick Google search. So.
It's okay, sweetheart. Take your time.
Thanks.
You guys are trip, man.
Screw Kosho, man. He don't deserve anything. Kosho, where'd you go to school at, man? Where'd you learn all this
Rakia,
stuff?
come on, man.
Oh, I can't let it go, man.
Help me, bro.
Help me out. Help me out, brother.
I just turned him down.
Help me help you.
I just turned him down because I'm smart. I Googled it. Tell us who told you that last night.
You already said J Ace or whatever.
I couldn't remember. That's what I was asking. I wanted to go ask this guy.
You find what you're looking for, Jeremy?
Yeah, it was definitely a continuation of the double slit experiment. I'm reading it right now on Wiki. They proposed a quantum eraser to obtain which path information without scattering the particles or otherwise introducing uncontrolled phase factors to them. This is definitely a continuation of the. If you read the Wiki page, I mean,
yes,
like
the full name of it is the quantum eraser double slit. And
double
then
slit, yeah.
When
delayed
they included the delayed choice, that's something different actually. Then it's the delayed choice quantum eraser double slit.
Yeah, right. But
there's been different iterations of it, and there's even the ones that don't use the double slit, and there's a bunch of different kind of.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying to you though about it. So if you look at like the old double slit, like the one from 100 years ago, whatever, the point of that was to observe how how electrons had wave-like properties, right? So you can see that electrons had wave-like properties. That was the outcome and the result of doing that test. And doing this test and doing the test with the light. Hold on, man. Doing the test with the light. What they observed was it had both properties, right? So you can make it so it had properties of a particle and particles of a wave. So the purpose of and then this is a result, right? But it's not the ultimate outcome that they were seeking. They're not just seeking to see if they can if observing it is going to change it or whatever. They're trying to see if it has the this, like I said, these hidden variables. It goes back to the question that what was his name? So Einstein and Bohr. They were arguing whether there was either hidden variables or if there's like some sneaky communication that it can somehow do, and that's that sneaky communication thing that people get uneasy about or whatever. They're not just trying to see if it can. They're not just trying to see if it doesn't collapse if you don't observe it, or if it doesn't collapse if you do observe it.
That's exactly what they try to do. That's exactly what they try to do because it scared them at first. They were like, "Oh my god, it's fucking collapsing just from us knowing which path it went through." That scares them. So they had to try it again to make sure if it was the sensors or not.
It's not
or the photon detectors or whatever.
You got to read it a little bit more, man. That's not the intention or anything.
All right, I'm gonna find you where it says this sometime.
Sure.
Hold on, what was the intention?
Intention.
They did the double slit experiment percentage. They did the double slit experiment, and what they saw scared them because they're like, "Oh my god, be going both places at once." All kinds of shit. Us knowing about the path shouldn't change the path because that's fucking crazy, right? That is really crazy. So it scared them. So they did it again to make sure that it wasn't the photon detectors that was collapsing the wave.
Yeah.
And it was us knowing about it. And that's what they did with the delayed choice, double slit, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know the exact name of it.
But Kosha, what are you saying was the intention?
No, it's to see if this entanglement state. So if there was a hidden variable in which basically there's a hidden variable that maybe we don't know about, which is kind of what Einstein suggested, and it's not some sort of communication that it can somehow like with the superposition thing. It's basically in that state, it's able to be multiple states at the same time. And entanglement state, or with entanglement, it's able to communicate this state that at one point it has a superposition of, and at the next point, without communicating to the particle that's way too far away to communicate, it already they both have deciding factors or whatever. So it's like the assumption is that there's a hidden variable that they both already know beforehand, or there's some sort of completely undeterministic nature of them, and still they're going to be entangled and know which one is going to be either side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the ultimate outcome, and the double slit is a means to an end to do that, but or the delayed choice. I mean, but it's not the ultimate outcome.
I think, yeah, obviously the ultimate outcome would be knowing what exactly is causing it to change, and what kind of observation it is, what is actually the mechanism of it happening. So it happens when we observe it, and even when we're not interfering with the the wave pattern and what have you, introducing something that collapses the wave function. But even so, we don't know why it happens.
What are you debating with someone in text?
Me?
Me?
Somebody's typing like a maniac, I heard.
No.
Oh, it's probably me. I'm gaming.
What are you playing?
You know what it is. Yeah, it makes me think of intention and the intention experiments. You remember the ones that you sent me about McTaggart and stuff, and then the rice experiments and the power of whatever it is, whether it's the collective conscience or whatever else, thing that we know nothing about.
Dude, the intention experiment is super scary for these guys. They can't have that at all. That's fucking crazy. Yo, Lynn McTaggart claimed that she lowered crime rate in a city one night from doing that.
What?
I mean, I would have been doing that over and over again to show. That's not something you just do one time, and it's not like a set it and forget it kind of thing. That's something you would do over and over, which makes me wonder,
Yeah.
If you had the ability to lower the crime rate in a city, that's something you would do over and over and over. You know what I mean? You would just keep doing that shit to different cities on different nights to see if it really worked.
I agree. I mean, you'd have to put some work towards doing it, like getting enough people, to because maybe it requires a lot of people's intention, so you have to crowdsource kind of, and there's definitely a way to do it. I don't know why they don't.
I mean, that's something you wouldn't stop. That was easy. That was shit you can do over the internet. It's not like you had to have some crazy scientific experiment set up and shit. Like, that's just some shit you could do just from talking to people. We want everyone to focus peaceful thoughts on what's, New York or LA or whatever. I think they did Detroit, maybe. I don't know, but it's really suspicious that they didn't do it again.
It is. But I will say, this whole thing and the rice experiments and all that, quantum eraser stuff,
the thing
stands to. Hold on, let me just say that it stands to a kind of a hypothesis I have, wherein which is that we have good kind of electronic technology. We're completely lacking in terms of spiritual, esoteric technology.
Yeah, the thing is there is Nobel Prize winners that are with this. Your thoughts have influence over the real world. There's a professor at Harvard that is with this. The placebo effect shows it. I don't know. They're this should be the biggest research thing ever.
I think they probably started researching the placebo effect when they found out it was a thing, and then realized that they have no fucking clue, and stopped wasting their time basically because they were not going to figure it out.
Put no numbers to it. Yeah. No numbers to it. You'll never find how that works.
What if disease is spiritual?
That's another hallmark of how lacking we are in terms of this, the knowledge, the technology that really counts. The technology that could probably cause someone to like levitate, and maybe the way they built the pyramids and all this other, potential ramifications or applications of it.
For healing, it would be good for healing. Imagine, Lynn McTaggart was doing her thing. She was using like spiritual healers because those were the people that could really like focus their mind or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, real fast, and sorry not to interrupt you guys, but if anyone can think of a good question they would want asked to an astronaut, like in person, if you could ask an astronaut a question in person, what it would be, if you can come up with good ones, shoot them to your boy.
I got one right here. You ready?
Yeah, sir.
Go ahead. I'd laugh if it
I would ask.
Go ahead.
We'll see. I would ask them guys. Feel the when you enter the super rotation of Earth's atmosphere.
Say it again.
Can you feel the drag? What do you call that? Windville.
Well, yeah,
Let me get back to you.
That's a good
Don't
question.
ask him that shit. He's not even gonna know what he's talking about, man. He's a super rotation. No, but you should ask him about the overview effect and see if they experience the overview effect.
What is that?
It's supposed to be this like spiritual feeling. I don't know that comes that somehow. A lot of, like Scott said, his dad said he had it and stuff. It's supposed to be like this phenomena that you don't get until you get up to space or something.
Oh, you mean whenever they hit you with the MK Ultra?
Yeah, perhaps, or they do that. But yeah, I mean that if he answers it in a weird way, it may just be MK Ultra.
That's not a bad question. That's not a bad question, actually. That's very interesting. I've never heard of that.
It's funny. Scott's uncle, because his uncle's also an astronaut. His uncle's the one who came up with that idea.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, what's the thing called?
Have said that, and a lot of other astronauts did it too.
I'm just gonna go talk to real astronauts. I'm gonna see what they say.
What do you call it when you would enter a different speed wind? Like not drag, like sheer wind. Then. Show. I know you know.
Crosswinds? I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Start again, Jeremy. Ask it again.
Like
the last thing I would ask an astronaut about is about the wind. Okay.
Hey, Jeremy, if you don't mind, ask that question again.
Astronaut. I would ask the astronaut. Can you feel the sheer wind velocity? I don't know the word you call it, but
conservation. No, it can't be conservation of movement. No.
You don't mind, Jeremy? Ask that question one more time. Kosho and the other guy cut in. I haven't heard it yet.
I don't think.
I would ask the astronaut when you pass through the super rotation of Earth's atmosphere. Do you feel it or not? I guess. Because it's like a breakneck shear velocity wind shear thing going on right there. You should definitely feel that.
Oh, is that where the atmosphere stops rotating? Is what you're saying?
No, at 200 kilometers up. At 200 kilometers up, there's a thing called a super rotation. It's unexplainable. They say it happens on Venus, and it's unclear and unexplained as to why it happens.
First I've ever heard of it. Do we have an expert here on what happens at 200? Kosho.
Kosho looked into it for 5 minutes. So,
So what? Who's that?
The super rotation. Tell Rocky about it.
No. You gotta tell who about it?
About the super rotation.
That's your thing, dude.
What
What
is
is
the
the
globe
super
shit.
rotation?
No, I mean, yeah,
All right,
I guess
200
but
kilometers
yeah.
up. At 200 kilometers up, atmosphere is rotating. I think it's 1.3 times faster than it should be. It should be just, going in lockstep with Earth, which is what the atmosphere does in general. But it's going way faster. And it's unexplained and unclear as to why that happens. Definitely not fluid dynamics.
The other part of that claim is that more pronounced than that is on Venus. It's said to be going, instead of 1.3 times faster, it's going 60 times faster.
Yeah, we can't even prove what's happening right above us, but let's tell you everybody what's happening on Venus. How does a wind, like if the Earth's rotation is causing the rotation of the atmosphere also, how does that said atmosphere at a certain elevation go faster than the Earth itself?
They try to use say like heat or something. Heat's doing it, or solar wind or some shit. Grim will come in here and tell you it's ionized plasmoids or some shit. They got a whole bunch of right? They got a whole bunch of fucking theories and shit.
Don't combine that together with the actual answer.
They got a whole bunch of ideas on how it might be happening, but when it comes down to it, they don't know. What's wrong with plasmoids?
That's not really one of the answers.
That is an answer Grim gave us yesterday.
I know, but he didn't even know what you were talking about when he said that.
That was the layer above the layer I'm talking about. The layer, I think his layer did something even crazier. Where's Grim? Is Grim in here? Because that layer, he said that layer, I should have got into that with him. That layer was doing something wild.
Well, I think the reason why it's quote unquote a mystery, which is not really a mystery, is it's not really a pronounced thing on Earth. Like the actual super rotation is really present on Venus, which they don't have a lot of access to. So,
is Venus surrounded by a superfluid?
We got tons of access to Venus. We touched the sun, right?
yeah, but when we touched Venus, the craft didn't survive longer than like a couple minutes.
Longer than it survived with the sun?
Well, we went all the Russians, they went all the way on the surface supposedly, but the craft was destroyed in like I said, like a couple minutes.
Hey, yo, what's it? I'd ask him what happens if there's a leak in the O-ring.
I'd ask.
Well, then you just have a leak.
Thanks. Sorry if I missed some good questions. Probably I got an important phone call.
Right. My question would be, since we know that, I think we have on record JPL Studios or whatever it was, saying that they can make their simulations just like real life, that they can't even tell the difference. Given that, how do they know when they're on a mission that it's not a simulation?
Okay.
Because these guys know all the technology the government has ever. These people act like they know what's happening in every building everywhere forever on Earth, in the past, present, and future.
No, what if they are filming it, though, like in a studio, and they're going, okay, this is our practice run, this is our simulation, we're going to film it so we can review it. And then later on, they just post that simulation, which is real as hell, they're saying. You can't tell the difference. The people in the control room can't tell the difference. They just post that video and control room information as real and go, hey, guy, hey, M. Scott Beach uncle, shut the hell up about this. Remember those documents you signed?
There's a difference between the ones in the control room on Earth and the astronauts that are supposed to be in space.
Right, the control room guys on Earth wouldn't know the difference, whether it's a simulation or not.
Ask him if they have a twin. Ask him if he has a twin.
Yeah, does M. Scott's uncle and somebody else was an astronaut in his family, right?
I'm being pretty serious, by the way.
Cool Thanksgiving.
Serious inquiry, I mean, I might just be a NASA fanboy. I do love NASA. It's some pretty awesome fairy tales, man. So
I would ask them about the super rotation, though, seriously, because they might not even know what you're talking about, and I don't know if you should. I feel like you should feel it. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. Like it
No,
should,
no,
it
Jeremy,
should
dude, I
adjust.
want them to know what I'm talking about
Yeah.
and say the wrong answer.
Well, I mean, you might get an interesting answer from them if you ask them, and they might get this question a lot, but if you ask them something along the lines of, like, what was the moment, like, what was a moment in any of your missions where you felt maybe the most worried something could really go wrong, or you're the most afraid that, you could lose, like, it's like harm could come to you, basically. Like, you had to really think on your feet. Like, just think of a way of
Yeah,
wording that.
that's a good idea. Yeah, I like where you're headed, bro. I think that they may PR answer me there and say, pretty much it was all just, I don't know. That's actually a good one, man,
Well,
because,
you're always,
No,
got your
they're
head
gonna
on a
have an
swivel,
answer.
worried that something might go wrong.
Of course. They've
yeah,
been,
they're
you
going
don't think
to
they've been briefed though, right? Yeah, like what's it saying? They've been briefed on all these scenarios. I mean, this is real world. If it's real or fake, they're going to be briefed on how to answer questions.
Right, so
Yeah,
I'm
they ain't
gonna,
ready.
They're representing
I'm gonna,
NASA.
yeah, I don't want to do this. Super rotations on the table, but this is a very small little basket. I'm talking home run question.
Do not bring up super rotation, man.
All right, fine.
Yeah, like I'm talking about. I just want to know if they're lying. I don't care what anyone's bias in this room is. I want to just go up there, ask them a question, and see if they're lying. Like see if they're making stuff up. And that's kind of the vibe I'm on. I guess there's like a million different things. One thing I thought of immediately was, throw my glasses on, like, hey man, I was wondering, I've watched like 200 hours of the ISS live stream, and I've never seen the camera go in a full 360, and these stupid flat earthers will not leave me alone. They have some conspiracy theory. They keep talking about the fourth wall and how in a film studio you can't do that. I was wondering if you could tell me, I mean, you can do that in space, right? You could turn the camera in a full 360.
Yes, you can, but I don't have control over the camera or the ISS. Next question.
Yeah, so, okay, well, I guess I just have to tell them that they know. Yeah, you're right, I guess, in a way. Your follow-up would have to keep it going. So that's why I said that was the first one I came up with, and I don't actually think it's that good. I want a really good one, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, the astronaut that's floating around with the camera doesn't have control of the camera?
I've seen exactly what you're talking about before. It's definitely out there. You just got to look. I promise you, I've seen that.
Oh, can you cite it, Ben, or I just can't believe it?
I have a hard time believing people now, too,
Let's
especially
see
in
if
this
I can find the one I'm thinking of. It's a little long. I don't know the exact point when it happens, but I'll post you the whole video.
It doesn't. It never happens.
I promise you, it
definitely. The question about the simulation, I would start it off with, is it true that your simulations are so realistic that they're just like reality or whatever, that you can tell it's a simulation? And then when they say yes, be like, well, then how do you know the missions are not simulations?
Yeah, I like that one a lot, actually.
Then I'll try to think of others. If I think of one, I'll DM you it.
Well, the astronauts would know unless they're getting put in some kind of zero gravity simulation thing for the whole time.
Well, yeah, I mean, their answer is going to be, I got on a rocket and left Earth, man. Like, yeah, like I like the framing though. I like bringing up the simulation. The dude that has talked to an astronaut that was he's a flat Earth friend of mine. You've probably seen the clip, but he asked the astronaut about air bubbles that you see in space. And he just has no idea. And he talks about, well, they have this mock ISS in a gigantic pool, and I'm just wondering if you had any explanation for air bubbles in space.
P-Brain exposed it. I don't know where you saw it from, but the first time I saw the bubbles thing was with P-Brain, and he showed the bubbles going in different directions and shit. Like, if it was just like ice or water or something flying off the ISS, they would just keep going in a straight line. Object in motion, stay in motion, and all that.
Well, yeah, but this guy walked to an astronaut and asked him, and of course he just started like stumbling over his words, didn't know what to say, and then immediately people stepped in to get the guy to leave. So
In terms of like the going, you know, they'll know because they go up in space. I don't like that's going up in space is part of the mission, right? That's what would be part of a simulation. The launch.
Yeah,
so,
right.
You know,
I hear
that
what you're
could
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I guess they would say my point being like they would think or have to say like they physically walked out to the launch pad into that rocket that everyone saw take off. You know.
Yeah, that would be one thing.
But I still do like the simulation thing. Like I like that he brought up the mock ISS in the water. Right, I think that was golden. Now that's been done, so I'm looking for. I like the simulation thing, but I do know that so they're going to PR me so hard. I want to ask them a question tactically, and honestly, in a way, it probably isn't the room to do it. Like there are the information could possibly. I'm not even joking. I'm not overestimating the zealotry. We talked about it earlier. Doxing, threat, you name it, dude. That they would like contact them or something like. It's literally ridiculous what I think some people in here might do, or maybe not in here, but in communities people in here are also in. But either way, like if someone thinks of a really good one and they think it's like that good, maybe DM me. But I'm gonna kind of play it where people aren't that lame. I'm just gonna hope that humanity isn't actually like there aren't people that are that lame. You know?
Well, you know, the other thing is this is probably obvious though too, but ask them about how they behave in the Van Halen belts, or how they navigate around them when they're orbiting, like because you know they have to pass through different pockets of stronger parts of the magnetic field or whatever. So it's just like
they ain't going out far enough. They ain't going out far enough for that now.
Yeah, but they do. There is a spot that they claim they go over that like they start seeing like dots in their eyes and stuff like that, and there are still astronauts that go on missions further than the ISS, like Scott Stapp, for instance.
So yeah, and like I think Kosho is making a lot of sense, at least proposing questions right. You would think that the people that think there's a globe and think the ISS is real and stuff would definitely have quite. It sounds like a wet dream of some of your guys. You would think like I have tons of questions I want to ask the astronaut. And no suggestions from the other side of the aisle.
You want us to ask like an underground dweller? I don't know what you're talking
That'd be
about.
Good question.
If you got to walk up to an astronaut and ask him anything you wanted to, what would you ask him?
Okay, I really haven't thought about that question. I don't know. I'm gonna say I would say sorry. You have to deal with so much bullshit from some communities.
That would be your question. That would be your question.
He would think you're.
I don't know what the fuck I'd ask an astronaut. I don't fucking know.
Okay, well
I
then
believe them.
just be quiet, man. I asked the whole other side of the aisle, not exclusively you or something.
Oh, thank you, jackass. That was really kind.
Well, I'm
Who's
saying you're
talking
acting
right
like
now? Is
I'm
that
pressuring
Zan?
you.
Still here, buddy.
Oh, 50.
I'm not. Their mouth shut.
I was just saying you're acting like I'm pressuring you to answer or something. I'm not. I'm just saying I find it interesting. I said Kosho makes sense to me right now because he has questions, and that makes sense. I'm asking if there's anyone else on the other side of the aisle that also would have questions because I think it's kind of weird that you don't have any questions.
Yeah,
That's all I was saying.
what I would ask them is basically what Kosher talked about, because I have heard reports of them basically getting hit with some sort of radiation in the eye, and nobody really talked about it for a while. They thought it was like kind of something that just happened when you're in space, like your body was kind of like tweaking out a little bit. But they kind of found out that everybody experiences it, A, and B, they can kind of tie it back to cosmic rays. I asked them if they noticed that while they were up there. That's the only thing I can think of. That's
more like, how can you claim that you're about to go to Mars if we can't go back to the moon because of the radiation belts? Are you aware of how they're going to get through those? Are they still there? Are they still dangerous? Are we going to be able to go right past the moon and to Mars, or are we going to stop by the moon first? What's your take on the radiation belts prohibiting us from going back to space?
I don't think they're prohibiting us at all. I think that whenever it happened, it was a gamble. They were willing to make the gamble. Now it's an engineering choice to include that in the builds themselves, and typically that was done with lead, which was really heavy. They had basically, I don't know how the system works. I don't know anything about the system, but I do know that they have a newer system to deal with the radiation.
I don't know
It
anything about the system,
didn't
but I
use
know
lead.
it answers all the questions.
Do what?
Okay, so it doesn't matter what story you choose to believe as to why they did or not. I'm talking about asking the astronaut what his take on getting past the radiation belts, because NASA, we're talking about an astronaut that works for NASA, right? Well, or maybe SpaceX, tomato. And anyway, yeah, they are tomato. Yeah, the SpaceX launches
They
launch.
are, but continue. It's red hair.
Anyway, oh man, I remember. Oh yeah, okay. So the point is, so NASA admits, right, that that's the primary thing holding us back from going
What's
back,
up, right guy?
sending humans back to space. So I'm just like, he
No
needs
one
to.
about to do? I didn't even hear you guys come in.
He's got a hot mic, man. Just keep going.
Yeah, he needs to be aware of those type of simple answers, right? So anyway, so
I'm sure they've had long conversations about it. I'm sure any astronaut that's actively looking at going into space could tell you all about that.
Oh yeah, man. So like, why are we talking about going to Mars? We can't go back to the moon yet.
We're fixing to get there. They just upgraded their communication relays or they're in the midst of upgrading their communication relays from radar to laser. So we're going to have a 1.2 gigabit connection to any future space missions within the next within the next 12 months.
Really cool fairy tales, man.
You're
But
going to have
they
some
just
HD video.
announced just a while
It's
ago.
already been tested. It's already been tested.
They just announced that they're pushing the moon landing back, and I'm talking about asking an astronaut, why would we go to Mars if we haven't even been able to go back? If we haven't even been able to go back to the moon yet.
It's not that you haven't been able to go back. Have you not been able to? Or it's a money thing, right? Can you go to Australia right now? How much money you have in your bank account?
NASA's been saying they were going to go back to the moon since the first time they went, and has been allotted a good amount of money to run their space program. And every single year they claim that they're going back to the moon. It's one of the intrinsic promises that they made to the public when they agree to pay them all this money. And then they get huge amounts of money for the moon landing, but then it gets pushed back again. Then they get huge amounts of money for the moon landing again, and it gets pushed back again. Then they got then Trump gives them money for the moon missions, and it gets pushed back again. So what you're saying doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm talking about talking to actual astronauts.
I don't know if that's true. You'd have to show me some funding that's specifically for the moon. I don't believe that's how it works. They have a budget and they have directors, and based on the budget, they can allocate certain resources to certain things, and they haven't been able to get enough funding.
Okay, for example, Trump gave them more money specifically talking about go back to the moon. So what are you talking? Yeah.
Let me see if I can find exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, go look for that. Speaking of the directors, have you ever seen the guy that was running NASA back in the day? His name was Bolden, I think, and he was in front of Congress or Senate, and they kept asking him, "Where's next? Like, where are we going next in space?" And they started debating over the word what next means. You ever see that?
No, I haven't.
No.
Oh my god, that shit was great.
Right, because there's no argument that an intelligent glober can make, because if you're having to update all your technology to go back through it, right? So we get the lie. And so you're not sure. I'm talking, man. So you have to update all the technology to get back through it, right? So the most logical thing to do would be to go to the moon again. I mean, it's the closest place to test out the new technology's capabilities before you put all the strenuous demand of a 34 million mile journey with humans.
No, that's not how you do it. You do stress tests on Earth in the closest atmosphere you can get, point blank, period. You have to do that. They've been relying on tests from the 60s and 70s for 40 to 50 years now in terms of parachutes, and they just redid a whole series of real-world tests because they're not going to leave it up to a simulation. They want to be 100% certain that whenever they do this, it's going to basically have the absolute best outcome. They just launched parachutes up to basically, I think it was like over 100 miles, shot them back down to Earth where they'd have similar speeds to Mars, so they could have a whole new test set to go by in terms of strength of certain parachutes. You don't just wing it, man. You have to have real-world tests in all these systems. That's why James Webb took so long to make. That's why Hubble failed originally, because they didn't do those tests like they were supposed to. So if you're talking about any substantial mission, there are real world tests that they do. I'm trying to find this Trump thing. And whoever said something earlier about there's no 360 shot, the ISS, I just found exactly what you're talking about. There's a woman being followed into basically the viewing area, and then she turns around and comes back out, and you can see the guy who's holding the camera. You can see his foot floating while he's filming her. So full 360.
Is that, is it part of the ISS live stream videos? Just a video, different video entirely.
It's basically it's a tour that was done. I don't know if it was part of a live stream or not, but I don't think.
My point is, it's different from the live stream video, so it's possible that they just have a different ISS looking thing for each one.
Production video, not a live stream.
So you think those are actually live streams?
That's not my point. My point is they could have a different contraption or apparatus, which they call the ISS for the ISS feed, then another one that you're talking about for this type of thing. It need not be the same, like, craft. Understand?
Okay, but if
we want to see it. We want to see it.
We want the camera churning on the ISS feed.
Not inside the capsule, right?
But that logic doesn't really. The logic kind of makes my brain hurt, because if you're thinking that they're faking it and it's a live stream, why would they fake a live stream that gives them chances to fuck up, right? If it's going to be a live stream and they're faking it, they would just film it and then they would post it as if it was a live stream.
Well, your question is, why would they lie?
It's basically, yeah.
Your question is, why would they lie?
Why make it live when they don't have to?
You could still fake live things. It doesn't matter if it's live.
That's what I'm saying. So that argument doesn't hold up if you're not really doing it.
The argument isn't that it's live or not. The argument is, why isn't there full 360 view on the ISS feed?
You mean like a fake 360 You're talking about a 360 camera? You're not talking like something panning?
It would be even more suspicious if they refused to ever do a live
it's not
stream.
360 panning like that some cameras have. It's just
don't they have
way around so you can see the form.
Maybe not.
Yeah, but I mean that's a technical decision. That's basically just a budget thing. You're trying to get hyper specific with your budget. That's like asking somebody, well, why didn't you get 17-inch rims instead of 16-inch rims? It's just kind of not really that big of a deal. I don't.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Like they could have that. Let's say they have the thing on a swivel where you can turn it all the way around, and then you could just say that they showed it and it could be fake too. Is my point. So I don't know if it's.
They're building rockets and drones to go to Mars. You think they're worried about the budget of a camera that would show a 360 view? A panoramic camera?
No, it's not about the budget. Well, I mean,
that's what he said it was.
Yeah. It is. You got somebody buying this shit. You think they're just
shut up.
A random credit card and say, "Hey,
buy $10,000 hammers, sir."
$10,000 hammers?
Yeah.
Really?
I'd
like to see that.
Your excuse of budget is the most lamest excuse I ever hear.
Have you ever worked on
Have you ever been on a committee? Yes, I'm on several committees. I'm on several budget committees. And when we're talking about $1 million budgets, we're not worried about how many nails we're buying. Which is basically what you're saying.
The bigger the budget, the more savings each potential one has.
Let's be clear, man.
That's not how it works in the real world.
That allows it to 360 rotate is not expensive. It's not expensive to have something that allows it to 360 rotate. It's not about the budget. It's just maybe they didn't make the decision. They didn't think of it. Whatever, right? And it's possible. You could just say, well, whoever first came up with the camera just didn't. They used a regular kind of whatever you call it, stock or foundation, whatever.
Yeah.
Regular frame to hold the camera, and that's it. It is what it is. Maybe next time they'll think about using a 360 one. But it's not about the budget. Let's be real. This thing is a cheap thing.
Yeah, the point is, if you were streaming this live to the public and worried about showing shit to the public, you would definitely get HD fucking 360 camera and just slap it on there, and boom, now everyone can see in 360
The
degrees.
point is, they're not filming in space. That's the whole point. There are no cameras up there on the ISS in outer space.
I would bet you my left testicle there are.
Well, good for you. That makes you an idiot.
That's my good one, man. That's my good one, buddy.
Why would you bet that for anything?
No, I'm not coaching. No, I'm putting my left nut on the line.
Kosho put his dick on the line yesterday. Now we got 50 nuts
What's
today.
up, you weird guys putting your fucking junk on the line?
Yeah, Jeremy already called dibs, man. So
yeah,
I'm not worried about it because.
Why make such a small bet? I mean, why not putting something significant in
A
it?
small bet? What the fuck are you talking about?
Kosho's penis and your left testicle?
Okay, no, I got the biggest testicle.
That was good. Make a big bet.
Okay, I'll bet your dick. How about that?
There we go. That's a big bet right there.
You don't have the authority.
Oh fuck! Damn it, I don't. Oh well. But you're fixing to
You
get
gotta
shit.
marry him first.
You're fixing to get stuff exactly like you guys are talking about, like multiple camera angles, 360 cams. It's all about bandwidth. They're upgrading their communication systems. They have tests on the ISS and in orbit right now. They're using this system. It's a live system. They just have to expand it. And they're going from basically 56 kilobits a second to 1.2 gigabits per second in terms of bandwidth in the next year.
Perfect videos from Mars.
Yeah, they can do it now. It just takes a long
So you
time.
think the ISS feed 250 miles up would be not a problem, right?
Not a
It
problem.
wouldn't be a problem. Like, they could do it, but the thing is, I don't think it's a good question because it could be faked. They could show the fourth wall or whatever, and it could be faked. So why would they? Why have they never shown it? They could show it just once. I was talking about that.
Well, you guys have always talked about, well, we want HD cameras, we want multiple angles, we want this or that. We're getting there. We're getting to the point where that's what you're fixing to get. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
It could all be faked.
Well, it's gonna look mesmerizing and real as fuck.
Who told you that? What's your source?
I'll post it right now. They're doing tests. They're doing live tests.
My point's made.
James Webb, probably.
I think my point is made. NASA is the source.
Yes.
Yeah.
For their systems. Correct.
All right.
Well, you want me to use a non-NASA source for NASA equipment? That doesn't make any sense.
Ideally, if it's true, we'll get to the point where it's going to be independently verifiable. Moore's law would apply, the costs would be reduced, and accessibility would be increased. Ideally. If it were true, I feel like we would, and we went to the moon 70 years ago.
Dude, that's not how it's working.
We should be
with
at the
space,
moon,
bro.
like having personal visits now.
That's not how it's working with space, dude. Things aren't getting cheaper. It's not getting more accessible.
No, technology is getting destroyed.
Devolved. When it comes to human space travel, they have devolved. We sent somebody to the moon in the 60s. We haven't gone anywhere as close to that far in 50 years. Yep. It's devolved. Not getting better. Not what you just said, Moore's Law, none of that.
I'm saying it would apply if it was true. Like,
well, I hate to be
suspect as fuck when
no doubt, my bad.
The technology is worse and everything. Yeah.
I don't think Moore's Law is related to that at all.
Is it Moore's Law with like the SOCs and technology?
Yeah, well, they may have extended it, like people might extend it to technology, but Moore's Law is specifically about the number of transistors on a in a enclosed space. So he says every 2 years you're going to be able to double the number of transistors you can get into a fucking.
Yeah. In the meantime,
but it's been expanded colloquially to all technology.
Okay, he did it again. This is that Target Walmart thing. In the meantime, we've devolved in human space travel.
No, not at all, man. I don't know why you say that. I don't know if you ever seen the computer systems on the old spacecraft, but
I'll tell you why I would say that. Hold on.
The old one went to the fucking.
Let me tell you why I would say that. I would say that because 50 years ago we went 200,000 whatever miles away from Earth, and since 50 years ago we haven't gone anywhere as close to that far.
Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with the type of technology we have.
It tells me that we've devolved. We now can't, whatever word you want to put there, We don't go as far as we used to.
Yeah, bro.
Evolving
It
would
definitely
mean
has to do with the
we go
technology, because
farther.
the whole point is that technology gets cheaper. That's what, it is. The same technology, even let's say we didn't get new technology, but we still would have cheaper technology. That same technology would be cheaper, would be able to do it. It should never be not going less.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So the mission statuses are not a reflection of what sort of technology we have. It's a reflection of our the mission statements and the funding for those statements. So they do funding way far in advance for missions, and they would have to in the 60s they had to direct all the funding to these one missions, which they stopped doing because they weren't worth it to keep doing missions like that. It's like $35 billion per mission, basically, with today's money.
Bro, that's a drop in the bucket. We just spent $3 trillion just handing out money to every American. What's $35 billion? You know what the war budget
So it's
is?
not a drop in the bucket. It's more than, it's like 150% of NASA's annual budget.
Okay,
This is for one Apollo mission, for each Apollo mission.
In the terms of
Kosho,
government
does Moore's
spending,
law apply, like in the colloquial sense? Does it apply to space travel or not?
I never. I guess, like I said, I understand that you're using it colloquially. I never really hear it used colloquially, so I don't know.
Let's just use it. You know what it means. So, does it apply to space
Hey,
travel?
can I just say something real quick about this?
Hold
drop
up,
in
let
the
him answer
bucket
this question,
shit?
please.
But like America sends $4 billion a year to Israel. That's just Israel alone. So you think they can't fucking afford to spend some shit on space?
It's not about how much money they can afford to spend on space. It's how much money they do give to NASA every year. And so if they gave more money to NASA every year, it might make sense that this would have been streamlined a long time ago, because the type of funding that it requires for each Apollo mission is about 150% of the budget that they get annually. So it's not really feasible to assume something like that. The funding's gone down by a lot in comparison to in the 60s when it was like their focus.
Okay, I'll ask again. Does Moore's law, the derivative of it, apply to space travel? Everything but space travel.
Like I said, I'm not the best person to ask about that, because I only know it I don't know it as a colloquial.
You understand the colloquial sense. You defined it yourself.
It's a misconception. It's not a colloquialism. It's a misconception. That's specifically about transistors, man.
So that's what I'm saying. I only know it as that. I can understand people using it.
It's the sentiment that the same technology gets cheaper over time because we figure out ways to produce it, more effectively. Okay? Do you have an issue with that definition, or are we going to beat around the bush more?
I thought it was specifically about transistors.
It was originally about SOCs or transistors, which they do need obviously for the computers. So it would still be affected on spacecraft and space travel. But regardless, I'm saying broad strokes, stuff gets cheaper, technology gets cheaper because of production and new ways that we develop,
but that's not
like innovation.
That's not Moore's. That's not Moore's law, though.
That's totally detached.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
Just so we're not debating about what Moore's law is.
For sakes, man. Can you guys stay on topic? The point is,
that's what I'm saying. I understand what you're asking.
Does this apply to every industry except space travel?
No, I would think, like I said, in my opinion, I don't think that the technology and for NASA space travel, this type of thing, has in any way decreased. I just think that like I said, it's a mission statements in the money.
I understand, but you said budget.
Dude, wait.
But also the costs for same technology that didn't decrease would be cheaper.
Yeah, that's production and scale, though, my dude.
Think about it like this. Kosho is saying they didn't decrease, but it's like, say there's a dude who had a vertical of fucking 6 feet, and he was doing verticals of 6 feet, and then all of a sudden he just starts doing verticals of 1 foot. Obviously, that's a fucking decrease. It did
decrease. Not only did it decrease, but they lost the ability to even do that in the first place. Like, they lost that technology or destroyed it or whatever.
When he says that we destroyed the technology, what he means is we cannibalized the Saturn V, and then they got taken apart and given to other missions. We don't have any remnants to put together and use that again. We would have to recreate a new rocket to do that mission like that. The rockets they've created don't do missions like that. So it's not about the not having the technology. The antiquated technology doesn't exist anymore. They would have to create something new to do that same job. And
so why is
thing,
Elon and fucking Bezos and Virgin Galactic putting up rockets in the sky like fucking no tomorrow?
That's exactly why SpaceX is testing the rockets that they send up, the Falcon 9, the Falcon Heavy, all this stuff. The rockets that he's testing for the Starship, this is ultimately supposed to be a prototype for something that's capable of doing these sort of long distance missions and stuff like that. But the rockets that they use, which are fairly powerful, they're not meant to do missions like that just yet.
Okay, I'll ask another question that's related, and I hope I get a clear answer this time. But do you think then that space travel is the only sector that technology isn't increasing?
I told you, I personally think the technology is indeed increasing.
So you think the technology is increasing, and the cost of developing, like actually manufacturing that technology, is getting cheaper, in accordance to this thing I'm talking about. Why don't we actually observe that?
Because I think we are observing it. I think you guys are overlooking it. I think the one missions that you guys are describing as being the expectation, I think is so far beyond the it's such a far-reaching type of mission that I don't think you guys are fully grasping exactly what it requires to embark on something like that. Which we have all the technology to do it. We just haven't allocated all the technology to make that mission happen. But if there was some fucking thing on the moon and we had to get there like next month or in a couple months, it's not like the technology to get there doesn't exist.
I don't think it exists.
Hey, where is it? Where's the technology for it?
I mean, you understand that we send rockets to the sun and to the moon. Like it's not something that we're not capable of doing.
You guys claim.
Hold on for a second. Humans on the moon. Where's the technology for that? Let's see it.
Have you heard of the Orion missions?
I'll take a second for you.
Yeah, but all the technology exists. It's just they may not think it's mission ready. It might not be allocated for a mission just yet.
But we don't even know if this shit works. Before we knew it worked, and now we don't even know if it works. And you're saying we didn't devolve.
What wouldn't work? Like you think like the rockets don't work?
You just said they're not sure if it works or not.
Oh yeah, they're talking about like safety checks and maybe like mission plans. It's not just they don't just half-ass it or whatever.
We had something that worked great, near flawless. A couple little hiccups, but near flawless. And now they don't know if it's safe or not or what. Does it work? We don't know.
I would just like to say he kept on saying like, oh, it'd be such a big deal for us to go to the moon. If these motherfuckers nailed it on their first try, is it really that big of a deal?
They didn't.
Hey, listen, as I told you, it's not that we think it's really hard to do it or that we think it's really we might not be able to do it. I'm telling you how much it requires to do it. And we had the resources allocated to do it. It was directed the entire mission statement was to do that. Okay. And it cost 150%. Each mission costs 150% of what the entire annual NASA budget is today. So in order to do a mission like that, where it's as fast as you want it to happen, we would have to increase NASA's budget by a lot.
Bullshit excuses, man.
Dude, I don't know about that, man. They build whole entire aircraft carriers that are nuclear fucking powered, but they can't make one fucking rocket to put a man on the moon.
Bro, China builds like 60 cities a year or some shit.
Yo, they're filthy.
You can't build one fucking rocket.
China will build a city.
You guys know how accounting works, right? Like there's actually money that they get allocated every year. There's money that the money has to go to. If they want to put money to these missions, which they are putting money to those missions, they have to actually get money from the government and then allocate it to those sectors. That money, just because they get $20 billion a year, doesn't mean that they can give all the money that they make and put it into this one mission.
So who's allocating Elon Musk's money?
His shareholders, his customers. I mean, his clients.
You said like overall it would
Board
cost like
members instead of share
250. You said overall it would cost 250 billion to send.
No, I didn't say that. I said that it cost $35 billion in today's money for each of the missions back then, is what I said.
Wait,
I said that's
that's
150% of NASA's current budget, is what I said.
35 billion just to put a man on the moon today is what you're saying.
For each Apollo, I mean, I don't know how to say it in clear. I'm saying it as explicitly as possible. Each of the Apollo missions back then cost what would be $35 billion today. That's what I'm saying to you. So this is why
you just said 5 minutes ago that you agree that the technology, like the cost for the same technology, is getting less.
I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think
that calculation's bunk then.
No, because I'm putting into perspective to you what you're expecting. You're expecting that these missions are just that easy, but it's not just that easy. It was they were able to do it back then because they had a lot more resources allocated towards it. But yeah, I agree that doing it today, they could
be 35 billion.
They could spend substantially less.
What's so expensive about it?
The fuel and the craft for the most part. I mean, most of the money is actually spent in like the first stage.
Research and development.
I mean, you're talking about the most expensive.
There's nothing to research or develop. There's just manufacturing because we have the technology. Remember? It's just manufacturing.
That's not how it works. You have to have a team of engineers, dude. You have to have a team of engineers overlooking everything. You can't just pull a book out and build a rocket. You got to have a team of engineers.
We already have the rocket. We just use the same rocket that they used in '69 or whatever.
That's impossible. I just stated to you that they've destroyed that. That doesn't. It's not possible.
Hardware, but we can remake the hardware. We have the blueprints.
Destroyed that technology. We do not have that. Hold on a second, guys. They destroyed that technology. They couldn't even rebuild it at this point.
No, but
no, that's not what they mean by technology. They mean the actual mechanical hardware. That tech has been destroyed. They still have the IP, the intellectual property. It still exists. The R&D doesn't need to be done. It just needs to be remanufactured.
Right.
Dude, they chopped that shit out. Hold on. They chopped that shit out to a whole bunch of different subcontractors. It wasn't on the subcontractors to keep all the blueprints and shit for everything they made, all the schematics. They fucking threw it out. It's gone.
Dude, if they needed to recreate a Saturn V for whatever reason,
they couldn't do it.
Hold on. I mean, there's no reason why they couldn't do it other than it would be pointlessly, fucking mundane. Like you would have to do work. It'd be like trying to recreate. It'd be like trying to rebuild like a Ford like Model T, like the original one, but the original parts, stuff that doesn't get made anymore. So they wouldn't do that. It just doesn't even make sense to do that. They're going to use the technology they're going to use technology that we have updated in 50 years, right? Like the electronics and computer systems, like all this type of actual technology. There's no reason to recreate the same Saturn V.
And
that's a claim, but no way you could prove or disprove that claim. So
I mean, just think about it.
We have rockets that are more powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing's going to the moon. So
things are going to the moon.
No humans.
Yeah, no humans, but it doesn't mean that we can't send things to the moon currently, because the Chinese sent the rover there.
We can't send a human.
No, we haven't sent a human.
Can we though?
Are you just bummed? Are you just bummed that they canceled the lunar missions for 2024?
No.
I'm just looking at it. It's supposed to be
this cancel culture
2020
when the moon is affected.
They canceled the moon.
They canceled the moon.
Not from what I'm reading. Artemis is live to go for test launch later this year, which is the mission to go back to the moon.
You said live? You said live?
Yeah, it's live.
Are they going to put a GoPro on the side?
Fuck yeah. There'll be some cameras.
Yeah, and the Starship, the one that they test this thing down the road from me. When I'm at my friend's house, I can fucking feel this crazy rumble, dude. But yeah, that Starship is more powerful than a Saturn V, and that's exactly what it's. I think it says it's twice as powerful as a Saturn V. But yeah, so that's the whole point of them doing their tests over and over. It's for SpaceX is they are trying to create a craft that can do those missions. It's not in their, that's not part of their mission plan right now because they're just not ready.
Yeah, they're
in the
planning to
meantime.
use Starship. You guys don't know that that's the platform that they're using.
Yeah, we know Starship Enterprise, Captain Picard, the moon, the
Starship
final
Enterprise.
frontier. The
No,
moon, the
Starship is
final.
a class of a rocket class.
I wasn't done, man. Middle of a joke.
Oh, so
You ruined it. You fucking
sorry.
ruined it. Go ahead.
You get it. You sorry. I fucked it up. My bad.
So do you flat earthers believe like the moon is like flat, or do you believe it's a sphere in and of itself?
It's not even. It's not even relevant.
I mean, dude, whenever I first heard
How
this,
is it I mean, it digresses, but like this whole server is just about Earth awakenings, right? I mean, isn't the moon pretty?
Oh yeah, no, it's a perfectly legit question. But are you saying it
Right.
genuinely or
And you guys- 'cause,
sarcastically?
No, I'm being serious, especially because like people are saying like the moon is made of plasma and shit or whatever. I don't know. To me, it seems like a sphere, dude. I mean, like I look at it, it looks like a. I could be wrong, but it just.
Have you ever heard
I
of
agree.
an
To me,
optical
it
illusion?
looks
moon
like
looks
it has
like a fucking
texture.
sphere.
That's
I
how
know.
it
Have you
looks.
ever
It
heard
looks
of
like
a
it has
thing?
texture.
Have you ever heard of a thing called an optical illusion?
What is it?
Seriously, go.
No, yeah. Obviously, I've heard of an optical illusion, but like, why would it be? Why would the moon be flat? Why couldn't it just be a sphere, even if the Earth is flat? I don't get it.
It could be. It could be a sphere. Yep. Could be a sphere. It could be convex. Could be a half a sphere. Could be flat. Could be a concave. Who knows?
You know how they say science doesn't prove things, or the Globers, we say that science doesn't prove things. It's true. Math does prove things. Geometry can be used to prove things. And I'm of the mind that the moon, a geometric object, has geometric qualities, and some of those geometric qualities prove that it is indeed a sphere. One of them being that there's only one shape that you can view it from any angle, and every shadow it makes are going to end up being circular. If you can view it from any angle and it's circular, or and the shadows that it makes are always circular, then that tells you that this object is a sphere.
Math doesn't prove things in the same way
wait.
that you're talking about. Proof, that's a
Yeah,
different form of proof. It's proof based off of axioms and not necessarily truisms.
Yeah,
Something that you
when
just
it
agree
comes to-
upon. You know, we agreed that 1 minus 1 equals 0, right? But
Yeah,
0 doesn't
Kosho.
actually exist. Just a mathematical proof.
Kosho, math proofs don't prove things in real life. Math proofs basically prove other things in math.
Yeah,
It's
well,
not-
in
doesn't
math,
the math proofs don't apply to actual real life. They just only apply to math.
in math, if you have an object that is circular from any angle you view it from, there's no other shape that can do that but a sphere.
Yeah, but the moon isn't like that because we only view it from one angle.
No, but you can view it from any position on Earth, so we can be anywhere on
Yeah,
Earth.
that's still
and be looking
only
at
one
the moon.
angle.
I mean, those are.
You get a couple. You get a couple different angles, but the crucial. You can get a couple different angles, but the crucial angles would be, from the side or behind it, or all the angles. You put a basketball in front of me, I'm gonna be able to get all the angles on it and be like, all right, that's definitely a sphere.
Yeah, but if I put a basketball in front of you and I put a fucking whole basketball court full of people all around it, and they're viewing it, and they can't see the back of it, no one can see the back of it, but they're all on different, they're all looking at it from the front
They're
or
all
whatever.
around it. That doesn't make sense, man.
No, but not all around it. The ball's facing. Nobody can see the back in this basketball.
He's saying hanging up like a chandelier.
There's only
You
3
would never know if
sides
that
for the
ball is
stands.
half.
Yes.
So you'd never know if the ball is half deflated on the outside and it's concave.
There's no evidence to support that.
I'm just going off.
More
of Coach's
importantly, it's a
example with the
basketball, which we know we have experience with. It's not the moon, which we've never been to, part of the heavens that we have no clue how they work, what medium they're in, all this other jazz.
The medium, when you're viewing something, the medium in between you and what you're viewing is huge. I can make something look nuts, absolutely insane from changing the medium that it's in. I could put a convex lens. I could put a concave lens. I could put a regular lens.
That's true, but have you ever seen
that Canadian company that's making like that camouflage shield thing? It's like
invisible shields. Yeah, I
it's
love
like
those
a centimeter
invisible shields.
thin, changing the medium and makes the thing look invisible.
Dude,
That's
there's
fine.
dudes making those. There's dudes making
Can
those
you
in their
link that?
garage, bro. That's not.
Can you
There's
link
people
that?
that are making those.
I'm not gonna link it.
There's people that are.
I'm not. I don't feel like it. Basically, this Canadian company is making this like camouflage. What do you even call it? Camouflage.
What do you call it? An invisibility
It's a fucking
shield?
invisible. Stop.
It's
It's
an
a fucking
outfit.
invisible shield. Come on, guys. It's an invisible shield. There's dudes making them in their garage. Like, this isn't even a complicated thing to make. It's based off of the Rayleigh criteria.
Yeah.
They have that for planes right now to make planes invisible. They literally bend light around the plane.
No, that's a little bit different. But these
Yeah, I've never heard that.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
I don't. That's slightly different than these things.
If it's invisible, how'd you see it?
These things tested.
It was spraying chemtrails, and the plane was fucking invisible, but I could see the chemtrails coming out of it. It was completely invisible.
That's how chemtrails.
How's it different technology, Kosho?
Than the plane thing?
The plane thing from the
Yeah,
Invisi-Shield.
because that plane thing isn't using planes don't use technology like this. They use
Sure about that?
Yes.
Yeah, you sure?
This technology is not as good as the commercials or ads show them to be.
Dude, I've seen them on YouTube.
They're decent though, but they're not. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Obviously,
Seen them
they
on-
show the
hold on,
good
percent.
angles.
I've
Right.
seen them on YouTube. Dudes are making them in their shed. The ones the dudes are making in their basement, you could see right through them.
Yeah, like I said, you can set up like this one, Chris Ramsey right here.
How's that not good?
No, I'm saying they're not good enough to put on a plane and have it on the plane and make it seem like the plane's invisible.
Wait,
they do have cloaking. They do have cloaking stuff on
Wait
planes,
a
but it's not the
fucking
same as these.
So
What do you call these?
a guy can cloak himself in his basement, but you think that the fucking Air Force can't cloak their planes?
No, the Air Force is cloaking their planes. They're not using this same technology. I don't know why you have to say it multiple times.
He means with this technology.
Say
you
it
think they
again.
can't do it with this technology?
Say it again.
There's limits.
It has a lot to do with the angle on which you're viewing it from. Like, if you view one of them dudes with the invisible shields from the side or something, it may not look. You might be able to see him. I've only seen him head on.
Exactly.
So basically, if you don't know the medium, you have no fucking idea what you're looking at.
You have no idea what's going on with what you're. Yeah, you can't be drawing straight
You have
lines
no
to
fucking-
objects.
you have no
If you don't know the medium, you can't be drawing straight lines to objects because those straight lines might not be where that object actually is.
That's fantastic, guys. I know we're talking about this invisibility cloaks now, but it doesn't matter if there's an invisibility cloak there, because even if it had a flat face, or even if it was the side of a what do you call that? A circular prism or something like that, or cylinder, it wouldn't matter because those wouldn't appear to be circular as viewed from any angle. I'm not talking about viewing it on the sides. I'm talking about you're either right in front of it looking at it, which is straight on, or you're somewhere else looking at it, and it's going to appear to be different if it's a different shape than a sphere. There's no shape that does that. Spheres are the only shape that are going to look like a circle no matter what angle you look at. Circles don't do that. Circles look like ellipses depending on what angle you're viewing it from.
Bro, we don't have the moon at every angle. You're assuming that's a physical body made of matter or something like that. That we're looking at it from a different angle. It could be just a different it could be a light to.
It could be a half circle.
Who knows what it
It
is?
could be a half circle.
Not seeing it from different
I don't
angles.
know.
Because if we were, we'd see
I think
different
Kosho has
faces
a
of the
good
moon,
point.
but we don't.
I agree with you that we don't see it from every angle, but I'm telling
I'm not
you
saying
that
every angle. I'm saying different angles. We only see one face of the moon because we're only looking. Regardless of where you are on Earth, you see one face, the same face.
Yeah, but
So
that's
it's
what
not-
I'm saying. It's
not a
not
physical-
the case. It's not.
You
It's
can
not
tell
the
there's a
case that we
dark
only
side.
see it from one angle. We see it from all over the Earth. So
I'm saying an angle of the moon. I'm not saying we're not like vantage angles. I'm saying specific part of the moon. If you're looking at it
But
from a
that's what
different
Kosho brought
angle,
up.
it's it's an object, and you would see a different part of it. A definition.
Kosho specifically said like the angle at which you view it from.
Yeah, that. Well, I mean
Right.
that's. And obviously, we have different parts on Earth, so the angle. I'll take a step and the angle changes.
right, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And
That's not what I'm talking
1,000
about.
miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, up to 10, 12,000 miles. It won't change.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You would see.
Technically, it'll change. We won't be able to see it. But that's not what I'm talking about, because we should be able to see that there's a different part of the moon. So let's say, for instance, like hypothetically, it's not moving, right? If you're moving quite a bit and you're getting a different angle from a physical object, then you're going to see a different part of it. That doesn't happen with the moon.
50. What astronaut's been 3,000 to 10,000 miles up?
I don't know. Let's not derail this right now. Let them keep talking.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have the answer.
Go ahead, man.
I don't have the answer anyways.
The reason we can recognize, I was just going to say, the reason we can recognize a basketball for being a basketball is because of depth perception, because the angle's such that we can see that there is, that's not just one surface, one face. You don't have that depth perception with the moon. You haven't been in space, far enough away from the Earth to say that it is this. So
I wasn't describing. I wasn't describing knowing it was three-dimensional because we can see all sides of it. I'm literally describing seeing only the singular face of it. Even that singular face, as viewed from different places, if it were purely a circle or the side of a cylinder, it wouldn't appear as a circle from our perspective. It would change more and more to an ellipse from certain angles, and you would only be able to see it straight on as a perfect circle.
50, is that a real copy?
I would agree with that. But why do you see the same face at different angles?
Right. Okay, but you can kind of see that there's a dark side to it, right? Like if you look at it in the daytime and it's like a crescent moon, you'll see that it's still a circle, right? Or what you're looking at, a sphere, a circle, whatever you're looking at. Like you see the back side, like the dark side. It's a little darker.
It's not the dark side.
You see it darker blued.
It's not the dark side. It's like a half moon. That's not referring to the dark side. It's still the same face. That face is just isn't being lit up, right? Dark side is the back that we never see ever.
Whatever you want to call it, dude. Like whatever you want to call it, you can see that it's no matter when you look at it. Like even if it's not a full moon, you can still see that there's like a dark. I don't know. Fucking what's wrong with saying it's a dark side, dude? I really don't.
Because the dark side refers to the other face of the other face of the moon that we don't see, the other side of the moon that we never see. It's not the just the fact that it's I get what you're saying. Yeah, you could see that it's kind of.
I don't know why we have to correct this, dude. Like, I mean, point still stands. Whatever you want to call it, the non-illuminated side, you can still see it, right? You can see that it's dark on that side, or not illuminated, whatever you want to fucking call it. You can still see it, even when it's not lit up or whatever it is.
What's your point?
Well, you see it as a circle every time you view it, from no matter where.
Yeah, but no one's arguing whether you see it as a circle. It's whether you see it as a globe, a sphere.
I'm posting the libration GIF, and I'm posting another one that just shows it at apogee and perigee.
What you're saying is you don't know what's a sphere. It could be flat.
What could it be? It can't be flat. That's just what I'm trying to show to you is that
it can absolutely be flat.
We understand how flat circles behave when you view them from different places.
You don't know what
like a manhole cover. The manhole cover the manhole cover in your street. If you were drawing pictures of your street and you're drawing your manhole cover, you'd really only be able to be in one position to draw it as a perfect circle. If you drew everything else perfectly and you were somewhere else, even if you were fucking a couple feet away, and I don't know, on the second story of your house, looking down at the manhole cover, if you drew it as a perfect circle, it would throw the whole picture off because it would just look like shit because it's not how you.
That's why you know the moon is not a manhole cover. If you pay attention, the moon will follow you wherever you go. At night, for example, it's not a manhole cover, and it doesn't look like a sphere to me. Anyways.
Well, my whole point, Godric, is that the moon always appears circular. The only shape that's capable of doing that is a sphere. Yeah, the only shape that's capable of doing that is a sphere.
But you don't know what the moon is.
It
could be a projection.
If it's working like
it could be like a rainbow. Once you get to the rainbow, it's not there anymore.
Well, I can't really beat that, man. You kind of got me there, man.
It doesn't really apply. The angle that you're looking at rainbow will affect the rainbow. It'll, you know,
it's completely an optical device.
But I was gonna say, what was I saying with the?
You're saying something. All right, you did just say something. I forgot what it was. Oh, it could be a projection, as you said something like that.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought you did. But regardless, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you what. There's a lot of the assholes are gone. You guys are all my buddies, so I'll say this, okay? I'll concede. All right. Somebody said that it's not a proof because mathematics has proofs, but this is kind of that's true. Okay. I will say that this evidence includes a proof. Okay, but the entire argument itself is not a proof. Okay.
You'd have a good.
I can see that point if you shut the fuck up, though. Don't ever bring this up again, Jeremy.
You'd have a good claim. We're going to bring it up again, and you already conceded. You'd have a good claim if you knew the medium. Listen, you'd have a good claim if you knew the medium that was in between us and the object you're looking at. You don't. I know you think you do.
I got news for you guys, though. I didn't concede because you guys had backed me into a corner. I conceded because there's 9 of us in here. It's not going to go, or 10 of us in here. It's not going to go anywhere. But none of you guys, none of you guys countered that argument with anything useful.
You'll regret. I want to
say
that
none of those counters to that argument were good.
I agree with Ocho on the sphere.
It's completely possible that it is a sphere. It's completely possible. In fact, the texture, it looks like it's 3D or has substance. So I'll give you that. But we can't say that it is because we've never been there, and who knows what the medium is and all these other reasons. I feel like it's immature to say that.
All right, how come when we look at this, I look at the Earth from up high, we see a hot spot, and there's no hot spot on the moon?
It's a great question, dude. And I'm not gonna fucking throw. I'm not gonna respond right away. I'll answer, dude. I just wanted to ask percentage just this question. I have a perfect answer for your question, by the way, Jeremy. But
no, you don't.
Actually, I really do, dude. And if I have enough time, I might even pull it up while I'm talking to you. But anyways,
what is a hotspot?
Hotspot's like if you have a flashlight, there's more light in the center.
You can get perfect Wi-Fi if you're in certain areas of the moon.
No, that's
supposed to wait a minute. There's not supposed to be no hotspot. I thought all the rays are supposed to be parallel and hitting the Earth at the same time if we're on the same fucking side.
The thing is, they don't know the medium in between us and this whatever it is, so it could be doing crazy shit.
Right, but they claim that the light is
from the sun, right? Is the moon?
Their claim is that the light is parallel. So how do you get a hot spot with that? Like, if your claim all the light is parallel, how are you getting?
Kosho knows. Kosho knows. He won't tell us.
No, I got an answer for you. I'm just I'm building it up. I don't want to fucking. I don't want to shoot it on my ass. What I'm gonna do is I'm preparing it for you right now, dude. I'm gonna lay it out for you.
You get in right after. But to Noah, you're mixing up the sun with the moon. The sun's far enough that the lights are parallel. The moon is reflected light from the sun, but it's reflecting off of this so-called concave, physical body. So you would expect that it would behave differently than the sun. That's what would be diverging.
Is the moon parallel in their model also?
No, it wouldn't be far enough. As far as I know, that it's not far enough in their model to have, almost near parallel, undistinguishably,
right, that's what I was thinking.
unfalsifiably parallel rays.
Right, because the sun is supposed to be like 93 million miles away, and that's the reason it's parallel.
Yeah, but percentage. Now I was gonna ask you if you just answered what you answered about that we don't know, we haven't been there. I was gonna ask you, is that in the same vein as yesterday when you were arguing for about the trees falling and possibly not making a sound, and because we're not there to. So it's not in the same vein.
No, it's not. It's in the same vein as me saying, we observe a motionless Earth, and we observe all these things in the sky moving. So the default is that, and you need definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt for other claim. We observe texture, sure, or what seems to be texture, right? And we observe the same face of the same light, and any claims more than that, any alternative hypotheses that would need evidence, which we haven't been presented with.
All right, fair enough. I'm just looking for one juicy goodness, and I can't find it. So hold on one second. I got so many. I have like 25 thumb drives. Okay, and I'm not very organized. Give me a second. Dude, I have a lot of pictures of Arwen for some reason, man.
A lot of pictures of him.
Arwen, bro.
I mean, you know, if you're obsessed, it's okay if you're obsessed, you know.
He's cheating on you.
Who the fuck's got pictures of people like that? Like, what are you doing with pictures of Arwen?
Don't fucking worry about it, dude.
That's weird.
You're fucking weird, dude. You're the one fucking... You banging fucking... I thought you were just banging... what's his name? Rumpus and Zanuck, but now you got Rakia in the...
No, come on, bro.
In the group now. You're playing all these dudes, dude. You're gonna break all their hearts.
Listen, why is there a hot spot on this Earth and not this moon?
Yo, Osho, Rakia made it clear.
Yeah,
that
I'm actually
that,
like eagerly awaiting.
All right.
Come on, bro.
You got fucking percentage, fucking Captain Save-A-Ho.
Save it. Listen.
I'm waiting.
Just kidding, man. Okay, I get the point.
Why is there a hot spot on Earth?
I know, dude. Hold up. I'm looking for this picture, man. Hold up.
You're looking for the answer because you don't know.
I have the answer. I could say it to you right now. I'd rather say it to you.
Use your big boy words.
I'd rather say it to you along with this picture so that you can shut up afterward. Well, you won't.
Are you searching through the w.flatearth.ws bullshit?
No, it should be. It could be there though. It's but no, this is something that a friend of mine made.
Tell me how I hope your answer includes how the atmosphere is magnifying the sun. That's going to be awesome. Please,
it's all in there, man. Yeah, it's all in there.
Please use that one.
Absolutely.
Because if we got magnification happening in the atmosphere, you're fucked.
I know. That's why I'm really concerned with that too. But hold on.
You're shaking in your boots.
Shiver me timbers.
Atmospheric magnification can make things disappear from the bottom up. We've seen it. Skiba showed us.
Rest in peace, huh?
Peace, Skiba.
Rob Skiba with his sunset video.
Young Bobby Skiba.
I was teetering with Flat Earth. I was on the fence. I'm like, I don't know, maybe not. For like 6 months, and then I saw Skiba's sunset video, and I was like, yeah, that's it right there. I was still in the phase where I needed explanations handed to me, but that pretty much did it for me.
You're emotionally attached.
But to be clear, you're not in that phase anymore, right?
That's right. You can explain anything using any kind of bullshit. It's worthless.
That's saying it that way is very funny.
That's hilarious.
I can explain how a clock moves using invisible unicorn horns and all kinds of pixie dust and shit. And then I can show you that the clock, look, the clock's doing exactly what I predicted. I can even make a prediction on it.
I do it.
But what happens if your actual description of the clock movement is how it actually moves? Do you still dismiss it?
If we knew the medium in between us and the clock, then no. If I didn't know the medium in between me and the clock, though, there might be, if I couldn't go up and touch the clock, I might have an issue. Yeah.
From what I understand, it's like
the angle which you fucking point your fucking telescope, what fucking time it is or date it is, and then what fucking kind of a signal you're getting into the fucking scope. That's all you can fucking know. Unless you're actually up there in space on a fucking rocket, fucking floating around there, fucking directly taking the medium. Outside of those three things, angle, time, and fucking what you received, you don't fucking know anything.
What? Dude, you can get a lot of information just by doing spectroscopy.
That's what I'm saying.
A lot of information about what
I just said,
it is you're looking at.
I just said that, so I don't.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
What are you doing?
You just claiming that you can't know anything except for.
I just said all you can know is what the signal you get, the angle you're pointing your fucking instrument at, and what fucking time and date it is. But how does that limit you? That's what I'm saying. Like
that's a lot of information, is what he's saying.
That's all the information, 100%.
That's all you need. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, then and you know what information you're getting. You know how to bounce it off other observations. As a detective, but most detectives, believe it or not, are never there whenever the murder takes place, right? But they're able to, use the clues, the context clues, pick shit up and figure shit out.
You have to actually touch something, right? They're going to have to actually they're going to have to touch the shell casing or touch the blood or touch the thing to get a fingerprint.
First few times,
dude. I must be like
they're always. What do you mean percent?
I must be an Illuminati detective because I already knew that Will Smith shit was fake before I even seen it.
When are they going to shoot someone and they're not going to pick up the shell casing and run it through the thing to see what what gun it was?
Let's say they know they recognize these items such that where they can they see a photo of it or something like that. They're not going to doubt it because this is something that's so run of the mill. It's it would be an unreasonable doubt that it's not a shell casing when they have an image of a shell casing. They don't have to physically touch it to know that it's a shell casing.
Yeah, but if you want to put any pieces together, you're going to need to touch the knife to get the bloody fingerprint. Like they're always going to need to touch something
to actually test it. Sure, yeah.
Otherwise, all you have is anyone could just walk in and be like, "Look, shell casing. Look, bloody fingerprint on the knife." You know what I mean? I could go do that.
Yeah, but at least like I'm not saying you can convict someone or something like that, but you'll know what you're seeing by just looking at it because you've done it so much. It's not something novel now. You've touched it in the beginning. You're at the point now where it's not a new thing for you. Like the first time you see a shell casing, you're like, "What is this?" And you have to touch it and understand what it is and blah blah blah. But afterwards, you could just see one and recognize what it is because of pattern recognition of what these signals are. With the moon, we've never been there. We don't know what it is, so we recognize something. We still can't say what it is.
But you have to admit, though, that even though what you said is possible, it's also not the story. Right? The story is that we have been there. So technically, we can validly claim that because we can claim we've been there. We've claimed we've been there, so we can use that to claim further that okay, well, we know this and this about it and that kind of stuff.
I mean, I'm not saying that it's not consistent. That part is consistent, but we already talked about how
we
probably didn't go there and stuff.
God damn it, dude! You know what's crazy? My ex, I have a Russian ex-girlfriend, right? For some reason, she's still on the fucking server. She's still on the fucking server, dude. And I can't find Dan Fessler. Did Dan Fessler leave the server?
I had a Russian ex too. She had nothing to do with this debate.
Well, I had to fucking invite her to the server. I had to invite her to the server because David used to have this argument that you can't see players from Russia.
Wait.
Something like that.
Really?
You can't see the Big Dipper from Russia. I think you can't see players from Russia.
Really? That's what people were claiming?
No, that's what David was claiming. David makes claims that no one else makes.
That is true.
That's hilarious.
And my Russian, she was so heavy chested that she was seriously considering breast reduction surgery. Gave her back
That's
problems.
hilarious.
I know a girl who did that.
Wonder if she ever got it.
It's a shame, but you must really be in pain to have to even be considering that. But yeah, because I know someone who
She had big
did that.
titties. I would like try to talk her out of it. Like, no, you never know what can happen. You know, it's a risk going under the table and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, how bad could that hurt? I'm like, you know what? Like, there's a new surgery came out. It's a balancing, it's a balancing surgery that basically just puts some, give you some more backside. It balances the whole thing out.
Where I told her, what if you want to have kids? Maybe they'll fuck up and you won't be able to breastfeed and stuff like that. And you know, breast is bad. I was going at it from all angles.
The girl that I know that did it, like, when I remember being in sixth grade. In sixth grade, she had massive boobs. You know what I mean? And so yeah, I guess it just became more of a problem as she got older.
Yeah.
I mean, does that really mess with your posture? If it's like they could be that big that they just fuck with your posture?
Her posture was fine, but she complained about back pain.
I was watching this hypnotist dude, and he was hypnotizing this chick. She like had, you know, she wasn't flat chested, but she had small boobs or whatever. And he was just hypnotizing her. He said, "Every time I point up, you're gonna fucking your boobs are gonna increase in a cup size, and they're gonna get heavier and heavier." It was so weird because she didn't like it. Like she's like, "Oh, I want my boobs back," and she actually thought she had like these massive boobs.
Did she start changing when he was doing it? Like, did she start like?
She was like moving a little bit, and then
as
she's
if
like,
they're heavier or something like that.
Yeah. Because he told her that whenever he put the suggestion in her head, she said they're gonna feel heavier, and yeah, she was like holding them up with her hands, and she was like lunging over and shit.
You take to the extreme, and like now she's like laying on her chest because they're weighing her down.
Never actually.
What is your guys' opinion on the whole hypnotism shit? You guys think that shit is real?
100%, man.
No.
I used to do. That's why I was watching it actually, because I'm getting back into hypnotherapy. But I used to do hypnotherapy, and I know people who are much better than me that they're successful with it. Yeah, it's a very real thing.
Wait. So what? Yeah, wait, Kosho. If you know more about this, what exactly is like the gist? Like, can you sum up all the?
Yeah, I'll sum it up so it's very realistic because, in a few words, hypnotism is just the art of suggestion or the art of subconscious suggestion. But really, you just have to put people in a state so that they're capable of taking these subconscious suggestions, and then you just have to give them these subconscious suggestions. And the funny thing is that the Richard Bandler and Mesmer, like some of the first hypnotists, the work that they did was studied by psychologists at the time, like 100 years ago, and then later became the entire backbone of the field of the marketing field. So marketing is completely based on all that stuff that was that originally was done in hypnosis, and it's crazy how powerful you can be with it, but it really just comes down to the art of suggestion.
How do you learn more about it?
Also comes down to the person too, because
Yeah.
there's people that just have natural, like
they're more suggestible.
Yeah, more susceptible to it. Exactly.
Kosho. So how do I?
That was the word I was looking for.
Kosho.
And I know this because personally, I went for a session and the guy was not able to hypnotize me. Whereas, and this was like a group session, other people got hypnotized and they swear that that they weren't aware of what they were doing and stuff like that. So
yeah, he knows that. So if there's a stage hypnotist, and I'll answer your question in a second. But if you're a stage hypnotist and you're doing a show, that's why they'll do the same setup every time. They'll do one sort of thing that everybody will participate in. Everybody sitting down, everybody, and at that point, you get a better idea of like the ones that are definitely not susceptible and the ones that are more likely to be susceptible. And then you narrow it down. You get like 30 people on stage, and you start fucking around with all of them. and you just get the ones off the stage that are just not as
Hey,
receptive
Kosho.
to it.
Yeah, I remained on the stage.
Kosho,
and
I have a fucking
still
question,
wasn't,
Kosho.
So how do you get into it? You guys got to just look into it and look.
Is there like a book, Hypnotism for
A bunch of books. Yeah, I mean, I would look into Richard Bandler, and I even check out NLP stuff. But, NLP is based on hypnosis as well. There's tons of books. There's tons of books on it, and you might even
So Kosho, when it comes to people, like, is there anyone who's like 100% non-success susceptible, or is it like?
Yeah, there's people that you're probably never gonna reach. I mean, it's a spectrum. So it's like, it's the same way all advertising works, though. So advertising works the same way. Marketing works the same way. Brainwashing, all these techniques are implementing the same structure, and just different people have wiring for it, and other people don't. And it's kind of hard to know. It's easy to tell after you're dealing with people, but it's hard to know, like, who's going to be more or less susceptible.
Did you find that there's like, is there any demographics that are more susceptible than others?
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying, is that using that, you're not going to really know who's more or less susceptible. But once you kind of see people, get a feel for how they respond. People. But you have to be more trusting. If you don't trust the person, he's not going to be able to hypnotize you. So if you're not going to be able to, unless he's intimidating you. You can have a fear-based induction. But anyways.
I want to know how they speak so many different languages when they tell you to speak Japanese, and somehow you can.
I think this is another one of those fields where, in terms of like true knowledge, that this technology is lost to us. Governs like hypnotizing and how it works and all this other stuff. It's like part of that esoteric, ancient knowledge that we have no clue about. We're so focused on electronic technology. This technology is just, just at the surface of it.
Well, I'm telling you, dude. You say that, but I'm telling you, if you really if you were to study the beginning of hypnosis and you were to study marketing, what it was and what it became and what it is even now, they employ almost like everything they do is based on these techniques and these because you've probably heard stories like down to the color.
Let me just say I agree with you, and I'm with you on that. There's a connection therein, and we've exploited it, but that doesn't mean we understand why it happens, how it happens. We just know that it can be used to benefit us in terms of marketing and other stuff.
I guess, yeah. I mean, there's dudes that was talking about this the other day. There's a dude who got 12 years in Chicago he's an ugly lawyer, dude, and he got charged 4 counts of kidnapping, although he didn't kidnap anybody. He did hypnotize his clients, and he slept with them, and they didn't even know about it. It wasn't until one of them.
That happened like a few years ago.
It wasn't that long ago. But yeah, he got 12 years for doing that. And,
how did they prove that he hypnotized? Did he admit to it like an idiot?
No, because the basically happened was that the 5th chick was or I guess the 6th, maybe the 6th chick, 7th chick. She wasn't very susceptible, so she could tell he was doing something weird, and so she started. She brought in a recorder. She talked to an investigator who told her to bring in a recorder. They basically set up a sting operation where he was trying to do it to her, and then they talked to the women who were, the victims or whatever. They had no idea what was going on, but they did know. Like, they noticed that when they left his office, their clothes were disheveled and shit like that. But they just didn't understand why.
Rookie mistake. When you hypnotize them, you should make sure that they're walking out the same way they walked in.
Sure, yeah, sure. And you should also make sure they're susceptible before you start, doing sexual shit with them.
Yeah.
I just wonder if he was ever even afraid of because I don't know if before that there was a precedence for something like that. I know that you could well, because they didn't charge him with rape. They charged him with like I said, 4 or 5 counts of what I said, kidnapping. Yeah.
Kidnapping.
Yeah. But I think it's just a technical charge. Like technically, he, I guess, had dominion over them, and they didn't have any, control over themselves. Even though sometimes they never left his office, but that doesn't mean that.
There must be a legal definition for it.
I just think I think that they couldn't at the time, and this court specifically charge him with, like I said, assault or something like that. I guess it wasn't. They couldn't. I mean, it makes sense. I think honestly, because I thought about this before, but I bet you if this were in different cities and different states, if this happened somewhere else, it could have gone completely differently, or I just think it's crazy that because you can convince somebody that they forgot their name, that they don't know their name. You can all that type of stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, this lawyer giving true meaning to the term dignitized.
He's ugly. He's an ugly dude.
It makes sense.
Yeah. This is true. I've never. Well, I'm not going to say anything about my success with this, but you can also induce an orgasm through hypnosis, powerful ones, and I know this because it's not this is a very common claim, and I've seen it done. But Zant, Zant from the other server, he claims that he does this all the time or whatever.
I don't believe he's ever given a woman an orgasm.
Well, he does do hypnosis though. Yeah. I'd be certain that he's more skilled than I am, but at the same time, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that specific claim.
No, definitely. Like I think I've seen a video where a woman was hypnotized.
Oh yeah.
Somebody's on spotlight.
Having an orgasm. You never know if they're faking
citizen
or if
it's citizen. Yeah.
Citizen. You're hot, Mike and Citizen.
Mute him.
But anyhow, yeah, I know for a fact it's a real thing, and it can really be done. The only thing I'm calling into question is that because he was just bragging about it, and I'm sure he's very capable of doing it, and he probably could have, for all I know.
The question is, are they truly hypnotized, or are they just going with the flow, like being good sports? So at that point, you have to tell them to do something that they would never do, like something that goes against their instincts.
I heard one time. Hold on, I heard one time a guy hypnotized someone to. He was like, "You're not going to be able to see your wife."
Yeah.
When you're hypnotized, and then he was letting, and the person could see like things that were happening right past him. Like that would be a good test, like things that are actually like physically impossible.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was going to say to Percentage. Although, dude, that was very rude what you just did, you jerk. You said just 1 second, you got to fucking interrupt him like that. That's very rude, man. But anyways,
What? Oh, Jeremy.
Yeah, he's a rude guy, dude. He's a really rude dude. But where was I? Oh yeah, right. No, but that's what I was going to say.
Ocho, I don't know what you're talking about. I would never try to be rude to someone.
Okay, dude. Percentage brought up a very good point, though.
Kosha, you're no one.
Brought up a very good point. Okay. I just don't remember what. Right.
Seriously, what kind of guy do you think I am?
Don't want me to answer that, dude. Hold on. What was I saying? Oh yeah, right. The people just going with it. This is the claim. Like we had debates about this, me and Jake, and a few other people, because Jake just wasn't buying it. But there was even a dude who did the TED Talk who was supposedly a hypnotist that also was basically arguing that is what you're saying. But at the same time, like that's a part of it, but it's not it's not at all the full extent of it because, like I said, you can induce orgasms. The thing that Jeremy was talking about, there's different tools that you use in hypnosis. Like there's something called amnesia. I forget what it's called. Amnesia something. But anyways, that's what Jeremy's talking about. When you can make someone forget their name, forget a number, and then make them count, and they'll literally skip that number. You'll tell them that they can't see you, and they'll literally won't be able to see you.
They're called hypnotic suggestions. Yes.
Well, yeah, they're all hypnotic suggestions. But I'm saying that this those specific ones.
The one that Jeremy said, where you can't, like, you're looking past your wife, seeing something that you shouldn't possibly be able to see. That's a good one, right?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Something that
a
normal person can't do, like you can't fake it, right? So I'm looking.
I don't think that's possible. Like you definitely you can make it so they can't see you, they can't see your wife. You can make it so they can't see something, but I don't think that at the same time they're gonna be able to see something that you would be blocking. You know what I mean? I just think their brain just blocks you out, but I don't think they'd be able to actually see through you.
Okay,
unless they saw it previously.
I thought that's what Jeremy said, but if I might.
That's a pretty. I mean, I've never seen that.
Okay, never mind.
No, but they do that. They do exactly that. Like they'll say, you can't see me, and then like they open their eyes and they can't see the hypnotist, or they can't see a specific person.
Yeah, Jeremy said look past your wife and see something behind her. I meant that. I thought he meant directly behind her. Like that was.
Yeah, but you don't get superpowers from being hypnotized. That's not how this works.
So then we're still at square one, wherein we can't decipher whether it's something that they're kind of faking. It's going with, or it's absolutely true. And for that, I say we need to do a test wherein we're doing something that they wouldn't, by instinct, normally want to do, like try to kill themselves.
There's something hypnotists say all the time. They say you won't do anything you ordinarily wouldn't do. That is true, but it's also common. Hypnotists, they say you won't do anything you ordinarily wouldn't do, but your will is what I make it. So yeah, you wouldn't like stab somebody in the crowd, but you would if they said that person is a wolf and it's trying to eat your baby, and they hand you a knife and say, or say no, I'm sorry. They say they give you a knife and say this is a foam rod, right? Something, a rubber stick, and then they tell you to go cut the cake. Or you know what I'm saying? They think they have a something harmless in their hand, and you tell them to go do something harmless, and they're actually stabbing, with a real knife.
Yeah, it's a very powerful tool. That is, from what you guys know. Besides this, there's a few criminals and gypsies and people who use it for their own gain, and then there's like MK Ultra, which I'm sure included hypnosis, some hypnosis techniques. Like the guy who killed Bobby Kennedy, I'm pretty sure he claimed he was under hypnosis. I just don't know. I don't know how useful that Manchurian Candidate sort of thing works, but I do know that MK Ultra, like I said, they were inducing people and testing hypnosis on all sorts of people maliciously. But most hypnotists obviously are just doing it for entertainment or therapy.
So to you and the other guy that was just talking, could you then change the will? Make it so that they'll, like, for instance, let's say you're saying someone has cloned an evil twin of you, and he switched his consciousness with yours. You're now and the only way to get back to your body is to kill the evil body that you're now in. So they try killing themselves.
That would be borderline what they would think subconsciously in their own mind as being, you know what I'm saying? That now you're really reaching. What I poorly tried to describe is that, you know what I mean? They'll tell you this is something harmless, you know what I mean? And then, insert it in the Coke machine, but the Coke machine is actually a person because you told them it's you see, they can fabricate.
I understand.
Yeah.
And people could commit murder and have that as have that deniability that I was hypnotized, but they won't kill themselves, is what I'm saying.
No, but think about this.
Well, they could. Yes, they could.
I think about it like this percentage, because
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, but when he just suggested
they're ending their own existence, which they have like a basic kind of imperative, a biological imperative to continue, and I would believe that it's real.
Yeah,
it takes a while, and it takes conditioning and repetitive training to make it so that the person will do that. It does.
Yeah, but that what he was suggesting before with the foam and the Coke machine, all this type of stuff. This would be the easy way of doing it. That would be that you could probably do that in one night. But we do know that like what's that one cult group where they all drink the cyanide? Like even though it's not like a blatant hypnosis. It's the same sort of techniques where you're giving people these suggestions, you're putting these delusions in their head, and they just like you said, like they think that they have to kill themselves because they to be in their actual form. Isn't that what they thought had to do? They had to drink that fucking cyanide, and they would end up on some starship somewhere, something like that. But it'd basically be something like that extreme. But MK Ultra was the same sort of brainwashing hypnosis techniques that they would do on some people and try to just like erase their brain and then put like completely new personalities in there or suggest.
Ted Kaczynski was part of MK Ultra.
Yeah, I know that. There's a lot of people that are just like suspect who are part of MK Ultra, like Whitey Bulger, fucking who's the guy who killed Oswald, and I think Oswald as well.
Sirhan, is that the guy?
No, I'm talking about Jack Ruby.
Oh. There's a really good video you can find on YouTube from a guy, a hypnotist called Darren Brown.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
I forget the show he did, but what he did was exactly this, what you guys are talking about. He took a person unknowingly, hypnotized him, and taught him, basically trained him that when appearing in this audience of a show, when this sound occurs and when you see this polka dot dress, reach under the chair, pull out the gun, stand up, and kill the guy doing the show. And she did it. But it was obviously...
Was it like a rubber gun?
It was a paint gun or something. Yeah, or just caps. But she did it and had no knowledge of it afterwards until they showed her the video, and it's like, oh my God. And he even made her not remember any of the previous hypnosis sessions until he snapped his finger, and it's all coming back to you now. And it all just rushed back to her, and she's like, oh my God, I remember it all. It's a serious thing, man. I've studied hypnosis for years.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Osho be trying to hypnotize shit.
No, I thought she was saying something about. I thought she was interested in it. No, I mean the people that I did, like I had a friend when I was back in the Navy, and I was like actually like learning how to do the hypnotherapy sort of thing. Actually, I helped like 2 or 3 people stop smoking, and then one of those same people, another person, lose weight. But that was like the only. I was gonna try to work on some other therapy ones, and because there's people who can actually do wonders. There's people like Cordis. He said that he used to, because he says he used to wear glasses, and he used to have like a horrible pain in his forehead, a strain, and yeah, he said after a couple of sessions with a hypnotherapist, he didn't have to wear glasses anymore, and the pain in his forehead the tension in his forehead was completely gone. It was like something.
You have to wear glasses.
I'm not sure, but it must have had something to do with some sort of some pressure. I don't know. I have no idea what the cause was to be. But he's the kind of dude who's like extremely skeptical.
So this would be a prime example. This would be a prime example of our thoughts having influence over our physical reality.
Yeah, that's a little bit different though.
I'm inclined
because
to agree, but then just 5 minutes ago they said it doesn't give you superpowers. You know.
That's not a superpower though. And when you talk about what's it called? What's it called when you take those placebo effect? This isn't going to be the same thing as those tests you were talking about, where you give good energy to the water, and the good energy goes out to the world and that kind of stuff. The placebo effect and hypnotherapy on yourself are things that are completely within your control because it's in your body. So it's not exactly the same. It's not the same claim.
But you're basically saying that they have now the ability to like flex their lenses in such a way that they can fix nearsightedness or farsightedness or what have you.
Honestly, you'd have to talk
These
to
lenses
Cordis.
that have hardened over time, suddenly they have power to over them.
No. You'd have to talk to Cordis about this because he said this in a conversation we were having, and I don't know the full details. I do remember him saying that he had strain in his forehead, and this because we were all talking about it, and usually he's like one of the most skeptical dudes, but he was backing us up, the people who were telling the other dudes that hypnotism is real. He was saying that he used to go to a hypnotherapist because he had that healed, and I guess it was some stress or some strain or some pressure in his forehead or something like that.
You have to understand though that if you put the guy under some scan and saw the pain in his head, right after hypnosis, I couldn't say that the same scan would show differently, if you know what I mean. It's like saying, like, ow, I hurt my hand today, and after hypnosis they'll make the pain doesn't exist, there's no discomfort, and then you're like, oh, there's no discomfort. It's like a trick, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that there's no longer pain. I mean, his hand fucking hurts, he just doesn't perceive it.
Or you mean no healing has been no healing has happened, but
exactly.
But that doesn't mean he can't feel it though, because I mean that doesn't mean there is no pain though, because the pain is only like a message your body is trying to tell you of the injury. So
yeah, like if you hit my hand with a hammer and then instantly hypnotize me and said, oh, there is no discomfort, and then wake up and I feel no discomfort, I'm tricked into believing and perceiving there's no discomfort where my hand is actually fucked up. Does that make sense?
It's a lot like when you just got in an accident or something like that, and you're in shock and you don't yet feel pain or anything like that. And you can like stand up.
Yeah, but
maybe later you can't.
Pain are actually neuronal impulses and stuff like that. Your neurons are firing, and these nerve signals are being sent. So how is it stopping that?
Well, here's a perfect example. Back in the day, dentists, doctors, physicians all studied hypnosis for like pain-free, because they didn't have anesthetics. They just didn't. So it was very powerful. Women give birth without anything and no pain due to hypnosis. It's a real thing. Now, it doesn't mean the neurons aren't firing.
Hold up. Women have been given birth for thousands of years before anesthetics were introduced. So
No. I said painless. No pain. That's you understand the significance of that, right?
I understand. I don't know if I believe it.
No, it's true.
Sure.
It's what I'm saying is it's in their mind. It's a perception. It's not that they're curing somebody. Like, for instance, this one hypnotist did a joke on his friend, this woman, and told her she had a cat. And then just to see how long it would stick. Well, she went home and was looking for a damn cat, set out food, and went out and bought food and water and everything. She thought she had a cat. Then she started freaking out and couldn't find the cat. And after a couple of days, she realized she never owned a cat. You see, it's not real. It's their perception.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. But how is... So these nerve endings are firing these signals, like your synapses are being stimulated in such a way that how are you not feeling that? This is, not even, it's a parasympathetic thing. How are you not feeling the pain?
That's the thing. That's a good question. I don't have the words to explain the... Yeah, if this, why not that? That's what I'm saying. It's bluntly, or I mean, just generically, that's hypnosis. It's power perception.
And that's why I'm like I feel like, yeah, there is power suggestion, absolutely. But I'm not convinced that they don't feel it, like that they don't know it on any level. I do think that, they do know it. They've kind of implicitly, subconsciously kind of signed on. And that's why I don't think that they would do something that would, go against their biological imperatives of, like survival or something like that.
But you would think
kill, but I don't think they kill themselves unless they're promised like an afterlife or like another life or what have you, unless they're tricked into it, You would think that that's the case. That's why I told you there's
people who argue that, even it's heard hypnotists argue that, and there's some truth to that to some extent. Like that is part of the that's part of the process in certain scenarios, like a stage magician, for instance. There is a willingness and a trust and that sort of stuff, but that's not the full extent of it at all, because
Absolutely,
like I told
I'm
you,
saying it has to be on one level. It's like a necessary antecedent. They have to be willing, you know.
but it's not. It's not entirely, because you like I said, you can have a fear induced hypnotism. Like it doesn't have to be willing, and it doesn't have to be trusted. It can be induced by other more malicious means that would still be effective. It's just a different way of doing the same thing, basically. But
What do you mean by fear-induced hypnotism?
okay, so basically, the way the suggestions work is to get you in the brain state to begin with, which is to put you in a state very similar to right before you're falling asleep, when you're watching like a movie or something like that, and like all your other senses are shut off, and you're really focused on this one thing. A lot of times, subconsciously, this happens to you a lot throughout, like just naturally, like maybe when you are meeting somebody who you're really stressful about, or you're you're just in a high adrenaline, fearful situation. So you can be induced into these sort of states with not just through willing participation or anything like that.
The definition of hypnosis is the bypass of your critical factor. That bypass is the hypnosis. That's the induction. That's what. So basically, if I say, "Hey man, go to sleep. Hey man, go to sleep," your critical thinking is in the way, right? You got to slip it in there, and that can be done by startling someone, doing something very odd, even just speech mannerisms odd, and you glitch just for a fraction of a second, and then they say sleep, you're out. It can be done overtly, it can be done covertly, it could be done all many different ways. It could be instantaneous, it could be over a length of time, a period of just talking, like in what do you call it, hypnotherapy sessions.
One of the most basic, but this is like trusted techniques for like an instant induction is like called the handshake induction, and it works just like he said. It's because you don't realize this, but you are put into a slight state of shock, where you don't have the normal focus unless you happen to be really comfortable in this situation. But if you're meeting somebody new, for instance, there's just these subconscious I guess pressures, and your focus is on shaking this person's hand, for instance. And so you can easily, if you know what you're doing, you can put somebody into a jolt, or you can jolt somebody and use that handshake just to induce them, like right there.
And that's important for hypnotherapists when dealing with police, law enforcement, people who are always highly skeptical. They're very critical, strong critical thinkers, and they have to use other techniques that ordinarily you would have to.
Flat earthers. This ain't gonna work on flat earthers, you're saying.
When I was hypnotized, or when they tried to, I know that there was a little bit of the suggestion, because they shined the bright lights and stuff like that, and this, sensory, I don't know what you would call it. There was the attempt to set it up so that people will be more suggestive, right? And I myself, I purposely kind of I went along with it. It was just a sport because I didn't want to just but I could feel that I was, my inhibitions, just as if I had a few drinks or something like that, my inhibitions were less, But that being said, I still kind of went along with it, and I just joked around and made some, because it was supposed to be like a comedy type thing. And
What's that drug they give you? What's that drug they give you in Colombia or something where you lose all? You're just totally. It's called something breath or devil's breath or something. They give it to
I know.
And they'll have them empty their bank account and shit and do all types of crazy shit. It's called devil's breath.
I forget what it is.
Yeah, they don't remember it in the morning. It's like a white powder extracted from some tree or plant.
I forget what it is.
But yeah, but the only other thing percentage, like I said, that even though that's something that's not really, it's not necessary. So it's not like it's a requirement, but it is helpful, and especially when doing stage hypnosis or hypnotherapy, it's definitely helpful. However, one way you can know that that's not the extent of it is, like I told you, with the amnesia suggestions. Like you forget numbers, you forget your name, you can't see somebody, and then the other thing is called I think it's called catalepsy or whatever, where they tell you, and actually that could be participated in. That's true, but it's like where they tell you like you can't move your hands apart or you can't like move off the chair or something. But regardless, the amnesia thing is kind of something that you don't think you really could participate in. You know what I mean? Like if you'd really be able to see somebody if you could see them. You know what I mean?
Is that
it's
thing
hard.
true
It's harder
that
to
I
fake.
said earlier
Definitely,
about-
like forgetting a number and you're like reading out like this pie or something like that, and it's hard, to not slip up and accidentally say the number that you're supposed to be forgetting.
Exactly. Yeah. Or to try to do it like if you're gonna fake the whole thing and you're just like, I can't say 5, and you just skip all the 5s. Yeah. It's probably harder to do that than it is to.
Unless it does affect you in such a way that you're not supposed to say it, and you kind of like, it affects you in such a way that you're just really good at doing it.
Well, it's subconscious. It is literally subconscious. You are not even aware of it. And when they remove the number 5 from your brain, for just a moment, they'll remove the number 5 from your brain. It literally is gone, and you're not thinking it. It just doesn't exist.
And, I understand it's the claim.
Yeah.
I'm saying maybe that's not the case, though. I haven't been convinced that that's the case. It's possible that they tell you not to, like, that you forget the number 5, and subconsciously you're just like on board with the kind of the game or whatever, and you're only focused because the way your senses are kind of like bombarded or whatever, not bombarded, but deprived, I guess. You're only focused on this one sense of participating in this thing, and because of that you're like just in the zone, basically. You're like someone, like a savant kind of having an episode, or like a person writing, and they're just in the flow. Maybe you're like that and you're just absolutely fucking like executing.
Well, when people do stage hypnosis and it kind of, we'll use the word fails for them. It's what they do is the hypnotist is feeding very vague, very, well, not vague, but very generalized suggestions to a whole group. They weed out the ones that it's not working with, and only the most suggestible are left. And so I could understand being skeptical if you were there and were just playing around, going along with it, or got
I was
weeded
on
out.
stage. They weeded out people, and I stayed until the end. Like I said, I was affected in terms of like suggestion and stuff like that, but like on the base level, I always knew that I was hypnotized and was aware of it.
Well, there was a dude. I was in Las Vegas, and me and my wife went to a hypnosis show, and in the show they dropped what's called a post-hypnotic suggestion. They said after the show, only within these walls, in other words, as soon as they, if someone shakes your hand, you'll have an orgasm, the greatest orgasm, yada yada yada. And every time someone shakes your hand, you'll have an orgasm. Well, the show left, I went to the restroom, and I was coming out of the restroom, and I saw the guy who was like awesome on the show, and I was like, "Oh, dude, you were the star of the show. Let me shake your hand." I shook his hand real hard. That dude almost hit the floor.
Oh my god!
And he wasn't thinking. It was in his subconscious. It was in the back of his head. I shit you not. You should have seen the look on his face. He was so confused. Oh man!
Wait, the guy did, or you did?
Jizzed. No, the guy jizzed right then and there when I shook his hand, because that was the post-hypnotic suggestion after the show, but only within these walls. If someone shakes your hand, you'll have the greatest orgasm you ever had. So I went to the bathroom, came out, and I saw the dude. He was coming into the bathroom, so I shook his damn hand.
Holy shit, dude! I thought you were saying that the hypnotist.
No.
It was like, you mean the hypnotist? Okay, but dude, that's fucking crazy, dude.
You could tell he wasn't faking it.
Exactly. Well, I know. Yeah, I've seen the orgasms plenty of times. I've never really seen. I've actually I've seen them on stage do it to dudes, and I've always wondered if like they like.
Oh, it works for women too, man. They
Well, no,
they do
definitely works
everything.
for women. Yeah, definitely works for women. But I was always curious if there was like physical. Right,
Ejaculate.
that ever happened. Because I mean, obviously, he doesn't spend much time on the dudes, but there'll be like a row of people, and he's doing it to like fucking 10 of them, and some of them are dudes. I'm like, geez, I don't know if I would want to. It's like, how are you gonna go fucking back out in town? No. That's crazy though. Hey, you ever heard of that community? I don't think it exists anymore, but they were called pickup artists. They're like in the early 2000s. There was like an online community, and basically, it was these dudes that they would go to these classes because people would have classes that they were like kind of underground or whatever, but they were basically employing NLP, which NLP is sort of like a
Neuro linguistic programming.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like basically like a self help sort of thing, like helping your help. It's all based around self hypnosis though. So it's like the same hypnosis techniques with some other psychological techniques that do help a lot of people. I guess helps them with shit that it's just any other kind of self-help kind of bullshit. But regardless, pickup artists basically employed these same techniques, but in what I would call like malicious gain, basically, because it was to pick up women. So that's why that thing called negging. Like I don't know if you know that. You ever heard the thing negging? It's like when you give a negative. It's like you give somebody a compliment that's like. It makes them feel lower about themselves almost, but it's
like I'll give you an A for effort. Like if somebody says I'll give you an A for effort.
No, that's an obvious. So like it's like
you mean negative versus a positive.
Yeah, no, it's like if you were like you complimented someone's like nails.
Compliment.
Yeah, well, yeah, but not blatant though with it. Like it's like if you told somebody like your nails look really nice, and then like you describe like I don't know how they look plastic or something. I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example, but it's basically a compliment that ultimately leaves the other person feeling like a lower value than before the exchange. So it's a very malicious.
It's like you go to Taylor Swift and you be like, "You have the cutest overbite."
Yeah, there you go, dude. He's got it. Shit like that. Shit that people would maybe already self-conscious about. Like Jada Pinkett Smith. Imagine if fucking if he was giving her a compliment about her baldness, she probably.
A lot of people can't pull off bald look, but you're working it.
Yeah, basically, dude. So you got the negging down, dude. But that's basically that's a technique that was employed by the pickup artist community, and they basically adapted that from the NLP techniques. And yeah, so when that community was active, like I said, I kind of consider most of the stuff they were doing to be. I think using hypnosis for that type of stuff, or using NLP for that type of stuff, is kind of malicious or definitely dishonest. But it's almost like you're
manipulative.
Yeah, exactly. Very very manipulative. And
I wouldn't say malicious though. It's definitely for personal gain, but it's not malicious. You're not trying to hurt the person or anything.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's in the same sentiments, I guess, as like marketing, because marketing is it's for personal gain.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know that there used to be a law where NLP and what's that called? Damn it, subliminal messages and whatnot was in television and marketing was illegal in the United States. Well, they lifted that. Now it's fully employed everywhere.
Yeah.
Dude, they spend so much money on advertising to make you feel some sort of way. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Commercials are not good for you mentally.
Here's another one, Kosho. Kosho, you're one of the most sociable and chill shills. Hope shills.
See, I thought that was going to be a good one. Your other ones were good. No. It's almost like... Let me think. It's like if somebody was a nerd in here. It's like you know, it's like talking to dudes. It's like wow, dude's like, you're one of the most. It's like you really. It's really good to have like a helpful. It's really helpful to have like a dude who knows as much as you do, like a real nerdy dude like you. You know, something like that. I'm not good at it because I don't. Like I said, I don't employ this type of communication. I find it to be kind of malicious and. Because you know, I used to do more card tricks. I do a lot of card tricks, and I also used to play a lot of poker. And yeah, I always made it very transparent that I like the sort of mechanics I was capable of doing because I didn't like the idea that you know, people would even suggest that I was possibly cheating or something like that.
No, you're not a
You
card
got me
shark.
sitting here
You don't
thinking
even
of
know any.
Megs now, Kosho, you asshole.
Yeah, no, you're good at them though, dude. Give Jeremy some next, dude.
Bro, I break you off with them shits all the time. What are you talking about, Kojo?
Dude, you just give me insults, asshole.
No, I tell you how. You know, you don't really have to be that smart to be one of the best Globers, and then I'll proceed to tell you that you're one of the best Globers.
Yeah, there's a neg. That's a good one, then. Yeah, Jeremy's got it down. I don't know. Have you guys ever read that book called what's it called? I think it's The Game. Neil Strauss.
Saw the movie.
Yeah, there's a movie.
They didn't make that into a movie.
The Game, yeah, it was with Michael Keaton. Not Michael Keaton, my bad. Kirk Douglas. Michael Douglas. And Sean Penn.
Game?
No, it was just a game. It was Sean Penn, Michael Douglas, and I don't know if anyone else famous was in it.
Yeah, what was it about?
Saying, was it a movie about the book, The Game, by Neil
No,
Strauss?
the movie came out before the book, so let me see what it's about.
They probably based the book on the movie.
No, they didn't. He based it on his
Are
real
you sure?
life, dude.
Are you sure they didn't do that?
Yeah, I know for a fact, dude. Listen to what happened, dude. This guy Neil Strauss. By the way, before he did this, he actually wrote the biography. I think he wrote. I don't know. Maybe he didn't write Scar Tissue, but he wrote The Dirt, the Motley Crue biography. So he like went around with them, and he was a writer, and he was also kind of like he's a bald, you know, short dude, right? And I guess not that attractive. So he went to one of these communities. It was like, I guess he paid $2,000. It's like a 2-week thing. You go to this guy who's like supposedly a fucking pickup artist. He teaches you all the skills. Anyways, and he basically writes about the entire experience. But his experience was pretty crazy because he went and was a part of this group for 2 weeks or whatever. But then he became a part of their like crew.
Entourage.
Yeah, they had like an entourage, and he claims to have picked up Britney Spears and Paris Hilton, but I don't think he claims to have done anything with them. But in the book he was dating one of the, I think, the guitarist for Courtney Love.
Dude, I wouldn't touch her with yours.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
Dirty
either.
whores.
But yeah, he just describes the you know, because they treated it like a I don't know, like they were hunters or something like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Listen, real quick on the Chris Rock thing. I saw it was either an Emmys or Grammys or whatever one of those bullshit events are. and they were like fake beating him up at the end of the thing.
What are you talking about, dude?
It was from like the 90s. It was from the
So
90s.
you
Like,
weren't watching in living color?
oh, I don't know. It was on TikTok. It could have been for anything. It looked like it was.
It really could have been from anything. Then couldn't it have, man?
I don't know if
Jesus
Chris
fucking
Rock was in
Christ.
living color, but
I'm thinking you watched this. You know what this is happening. You just said you watched it in a TikTok. It could have been from anything. It literally could have been a fucking movie where this happens for some reason.
It could have been.
I think that was staged.
You think that? Do you think the thing that was staged? I don't, man.
Yeah, if you look at the slow mo replay, Chris Rock had his hands gripped behind his back, leaned forward, and squinted, and just made a scrunched up face in full anticipation of it before he even got there.
Honestly,
they've got the least ratings. Nobody watches this garbage.
And
nobody has for years.
They went down. Hold on, let me talk about the ratings. They used to have a 48 million viewer count for the Grammys. They're down to 8 million. Okay, what do you think that slap did for him? It definitely helped.
This is a TV thing, though. Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Like, let's pretend like we are the head honchos, okay? And those are the numbers we're looking at. Like, we used to have 64 million. Now we have 8 million viewers. What can we do? And they're like, well, why don't we get the host, the guy who we're gonna get best actor to? Let's get him to punch him, and this is somehow going to be worth it for all of us to make this
circus.
Happen.
That's what this society has come to. Everything's a clown show.
But what we should look at mathematically is what's the input and what's the output. So what do you think the output is going to be from? Like, what do you think is going to be the result? You think the numbers will be bigger next year?
Yes.
And you think it'll be big enough to justify doing this?
Everyone wants to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, the numbers will be bigger next year in hopes that maybe somebody kicks the shit out of Chris Rock next time, or 50 Cent runs on stage and fucking starts stabbing people. Who knows?
American culture one-on-one.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking.
Burn it down.
I'm asking you about the quid pro quo, right? Like, so the exchange is the input being you're getting these two guys to agree to participate in this. Two guys that definitely have a lot to lose and almost nothing to gain from doing this.
You can't say that, man. You don't know like what kind of deals could be made. It's an exercise in futility.
They have a lot to gain from this. Everyone's talking about Chris Rock and Will Smith now.
But that's why I'm asking.
There might be more to it. There might, who knows what they're offered if it was fake. I don't think it is fake. And I think that guy whoever said, Chris Rock kind of winces or something like that before he even throws before he even smacks him.
Who cares if it was fake?
Hold up, let me just say it. I don't think that's the case at all, because Will Smith was quick with it. He was really quick with the actual. He didn't telegraph his thing. He threw it like a boxer, kind of. It was like a sucker punch, kind of.
Watch the slow-mo replay. He totally was already clinched up well before he was even there.
Clinched up. It was an open-handed smack.
No, I'm talking about Chris Rock was all clinched up prior to him
He was nervous because this man was walking up to him. He just made a joke about his wife, and this man is walking up to him, not saying anything, not giving anything away. He was, Will Smith didn't telegraph anything. So, it's not a good point to make. That's all I'm saying.
Listen to me. Do you understand with new perspective what the problem is with what he's saying earlier? I had to go back to sleep. I couldn't stick around for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably what a lot of people were saying about it.
No. Percent seemed like he was on board with it for a second.
I'm with Coriolis.
Yeah, with the plane and just going in a straight line. Yeah.
How did you switch to that?
Because this Chris Rock thing's fucking bullshit. Well, what do you want to talk about, Coach?
You're the one who brought it up, genius.
I know, and now I brought this up, and now here we are.
God damn it, dude! You're like
You're complaining like a little girl, and we're trying to get shit done. You would be a huge burden if we were in a zombie apocalypse. You would be a giant burden.
Yeah, you're the guy who's fucking switching shit up on us, like fucking. I don't know if you're testing us or something like that, right? I'm the burden. Let's go ahead
Yes,
and
you would be like a newborn baby that I would have to take care of and coddle through this zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, okay, dude. I would literally be your eyes and ears, dude. Literally.
Anyways, Jeremy, theoretically, if we were able to do like what things entail, then it would be possible. But
yeah, if you could fly a plane in a straight line and not have to adjust for wind, but you're in the meantime you're adjusting for wind, and how are you going to know if you're adjusting
that's
for
not what
wind?
I mean by that's not what I mean by the theoretical things. The theoretical things would be that we could perfectly measure the wind and count like and counteract for them, account for them.
So just
the point is, this
sorry,
can't be done.
and the third thing, which is that we would have the software that would perfectly measure the angles to things, such as to allow us to dead reckon without relying on an azimuth whatsoever.
Yeah, so theoretically, yeah, but in real life, this can't be done.
Unless there's some secret technology that's
Now the argument I brought up was if these major if you're the CFO of Delta Airlines or American Airlines or something, and you're like, yo, we could fly a straight line in the inertial path and go a shorter distance, which Kosho thinks that's a longer distance somehow.
Right.
It'd be better than to fly a curved path because we'd be going less miles with the straight path.
Dudes. Hey, dudes. You guys are my boys, man, so I'm not going to be offensive, dude. But I got to tell you, bro, like, I don't know. This just has to be expressed in a way that we all can become on the same page about this whole reference frame bullshit, dude. Because if there's no reason for any reason at all to be thinking about what's happening in the inertial frame, because it doesn't matter what your path looks like in the inertial frame. It doesn't matter if your path is shorter in the inertial frame. None of that matters because that's not the route you're taking. You're taking a route in the rotating frame on the Earth, and you're traveling across the Earth. So whatever your path is in the inertial frame is irrelevant to how short your path is in the rotating frame. You're only going to be concerned with your path in the rotating frame.
That's ridiculous. Kosho, by the way, Kosho thinks that the curved path in the inertial frame is actually the shorter path. Tell him about that one.
The curved path. No, the curved path. No, I don't think that. When did I say that? No, the curved path in the inertial frame. The curved path in the inertial frame is the shorter path in the non-inertial rotating frame. That's true.
Yeah. No, and that's why I don't think it's right to say it's irrelevant, because they're reciprocal relationships, right? I do agree with you that they would be that they should focus on the inertial. I get them confused.
I just call it rotating and inertial. Yeah, this
rotating one. Yeah. And in that sense, it would make sense that they would, decrease the distance in that frame. It would make it so they have the shortest path in the rotating frame.
Right. Yeah.
They don't do that. Why?
No, you do. That is what's done. I mean, that's what's attempted. But also, you have to remember that.
No. Hold on, because now you got percentage confused. Listen to me. If there's a bullseye strafing from left to right, and I'm like 100 yards in front of it, and I got a drone, and the bullseye's moving at a steady rate, I can predict it. I can find out where it's going to be in the future. Is the shorter path to aim at the bullseye and always keep it heading at the bullseye, or is the shorter path to fly where the bullseye is going to be?
Been through this before, man. I know you're asking percentage though.
Percentage. What do you think the shorter path is going to be? To constantly adjust for where this bullseye is going to be, or to just fly where it's going to be?
Jeremy,
fly where it's going to be. What did you say, Coach?
Yes, hold on. 1 second. That's what they're doing with the plane flights. They're not flying where it's going to be, which would be the shortest path. They're heading on the city and constantly correcting for it.
But I'm telling you, because I remember this question. I remember thinking about it all night, and then Jeremy started getting pissed off, and I had to get away from him in order to think about it some more, to really consider what is the right answer. And in that situation, If the question is, do you predict where it's going to be or how it's going to behave, and then aim towards it, knowing that information, or B, just constantly make corrections, always adjusting your path so that you're always aiming for it. The truth about it is these two paths end up not being very different. Both these paths end up being, I wouldn't say identical, but they're very similar paths. And
one of them's definitely going to be a shorter distance, right?
No, I'm saying that these two paths are almost identical. The problem is
but they're not identical, and one's going to be a shorter path, right?
Yeah, by far the shortest path is going to be the one where you're making corrections for it the whole time.
Dude, what?
Yeah, I know it doesn't seem intuitive, but
can you explain it?
Yeah, because whenever Jeremy was describing this before, he was describing a football player making a kick, and so his scenario was one. It's one scenario. There's a ballistic, and the other one there's a powered flight. But you have to think about it. In both scenarios, there's a powered flight, and in the case of the so think about making a straight line. Whatever is going to result in you making as straight a line as possible in the rotating frame is going to be the shortest path.
Mm-hmm.
And you can do that if you're making constant corrections. You can also do that if you perfectly know how to where it's going to end up and how to aim where you need to aim so that you can make as little corrections as possible. It seems kind of difficult, but you'd end up doing the same thing because ultimately you know that whatever results in the shortest path on the rotating frame, like the straight line path, is going to be the shortest path. So as long as you're making sure that you're, like, if you're in New York to Florida, you're going from New York to Florida, and there is some Coriolis, and eventually Florida is going to be further west than or east than it should be. If you don't make these corrections, you're going to end up not catching up or something like that. What was I saying? Oh, right. But if you are making constant corrections so that you're in New York and you're always headed to Florida, so whatever deviations do occur for whatever reason, you quickly adjust for them and you're back on your straight line path to Florida. As long as you make that straight line path, that's the shortest path. Regardless of what it's doing in the inertial frame.
How are you constantly correcting for Coriolis in real time?
So when I say constantly correcting, and this is why I ask perspective to describe what he means by making corrections. But when I say making corrections, I mean you have a heading to where you're going. Let's say there's checkpoints on the way, or let's say there's a fucking line on the road that you're over. If you deviate from that line for whatever reason, whether it's, you're not gonna blatantly know if it's Coriolis or if it was a wind or what the hell it was. But if you're not on that path, you just adjust so you're on that path. It's the same thing.
Hold up, but that's not what happens with wind or anything else, right? We have a heading, and let's say a crosswind comes and blows you a little bit, so you're now, let's say you're going in a straight line, right? And you are facing the thing, you're 0 degrees straight ahead, right? And then a crosswind comes and blows you like 2 degrees to the right? Now you're still following the same heading, but your path to it is going to be a little bit diagonal. It's not going to be perfectly straight like it was before, right?
Yeah.
You're still following the heading. You've corrected for the gust of wind. You're still following the heading. Right?
It's too
but
generalized.
Now you don't have a straight line anymore.
Think of it as a boat in the ocean, a boat in the water. You're on a heading. You're following a heading on a compass. And your waves and everything is taking you all different directions. You're constantly making corrections to stay on that bearing, on that heading.
That doesn't help us. The point is you have this heading.
Percent. Kosho is saying, hold on, Kosho is saying in my example with the bullseye that's strafing from left to right, and you got a drone and you're going to, okay, I'm going to fly where it's going to be, or I can just constantly correct and fly a curved path. Kosho's saying that curved path is the shortest path.
I know.
I'm not saying the curved path. I'm telling you whatever you need to do to make it so that it's as straight a path, like a straight line path to where you're ending up at as possible, by making constant corrections or by perfectly throwing it or whatever you need to do to make sure that you're in the straightest path possible. That's going to be the shortest path, obviously.
Yeah, if that was the case, if they went back on the same path, it would be that they could do a straight line. But I'm telling you, that's not what correcting means. When they follow their heading, that's not what they're doing. They get a new angle. Like
I
so,
agree.
if you're blown 2 degrees right, you now have a new angle to it. You're attacking it from a new angle, and you're going to the same spot. So
I agree.
If
I'm
that
talking
keeps
about.
on
I'm talking about.
happening incrementally, you're creating a curve. You know.
I agree with you. This is why I was arguing with perspective, because I think that the ideal situation I'm describing would be next to impossible to actually execute, but probably could be done with the right tools or whatever. But yeah, what you're describing is what happens most of the time. Even if you have a straight line path, you look at the actual path, it's like a little bit jostled around. It's not perfectly straight, and it's for those sorts of reasons. But you still try to correct and keep that straight path. But regardless,
you don't keep the straight path. You just correct, you readjust, and you continue on with the path that you're on. You're never going to get back to the original path. That's the point.
That's going to get you the closest to the most ideal way as possible, because you
No,
can do it.
The ideal way. Hold up. Let me just say the ideal way would be to calculate Coriolis, so you know exactly how far away from the city you need to be, right? And that's your destination. And then you would dead reckon it, and only account for the wind if it was possible, right? And stay on that straight line path.
Or you could map the curve. Hold on. Or you could map the curve line that your straight line plane would take, and just follow that heading on the ground.
That's what he's
follow
saying.
the curve line heading on the ground.
That's what he's saying. He's describing.
Well, Jeremy said that the vice versa of it, but yeah.
No, but that's what you said. If you're going to account for Coriolis and you're going to map it out that way, then yeah, you would map out a sort of curved trajectory to where you're going to end up at, and then you just be affected by the winds. But what I'm telling you is, when you think about it, these two scenarios, either doing what you guys are describing or doing what I described and making the corrections, regardless, you're going to end up with basically the same path, because the Coriolis, the amount that you're going to be off from Coriolis is going to be hidden in the corrections for the wind.
It's not going to be hidden.
If you're moving in a percent, hold on.
Go ahead.
If you're moving in a straight line on the ground, if planes fly right now, they trace a straight line on the ground. That means, in actuality, like the ball on the merry-go-round, they're flying in a curved path. If they were flying in if the plane was flying in a straight path, it would trace a curved line on the ground. You understand this? This is simple.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so they're not going to be the same. They're definitely going to be different distances.
Okay, so what are you suggesting to do to make a straight line path on the ground then?
They already trace straight line paths on the ground. They adjust for Coriolis the whole time. Realistically, what you would do is you'd want to fly a straight line in actuality, like the ball on the merry-go-round, and it would trace a curved path over the ground. And you could plot your course out or your heading to fly for those points to trace a curved path on the ground.
But that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't want to do that, because the
shortest distance.
The shortest distance for sure for you is going to be whatever distance most closely gets you to making a straight line path on the ground.
Listen to me. There's a guy on a merry-go-round. He throws the ball. He's spinning. He throws the ball off it. The ball goes from A to B in a straight line. If I throw a curve ball and it goes from A to B in a curve line, obviously the fucking and it traces a straight path and the guy on the merry-go-round sees it going a straight path, that's not going to be the shortest distance.
So I just posted this GIF again just because it shows you exactly what I'm talking about. If you look at it from the rotating frame, the object that is doing like the orange one, for instance, it's going straight in the rotating frame, so it's a straight path. That path in the inertial frame is a longer path. And same thing with the one that's the opposite. If it's straight in the inertial frame, it ends up being a longer path in the rotating frame. So yeah, you don't want to be doing a straight path in the inertial frame.
Okay. Listen to me. If the guy on the roundabout throws a curveball from A to B and he sees it go straight because he counteracted the Coriolis force, so it would trace a straight line for him in the rotating frame, that is obviously going to be a longer path for the ball than if you were to just throw it in a straight line and it traced a curved path on the merry-go-round. Do you understand? This is a very basic, simple thing. I'm telling you.
Not though, dude. I mean, it's not doing like this thing on here with the paths. It shows you the length of the paths.
Thanks, Kenny.
You know, he's talking about like, see that thing, the GIF that you're talking about, the orange one, the one that's going straight on the rotating ones.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's obviously shorter than the curved one in the inertial.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. And this is the one he's saying. He's saying this one. He's throwing in a curved path so that it looks straight from the rotating frame. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly.
The orange one.
So again, that's what you'd want to do. You'd want to make whichever path was straight in that reference frame. Whichever path was the most straight in the rotating frame is going to be the shortest path. Even though in the inertial path you'd be curving.
Incorrect.
You just said this yourself.
The guy on the roundabout with the curveball. Yes, if the guy throws the ball off the roundabout and he throws a curveball from point A to point B, it's taking a curved path in the air, but it traces a straight line on the merry-go-round. Okay? Now we have that one scenario where the ball actually curves and takes a curved path from A to B. Now in the other scenario, the guy throws it in a straight line from A to B and it traces a curved path on the ground. Obviously, the one that actually went straight and traced a curved line on the ground on the merry-go-round is going to be faster. Shorter distance.
This is what I'm saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, and I understand that you're wrong, and I understand that you think that that's an actual path when the inertial path is irrelevant to the length of the path in the rotating frame. All you're concerned with is which path in the rotating frame is the shortest.
Do you understand what I'm saying about the curved line on the ground and a straight line on the ground and a curved ball in the air?
Yeah, all that matters is point A and point B and the distance between. Whatever.
Kosho's telling us, Kosho's sitting here trying to tell us that when the guy throws a curveball, it's going to be a shorter path than the straight line path. It's ridiculous.
Okay, can you see the orange one in both, or I guess the orange or the yellow, whatever color it is, in both of those ones? You can see clearly that in the rotating frame, the orange one that's going straight, whether it's going straight because you threw it in a curved way or whatever the reason why it's going straight, it looks like it's going straight in that path. That same path, the exact same path in the inertial frame is longer, the actual path that it took.
And that's the issue. That means that, that's not what they're doing. If they made a map, calculated the math and made a flight path or whatever that was straight in the rotating frame to where it would be, then it would be better than what they have now. It would be less distance. Right now they're doing it in the inertial frame. They're taking this curved path type thing.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
Not really the inertial frame, but what they're doing is kind of like the blue light.
Okay, yeah, with the blue line. No, there's a blue line. The blue line is going straight in the inertial frame. This would be like a ballistic. This would be like that. That'd be a sort of like what a ballistic would be doing. But
you're really trying to sit here and tell us, Kosho, you're really trying to sit here and tell us that a curved path is a shorter distance than a straight line path.
I'm showing you in real life, dude. This is the same events happening in both these frames. One is inertial, one's rotating. The same event is occurring
for a second, Kosho, forget these two.
In the inertial.
One second. I apologize for interrupting. But for a second, just forget these two, like inertial and rotating. You have 2 points, point A and point B. You agreed that a straight line between them would be the shortest distance, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing that you guys have to understand. You have to accept, and you probably won't accept this with me saying this now, but it's just the truth.
Go ahead.
That this A to B that you're describing, they mean two different things, depending on if you're describing it in the inertial frame or if you're describing it in the rotating frame. Meaning that these are two different distances, even though it's the same event. It's the same event that hasn't changed. But if you're describing it from the inertial frame or you're describing it from the rotating frame, these are going to be two different distances that you're describing its path, the path that it's taking. And
let's say we had tape measure.
Yeah, the only path you're concerned with is the path that is in reference to the rotating frame. So the path that's shortest in that frame is the path that you're concerned with.
Show is the in rotating reference frame. Is that a free body that's in a ballistic trajectory, or is it supposed to be a powered thing?
I believe it's supposed to be a. I guess what would the difference be? It's supposed to be rotating constantly, I guess.
Yeah, it's not adjusting.
Hold on. Let me ask Rumpus. Let me ask Rumpus. Hold on. Real quick, Rumpus. I have a ball on a merry-go. There's a guy rotating on a merry-go-round. He has a ball. He throws it in a straight line. He throws it in a straight line from A to B.
Well, you can't curve it because once you leave your hand, it's going to go in a straight line.
Hold on, let Jeremy finish.
No, but you just said you want to make sure you're not trying to curve it in the sense of putting spin on it. We're just talking about throwing something, and it will go in a straight line.
Right. Yeah, straight. He throws it in a straight line.
Yeah, so you said
A to B. It makes a curve.
A curved path in the non-inertial reference frame. Yes.
And no. Yeah, in the inertial reference frame. He just throws the ball in a straight line. It goes straight, right? In the inertial
reference frame, yes. It will go in a straight line because it's not being powered.
And
it's going in a straight line.
Just hold on. He throws a straight ball. It goes straight in the inertial reference frame.
Yeah.
It traces a curved path on the merry-go-round.
In the non-inertial frame, yep.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Scenario B. The guy throws a curve ball from A to B. He actually curves the ball.
Hold on. How?
Spin. A curveball.
So you're putting spin on the ball to make the friction of the air cause it to curve, like you're putting in tennis ball, you put side spin on or something.
I think for the sake of this, we have to imagine it magically is doing this because.
Okay, yeah. So you're able to put spin on the ball to make it friction. Okay, or golf ball. Okay.
We're able to spin the ball so that it traces a straight line on the merry-go-round, but takes an actual curved path. You with me so far?
Yep.
Okay, in which one of the scenarios did the ball travel the shortest distance from A to B?
When it followed a straight line in the inertial.
Exactly. Tell Kosho that, please.
Yeah, it's going to be.
Come on.
The shortest path is going to be in the inertial reference frame, Kosho. Straight line in that reference frame.
I told you, Kosho. Why are you arguing? This is easy.
Oh man, sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you just said. I was talking to my brother. What's the last thing you said?
Rumpus, tell him again.
Right, so I don't know whether Kosho's disagreeing with you on this one.
He is.
No, hold on.
No, he was describing another. I mean, you kept on offering that as an alternative scenario, but I don't think Kosho ever disagreed with that.
How about this? I didn't even hear what you guys said. Let me describe exactly what I thought you were saying, Jeremy. Which is, I'm sure what you were saying. I'm going to use the GIF that I have there and describing it. But just like you said just a second ago, you're throwing a curved ball from the rotating frame, such that from that frame, the ball ends up looking like it's going in a straight path, even though in the inertial frame, it's going in a curved path. Right?
Yep.
And as it shows in this GIF, like that yellow or orange ball, whatever that is, you could pretend that this is the ball that's doing that because it is going in a straight path in the rotating frame.
Hold on. I don't understand how something that's moving under its own power, just a ballistic trajectory, can move in a straight line in the rotating frame of reference. That's not possible.
Rumpus, it's a curveball. The guy threw a curveball.
Oh, I see. So in the rotating reference frame GIF on the right-hand side, they're spinning it, somehow putting loads and loads of spin on it to make it go in a straight line in the
inertial frame.
Rotating reference frame. Non-inertial frame.
In the non-inertial, yeah.
Oh yeah, in the inertial frame, it's going in a curved path, and in the rotating frame, it's going in a.
Well, no. In the is a spinning ball also in the inertial graphic as well?
It's showing the same event from both frames.
So forget Kosho's GIF. Forget Kosho's GIF. The scenario I explained to you. Which one is the shorter path? If it goes straight in the inertial frame or curved in the inertial frame, from A to B.
Me or Rumpus?
Rumpus.
I thought you were asking Kosho.
Straight in the inertial frame.
Right, so we're not considering a spinning ball here. We're just considering just throwing it normally, are we?
Jeez Louise, man. How is it going to go straight, curved in the inertial frame if it's not spinning?
In the inertial frame, it will go straight if it's not spinning.
Ball is spinning. The ball is spinning.
So we're only considering a spinning ball. In all these scenarios we're discussing here with his GIF, we're all considering a spinning ball that's going to curve in the inertial reference frame.
Stop with the GIFs. Listen to me.
Rumpus, I want to know. Okay, in your scenario, I want to know.
There were two scenarios. One.
Hold on. I want to know the scenario of Jeremy. Is the ball spinning and curving in the air?
In the second scenario, yes.
Two scenarios, Rumpus. Listen to me. Kosho's here now. He can hear it. There's two scenarios. We're trying to get from A to B. Is it faster for the ball to go straight in the inertial frame or curved in the inertial frame?
It's better to go straight in the inertial frame.
Okay.
Rumpus, hold on. It might be important to ask in reference to which frame, though, Jeremy. You're talking about...
He said the inertial reference frame. In other words...
in the inertial reference frame, then yeah. If you're not concerned with any rotating
Yeah, but
frame.
you're going to be measuring the same thing. So you're still going to see... the ball's not going to be making... Just because you're viewing it from the non-inertial reference frame doesn't mean to say that it's behaving any differently.
Okay. Let me bring it to the real-world scenario for you, Rumpus.
Then if we look at it and we look at it in the inertial reference frame, then definitely going in a straight line is going to be the way to go to get it to travel the least distance and as fast as possible.
Okay, let me bring it to a real-world scenario for you. We're in a plane. We're flying from city to city. We can either trace a straight line path on the ground, which would be a curved path in the inertial frame, right? Or we could trace a curved path on the ground and go straight in the inertial frame. Which one would be less distance?
Why would you say it'd be a curved path on the ground?
So the straight line in the inertial reference frame and therefore a curved path in the non-inertial reference frame.
Exactly, Kosho. There you go.
Sounds like he was asking you a question.
Nobody's doubting this, Jeremy.
I asked him a question and he answered it. Good job, Rumpus.
Sounds like he was asking you a question.
No, he answered it in contradiction to what you were saying.
If he's in contradiction to what I said, then I'm going to say that that's incorrect. If there's two paths, he might not be understanding what you're saying, dude. If there's two paths, and one of them is making a straight line on the Earth in the rotating frame of the Earth, then the shortest path, the one that you're going to be worried about, which is going to be in that frame, is going to be the one that's the straightest path on Earth.
No.
Yes.
In real space. No. You want.
Why would you be worried with the path in the inertial frame?
Because that's
going to be the shortest distance.
Because that is the shortest distance between those points. Is a straight line in the inertial reference frame. I mean, obviously, it's because you know where because obviously the trick is aiming, of course. I mean, if you've got to allow when you're firing this off in the inertial reference frame, obviously you're not pointing at where because it's moving. You've got to point to where it's going to be. So you've got to get your direction right. But if you get your direction right, it will travel in a straight line and arrive at that point. And then from the point of view...
I could kiss you again. I could
Dearie me, I'll get 3 times now. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, Kosho, think of it this way. With the inertial frame, it's like as if you're kind of zoomed out and you have it's like Cartesian coordinates. You have all the coordinates, right? And you could just like choose that this thing goes straight from one coordinate to another. Whereas with the rotating frame, it's actually not going straight to those coordinates. It's taking a little bit of a curve, so it's going to be just longer. Always, it's going to be shorter if it's a straight line in the inertial. Always.
Yeah, remember, Kosho, that the non-inertial reference frame is called that because the laws of physics don't quite work it unless you allow for all these curvature stuff. The simplest route to thinking about it is just going to the inertial reference frame and saying, right, I want to go a ball to go from here to here. And obviously where place is going to is obviously a bit complicated by this. But once you've established where that is, then it's very definitely the best way to get there is by firing directly at that spot where it's going to be, knowing that it's going to arrive there, even though it's going to take a sort of weird pattern on the ground.
So how do you actually do that then? Because I don't know any pilots that actually do that.
No, they don't.
Of course
they don't. No, of course they don't. No, the way they do it is they just go by waypoints. They say, I want to go to here, and because they're changing their direction all the time, they're not following a ballistic trajectory, so they don't have to worry about this sort of stuff. They just know, say, if they're going across the US, they just point at they have a course to follow, and they just aim at each individual point, and any pilot will tell you, they just simply aim for the intermediate points. Now that...
that's funny because
and they have to allow, and because they have to allow for wind and things.
Let me just
the wind is a much bigger factor. So they just worry about pointing at a path that looks like a good route, like a great circle route, because the Coriolis effect is so small.
If you took your merry-go-round, Jeremy, and only
they take
once
hold on, wait a minute. Okay, can I actually
go ahead?
Can I respond to what Rumpus just said?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Right. When you're doing a cross-country leg, you actually take wind into account and also magnetic deviation.
Magnetic deviation? Well,
Listen to me.
Okay.
Right now, hold
So?
on, guys. Just so you guys know before you
No,
get
hold on
all
a second.
fucking...
All right.
So what?
NASA, get in. Is that all you want to say?
No, so what? I mean, so you
All
take
right.
magnetic deviation.
No.
Okay.
To the true
No,
path.
it's not. It's a red herring. Let's stay
No,
on
it's not.
topic.
Yeah, this
Jeremy,
whole thing
go
is a
ahead.
red
I was
herring.
going to talk.
This whole big thing about Coriolis is one big vast red herring.
No,
Where
it's
do
not.
you
Anyway,
actually
it's
take
not.
Coriolis into effect then?
No,
Not-
you actually, when you plan a flight, you get your heading, the true heading, and then you calculate for the projected winds, and then you compensate for magnetic deviation, and you plot your course, and you fly that way. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. So where is
You guys know
Coriolis
before you
into
get...
effect then?
It's
15 degrees.
it's much smaller
15
than the
degrees an hour.
wind.
Where is that taken into effect?
If you had a merry-go-round that went around
No,
once
I'm not
a
talking
day,
about a merry-go-round.
No,
I'm
it's the
talking
same.
about
Listen to me just a second, though.
aviation in
If
flight.
you had a merry-go-round that went around
If you had a
once
merry-go-round,
a day,
you wouldn't be flying on a merry-go-round. I'm
once
talking about
a
the Earth.
Okay, once a day, sir.
Let's
the
talk
Coriolis
about the
effect
Earth,
Kawasaki,
please.
let him make his
rotation
point. For God's
a
sake, you like
day.
We're not talking about merry-go-rounds. We're
Yeah, but
talking
you're
about the
interrupting.
fucking Earth.
Okay, we tell him he's talking
Guys,
bollocks after, but you're interrupting 4 words into it.
We're talking about a rotation rate that is once a day. It's like a
On
merry-go-round
the
going around
Earth,
once
15
a
degrees
day.
an hour.
Yeah, once a day.
15 degrees an hour.
Once a day, sir. One rotation a day. That's like the merry-go-round
15
going around
degrees
once.
an hour.
Okay, this
Once,
isn't gonna.
yeah,
Jeremy,
once
what
a
did you want to
day.
say?
This
So
is for
where does it
Please,
say?
guys,
what is
where,
24
alright.
when
times
you
15,
are actually,
sir? What's
I
when
feel
24
like the
times
ref
15?
in like a
doing
UFC
it-
fight when you've been on the ground for too long.
What
It's not
is
going
24
anywhere.
times 15, sir?
The point is the wind, because the atmosphere is
we're not talking about wind. We're talking about 15 degrees an hour.
I am talking about wind. I'm about to explain to you why. The wind.
I know about wind.
No, you
We're
don't
talking
know
about
about this
15
wind. No, you
degrees
don't
an
know
hour
about this
drift.
wind.
Please just
No,
allow
you
Where is
don't
it
know about this
calculated
wind.
in
You
the
don't know
flight
about
plan?
this wind, and you're not letting me have a sentence. The point
Because
is that because
Rumpus, you never
can
know.
you
Everybody
stop
else is
interrupting
warn you,
everybody?
I'm gonna
Where
Shut
do we
up!
talk about
Shut
15
up!
degrees an hour?
Shut up!
You shut up.
No,
You
you're
shut
interrupting.
up.
I've had 4 words, and then you interrupted me. You've done
All right, go
3
ahead.
times now.
Guys,
Jesus
stop.
You guys,
Christ.
hold on.
Hold
Just
on.
please, you guys, just give each person
I'm
20,
muted.
30 seconds just to speak. Even if you disagree with them, just let them speak, and then someone can respond. So somebody
Right.
muted somebody muted Ninja for a second. You're only temporarily muted, so go ahead, Rumpus. Try to keep it concise. Try to keep it.
I only got 4 words out, and he interrupted me. I never
I
got a
understand.
chance to
We're
be
trying to
concise.
moderate. We're trying to moderate. Go ahead, Rumpus. You have
Right,
the mic.
right. So the point about the atmosphere rotating with the Earth is it means you don't actually have to make much of an allowance for Coriolis, because the wind, the change in the wind speed, say if you're going north to south, actually does the work for you. So it's all subsumed into the wind stuff that you have to deal with. So you effectively don't have to allow for it, because the wind of the atmosphere pushes you along, because it will make you go faster near the equator and slow you down going towards the pole. It does all the work for you. So effectively you've got something that takes into Coriolis for you if you're an aeroplane. Now if you're a shell, if you're an artillery shell, which is much denser and not affected by the wind to the same extent, then you have to start considering it. But with an aeroplane, you don't. Go ahead.
Thank you. Am I I'm muted now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes, you are.
Right, okay. Rumpus is talking out of his arse because
God.
if you've got a cold front coming in, you've got winds coming from the south, you've got a warm front coming in, you've got winds going from the north. So therefore, a wind is changed 180 degrees. So therefore, he is talking absolutely out of his fucking arse about winds.
All right, can I take this back over, though? Can I take this back
Go
over?
ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, so the Rumpus, you agreed with me. The shortest path would be to fly the straight line path in the inertial frame, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you realize that they don't do that. They fly a straight path on the ground. RC Micey showed me plenty of plane routes. They all fly great circles.
That's right. And the
They all
reason for
fly
that,
great.
and the reason for that is because, as I just said 30 seconds ago, the wind does a lot of work for you. So when you plot a great circle route, the wind effectively eliminates the effect of Coriolis force on you because it rotates. So the Coriolis force occurs as you move along. The Earth is rotating, but if the atmosphere rotates with it, then it effectively hugs you, and then it will accelerate you as you're going down towards the equator, or going towards the pole. It will slow you down in that direction. It effectively does the work you would have to do to compensate for it, so you can just plot great circle routes. But if you're firing a shell that's
Hold on,
not
forget the
affected by
shell.
wind...
Rumpus, forget the shell, please.
Well, I'm just making the contrast. I'm just saying that this is why artillery pieces have to worry about it, but aeroplanes don't. Therefore, that's why you sometimes have to think about Coriolis in one regard, and sometimes you don't if you're an aeroplane.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So the airplane, if it wanted to fly a shorter distance, it would not be tracing a straight line path on the ground, correct?
What?
Right,
Well,
but
if the
the point
plane
is,
wanted to, Rumpus, this is a yes or no question. If the plane wanted to fly the shortest distance possible, would it trace a curved path on the ground, correct? Because that would be straight.
But the most efficient way to do it is to let the wind help you do.
Okay,
you know, if you're going on a long trip.
Cool. I'm worried about distance right now. Which one is the shortest distance? Straight line on the ground or curved line on the ground?
It would be a straight line, not a curved line on the ground, but that's what effectively happens to you.
They fly straight lines. They fly straight lines. RC Meisty is showing.
Yeah, but don't forget they're rotating. Don't forget. Yeah, but that
Think
Hold up,
about
Rumpus.
it.
Let me
Don't
hear what
tell
he
him
says
not to
about
forget when you don't even
RC.
know what you're saying.
Hold up,
Can I have-
Jeremy. Go ahead
can
and
I
say
ask a
what you were
question,
going to say
please?
about RC Meisty.
RC Meisty is showing me plenty of plane routes. They're all tracing great circles, routes, straight lines on the ground. So I don't know what you're about to say, but if it has to do with that is what they do. That's not what they do. They're flying straight lines on the ground.
But that's
Can I
because
ask a
the
question, please?
atmospheric rotation effectively removes Coriolis as an issue to worry about.
But that's not the case, because if winds are removing Coriolis, then they would not be straight lines on the ground. They'd be curved lines, which is a straight line.
Well, no,
in rotating frames.
it effectively undoes the.
There's a reason why you don't sound confident saying
Okay,
this.
it's not the shortest distance. Okay, right. That's because they don't fly the shortest distance. They could fly a shorter distance if they went, but they don't. They follow the Great Circle route because that's the thing that will get them there more quickly because that is compatible with the winds that they're rotating. But it's not actually the shortest distance, even though it's a Great Circle route.
It doesn't get them more quickly there. If
It does, because otherwise you'd be fighting against. If you tried to follow, ignore the rotation of the Earth, you'd be then fighting against the atmosphere. You have to point into this wind. So it's just like if you had a crosswind in an aeroplane, you have to point against. So if a pilot's facing a crosswind and they want to get from A to B, and there's a crosswind going between there, they then start pointing upwind so they get to B, and they sort of what's it called? What's that when you go sort of? Sorry,
crabbing.
Crabbing, thank you, Left Lane, thank you very much. So you're effectively crabbing to get to the shortest time to your destination, but you didn't, and so that's effectively what you would be doing if you wanted to follow the straight line distance, but it's not the, but if you can follow a route, so that's effectively what you'd have to do, so you'd be slower, you'd take longer, but the distance would be shorter. That's why they would do that. So they do follow Great Circles, but that's because it's all compatible with the rotating the net. But anyway, aeroplanes still have to crab to some degree because they will make allowances for the wind that is occurring. Okay. But they would have to do more. If they wanted to follow a straight line, stay through an inertial reference frame, they would have to do more of that.
I'd like to ask a question when you're done, Jeremy.
First,
go ahead,
Jeremy, then Kawasaki, then Kosho.
No, let Kawasaki go. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Kawasaki.
Oh, thank you very much. Rumpus.
Yes.
Right, so you're flying east to west or west to east, so you've got Coriolis, you've got the wind. What factors would dictate that?
Right, if you're flying east to west, then
Hold on, I haven't finished my question, please.
Okay, right.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Rumpus. Right, so what factors would dictate that the flight from east to west or west to east would be quicker or slower, or would they be the same?
They'd be the same. Assuming let's pretend there are no net trade winds, so you're in the atmosphere. The wind is only. God, let me finish my goddamn answer. So I'm just qualifying so you'll understand. If the condition
Hold up, but I don't think he wants you to rule out winds. That's part of his question.
Yes, I'm trying to make it simpler by saying let's forget about trade winds and let's just deal with the atmospheric rotation. So that simplifies things. So we don't have to consider the fact that in general there is a west to east. There's trade winds that do normal things. So if we forget about those, then we just deal with the fact the atmosphere is rotating. Then it would make no difference whether you're going east or west to travel the same distance.
Yeah, so the Earth travelling at 15 degrees an hour, east to west, would make no difference at all.
Yeah, because the aeroplane's doing the same thing.
Conservation of momentum.
When the aeroplane is on the ground, it is traveling 15 degrees per hour east to west. And then when it gets up, then when it leaves the ground, when it leaves the tarmac, it's still got that velocity that it started off with. And what the aeroplane does is it only deals, its velocity, it thinks, is just, the indicated airspeed is just relative to the atmosphere. And the atmosphere is going at 15 degrees per hour. So
indicated airspeed is to do
that's
with ground speed.
Okay.
Sorry?
I got a question for you, Rumpus.
No, the
You
airplane
said
doesn't
a couple
give
of
a
minutes
shit
ago.
about ground speed.
Hold it. You said a couple of minutes ago that basically it does take the longer route, but it's also the faster route because it takes advantage of the wind, basically, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What winds are
If
you talking about? These trade routes?
No. When I talk about the wind, it's like, yes, I mean, let's just distinguish between two sorts of winds. There's the sort of trade winds, the winds caused by low and high atmosphere pressure, and then there's the wind. Let's call it let's call okay. Well, I shouldn't really call it the wind. I should call it the velocity of the atmosphere. I'll call it. That's really what I should call it. The inherent velocity of the atmosphere, which models the movement of the surface of the Earth. That's the wind I was referring to. So in other words, if you go north to south, for instance, in your aeroplane. And you try to eliminate, we're doing 15 or 800 miles an hour. You know, you're going east to west, 800 miles an hour. If you try to eliminate that, you'd have to be traveling 800 miles an hour east to west to eliminate that velocity in the atmosphere. And obviously, most airplanes can't do that.
Rumpus, real quick. You would say that the atmosphere is rotating with the surface of Earth, basically in sync, or.
Yes, if you ignore the trade winds and if you ignore, the weather systems, then the atmosphere is rotating almost. I mean, it just changes slightly as you go higher, but fundamentally, it's if we can consider the atmosphere
rotating
as
with lockstep.
Exactly. Yes, in lockstep, you can consider.
Use the word lockstep. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
Well, right. Yeah. Okay. No. But it's not because we have wind. Because I mean, if you were
heard it lockstep.
Yes, but obviously that's why I keep on trying to bring in the subject of the trade winds and weather, because obviously the things rotate within that. But at the equator, the whole body of the atmosphere is rotating by 800 odd miles an hour, or 1,000 miles an hour, sorry, plus or minus whatever the local wind is doing.
So the atmosphere is rotating in lockstep with the Earth. That's safe to say that statement.
Yeah, except if you want to talk about your area that's 120 some miles high.
What Rumpus? What'd you say?
But you've got to allow for local weather. But are you prepared to accept the statement and ignore the local weather conditions, which could be a hurricane going at 100 miles an hour?
Rumpus, is it safe? I just want to know, is it safe to say? Hold on a second. This is big right here. Relax. Is it safe to say?
No one cares about your thermosphere. It's 120 miles high, Jeremy.
Lord.
Shut up. Rumpus, is it safe to say that
Let me get the question out.
Guys, come on.
Come on, let Jeremy speak.
Jeremy, go ahead.
Poor Jeremy.
Just so we're clear.
He already answered your question, though, so I don't know why.
Oh, God, let Jeremy finish his question.
This has been a big thing in the past couple of days.
Okay, Jeremy, I know what your question is. And I'll say again, and Paid NASA Shill and all other global will agree with what I'm saying. It's something we've been saying for years and years and years too, is that the atmosphere is in lockstep with the surface if you discount the effect of local weather. And obviously that means at the equator it's travelling at 1,000 miles an hour, and at the poles it's not travelling at any speed at all. And that's what you've been told. And this is what you've been told by every glober, including Paid NASA Shill, for years and years and years.
And your airplane doesn't give a shit about your thermosphere super rotation at 125 miles high.
Rumpus, that's funny that you say that. They've been telling us for years and years and years, because the past few days they've been in here arguing with us that they've never said the atmosphere moves in lockstep with Earth.
Who said
that?
Hold on for a second, guys.
25-mile high super rotating winds.
No one's talking about
It's
super rotation.
up there, and it's so fucking high, no one cares. Okay?
No one's talking about
Airplanes
that.
don't fly at 125 miles high.
No one's talking about that. Hold on for a second, please. Hold on for a second. Because, Jeremy, if you were being honest, Rumpus just told to you, except for the parts that you wanted to purposely ignore, exactly what he's told to you is exactly what everyone else told to you. Including me and Branch. When me and Branch were talking to you, I told you that the atmosphere moves with the Earth, but then you have to add in the 20 miles or 30 or whatever the wind's doing at any specific place and whatever 360 degree direction it's allowed to go into. Other than that, it's moving with the Earth.
Is the wind the atmosphere?
The wind's a part of the atmosphere.
Yeah, but overall, the wind's not the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with Earth.
Jeremy, it's not moving in lockstep with the Earth. Rumpus even said so. He only said it's moving in lockstep with the Earth if you ignore the weather.
Jeremy, consider this. Imagine I've got a bath. Imagine I've got a bathtub in a lorry and it's moving along at 50 miles an hour. I then put my finger in the bath and I swizz the water around. The movement of the bath is 50 miles an hour underlying it, plus whatever my finger did. The atmosphere is like the movement of the bath of 50 miles an hour, and then the swirling round of my finger that I caused, the local thing, is the additional stuff of the wind you also have to allow for. Great.
I understand. The atmosphere as a whole, the atmosphere
So
as
can I
a
just
whole...
Hold up, Crypto. Let Jeremy finish, and then you got next.
The atmosphere as a whole, the atmosphere is moving in lockstep with the Earth, right, Rumpus?
Yeah, the net effect.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Hold on.
Crypto.
So left lane was disagreeing. I think someone was disagreeing with me. I think left lane, someone was disagreeing with me.
Yeah, no. The atmosphere is not in lockstep. As a whole, it would be the Earth.
The reason
but
it's important is...
Hold on, I'd like to hear what left lane's got to. Can we hear what left lane's got to say?
Hold up, Crypto first, then left lane after.
He can wait. Yeah, basically, I think what Jeremy's trying to do, and I understand what he's trying to do, but Kosho and a few of the others were adamant that the words lockstep had never been used. Now, the context is kind of secondary to what Jeremy's saying. I understand what you're saying, and I think what you're saying is sensible. You know, you're talking about meta versus micro, really, when you're talking about movement. Fair enough. I don't think that what you're saying is true, but I understand the concept. I think it's a fair concept. Regardless, what Jeremy was told the other day was that the word lockstep was never ever used, and so that you now saying it does seem to be a contradiction, at least in phraseology, and I think that's important.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. It's not a phrase I'd leap to, but if someone wanted, I was trying to get through to him that the atmosphere moves at the same speed as the ground, and if he wants to call that lockstep,
it's a perfect term.
If you use the word lockstep, you see that makes it sound as though it is absolutely rigidly connected, and then that's why I hammered home this point. But when you've got all this local wind stuff, you wouldn't say, the water in a bath that's on the lorry is moving in lockstep with the bar because it can move around if I'm swishing it. So it's not a phrase. It's not something I would leap to say, but if it helps you understand it, then now I'm prepared to accept that. If you're prepared to say that is what, if you ignore local weather conditions, I'm prepared to accept it.
The atmosphere as a whole. What if somebody compared the atmosphere to a solid? Would it then be moving in lockstep?
Sorry, what's compare? Well, if you compare, if you ignore thermals, if you ignore weather systems, if you ignore all the other effects of atmosphere and heating of the sun, night and day, etc., a darker day and night, but you only get Coriolis effect when the stuff's moving. So if it wasn't moving with respect to the surface of the Earth, you wouldn't get Coriolis effect. You only get a Coriolis effect when there's a velocity with respect to the surface of the Earth.
All right,
so this is why people don't tend to. We might use the word. No, you won't use the word. It's just to help you understand. There's this underlying movement, and then the weather conditions are slapped on top of that.
So if I were to explain to someone, hold on. So if I were to explain to someone how the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth, that would be just to help them learn.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Rumpus. Go ahead, guys.
So left lane was trying to make a comment.
Yeah, go ahead, left lane. You disagreed that it moves in lockstep.
Well, it's become a point of contention and sort of a bad word in this discussion, the lockstep part. And I've kind of demonstrated it just with the scenario of standing on the side of the road, no air. I mean, your hair's not blowing, the air is perfectly still. You could say that air is in lockstep. But a truck comes by and blows your hat off, that air is not in lockstep. So it's a dynamic system. And I think it's inappropriate to say that the atmosphere is in lockstep.
Right, but did I not qualify that and say that the underlying movement, and then you've got the weather systems and things on top of that?
Overall,
that is the disqualifier that gets ignored.
I think that qualifier is necessary every time you say it.
Yeah, but when you say lockstep, do you mean actually it's rotating with the Earth, or it's not rotating with the Earth?
No,
It's
it's rotating
rotating. The underlying movement of the atmosphere is rotating with the surface of the Earth, and then you have to add on weather systems, thermals, and all the other sort of incidental stuff. But at the equator, for instance, the underlying velocity is 1,000 miles an hour, and then if you've got and if there's a waft of wind moving at 10 miles an hour, you can say, well, it's almost irrelevant to the overall speed if you want to think about it. It's 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, how can the air be rotating with the Earth and then going against the lockstep?
As I explained with my bath scenario, if you imagine a bath in a lorry going along at 50 miles an hour, that's the underlying velocity of the atmosphere with respect to the lorry. It's going, with the lorry, but I can still swizz the water around it because it's a fluid, and has a relative velocity to the bath, but the bath is moving at 50 miles an hour.
So therefore,
is where they're
gravity
strong
has
enough to carry a bath.
Gravity has no control over anything, then, does it?
I didn't see the start of that sentence.
If you're saying that if you're on the Earth and you're spinning 15 miles an hour, or 15 degrees an hour,
1,000 miles an hour at the equator, yeah.
15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, which turns out, if you're at the equator, that turns out to be 1,000 miles an hour, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not about miles per hour, I'm about degrees
I thought it
an
might
hour.
help. It helps if you think, sometimes it helps to think in degrees. In this particular case, I think it helps to think about it as a velocity.
We can think about it both ways. Let him ask his question. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, if you're 15 degrees an hour at the equator or 15 degrees an hour at North Pole, it's always 15 degrees an hour, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So therefore, you are spinning at 15 degrees an hour. Right?
Yeah.
The wind, the air is in lockstep with you, but unfortunately, you've got some other factors saying it's not spinning with you.
Well, yes, how many times have I got to talk about the weather conditions?
Hold on, let him finish.
Oh.
Where does gravity come into the equation?
Your mic messed up.
You got all muffled. We couldn't hear you
we
there,
can't hear you.
Kawasaki. You went muffled on us.
Did I go muffled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do
Maybe
apologise.
take a
about
minute,
that.
adjust your
you're
mic
back now.
and think about your question, so it's
You're back now.
easier to ask.
Right. Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah. You're back.
Right. Okay. So I'll start again then. So on this spinning Earth, traveling at 15 degrees an hour, the air is in lockstep with us, but unfortunately, there are some
underlying
Let him finish.
areas.
Yeah, air. He didn't say wind. He said air. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the air is traveling in lockstep with us.
Yes.
So how can you have air going 90 degrees with us and then 180 degrees against us if everything is supposed to be in lockstep?
Because just like I said it for the fourth time. If you have a bath moving along at 50 miles an hour, you can still have.
Slow down.
Hold up. Are you mentioning the 90 degrees, 180 degrees because it's a cold pressure front?
No, he was just saying basically come from any direction, I think is all the point he was making.
No. If you have
Are you talking about wind, though? Are you talking about wind?
Jeez. Yes, he's talking about wind.
A wind.
Okay,
yes,
then
okay.
it doesn't apply because he mentioned that
comes
this is
from
without
south.
wind.
So, sorry.
I think he wants to consider wind.
So please say again because I didn't hear you.
Right,
If you're talking about wind coming from 180 degrees or what have you, it doesn't apply because he's talking strictly in this hypothetical environment where there is no wind, where everything is all of the air, fluid is absolutely
all the weather
stationary.
effects. In other words, all the weather effects are not happening.
We are talking about practically because if you've got a cold front coming from the south, you've got a wind direction, and then if you've got
if you don't have any weather, you don't.
A warm come from.
Yeah, okay, so you've introduced weather.
Bro, let him fucking finish.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, but he keeps on. I've asked the same point about 10 times.
Dude. You keep cutting him off. Let him finish.
Relax. We'll mod this. Thank you.
Go ahead, Kawasaki. Finish what you're saying.
Right. Thank you very much. Right. You got a cold front coming from the south. You've got air coming from one particular direction, but then we got a cold front coming from the north, or the other way around. You've got a 180 degree change in the wind. How
This
can
is
that be possible if we
because,
are
as
spinning?
I've just described about 15 times now, if you imagine that the atmosphere is like a water in a bath, you can still have the water in the bath performing motions in it, and that's added on to the motion of the bath. And similarly with a fluid, if I've got a gas, I've got for instance, if I have a gas going along in a lorry, and you can still have movements within that lorry, even though the mass of the gas is moving along at a particular speed. It doesn't stop local effects.
So if you imagine the atmosphere as another state of matter, contained like within a bathtub, what is shitty example or equivalence?
It is
All you need to understand is you can have local effects and macro effects. And the macro effect is the body of the atmosphere rotating, and then you can have local weather effects which cause little winds. So you've got 1,000 miles an hour at the equator due to the underlying rotation of the atmosphere. And then you can have little high pressure, low pressure systems, all caused by the sun and God knows what else, causing thermals, and that causes motion, and then that just causes fronts to appear, and God knows what. And these little local effects.
The micro is causing the macro when it comes to weather systems and stuff like that.
No, it's not. No, the macro effect is the rotation of the Earth. That's where the underlying velocity of the atmosphere is. But as we are going along with it, you can still have a still day. If you're moving along the surface of the Earth, you're stationary on the surface of the Earth, moving 1,000 miles an hour, you're moving zero velocity relation to the surface of the Earth. And the air, if it's on a still day, it's also doing the same thing and moving zero. But it's all three of you are moving at 1,000 miles an hour east to west.
Okay, so you're saying the macro effect is causing the weather systems? The rotation of the Earth is causing the weather systems and stuff?
No, it's not. But it does affect weather.
Then it's not the macro causing the micro. It's the micro causing the macro.
No,
right?
no. Well, it depends. Well, the underlying velocity of 1,000 miles an hour is caused by the macro, the underlying system, and then you on top of that you have local weather effects.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand why you. I don't quite understand why you keep on not understanding that.
Well, the problem is because when it flies into a new tangential speed, then you have to describe it as though the macro is conspiring, in a way, to make the plane either slow down or speed up to the new tangential speed, regardless of the micro winds.
Yeah, because the macro effect is that we've got a velocity gradient. So we've got 1,000 miles odd at the equator, and then we've got a gradual decrease in the velocity until the North Pole when it's zero. So yes, as you go north to south, the velocity of the atmosphere is changing.
So then if you went west, went west of the equator, you'd be flying into a 1,000-mile headwind.
No, because you started off. No, you start. No, because you are going at 1,000 miles. If you leave on the aeroplane is on the tarmac, you are doing 1,000 miles an hour at the equator in one direction or the other. So when you have a velocity of say 500 miles an hour due to the jet engines, you're then doing that relative to the 1,000 miles an hour you started off going.
Right. You'd be going backwards from space.
No, you're not going backwards. No, because
you would look like you're going backwards, even though you're going forward.
Well, with respect, no, we're not never going backwards. No.
Well, with the Earth, you're going backwards with the Earth.
An aeroplane travels with respect to the atmosphere it's got. If the atmosphere is doing 1,000 miles an hour, it can either go adding on 500 miles an hour to the velocity of the atmosphere, or minus 500 miles an hour.
Right.
So it can be doing 1,500 miles an hour in sort of 3D. Look, as an observer of satellite, for instance, looking at that aeroplane and asked to give its velocity with respect to the centre of the Earth, because if you start talking about relative to the galaxy or something,
breathe, bro, breathe.
Well, okay. Well, if you're a satellite, unfortunately, you have to be in a stationary satellite, and if you said to the stationary or do it to the centre of the Earth, the aeroplane would be doing 1,500 miles an hour if it's got an airspeed of 500 miles an hour, or it would be having an airspeed of 500 miles an hour going the other direction. At no stage is it going backwards in space.
Backwards, if you were looking for space, it would look like it's going backwards, even though it's going forwards.
Though, of course, if you were at the North Pole or near the North Pole, then you could be going backwards in space. So if you were, for instance, at, say, 45 degrees,
Can I ask a question, please?
Hold on, nearly there. So let's suppose you're 80 degrees, so really quite close to the North Pole, and you then had a 500, 747 doing 500 miles an hour in going backwards. You would actually be going backwards in space. If you have a coordinate system based around the centre of the Earth, then you could be going backwards, but not at the equator. Unless you've got an aeroplane that can go faster than 1,000 miles an hour. So if you've got a fighter aeroplane that can go, Mach 1.5 or Concorde or something, then you could do it.
Well, you're just saying that the 1,000 miles an hour, it's the meta wind at the 1,000 miles an hour that's keeping the plane in lockstep, but it's the conserved speed, right? That keeps the plane originally there, right? Because it has that 1,000 miles an hour conserved
Yes,
original
when it's on
speed,
the
right?
tarmac, it's moving along at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and then when it leaves the tarmac, it's still doing. Be doing whatever the liftoff speed is plus whatever it's the speed it had on the tarmac.
Right. Then it loses that conserved speed when it flies into a new tangential speed, and it matches that new tangential speed, right? Because of
Let's suppose it goes.
atmosphere.
So now let's suppose it goes north, and then it goes into where the underlying speed of the atmosphere.
Let's say 700 miles.
Yes,
per
let's
hour.
say 700 miles an hour. So now, what will have happened in the progress of it going north? It will have a side wind going on it that will gradually start causing it to decrease its sort of east to west velocity because the wind is doing it. Now, obviously, it could fight that. It could try to fight that if it wanted, but that's not what airplanes do. They just say, "I'm going to go north to south," and they just let the tangential thing slow it down in that direction, and all the way to the North Pole. Gradually, the wind, because if they didn't do that, they'd have an 800 mile an hour crosswind if they didn't allow the atmosphere to do it. And obviously, you can't sustain that sort of.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So if it flew against that spin, if it flew against the spin, it would have an 800 mile per hour crosswind, consistent crosswind.
No, not as it goes north. Well, no, it would acquire that speed, just as it acquired the speed of the on the ground at the equator. As it went to a place that had an 800 miles an hour crosswind, it would be slowed down.
So as it went north to south, in the opposite direction to slow it down.
Sorry, say again.
The winds would have to go in the opposite direction to slow it down.
Yes, but remember, it's got a velocity of 1,000 miles an hour east to west. If it's going north to south, it starts off with 1,000 miles an hour east to west, and it's so. But as it goes further and further north, the wind that it's traveling against is going slower and slower, and that means it's got one side of it is then saying. So, for instance, if it's going if it's going north to south from the equator, the wind. In effect, it's going. Remember, so it's going 1,000 miles an hour west to east. And therefore, the wind, if it's going to be starting to acquire, it's trying to go faster west-east than the atmosphere is. And so obviously the atmosphere is going to resist this unless you start turning into it. So it'll slow you down. The atmosphere will slow down your west to east because effectively you've got a crosswind going the other way.
But the problem is if it worked that way, right? And it was just the wind slowing down that's making the plane match the new tangential speed. The wind is going west to east, but the wind to slow it down would have to go east to west to move to slow it down to that. You can't just say because the wind slows down, the plane also slowed down to that new tangential speed and matched it.
It from the point of view of the aeroplane, it would appear like a thing going east to west of that reduced speed, but it's the west to east speed is 200 miles an hour less.
So the west to east 200 mile per hour less would just appear to seem like an east to west wind. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, in effect, but it's not a wind.
Even though it's a west to east, it appears east to west.
Yeah, because you are going. Look, if you are traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, and you're in a wind that's also doing 1,000 miles an hour. So, for instance, if you're in a car and you were traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, and you were going along in a 1,000 mile an hour wind, going the same direction as you, and you put your hand out the window, you wouldn't feel any wind at all. Now, if the wind was only doing 800 miles an hour in your direction, then you stuck your hand out, you'd feel there's a wind of 200 miles an hour against you, even though the wind is doing 800 miles an hour in your direction, but it's not going as fast as you are.
Yeah, you understand the contradiction here, right?
No, it's not a contradiction.
You're saying because the wind slows down, the plane slows down with the wind.
Correct.
You're not saying that the wind is pushing the plane to slow down. You're saying it's just slowing down with the wind.
Yeah. The wind is
because to be going in the opposite direction to slow it down.
No, it doesn't. Just like I said.
Well, it wouldn't. No, but it does. But then winds go in all directions.
Look.
What about local winds that are pushing you in the
thing
opposite
again.
direction?
I'm traveling at 1,000 miles an hour in a car. I'm traveling along with a wind behind me going also at 1,000 miles an hour. So I'm going to be going along in effect as though there's no wind, as though there's no drag. I've stuck my hand on the window, there's no wind. Now, if the wind went down to 800 miles an hour, suddenly I would get the impression that there's a 200 mile an hour headwind. But the wind is still going in my direction. It's still going in my direction at 800 miles an hour. But I perceive it now, because I'm going that much faster, a 200 mile an hour headwind.
But you have to put it that way, as if what you would perceive contradicts what actually is happening.
No, it's exactly what happens. What I described happens in reality.
Can I ask a question, please?
Can I get in? Yeah. So basically, I think I've got a good analogy. I mean, To be honest, I don't like to be on Rumpus's side, but I think Rumpus is actually right in this. He's not right
I'm
about
always
the
right. It's a fundamental rule of
Well,
the
no,
internet that I'm always correct.
well, you think the answer, guys,
I don't think so, but
but
go
when
ahead.
it comes to this, when it comes to this, I think he's right, and I'll explain why. Right, okay, so let's just say that you were on a car and you were traveling 1,000 miles an hour, and you were on a, let's just say the road was like a travelator. You know, you get those travelators at the airport, right? And the travelator was going 1,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction to the car, right? You would effectively stay still, even though you were going 1,000 miles an hour, and so was the travelator. Any differential between your speed and the travelator speed will be what's felt. Does that make sense? So if the travelator
What do you mean by
moves,
what's felt? Because it all depends what your reference frame is. Your car obviously is traveling. All the engine's getting really hot. It's doing 1,000 miles an hour. The wheels are rotating like crazy. The travelator's going in the opposite direction. But of course, the land. But you could be staring at someone standing in the street if you're on this travelator, and they're absolutely stationary, just staring at you being stationary. So it all depends what your reference frame is to describe. When you say what it feels like, you've got to make sure you define what the reference frame is you're observing from.
Okay, let's talk about reality then.
Really
Can we talk about reality, please?
We have been talking about reality.
Okay, whatever.
Right. So,
the point I'm trying.
in reality,
Cool.
then,
Wait, let crypto finish. Let crypto
Crypto hasn't finished his point, I don't think.
Rumpus actually jumped in halfway through my point, and I don't really know why he did that. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is a concept that you've got two things moving, right? So you've got the atmosphere and the plane are moving. When there's a differential, because this is what Rumpus's argument is when there's a differential, that's what's experienced. So it doesn't matter that you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour if the atmosphere is also moving at 1,000 miles an hour, because there's no differential. So it's only at the point that there's a differential.
Yeah, it's called relative velocity. It's called relative velocity.
I know. Right. I understand this concept very well. I'm trying to make it simple. Right.
Well, I think everybody else. I don't think you'll make. I think everybody understood everything you just said. I think that was not contentious. I think everybody else in this panel understood all the things you just described.
Let crypto finish.
Why are you still arguing about it if everyone understands it as you do?
Well, because we're not arguing. I don't think we're arguing about the point that you're arguing about. I don't think perspective is making that point.
Arguing if everyone understands it as you do.
No, the point you made, I think everybody understands. I think perspective is trying to make a different point.
Yeah, I am, but I thought you were going to continue. Because see, crypto, the thing is that... Are you finished yet?
Well, not really, but I mean...
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Were you going to talk about the different tangential speeds, crypto? Is that what you were getting to?
Yeah, I was going in that direction, but I mean...
That's what I thought. Go ahead, crypto. Explain it, crypto. I want to hear how you explain it.
Well, you can pick it up from here if you want, but it's just like... I feel like this is a very simple point, and I don't understand where the bone of contention is. That's what I'm trying to get.
I'll tell you what it is.
Yeah, go on.
Well, okay, so if you have a conveyor belt that's going 1,000 miles an hour and you're on that conveyor belt, right? Now you're moving with the conveyor belt at 1,000 miles per hour. Now we can give them the idea that if you lift it up from that conveyor belt, you'd have that conserved speed and you'd still be moving 1,000 miles per hour because of your conserved momentum, right? The problem is that when then you're going across the way where there's new conveyor belts that are moving at slower speeds than the 1,000 miles per hour. So what Rumpus is saying is that when you go north, let's say, and you step down now to a conveyor belt that's going 700 miles per hour, and you're originally going at 1,000 miles per hour, you're going west to east at 1,000 miles per hour. Now you're stepping onto a conveyor belt that's going west to east at 800 miles per hour, right?
Yeah,
but you're still going 1,000 miles per hour, and he's saying that the west to east conveyor belt that's going 800 or 700 miles per hour is going to make you slow down to that new tangential speed. But you would think that you would have to have an east to west wind to slow you down to that new conserved speed. He's saying it's just the wind itself that's slowing you down. It's not pushing against your plane to slow you down. You're just slowing down with the wind.
Well, that's what they're saying. Right. That's the same thing. The wind is doing that job.
But it's going in the same direction that you originally were going.
Yes, but I explained to you, the wind can be going in the same direction as you are, but still slow down if it's not going in the same direction with you at quite the velocity you're going. You're still doing 1,000 miles an hour, remember, west to east, and the wind at the equator was doing the same thing. But when you go north, you're still doing 1,000 miles an hour, but the wind is doing less. So effectively, just like I talked about how you suddenly hit this headwind. If the wind that's not traveling is not traveling with you at the same speed as you are, you hit effectively the equivalent of my scenario of hitting a headwind. But obviously, this all happens so gradually gradually, you don't notice it, and it just causes you to reduce your east to west velocity, your west to east
Okay,
velocity.
regardless if it works that way, just logically, you would think that you would need the opposite wind to slow you down
No, it just
because you're
needs to go
moving in that
left.
direction. But you're
Yeah, it just
saying the
needs to
wind
go.
that goes with you slows you down, which
Yes,
wouldn't
because
seem to make sense.
just like I said, if the wind is following you and you're doing 1,000 miles an hour, and there's a wind following you doing 800 miles an hour, it feels like a 200 mile an hour headwind in the opposite direction to the direction of the wind.
You're getting all upset because it doesn't
Well,
work.
because it's such a simple thing. I think most of the other people on the panel understand this. If you've got a 800 mile an hour wind behind you doing 1,000 miles an hour, you will perceive the wind as being a 200 mile an hour headwind, even though you've got 800 mile an hour wind behind you.
Dude.
What
Yeah,
don't you
chill.
understand about
Fucking
that?
annoying. Chill.
The problem is, Rumpus, that winds go in all directions, right?
Oh my
So
God! Now you've changed the subject. Right,
counting
you've
on
now
a,
just
you're,
changed
hold
the
on,
subject.
you're counting on a consistent wind that doesn't even go in the right direction.
Underlying velocity. We decided to agree to ignore weather effects.
Okay,
To
even if we do,
clarify,
it
to
doesn't go
make
in the
the
right direction.
argument simpler, we decided to ignore weather effects. And now you suddenly change the subject about relative velocity, the underlying velocity. Now you want to bring in weather again.
The fact that you're so upset means you've been caught on this by
That means
me
because
and others for
because
years.
I've had to
For
tell you
years
about
you've been
10
caught on this.
times we're ignoring the weather
You
effects.
upset he gets-
And now, when I've just explained to you, I think you've just understood what I was talking about. You've now decided to introduce weather as a deflection from understanding my underlying point. That's what's annoying me.
You're using so much words, but you're not
calm
saying
down.
anything,
Everybody calm
man.
down. Come on, please.
I can't help it
Everybody
if
calm
you're
down.
too stupid to understand what I'm saying.
Please.
You use so much.
Even you, Rumpus.
Right there, he's lost.
Please
Once he
calm down.
calls people stupid,
Right,
he's
everybody
lost.
calm down.
No, I am getting frustrated with stupid people.
Right, everybody, can we please calm down? Right, thank you very much.
Kawasaki, continue.
Right, Rumpus, have you calmed down now, please?
But don't do anything stupid to me and I'll be perfectly calm.
Why do you always start off with a negative? Please, look.
Because my patience is being tested by stupid people. That's why, and eventually I run out of patience.
What do you class as stupid people?
Someone who doesn't understand you can have a following wind and it appears to you to be a 200 mile an hour headwind. That's what's annoying me.
It's not about what it appears to be. It's about what it's making the plane do.
Please.
It's about how it's affecting the plane.
Rumpus, how do you have a tailwind that can be a headwind as well?
Oh my God.
No, please explain it to me.
I'll say it really slowly. Imagine I'm in a car doing 1,000 miles an hour along a road. I've got a wind behind me that's also 1,000 miles an hour. Therefore, if I stick my hand out the window, I will perceive there is zero wind. Zero. Absolutely zero. It seemed like a still day to me. I'm doing 1,000 miles an hour. The wind is doing 1,000 miles an hour in my direction. And I will stick my hand in the window. No wind. Seems like no headwind at all. No headwind. If that following wind now reduced to 800 miles an hour, and I would then stick my hand out the window and I would feel a 200 mile an hour headwind.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Even
anyway,
though I've got a following 800 mile an hour wind. It's really simple.
All right, chill. So, you know, earlier when I was
Rumpus.
Crypto, perhaps I might be wrong, Crypto. I think you might be right. They
question.
didn't understand. So Crypto might be worth you explaining again because they clearly didn't understand this simple concept, and I thought they vaguely did.
Yeah, Rumpus, please don't shout at me. I asked you a question, didn't I?
I've answered the same question about 10 times, and it's really simple that an 11-year-old understand it, and you seem incapable of understanding.
Please don't get so irate because I asked you a question.
Yeah,
and did I let you answer
and
it?
I've explained this thing 10 times.
I'm going to get annoyed if you guys don't shut up and
Please,
let me talk.
everybody, please be quiet because I asked.
Hey, Crypto. I don't think Kawasaki's done yet with his point. Please, just a minute.
Okay,
Rumpus, can I ask you a question? Can you?
No, you definitely can't.
Can you disrupt?
Kawasaki's in the middle of making a point.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Sorry, Kawasaki.
Kawasaki's got the mic.
Guys, it's going to go Kawasaki, then Crypto, then
much like to get in
silent.
at some point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Crypto, you're right after Kawasaki, then. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry to everybody, but I was trying to talk to Rumpus and I was trying to calm him down, And
Okay,
my
get on with
apologies
it.
if I overstepped anybody. I did not
Get
mean
on with
to do
it.
that.
You're boring us now.
What?
You're just waffling about nothing at all. Get on with the point you want to make instead of addressing the panel about how you're feeling about life. We're not interested in your feeling about life and who your friends are and what you've
His
just
point
eaten
is valid,
eaten for
and
dinner.
Rumpus has to yell because he's caught. Kawasaki,
Guys,
continue.
Kawasaki, go. Your turn.
Hello.
Make a
Right,
point.
thank you very much.
Do something.
Right, Rumpus, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Right. Okay. So if
Oh my God.
actually fly from East America to West America, and then from West America to East America, how much Coriolis will I be affected by?
The Coriolis effect depends on your velocity. There we go. Answer that. So it depends. So I can't answer that question without you telling me what velocity you're traveling with respect to the surface of the Earth, and then obviously we know what the rotation of the surface. There's an equation to tell you what the Coriolis force is on you, and that is a function of your velocity and the rotation of the Earth, or your latitude, because that affects your effective rotation. From that, you then determine what the Coriolis force is. To then determine when you say the effect, what the deviation would be is then dependent on how the length of your journey. So there are two variables you haven't included for me to give you an answer. So if bloody Crypto wants to go ahead, I think I'll save everybody.
The only thing you can actually say is 15 degrees an hour.
No, yes, but the velocity.
Yes, but no, but yes.
No, yes. Stop interrupting, a twat. There's an equation. There is an equation that tells you what the Coriolis force is, and that is dependent on your velocity as well as the 15 degrees, which is the omega, the rotation speed, and the deflection you get is dependent on your velocity, the rotation speed of the Earth, and the length of time you make your journey. There are three factors there. You only mentioned one of them.
So you actually say that Coriolis effect has 15 degrees an hour.
No, I don't say that. That's just you just didn't understand what if I give you the equation for the Coriolis force, you're not going to take. You don't understand math.
Because actually, I know that because
no, you don't.
I've never ever done that in my life.
Well, no. If you're what you mean? If you're flying,
Listen, we got to get to a point, guys. There's a line of people waiting.
Are you talking about
Kawasaki's a pilot? He's a pilot.
Right, and I explained to you about half an hour ago that you just use waypoints and you don't have to worry about Coriolis. I explained to you at length how that effectively the wind movement ignores the fact that it overrides the Coriolis effect. And clearly you